As Lin Qian opened his eyes, he discovered that he had returned to his senior year of high school, harboring the belief that with a decade of foresight, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, in the next moment, upon gazing at the review materials before him, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded. The comprehensive history of global martial arts, detailed explanation of human meridians and acupoints, qi, blood, and nutrition, in-depth analysis of the dragon and tiger stance. How did the anticipated narrative of an urban underdog's rise transform into the script of a high-level martial fantasy? Lin Qian felt utterly bewildered, though fortunately, the fruits of his daily training could be multiplied 100-fold. Without further ado, he resolved to secure the title of National Martial Arts Champion in the college entrance examination for his parents. Chapter 1. Transcendence. Yet the world feels awry. It is neither cold nor trembling. He felt as though he were on a roller coaster, a tumultuous sensation causing him dizziness. Shaking his head to dispel the hazy feeling, he opened his eyes to a bright vista. Radiant sunlight streamed through the doors and windows, casting mottled shadows upon the white walls of the spacious classroom, revealing a plethora of familiar, yet unfamiliar bright smiles, as vivid as 4K imagery. Am I dreaming back to my high school days? He recognized several exceedingly familiar faces and couldn't help but murmur. Hey, old Lin, I'm asking you a question. Are you in a daze? A somewhat hoarse voice rang out, and he turned to meet Lu Yu's youthful visage from a decade prior. You look so youthful in this dream. Lin Yi's gaze was vacant as he stared at Lu Yu, his tone as ephemeral as a wisp of smoke. Lu Yu shivered, particularly under Lin Yi's inexplicable gaze, which made him feel an unsettling discomfort. Damn it, I'm already 16. How can I look so young? Lu Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Then, with a hint of suspicion, asked, I say, old Lin, did you overindulge last night, leaving your brain a bit fried? Good grief. This dream feels far too real, Lin thought, unable to suppress his internal monologue. Lu Yu's reaction was strikingly authentic. With this thought, Lin glanced at Lu Yu's youthful face and couldn't resist the urge to swipe his hand across it. Ah! Lu Yu yelped as if struck, unleashing an exceedingly mournful cry. What are you doing? A voice laced with suppressed anger suddenly erupted, followed by a heavy presence that enveloped the entire classroom, rendering the once boisterous space eerily silent. Lu Yu, who had been screaming, seemed to hit the pause button, covering his mouth tightly and becoming motionless. He laboriously turned his head, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed toward the classroom entrance. A somewhat diminutive yet robust figure strode confidently to the podium, cold light flashing in his small, squinting eyes. Could this be my brother, Tao? Lin Yi's mouth fell agape, struggling to comprehend how the middle-aged, greasy homeroom teacher, who stood at a mere 5'8" and spent his days hiding in the office playing games, had transformed into such a muscular figure. Seeing all of you so jubilant, you must think your martial arts exam results are commendable, right? Cold Tao's voice was frigid as his powerful arms lifted, slamming a stack of report cards onto the podium. Sure, Lin, distribute the report cards. Upon hearing Cold Tao's command, a remarkably fair-skinned and tall girl from the third row stood up, her face a portrait of anxiety as she approached the podium. Chun Kong. As Lin called out names, a shy boy sitting not far from Lin, he hurried toward the podium, tripping over a chair and nearly falling. Zhang Yinxia, Zhang Zhun. With Lin's persistent calls, more and more students ascended to collect their report cards. Lin clutched a report card, directing her gaze toward a specific spot in the classroom. Old Lin, it's your turn. Lu Yu tugged at Lin, rousing him from his stupor. Lin stood up, dazed, and walked to the podium to accept his report card from Lin. He glanced at the data displayed, particularly noting the striking figure of 478 in the Qi and blood section. Once Lin returned to his seat, Lin finished distributing the report cards. Cold Tao gestured for Lin to return and tapped the desk. Having reviewed the results, amongst our class of 60, only 3 students achieved a Qi and blood value above 500. Hu Junwei, Zhang Yinxia, and Zhang Zhun. After Cold Tao's declaration, Lin could feel the collective gazes of his classmates converge on the 3 figures in the center of the classroom. Cold Tao then called out a few more names. Guofan 496, Yinli 491, Xu Chiliang 487. These students should strive to enhance their Qi and blood values during the winter break. If possible, have your families purchase some basic nutritional supplements. Cold Tao scanned the room and stated, as you all know, every year in the second semester of senior year, the school offers a martial arts enhancement class to prepare for martial arts universities. Last year's cutoff score for the martial arts exam was 525, so this year's enhancement class will only accept students with a Qi and blood value above 500. If you cannot reach this threshold before next year's martial arts enhancement class test, I suggest you reconsider attending a comprehensive university. That's all there is to it. Everyone tidy up and head home, Cold Tao declared, striding out of the classroom. However, just as he crossed the threshold, he suddenly recalled something and added, anyone wishing to enroll in the martial arts enhancement class should return to school tomorrow. Those not intending to apply to martial arts universities need not come. With Cold Tao's departure, the previously tranquil classroom seemed to spring to life. Old, you guys are incredible, quietly stepping into martial arts apprenticeships. A chi and blood value of 500, and I'm only at 462. I'll be lucky to reach 500 this winter. Let's forget about it. We should just settle for comprehensive universities. The voices of classmates, filled with either praise or despair, washed over Lin Qian as he came to the realization that this was no mere dream. His gaze fell to the thick stack of supplementary materials on his desk. The Comprehensive History of Global Martial Arts, An Introduction to Human Veins and Acupoints, Qi, Blood, and Nutrition, In-Depth Analysis of the Dragon and Tiger Stance. I knew there was something amiss about my rebirth. Lin pulled out the book, The Comprehensive History of Global Martial Arts, and began to peruse it. As he delved deeper into its contents, he felt his defenses crumble. He was unaware of when the global cataclysm had begun or how martial artists had emerged. All he knew was that this was a world where martial arts flourished yet remained fraught with peril. There are those who can conquer mountains and seize the moon, immortal and indestructible, while colossal beasts can devastate cities and annihilate nations. The neighboring Yingzhou experienced the cataclysm's onset when an unknown giant tortoise dragged Mount Fuji and 4 islands beneath the waves. To the south, things fared slightly better, with a colossal bird engulfed in flames ravaging the Indo-Chinese peninsula. Despite the destruction, at least the peninsula still existed. Right? Danger. Utterly terrifying danger. Lin felt completely dazed. Old Lin, have you been struck senseless? If I were you, I'd take the entrance exam for Guangzhou University with me. You could become a liberal arts teacher or a lawyer. At worst, you could take the civil service exam. It may not lead to immense wealth, but at least it would provide security. Lu Yu, having emerged from who knows where, wrapped his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi rubbed his throbbing temples and replied, "What a blow that was! I just didn't rest well. As for whether to apply to a comprehensive university or a martial arts university, I'll let you know once I've made a decision." Lin Yi stood, shaking off Lu Yu's arm, and strode out of the classroom. Lu Yu took a moment to regain his composure and shouted after Lin Yi's retreating figure, "What the hell, old Lin? Who do you think you are?" Chapter 2. My Daily Cultivation Settlement. Upon exiting the classroom, Lin located his mountain bike and pedaled away from the school. 15 minutes later, the familiar alleyway came into view. The surrounding walls of the alley were entwined with the desiccated roots of plants, which appeared far more colossal than he recalled. Among them, a bizarre plant with a gaping maw full of sharp teeth was pinned to the wall by a short blade. Lin halted before a large crimson iron gate, deftly retrieved his key, and unlocked the entrance, wheeling his bike inside. "Dad, Mom," Sissy began to speak, only to remember that his parents were likely busy at the shop at this hour, while his elder sister, a primary school humanities teacher, was still at school. He lightly tapped his forehead and made his way into the house, where the layout remained unchanged from a decade ago, evoking a sense of temporal dislocation. Entering his room, Lin placed his martial arts exam report on the desk. The score read 478, glaringly vivid against the paper. He was a mere 22 points shy of the 500-point threshold required for the martial arts enhancement course. Achieving this seemed simple yet daunting. On one hand, he could elevate his vitality by 22 points over the winter break with a few doses of basic nutritional fluid. On the other hand, each dose of the cheapest southern biological fluid cost over 500 yuan, while the most expensive options from Haoyao 6 Factory and Yangshengtang started at no less than 5,000 yuan. Given that the average salary in Guangzhou was only 500 yuan per month, even basic nutritional fluids were beyond the reach of an average working-class family. To enhance his vitality by 22 points within a month, he would require at least 4 doses of basic nutritional fluid, amounting to a minimum of 15,000 yuan. Contemplating his family's financial struggles, Lin hesitated. Should he ask his parents for money? No. He resolutely dismissed this thought. Ever since he entered high school, his family had devoted their resources to support his ambition of attending a martial arts university. The minimum was 1 dose of basic nutritional fluid per month, sometimes even 2. Initially, his vitality improved rapidly, but the pace slowed significantly in his senior year. Although his parents remained silent, Lin was acutely aware of the heavy burden they bore. In fact, when he began high school, his sister had secretly applied to a comprehensive university, hoping to ease their financial load and allow him to pursue his dreams. He understood all this, and for years he had diligently strived, fearful of disappointing his parents and sister. Yet, alas, his talent was not particularly remarkable. Since entering his senior year, his progress had been minuscule. Was he to simply give up? Lin struck the report with a fist. Crimson droplets seeping from beneath his hand, staining the document a deep scarlet. He bit his lip, recalling how, in his previous life, he had never once made his parents proud until he was over 30. Would he repeat the same fate in this life? Amidst such fierce competition, he was unwilling to succumb. Drawing strength from the depths of his being, he questioned why he could not become a formidable figure like others. Ding! The host awakens the heart of martial arts, comprehending the true essence of life. The daily cultivation settlement system is now binding complete. The host may query the daily cultivation settlement rewards at 0000 each day. Currently, the system is at level 1, offering a 100-fold settlement. After a full 5 minutes of stunned silence, Lin finally regained his composure. System, I'm here. System, I'm here. Enough with the shouting, fool. I'm not going anywhere. The system interrupted before Lin could finish. Am I being reprimanded by the system? Lin wore a perplexed expression. Do you possess intelligence? He inquired cautiously. I am merely an artificial intelligence. I do not possess true wisdom. Rest assured, host, the system replied in his mind, prompting Lin to exhale in relief. No one desired a sentient being residing within their consciousness. The system functions have been transmitted. Please search independently. Following this statement, Lin discovered new information emerging in his mind. Host, Lin Vitality, for 78, Cultivation level, non-mainstream, martial skills, Dragon Tiger Stance, level, Proficiency 1276 2000, Dragon Tiger Fist, level. Proficiency 1672 2000, 100-fold settlement countdown, 448. The attribute panel was strikingly simple, with its meaning immediately clear. Lin glanced at the countdown timer and then at his watch. 1912. Exactly 4 hours and 48 minutes until midnight. No time could be wasted. Lin strode into the courtyard and assumed a stance for the Dragon Tiger Fist, its initial position. Both the Dragon Tiger Fist and the Dragon Tiger Stance were E-level standard techniques issued by the National Martial Arts Education Department. Though they were the most basic E-level techniques, they were highly coveted by ordinary families. Of course, families of martial arts lineage had access to superior techniques accumulated over generations, granting their children a distinct advantage in training. For instance, Hu Junwei from their class came from 3 generations of military service, practicing techniques far beyond the ordinary Dragon Tiger Stance and Fist. Cleansing his mind of distractions, Lin shouted, his feet launching him forward. A surge of immense power erupted from his soles, creating a small gust of energy, and he moved with the grace of a dragon, striding ahead. The once solid concrete beneath him cracked under the force of his stance. Bang! His fist struck out, producing a series of sonic booms as he embodied a fierce descending tiger, exuding an overwhelming presence. As time flowed on, Lin Yi's aura intensified, wisps of white vapor rising from his head, reaching over 3 feet high. Despite the frigid winter air, his clothes became completely soaked in sweat. Boom! Coming to a halt. Lin slowly withdrew his fists and stood with closed eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it was the extraordinary talent gained from living 2 lives that made this round of Dragon Tiger Fist training feel utterly invigorating. The previously disjointed movements flowed seamlessly, and areas of confusion became crystal clear. Time. Realizing the hour, Lin quickly raised his hand to check the time. 23:52. Thank goodness. He sighed in relief, eager to witness the miraculous moment that awaited him. As his mind relaxed, he felt the chill in the air. The current temperature was significantly lower than in his previous life. Located in central Guangzhou, the temperature at the end of December and the beginning of January typically hovered around -5 or 6 degrees. Yet, he sensed it was at least a dozen degrees below zero now. Returning to his room, Lin took a hot shower, changed into fresh clothes, and sat on his bed, quietly awaiting the impending settlement. 0000. As the numbers on his watch reset, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 3. A family on the brink of financial collapse. Host, Lin Vitality, 512. Cultivation level, early stage of Vitality realm. Martial techniques, Dragon Tiger Stance, E-grade, perfect 2000. 2000. Dragon Tiger Fist, E-grade, perfect 2000. 2000. 100-fold settlement countdown, 23:59. As the attributes panel updated, Lin he distinctly felt a warm current surging within him. His previously cool body now felt as if it were immersed in a hot spring. He had attained the realm of a martial arts apprentice, a vitality value of 512. Remarkably, within just over 4 hours, he had elevated his vitality by more than 30 points. Lin he clenched his fist, acutely aware of the potent energy coursing through him. In addition to the enhancement of his vitality, both of his martial techniques had advanced, achieving perfect proficiency. Comparing his current strength, he realized that effortlessly defeating the 5 versions of himself from earlier would pose no challenge. Suddenly, lost in his euphoria, Lin he was jolted back to reality by a wave of unexpected hunger. He leaped from the bed, only to find his legs weaken, nearly causing him to collapse. It seemed he had pushed himself too hard in his training. Quickly stabilizing himself, he staggered back to the bed. The increase in vitality stemmed from the body's absorption of various organic nutrients from food. In simpler terms, the more one consumed, the more effective the cultivation for boosting vitality. Conversely, excessive training could lead to rapid absorption and potential harm to the body. Clearly, he had overexerted himself. I must procure something to eat promptly. Lin he stood up, feeling a slight dizziness, and despite his discomfort, made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Fortunately, with the approach of the spring festival, the family had already purchased a substantial piece of new Siberian beef, weighing a hefty 50 pounds. Thanks to the current socioeconomic environment, meat was no longer a scarcity in the country. In his previous life, the price of Guangzhou beef had soared to at least 40 yuan per pound, whereas now, new Siberian beef was merely 2 yuan per pound, replete with far more protein and trace elements than the ordinary beef of his past. Gazing at the large chunk of beef, Lin he found himself nearly overcome with the urge to consume it raw. Ultimately, he resisted the impulse, opting instead to slice off a piece the size of a wash basin. After cutting the beef into smaller chunks and lightly marinating them, he tossed them into the pan. Within mere minutes, the kitchen was filled with an aromatic scent reminiscent of wild herbs wafting from the sizzling meat. 15 minutes later, Lin he picked up his chopsticks and pinched a steaming piece of beef, placing it into his mouth. The moment his teeth sank into it, an explosion of flavor burst forth within him. Although he had never tasted the most exquisite Wagyu, Hanwoo, or Australian beef from his previous life, he was certain that even the finest beef paled in comparison to the morsel in his bowl. Not only was it delectable, but he also felt a noticeable warmth spreading through his body, as if he possessed an inexhaustible vigor. In just a few bites, he had polished off an entire basin of beef. Sated, Lin he let out a contented belch, feeling revived. He tidied the kitchen, sliced another piece of meat, prepared 2 additional dishes, and set rice and steamed buns to cook on the stove. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 1 in the morning. He surmised his parents would soon return. Just as he re-entered his room and hadn't tea yet settled down, he heard the commotion outside, followed shortly by the faint sounds of movement in the living room. His parents were home. Old Lin, did the landlord really say the rent will increase by 1,000 after the new year? Isn't that an unreasonable burden? In this rundown place, how dare he raise it so much? Listening to his mother, Yang Lan's voice, Lin he felt his eyes welling with tears. The image of his mother from a decade ago had faded significantly, replaced by the visage of a woman burdened by age. It was no surprise. The current business climate was harsh, and securing tenants was challenging. They had to seize every opportunity to make ends meet. Then what shall we do? Came the voice of his father, Lin Rahai. If the rent indeed rises by 1,000, we won't have enough for Xiao Yi's basic nutritional supplements next month. At Yang Lan's words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Lin Rahai finally spoke. Xiao Yi's situation is paramount. The basic nutritional supplements cannot be interrupted. We must withdraw that money. Upon hearing her husband's words, Yang Lan became somewhat agitated. Old Lin, that money is our last reserve. We cannot simply take it out. By the way, Huan still has some savings. Let us borrow from her for now and return it when we can. Absolutely not. Lin Rahai immediately rejected the idea of tapping into their eldest daughter's funds. Now that Huan is working, she is an adult. Why do we have to take her money? She still has to prepare for marriage. Without some savings, how will her in-laws respect her? Furthermore, she sacrificed her own aspirations to support Xiao Yi's education by quietly enrolling in a comprehensive university. We have already burdened her enough. How can we ask for her money again? Lin Rahai asserted resolutely. Let us not discuss anything else. We must withdraw that money. Xiao Yi's basic nutritional supplements cannot be interrupted. As long as he gets into the martial arts university, all of this will be worthwhile. In Lin Yi's household, it appeared that Yang Lan held the reins, but when faced with significant matters, it was Lin Rahai, the head of the family, who made the final decisions. Fine. If that is what you say, we'll follow your lead. Yang Lan acquiesced, rising to head toward the kitchen. You must be hungry. I'll prepare a meal. Just make something simple. It's the middle of the night, Lin Rahai replied. However, before he could finish, he heard Yang Lan's voice filled with joy. Old Lin, don't bother cooking. Our son has already prepared a meal. Is that so? Lin Rahai stood up and walked towards the kitchen, his tone brimming with delight. Our son truly is thoughtful. Indeed, who do you think raised him? Yang Lan replied proudly, savoring the meal prepared by her son, making their lives seem a little less burdensome. Behind the bedroom door, Lin was already in tears. It was the first time he realized the family situation had deteriorated to such an extent. He was aware of the reserve money his parents referred to. It was set aside for his and his sister's weddings. He didn't know the exact amount, but it couldn't be substantial, considering the couple had worked tirelessly for over 20 years while raising 2 children. With a sudden pang of guilt, Lin slapped himself, gripping the doorknob. He felt an urge to burst out and tell his parents that he no longer required the basic nutritional supplements, but that thought was swiftly quashed. His parents would only assume he intended to give up on the martial arts examination, never realizing that he truly no longer needed those supplements. Should he reveal the existence of the system? No, that would create chaos. For now, the only path was to train diligently, aiming to astonish everyone during the martial arts entrance exams and secure the top spot for his parents. In that moment, Lin Yi's heart was brimming with resolve. He longed to resume his training immediately. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so, opting instead for a good night's sleep. Yet, that night, sleep eluded him. Chapter 4. It Seems I Like You. In the early morning light, Lin emerged from his room, sporting a pair of panda eyes. So, are you awake? Come and eat. Yang Lan, tidying up the leftover dishes from the table, beamed as she greeted her son. Turning to Lin Rahai, who was lounging on the sofa watching videos, she added, Old Lin, what are you still watching? Hurry and bring the food I saved for our son. Lin Rahai promptly rose, exclaiming coming. Lin hurriedly walked over and said, No need, I can manage with these leftovers. That won't do. Yang Lan replied, You are at a crucial time now. You must pay attention to your nutrition. By the way, aren't you supposed to have a break soon? How did your final martial arts exam go? As she spoke, Yang Lan observed Lin Yi's expression, while Lin Rahai, who was at the door, slowed his pace. Lin, fully aware of his mother's intentions, smiled and said, I'm all set. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, both Yang Lan and Lin Rahai looked at him with hopeful expressions. Vitality value, 478. Upon hearing this number, a flicker of disappointment was evident in Yang Lan and Lin Rahai's eyes, but they quickly adjusted their mindset. Lin Rahai comforted him. Son, don't be disheartened. Last year's cutoff was 525, and there is still half a year until the college entrance martial arts exam. There is no rush. He silently resolved to double the monthly supply of basic nutritional supplements for his son. However, before he could finish, Lin interrupted him with a smile. But I made some breakthroughs these past few days. I feel my vitality value must have surpassed 500. Yet, Lin Yi's words did little to alleviate the concern of Yang Lan and Lin Rahai. They assumed their son was merely trying to spare them worry with comforting words. Of course, my son is the best. Yang Lan feigned a cheerful expression. Lin Rahai quickly headed to the kitchen, saying, I'll fetch your meal. You hurry and wash up. Lin could easily tell that his parents did not believe him. Indeed, while his vitality value had reached 512, that was a secret known only to him. To verify it, he needed to go to a professional facility or wait for the school's unified testing. After washing up, Lin Rahai had already brought the specially prepared meal to the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded pork with green peppers. The meat being the new Siberian beef he had eaten the night before. Mom and Dad, do you have something you want to say? While eating, Lin noticed his parents sitting beside him, seemingly hesitant to speak. Son, Yang Lan said, glancing at Lin Rahai, last night your dad and I discussed it. And starting next month, we'll prepare 2 basic nutritional supplements for you each month. Lin Yi's heart sank, and he quickly looked up to meet the serious faces of Yang Lan and Lin Rahai. He recalled their late-night conversation and quickly said, Dad, Mom, I've really made significant progress. I feel that even without the nutritional supplements, I will surely pass the martial arts exam next year. You don't need to. Lin Qian raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Son, I know you don't want to worry your mother and me. Don't feel burdened. Just focus on preparing for the martial arts exam. Your mother and I are your strongest support. Keep it up. Afterward, Lin Qian stood up and Yang Lan followed suit, saying, Your mother and I will head to the shop now. Call us if you need anything. Before long, the vast room was left with only Lin Yi. Lin Yi exhaled heavily, rubbing his reddened eyes, feeling a slight headache. The family was already facing considerable difficulties, and the prospect of providing him with 2 basic nutritional supplements each month made their situation even more strained. No, Lin Yi had to put a stop to his parents' intentions. However, to convince them to abandon this idea, he needed to ensure they believed his vitality value had indeed reached 512. It seemed a visit to that facility was necessary. Lin Yi contemplated this, but first he needed to head to school to submit his application for the martial arts enhancement class. Lin Yi, old Lin, upon arriving at school, many familiar classmates greeted him. As soon as he entered the classroom, while walking normally, Lin Yi turned on his toes, extending his right arm like a dragon. Whoa, old Lin, are you going all out? A voice with a duck-like quack came from behind. Lin Yi knew it was Lu Yu without needing to look. Come on, I wasn't even using my full strength. Lin Yi released his grip on Lu Yu's neck, playfully slapping his head and scolding, What were you hiding by the door for? I thought you were planning to apply to a comprehensive university? Don't even mention it. I went back and talked to my uncle, but he disagreed. He said I should try harder and only consider a comprehensive university if it seems hopeless in the end. Lu Yu grumbled, recalling his friend's thunderous movements from just moments ago, feeling as if his neck might be twisted off at any moment. With a look of surprise, he scrutinized Lin Yi and remarked, Hey, old Lin, when did you become so skilled? You definitely seem different from before. Different? What do you mean? Lin Yi, startlet, responded nonchalantly. I can't quite put my finger on it. You just seem much more cheerful, unlike before when you carried so much weight on your shoulders. Lu Yu thought for a long time before articulating this observation. Lin Yi paused, realizing the extent of his changed demeanor. However, he quickly understood that this transformation in mindset was likely due to the presence of the system. A night, no, merely 4 hours of training had increased his vitality by over 30 points, alleviating the burden of months of arduous effort. With the system at his disposal, what was once an insurmountable hurdle, the college entrance martial arts exam, became a trivial matter. Gaining admission to a martial arts university would illuminate his future. Under such circumstances, anyone would naturally become more optimistic, wouldn't they? Hey, are you back? Lu Yu waved his hand, and when Lin Yi snapped back to reality, he complained, seriously, Old Lin, how many times has this happened? You've been zoning out a lot lately. I was up all night training, and I'm exhausted. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Wake me when Tao Gu arrives. Lin Yi declared, laying his head down on the desk. Wait, sure, Lin? What are you doing here? Lu Yu exclaimed, startled by the fair-skinned girl standing silently behind them. And nothing. I have things to do. You two carry on, Sure Lin replied. Her cheeks flushed, and after speaking, she lowered her head and left. Lin Yi glanced at the arm Lu Yu had around him, shivering in distaste. Ugh, Lu Yu, you dog, get away from me. Lu Yu ignored Lin Yi, staring intently at Sure Lin's retreating figure before suddenly saying, Old Lin, I have this feeling that Sure Lin might have a crush on you. Chapter 5. The Thrill of Having Power. Lin Yi gazed at Sure Lin's retreating silhouette with a complex expression, feeling a swirl of emotions. In his previous life, Sure Lin had been his moonlight, and he had intended to confess after the college entrance exams. However, an unfortunate exam result led him to a mediocre private university while she excelled at a prestigious 985 university. His pride deterred him from pursuing her, and the planned confession never materialized. At the start of university, they maintained contact, with Sure Lin subtly expressing her feelings. Yet he could never overcome his foolish pride to acknowledge her affection. Eventually, perhaps out of resignation, Sure Lin gradually faded from Lin Yi's life. Initially, he felt quite hurt, but over time, he learned to accept it, telling himself they belonged to different worlds. Now, seeing Sure Lin again stirred something within Lin Yi. Such a wonderful girl. He couldn't possibly let her slip away this time. Yet he couldn't shake the thought. Didn't he have a wife? Lin, he scratched his head. Apart from the differences in the temporal backdrop, interpersonal relationships in this world remained strikingly similar. He finds himself pondering whether his wife from his previous life, Yao Nan, exists in this world as well. However, the current Yao Nan is merely a junior high school girl, isn't she? In his past life, Yao Nan was 3 years younger than him. Their acquaintance blossomed from humble beginnings, and she never once regarded their life together as a hardship. From their romance to marriage, spanning 6 years, she unwaveringly cherished him, a truly virtuous woman. Truth be told, if Yao Nan exists in this lifetime, he would be equally unwilling to relinquish her. Choosing between Yao Nan and Lin is a daunting dilemma. Lin Yi couldn't help but murmur. Old Lin, what did you just say? You aren't cursing me, are you? Lu Yueguang observed Lin Yi's lips moving but failed to catch his words. Ridiculous. Why would I curse you? Lin Yi retorted, irritation evident in his tone. His eyes darted, and he cautiously inquired, I mean, if, hypothetically, I had a friend who liked 2 people at the same time, what should he do? Simultaneously in love with 2 individuals? Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar, his phoenix eyes seemingly attempting to pry into Lin Yi's thoughts. What kind of look is that? I already mentioned it's about a friend of mine. Lin Yi felt offended by Lu Yu's gaze, desperately clarifying his position. Got it, got it. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. If you like both, then just like both. Worst case, marry them both later on. It's quite simple. Marry them both. Lin elongated his tone in disbelief. Don't make such a fuss. You haven't gone completely daft, have you? Didn't we once say that martial artists should marry 10 or 8 women? Lu Yu regarded Lin Yi with an odd expression, bemused by his recent peculiar behavior. 10 or 8. Ahem, that's far too many. 2 would suffice for me. Unbidden tears of frustration streamed from the corners of Lin Yi's eyes, which he hurriedly wiped away. Ahaha. So, Lin Yi, you're finally dropping the act, huh? Come on, aside from Lin, who else do you fancy? Lu Yu seized Lin Yi's collar, exasperation evident in his voice. He was more upset, not about Lin Yi's affections for 2 girls, but rather that he was kept in the dark about one of them. Let go, let go. Lin Yi effortlessly pried Lu Yu's hands apart and quickly explained, I swear, I would never hide anything from you. In fact, I plan on having you push me forward in the future. Come on, Lin. Please, just be a decent person. Lu Yu replied, his expression one of utter disbelief. By the way, since you're considering enrolling in the martial arts enhancement class, I have some junior nutritional solutions at home. Let me know when you're free to pick them up. I don't want them. Aren't you planning to make a push yourself? You should keep the nutritional solutions for your own use. Lin Yi rejected without a second thought. He wasn't bold enough to accept his friend's nutritional solutions. Don't be like that, Lu Yu insisted. You know me, with a blood value over 460, even if I drink the nutritional solutions like water, I probably won't even reach the martial arts exam cutoff. It's better off with you. As he spoke, Lu Yu threw an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, a lewd grin spreading across his face. I'm counting on you to become a martial artist and support me. That's not up for discussion. Besides, I've recently broken through in my cultivation. I feel my blood value should be over 500 now, even without the nutritional solutions. I'm confident I can surpass the martial arts exam cutoff, Lin Yi declared resolutely, though his words surprised Lu Yu immensely. Is that true? Are you trying to fool me for money? Lin Yi sukofut. Wow, Lin, you're just too awesome. Lu Yu believed him without hesitation. Having grown up as close friends, he knew Lin Yi well. Though they often bickered, Lin Yi would never lie about something significant. Wow, I'm so excited. I need to spread the word, Lu Yu exclaimed, his boastful nature surfacing. Hearing that his best friend's blood value had surpassed 500, marking him as a martial arts apprentice, made him itch to show off. Calm down. If I claim my blood value has surpassed 500 without proof, who would believe me? We might just end up looking foolish. Lin Yi's words doused Lu Yu's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, causing his excitement to deflate. Ugh, why do I feel so stifled? Lu Yu tugged at his hair, suddenly struck with an idea. Old Lin, let's go to the martial arts hall and get tested. The martial arts hall? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. They had previously discussed that apart from the school's organized testing, the martial arts hall was the other option for measuring blood value. Exactly. My uncle has some connections at a martial arts hall. With his influence, we can get tested without needing a membership, Lu Yu eagerly proclaimed. Typically, martial arts halls operated on a membership basis, and blood testing was one of the services available to members. All right then. Once we submit the application for the martial arts enhancement class, we'll go. Lin Yi confirmed decisively. Great. I'll let my uncle know and have him arrange it. Lu Yu, more eager than Lin Yi, dashed off to make a phone call. Before long, Lu Yu returned, signaling an okay gesture to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the imposing figure of Dajiba, Brother Tao, strode into the room. The familiar, oppressive aura descended upon the classroom, silencing it instantly. Lin Yi sensed the weight of the atmosphere pressing on his heart and was taken aback. Compared to the suffocating sensation he experienced yesterday, he found today's pressure far less uncomfortable. If he guessed correctly, it was closely tied to his recent enhancement in cultivation. He glanced around, and indeed, classmates like Hu Junwei, Zhang Yanxia, and Zhang Zhun, whose blood values had reached 500, appeared considerably more at ease. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. The sensation of possessing power was quite exhilarating. Chapter 6. P.S. Making you wait. There are quite a few people, Lung Tao remarked casually, surveying the classroom. Apart from a handful of students who had already resigned to their fate of not qualifying for the martial arts exam, nearly 40 others had shown up, eager for one last attempt. Without wasting time, Lung Tao rapped on the desk and stated, "Anyone wishing to apply for the martial arts enhancement class should submit their application now. However, I must emphasize that after the spring festival, there will be another exam. If your blood value is not at least 500, you will still be ineligible for the enhancement class." He reiterated what he had mentioned the previous day, merely emphasizing it again. As soon as Lung Tao finished speaking, students in the front rows eagerly handed in their applications. Lung Tao sat at the side, occasionally pulling out application forms to examine. Lin Yi wrote his name on the application form and handed it straight to him. "Lin Yi?" Brother Tao inquired, turning to Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. "Your martial examination vitality score this time is 478. While your previous score was 467. After a 2-month interval, you have only managed to raise your vitality by 11 points. I have heard that your family supplies you with a beginner's nutrient solution each month. Now you are expected to increase your vitality by over 20 points within a month. Calculate how much nutrient solution you will require." Cold Tao's voice betrayed no emotion as he glanced at the students sitting upright below him and remarked, "What I have said to Lin equally applies to those whose vitality scores range between 470 and 485. If your family is financially capable of affording nutrient solutions, then by all means pursue that path. However, if you come from an ordinary household, I would still recommend that you consider enrolling in a comprehensive university." The atmosphere in the classroom plummeted to a frigid silence. Several students, whose vitality scores fell between 470 and 485, like Lin Yi's, appeared exceedingly pale. In truth, everyone understood the reality of the situation, yet they were unwilling to concede, forever clinging to the hope of a breakthrough. What if? And now, Cold Tao had starkly stripped away that veil of optimism. Nonetheless, Lin Yi maintained his composure and replied earnestly, "Brother Tao, I am fully aware, but I possess confidence in my abilities." Cold Tao met Lin Yi's unwavering gaze and, seeing no sign of retreat, nodded and returned his registration form. "Rest assured, Brother Tao, Lin Yi's vitality has already surpassed 500. A mocking voice suddenly rang out, capturing everyone's attention. What was Jiang Yaping saying? Lin Yi's vitality exceeded 500? Surely this was a jest. Lin Yi's vitality was solidly measured at 478. How could he possibly have breached the 500 mark? Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Yaping couldn't help but chuckle. "This isn't my claim. Lin Yi himself just told Lu Yu." Upon saying this, Jiang Yaping even raised an eyebrow at Lin Yi. A wave of laughter erupted as classmates began to tease. "What a joke. I thought it was true. Turns out he's just bragging to his best buddy." Everyone knew that Lin Yi and Lu Yu were so close they could practically share undergarments. Did Jiang Yaping truly believe such boasting? "I could just as easily claim my vitality is 1,000. Although the class remained skeptical, their gazes towards Lin Yi had shifted. While they privately enjoyed boasting, being publicly called out like this was undeniably embarrassing. Lin Yi merely cast a sidelong glance at the grinning Jiang Yaping, uttering not a word. In his previous life, he had never gotten along with Jiang Yaping. It seemed that this life was no different. Despite Jiang Yaping's imposing stature, standing at least 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, one would assume his vitality would be high. Yet in stark contrast, his vitality score was only a meager 460, significantly lower than Lin Yi's. Since the beginning of their senior year, Jiang Yaping had managed to provoke Lin Yi, leading to a swift shoulder throw that landed him in the infirmary. Since then, he had been attempting to assert his presence before Lin Yi, yet he never dared to take action. While everyone remained silent on the surface, they often referred to him as Brother Kidney in private. Lin Yi's silence, however, did not permit Lu Yu to remain so passive. Jiang Yapeng, why do you behave like a rabid dog, snapping at anyone you see? Hearing that Lin Yi's vitality has surpassed 500 is akin to learning of your father's demise. Why the urgency? Lu Yu's sharp retort sent the entire class into fits of laughter, with all eyes fixed on Jiang Yapeng. Jiang Yapeng sprang to his feet, fists clenched, clearly ready to retaliate against Lu Yu. Am I wrong? Damn it, you're a big guy, and your vitality is barely comparable to mine. How dare you provoke Lin Yi? Where do you get the audacity? Want to throw down? Come, let's spar. Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves and beckoned Jiang Yapeng. The last remark laden with mockery. The moment Brother Kidney was mentioned, the classroom erupted in a wave of hearty laughter, enveloping the atmosphere in exuberance. Jiang Yapeng was aware of the nickname, but it had only been whispered in private. No one had ever dared to address him as such in front of dozens of classmates, especially not in front of their homeroom teacher. It was akin to a slap in the face. If he did not react, he would struggle to hold his head high for the rest of the semester. Jiang Yapeng cursed angrily and charged at Lu Yu. Enough! Cold Tao's booming voice reverberated through the classroom, causing a buzz of chaos. Except for Lin Yi and a few others whose vitality scores exceeded 500, most students were left reeling from the force of his command. You too. Go stand outside and reflect on your behavior. Cold Tao, ablaze with fury, approached the pair, seizing an ear each and effortlessly ushering them out. Jiang Yapeng and Lu Yu, formerly brimming with bravado, were reduced to the demeanor of mice confronted by a cat. Upon returning, Cold Tao wore an expression of exasperation as he detailed the upcoming winter vacation plans before hastily exiting the classroom. He felt an overwhelming urge to request a transfer to teach younger students. Remaining in the senior year any longer might drive him mad. Damn Jiang Yapeng. If it weren't for Brother Tao, I'd have wiped the floor with him. Lu Yu fumed as he returned to Lin Yi, venting his frustration and then gesturing a middle finger at Jiang Yapeng. Jiang Yapeng's eyes reddened, his mouth moving soundlessly as he departed the classroom without another word. Lu Yu, having only seen Jiang Yapeng's lips move, turned to Lin Yi and asked, "What did that guy say?" Lin Yi cast a cool glance at him and replied, "He said to wait for you." "What the hell? That little punk. Where are you going, Lin?" Lu Yu exclaimed, ready to chase after Jiang Yapeng to confront him. However, he turned to see Lin Yi rising from his seat, making his way towards Shilin. For some reason, he felt a pang of jealousy. Shilin, the moment Shilin heard the voice behind her, she found herself rooted to the spot. Lin Yi, she responded softly, embodying the essence of a delicate girl. "Shall we go home together?" Lin Yi invited. Huh? Shilin looked up, blinking in surprise. Is this an invitation? Her heart raced. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. Lin Yi grasped Shilin's wrist, pulling her out of the classroom. Behind them, Lu Yu wore a look of utter disbelief. Oh, is Lin Yi planning to throw caution to the wind? At such a critical moment, he's embarking on a romance? Shilin was quite an attractive girl. If Lin Yi were to abandon his martial examination, he might lose the chance to be with someone as beautiful as her. It seemed unwise for Shilin to be with Lin Yi at this juncture. Given her looks, she could easily find companionship with someone like Hu Junwei or Zhang Zhen. Yet, she might have thought otherwise, as both Hu Junwei and Zhang Zhen were already taken. The sight of Lin Yi leading Shilin out caught the attention of many classmates, but scarcely anyone offered their blessings. In the current societal context, only those who became warriors could rise above the fray. Failing to become one would mean a lifetime of struggles over mundane concerns. Although Shilin currently favored Lin Yi, she might come to regret her choice in a few years. Lin Yi, could you please let go of me? Regaining her senses, Shilin spoke softly. Let go? Isn't it better this way? Lin Yi turned her head to glance at Shilin, the brightness of her eyes rendering Shilin somewhat dizzy. By the way, are you truly considering giving up on a martial arts examination? Lin Yi hadn't seen Shilin submit her application for the martial arts enhancement class. Well, my vitality score is just over 460. Even with diligent effort, I cannot possibly raise it by more than 50 points within 6 months. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shilin's eyes as she cast a furtive glance at Lin Yi, quietly inquiring, "So, which martial arts university do you plan to apply to?" She had felt quite elated when she learned that Lin Yi's vitality score was 478, especially when Lu Yu mentioned that Lin Yi should also consider applying to Guangzhou University. However, she ultimately did not hear Lin Yi's response. Therefore, despite not needing to come to school today, she made a special trip just to witness Lin Yi's decision firsthand. But alas, she was disheartened. Lin Yi still intended to take the martial arts examination. Consequently, she could only settle for the next best option. Wherever Lin Yi chose to apply, she would follow suit and apply to a comprehensive university there. Me? Lin Yi pondered seriously for a moment before responding. National Central Martial Arts University, Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, or perhaps National Defense Martial Arts University. These three institutions represent the pinnacle of martial arts education in Xia country. The National Central Martial Arts University was the first martial arts university established by the state during the Great Nirvana period. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was formed through the merger of the 13 top universities in the Imperial Capital prior to the Great Nirvana. Lastly, the National Defense Martial Arts University is affiliated with the military. In truth, it is considered the foremost martial arts university in Xia country. Although for the 198 years leading up to the Great Nirvana, it did not admit students from society. The more prestigious the school, the higher the score requirement. Before acquiring the system, Lin Yi wouldn't even dream of applying to these three martial arts universities. Merely contemplating it seemed audacious. For an ordinary martial arts university, a vitality score of 525 suffices to meet the admission threshold, while these three universities require at least a score of 550 or above. However now, a score of 550 is hardly significant. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from behind. Lin Yi turned around, astonished to see Lu Yu laughing heartily. "Why are you following me?" Lu Yu, momentarily breathless from laughing, felt as if he were being throttled like a chick. "Damn it, Lin Yi. Have you forgotten your friends for the sake of a girl? Didn't we agree to go to the martial arts hall together?" Lu Yu exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. "I know, you could have just waited for me at the school gate," Lin Yi retorted dismissively, waving his hand. "You don't think you stand out like a sore thumb?" Lu Yu pointed at Lin Yi, fuming. All right. You're quite the brother." He then turned to Shilin and asked, "This guy wants to apply to the National Central Martial Arts University. Do you believe it?" "I do," Shilin replied with unwavering conviction, nearly causing Lu Yu to spit blood in astonishment. He realized then that Lin Yi's every action was perceived as admirable in Shilin's eyes. "You're beyond saving." Lu Yu gazed at Shilin with pity before turning back to Lin Yi. "If you actually get into one of those three martial arts universities, I'll call you Dad." "Don't joke. I don't have a son as grand as you," Lin Yi replied with disdain. "Damn it." Lu Yu was about to raise his hand to slap Lin when someone shouted, "Lu Yu, you're quite shameless. Trying to be Lin Yi's son when he doesn't even want you." The trio turned towards the voice. "Jiang Yapeng, what are you doing here?" Lu Yu eyed Jiang Yapeng, who was blocking the path, with wariness. "What do you think? Of course, I'm waiting for you too." Jiang Yapeng's gaze fixed on Lin Yi and Lu Yu, filled with malice as if he wished to tear them apart. "Sure, Lin, this has nothing to do with you. If you need to leave, go quickly. Today's affairs are private matters between Lin Yi, Lu Yu, and me," Jiang Yapeng declared. Shilin quickly caught on, positioning herself in front of Lin Yi and Lu Yu, confronting Jiang Yapeng. "Jiang Yapeng, what do you intend to do?" "The school forbids students from fighting and seeking revenge outside. We're not far from the school. Tao Ge hasn't left yet. I could call him. How long do you think it would take him to arrive?" At that moment, Shilin, who usually appeared soft and gentle in front of Lin Yi, now exuded an impressive aura, overpowering Jiang Yapeng with her presence. Just then, one of Jiang Yapeng's companions, clad in a yellow jacket and sporting a crew cut, stepped forward. Ignoring Shilin, he nodded towards Lin Yi. "You must be Lin Yi. Today we can either spar, or you and Lu Yu can grovel to Jiang Yapeng. From now on, if he's around, you'll just have to take a different route. What do you say?" The crew cut boy glanced at Shilin and added, "Of course, if you two insist on reporting to the teacher, that is fine too. We'll just walk away." After saying this, he merely crossed his arms and awaited Lin Yi and Lu Yu's response. "Damn it, who do you think you are? If you want to fight, then fight. Stop all this prattle." Lu Yu's temper flared, and he removed his jacket, preparing to confront them. Lin Yi restrained him and turned to the crew cut boy. "You're Gu Haobo from Class 5, right? How much did Jiang Yapeng offer you to step in?" Lin Yi recognized Gu Haobo, the strongest in Class 5, a formidable opponent even among the seniors, particularly surpassing the top student of their class, Hu Junwei. However, Lin Yi had heard that Gu Haobo was a martial arts enthusiast, uninterested in becoming embroiled in student rivalries. 2 bottles of the junior nutrient solution from Hio 6 Factory. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on you. Just enough to leave you in pain for a couple of days, Gu Haobo candidly stated. Wow, what? Lin Yi and Lu Yu exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously looking at Jiang Yaping. Did this guy really have such a budget? A single bottle of the junior nutrient solution costs 5,000 yuan. 2 bottles amount to 10,000 yuan. No wonder Gu Haobo was tempted. Anyone would find it hard to resist. Lin Yi gazed at Jiang Yaping with envy, making him feel quite uneasy. Then he said, Jiang Yaping, let us negotiate. No negotiations. Jiang Yaping cut him off without a second thought, his teeth clenched in fury. Lin Yi, even if you beg for mercy now, I won't let you off the hook. Beg for mercy? Lin Yi feigned surprise, then waved his hand, lamenting, what I meant was, if you truly want to teach me a lesson, just say the word. Hand over those 2 bottles of nutrient solution. I'll bind my own hands, allowing you to hit and scold me as you please. If that still doesn't satisfy you, you can take Li Yu too. Huh? Li Yu was dumbfounded. Wait, are you really going this far? Not to mention Jiang Yaping and Gu Haobo. Everyone else was equally taken aback. They were all 16 or 17-year-olds, filled with youthful pride, especially those practicing martial arts. Even if you broke 2 of my bones, there was no way I'd submit. The essence of youth is to remain defiant. However, Lin Yi's reaction completely caught Jiang Yaping off guard. Just for 2 bottles of nutrient solution, he'd willingly bind himself and allow them to beat him. Jiang Yaping's teeth ground together in frustration. This guy was treating him like an idiot. Fine, you've still got some fight left in you at this point. No wonder you're my lifelong rival. Jiang Yaping seethed. Gu Haobo's expression was far from pleasant. He could not shake the feeling that Lin Yi's incessant chatter about those 2 basic nutrient solutions was a veiled jab at him. He strode forward, confronting Lin Yi with a fiery declaration. Lin Yi, your verbal prowess is commendable. Now let me see if your physical abilities are equally impressive. Lin Yi, still in a state of bewilderment, wondered why things had escalated so abruptly. Did he not speak from the heart? Those 2 bottles of hot pharmaceuticals nutrient solution were worth 10,000 yuan. Surely enduring a beating in exchange was a bargain. Lu Yu clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Old Lin, you got guts, truly deserving of being my brother. As martial artists, we must embody this spirit of defiance. Lu Yu then called out to Jiang Yaping and Gu Haobo. Jiang Yaping, are you relying on your numbers? Even if it comes to a beating, you'll never make us bow our heads. With that, he charged directly at Jiang Yaping, having long harbored disdain for him, determined to leave a memorable mark on his face. Lin Yi watched the chaos unfold, feeling incredulous. Was this how fight started? Winning would yield no benefits, while losing would result in a beating, a losing proposition indeed. However, with his good brother Lu Yu already engaged, Lin Yi could not merely stand by. Stay back and don't intervene. He instructed Lin before rushing forward. Be careful, Lin called out, her eyes filled with concern. Your opponent is me. Gu Haobo bellowed as Lin Yi advanced, twisting his wrist and launching a palm strike. This was not the Dragon Tiger fist taught in school. Lin Yi quickly discerned the telltale signs of Gu Haobo's unusual background. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. Gu Haobo's attack posed no threat to him. Ha! Lin Yi exclaimed, halting in his tracks, his spine arching like a drawn bow, channeling all his strength into his right arm before delivering a thunderous punch. Boom! The air crackled with the sound of impact. Upon collision, Gu Haobo's previously contemptuous demeanor shifted dramatically. A surge of force surged through him, causing his bones and organs to emit faint sounds of distress under the strain. Oomph! Gu Haobo grunted, his legs faltering as he involuntarily retreated 3 steps, despite his desperate efforts to remain grounded. Conversely, Lin Yi merely swayed his shoulder, his stance unwavering. Isn't your vitality just 478? Gu Haobo asked in shock. What kind of absurdity was this? How could his own vitality of 504 not withstand Lin Yi's punch? Lin Yi shook his hand, although he had pushed Gu Haobo back. His hand throbbed from the impact. This time, his superior vitality combined with the flawless execution of the Dragon Tiger fist had played a crucial role. Shall we continue? Lin Yi inquired, his tone unyielding. Continue what? Gu Haobo exclaimed, turning to Jiang Yaping. You played me for a fool. Jiang Yaping, who had been engaged in a fierce struggle with Lu Yu, was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's display of strength. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu landed a punch to Jiang Yaping's eye, transforming him into a panda-eyed spectacle. Not taking advantage of Jiang Yaping's predicament, Lu Yu kicked him to the ground, grinning as he said, "Now do you believe me, Jiang Yaping? I told you my brother's vitality exceeds 500. Jiang Yaping was in no condition to heed Lu Yu's words. Lin Yi's punch that had forced Gu Haobo back was still etched in his mind. Damn it, how did your vitality surge so dramatically? You're infuriating, Jiang Yaping. This matter ends here. Remember to deliver those 2 bottles of basic nutrient solution within 3 days, or else." Gu Haobo clenched his fist, wishing he could deliver another punch to Jiang Yaping's face, aligning it with his panda eyes. Today, he had lost face. Not only had he failed to teach Lin Yi a lesson, but he had also been schooled himself. Had it not been for the nutrient solutions, he would have ensured Jiang Yaping had an unforgettable New Year's memory. Lin Yi, I concede this time. I never anticipated our school harbored such a formidable talent as you. I deem you the strongest of our school. Let us meet again in the martial arts enhancement class next year. Gu Haobo was well within his rights to make such a declaration. Currently, within the entire school, few could claim to best him. Over the course of his 3 years in high school, he had secured first place in martial arts examinations more than half the time. Having uttered these words, Gu Haobo turned to leave, followed closely by his classmates. With their leader defeated, they knew further confrontation would be futile. Thus, a meticulously planned act of retribution concluded with a whimper. Chapter 9. Power and Martial Arts Association. Would you look at that? This Gu fellow has some finesse. Much better than that Jiang Yaping, Lu Yu remarked as he glanced at Jiang Yaping before approaching Lin Yi. What do we do about him? What to do? Murder is illegal, Lin Yi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yaping. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiang Yaping trembled and, inexplicably fueled with adrenaline, bolted away, cursing as he ran. Damn you, Lin Yi and Lu Yu. I will never submit. Just wait. Hey, you little brat, Lu Yu shouted, ready to chase after him. Enough. You must have forgotten that school resumes after the holidays. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Lin Yi grasped Lu Yu's arm. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Yu grumbled, then turned to Lin Yi. What do we do now? Don't you have something to attend to? Lin Yi inwided. Doi. Have I got anything to do? Lu Yu was momentarily thrown off by Lin Yi's question, struggling to recall any obligations. It was only when he noticed Lin, who was closely standing beside Lin Yi, that realization dawned on him. Ah, I remember now. I do have something. Lu Yu finally responded, signaling to Lin Yi. Wait for me. He then hastily disappeared around the corner. What else with him? Lin asked, puzzled. He genuinely has matters to attend to. I'll walk you home and then go find him, Lin Yi replied, taking Lin's hand. This time, she did not resist. She simply lowered her head, letting Lin Yi guide her, her mind occupied with a singular thought. Lin Yi's hand was so warm. Back already? Lin Yi observed as Lin entered her community. Just as he turned to head back to find Lu Yu, he heard Lu Yu's voice calling out. Why do you appear out of nowhere? Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the school gate? Lin Yi shot a disapproving look at Lu Yu, who had been lurking around the corner. Old Lin, you heartless soul. I was just worried about your safety. What if that Jiang Yaping sends someone after you? Please, with you around. I'd be more worried about them beating me up even harder. Lin Yi shook his head in disdain and walked over to Lu Yu, giving him a light slap on the back. What are you waiting for? I expect you to take me to the Martial Arts Association. Oh, right. Lu Yu recalled the matter and hurriedly caught up with Lin Yi, explaining as they walked. This martial arts club is called like Martial Arts Hall. The owner, Brother Nung, hails from the military. After his retirement, he gathered a group of brothers to establish the like mercenary corps, which now ranks among the top 10 mercenary groups in our Guangzhou Bay City. The like Martial Arts Hall is one of their enterprises. The mercenary corps wields considerable influence, consistently securing a substantial portion of official tasks in Guangzhou Bay City. According to my uncle, the leader, Brother Nung, has reached the late stage of bone forging, having nearly refined all 206 bones in his body. The next step for him is to undergo the transformation of muscle and marrow. That is the realm of marrow washing. In Guangzhou Bay City, he could reign supreme. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, let alone the realm of marrow washing. If I could step into the bone forging realm and become a martial artist, my life would be fulfilled. Rest assured, once I break through to the marrow washing realm, I will not forget you. I'll definitely lend you a hand so that you too can indulge in the martial artist life. Lin Yi patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, exuding a protective demeanor. "Brother, you truly are my own kin." Lu Yu expressed his gratitude with a touched countenance. They continued walking and soon arrived at a 7-story building. After the Great Nirvana, the constructions in various regions were not particularly tall. 10 stories was considered impressive. This was solely because taller buildings were more susceptible to attacks from airborne mutated beasts. The towering skyscrapers of the past, often exceeding 100 stories and 300 to 400 meters high, could no longer be fully covered by the current Bay City's defense systems. Even during defense periods, collateral damage was a risk. The presence of a 7-story building in the heart of Guangzhou Bay City by the Like Martial Arts Hall was a testament to its solid strength. "We have arrived. This is the place," Lu Yu announced to Lin Yi before leading him up the steps. "Apologies, gentlemen, but this is a private club and is not open to the public." Before they could enter, 2 burly men in uniform blocked their path. Despite halting Lin Yi and Lu Yu, their demeanor was not unfriendly. Lin Yi exchanged glances with Lu Yu, signaling him to take the lead. "Understood." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and addressed the 2 men. "I am Lu Yu, and I have a reservation." One of the men spoke into a walkie-talkie for a moment, then respectfully told Lin Yi and Lu Yu, "My apologies, gentlemen. Please proceed inside." "Thank you." Lin Yi and Lu Yu nodded politely as they entered. Upon stepping inside, a wave of warmth enveloped them, dispelling the chill clinging to their bodies. As they surveyed the reception area, they noticed that the lobby of the Like Martial Arts Hall spanned the 1st and 2nd floors, adorned with a grand character for martial hanging above, exuding a sense of grandeur. "Lu, classmate." While Lin Yi and Lu Yu were observing the layout, a girl in black work attire approached them, curiously calling out to them. "It's me." Lu Yu stepped forward. "Hello, Liu classmate, Im Han Ying. Manager Han has instructed me to lead you to the testing area." Han Jing's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. She was young and quite attractive, which Lu Yu certainly appreciated. In just 2 minutes, he could have asked her name and lineage. "This is the testing area, and our equipment is identical to that used in the National Martial Arts examinations. May I ask if you are ready to begin the testing?" "Lu, classmate." Han Jing maintained her smile throughout, but it was only at this moment that she finally managed to silence Lu Yu. Lu Yu opened his mouth, then sheepishly smiled and nudged Lin Yi forward. "Ahem, it's not me who will be tested. It's my brother." Han Jing smiled slightly and turned to Lin Yi, "This classmate. Please come here. We will start with the vital energy measurement." Following Han Jing, Lin Yi arrived at a piece of equipment. Under her guidance, he positioned himself on the apparatus, and soon he saw Han Jing manipulating the controls on the display screen, causing the energy conduits around the device to illuminate. The numbers on the screen surged rapidly, surpassing 500 in a matter of moments. 512. Han Jing was astonished and couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. She had not anticipated that this boy, who appeared younger than herself, would possess such a high vitality value. Chapter 10. Data Beyond Imagination. "Classmate, how old are you this year?" Han Jing couldn't resist asking. 17. Lin Yi replied, somewhat puzzled by her inquiry but not withholding the truth. His birthday was at the end of May. 17 already. Han Jing's astonishment grew. A few years ago, her vitality value had barely reached 500 at that age. Observing the boy's attire, it was evident he did not come from a particularly affluent family. Yet at just 17, achieving a vitality value of 512 was no small feat. Han Jing recalled her uncle's words from a few days prior and decided to inform him after Lin Yi completed his testing. "Classmate, let's proceed with the other measurements. Over here is the speed test, and there is the punching power test, while that area is for reaction time testing. Which one would you like to start with?" Han Jing looked at Lin Yi with curiosity, eager for the upcoming tests. "Let's start with punching power," Lin Yi contemplated before responding. "Please follow me." Han Jing led Lin Yi and Lu Yu to another machine, an enclosed device surrounded on 3 sides by punching power sensors. "Let us begin." Lin Yi nodded at Han Jing, who pressed the control button. "Hiya!" Lin Yi shouted, unleashing the full force of his perfected Dragon Tiger fist. His fist, imbued with terrifying strength, struck the sensors with tremendous impact. Boom! 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 A rapid succession of sounds echoed like a drumbeat, resonating loudly in the spacious testing area. The sheer volume was particularly jarring. Even from a distance, Lu Yu could feel his eardrums vibrating. Incredible! This was Lu Yu's first genuine experience of Lin Yi's power. Previously, during his skirmish with Gu Haobo, it had been a fleeting encounter, and he had not perceived the full extent of Lin Yi's strength while dealing with Jiang Yaping. Only now did he grasp the vast gulf that lay between them. After several minutes, Lin Yi completed a full set of Dragon Tiger Fist and finally paused. Slightly out of breath, he turned to Han Jing and asked, "Miss Han, is it done?" "Yes, all set." Han Jing regained her composure and approached the device to examine the collected data. Normal punching power, 567 kilograms. Average punching power, 574 kilograms. Maximum punching power, 629 kilograms. The more Han Jing scrutinized the data, the more astonished she became. Such figures were hardly typical for someone merely stepping into the realm of martial arts apprentices' vitality realm. Generally, novices entering the martial arts apprentice realm would achieve a normal punching power of around 450 kilograms and a maximum punching power of 550 kilograms, which was already commendable. Now, Lin Yi's data exceeded the average by nearly 100 kilograms. Is that impressive? Even Lin Yi, oblivious as he was, could discern from Han Jing's reaction that his results were extraordinary. Very impressive. Han Jing nodded earnestly and remarked, "You are, without a doubt, the most remarkable individual I have encountered at the age of 17. A true genius." Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi, as if she yearned to immediately relay the events unfolding here to her uncle. Was not this young man the finest target for their Liker mercenary corps? However, she ultimately restrained her excitement and inquired, "Which test shall we conduct next?" "Speed," Lin Yi replied. "Then follow me." The assessment of speed and reaction time was significantly swifter than that of strength. Lin Yi achieved an astonishing speed of 147 meters per second, surpassing the average of martial arts apprentices, which stood at 126.7 meters. His reaction time registered at 0.94 seconds, also exceeding the average of 1.2 seconds. A genius. Han Jing gazed at Lin Yi with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "What is your name, dear classmate?" "Lin Yi, with Lin as in double, wouldn't meaning joy in life," he answered. "What a splendid name." Han Jing produced her phone and said, "Lin, please share your number. Good fortune shall be seeking you in the coming days." "Good fortune?" Lin Yi glanced at Lu Yu, who merely shook his head and asked, "Jing Jia, what kind of good fortune are we talking about? Can you reveal a bit?" Lin Yi admired Lu Yu. It took less than an hour for him to be on familiar terms with Jing Jia. "That is a secret." Han Ying Mointonet Hasmida, playfully wagging her finger at Lu Yu. Then she turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Please hold on a moment. I will retrieve your report." Shortly thereafter, Han Jing returned, handing Lin Yi the neatly bound test report. "Here you go, Lin. Remember to keep your phone on. You never know when someone might reach out." Lin Yi accepted the report, nodding in understanding. Judging by Han Jing's demeanor, it was certainly not a bad omen. Upon exiting the Liker Martial Arts Center, Lu Yu enthusiastically embraced Lin Yi. Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Yi was taken aback by Lu Yu's sudden gesture. "Good heavens, Lin Yi, you are absolutely incredible. My goodness," Lu Yu exclaimed, clinging to Lin Yi's neck and babbling excitedly. From Han Jing's reaction, it was clear that his good friend Lin Yi's statistics were exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have reacted in such a manner. "Man, I'm so envious." Lu Yu's admiration for Lin Yi's talent was palpable. Yet, despite his jealousy, he felt nothing but joy for Lin Yi's achievements. "Are you trying to choke me? Let go." Lin Yi managed to pry Lu Yu off him, then proudly declared, "Don't worry, my father keeps his promises. If there's food for me, there's food for you too." Watching Lin Yi patting his chest with pride, Lu Yu showered him with even more flattery, disregarding formalities in his address. Soon the two parted ways, and as Lin Yi watched Lu Yu's departing figure, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, my son, I promise to elevate you to great heights in this life." Upon returning home, it was nearly noon, and once again the house was empty. Lin Yi made his way to the kitchen, gathering all the meat available, intending to prepare a hearty meal before his training. The memory of that sudden wave of exhaustion during the last assessment had genuinely frightened him. To avoid being drained during the next evaluation, he needed to prepare adequately. Lin Yi took out a substantial piece of Siberian beef, processed it simply, and placed it in the oven. After approximately an hour, he had perfectly roasted all the Siberian beef. The golden, glistening meat emanated an irresistible aroma, prompting Lin Yi to indulge heartily. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yi took a half-hour break, then donned his training attire and ventured into the courtyard, assuming the stance of the dragon and tiger stance. Upon commencing, Lin Yi immediately sensed a distinct difference. The energy within him surged rapidly, its speed exceeding that of previous sessions by a full third. Is this the perfected dragon and tiger stance? Lin Qian felt a surge of exhilaration, wondering if this implied his training speed had indeed increased by a third compared to before. Chapter 11. Ouch, what are you doing? At the Liker Martial Arts Center, Han Qing organized the data, which consisted entirely of Lin Yi's test statistics, and made her way to the 7th floor. The entire facility comprised 4 levels dedicated to the Liker Martial Arts Center, while the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors belonged to the Liker Mercenary Corps, with the 7th floor serving as the office area for the higher-ups. Han Qing ascended to the 7th floor and paused at the door of a room marked with the title of General Manager of the Liker Martial Arts Center. "Uncle," she called as she pushed the door open, addressing the man inside. The man, whom Han Qing referred to as her uncle, was around 40 years old, somewhat portly. Yet his striking features suggested he must have been quite handsome in his youth. "Have you arrived?" Han Yu rubbed his temples and gestured for Han Qing to come closer. "Make me a cup of tea." Han Qing set down the materials she was carrying and walked over to the tea station, skillfully preparing the tea. Moments later, she presented a steaming cup of strong tea before Han Yu. "Thank you." Han Yu took the cup without hesitation, drinking deeply. Finally feeling somewhat revived, he spat out the tea leaves, letting out a long sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon the materials Han Qing had laid on the table. Immediately recognizing they contained data about an individual, he reached for the documents, skimming past the name and other preliminary information, turning directly to the page containing vital statistics. Vital energy value, 512. Ordinary punching power, 567 kilograms. Average punching power, 574 kilograms. Maximum punching power, 629 kilograms. Maximum speed, 147 meters per second. Maximum reaction speed, 0. 94 seconds. The more Han Yu read, the more astonished he became, particularly when he noticed the age listed as 17. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Xiao Qing, are these statistics accurate?" "Of course." Han Qing relished her uncle's astonishment and replied, "Uncle, Lin Qian possesses immense potential. His statistics are among the best of his peers in Guangzhou as high schools, entirely meeting the standards of our Liker Mercenary Corps." Indeed, Han Yu recalled a few promising candidates he had previously scouted. Although Lin Yi's vital energy value does not surpass that of Wang Dong from Guangzhou Experimental High School or Chen Weiwei from the 7th High School, his punching power, speed, and reaction time all exceed theirs. Moreover, Wang Dong has already declined our offer, opting for the Xingye Sword Mercenary Corps. If Lin Qian were to join us, it would surely benefit our future recruitment efforts. Han Qing thought of Lin Qian, who was just 17 yet exuded a serious demeanor, and said cheerfully, "In that case, I shall notify him myself. Surely, he won't refuse a beautiful girl like me." No, Han Yu did not agree to let Han Qing approach Lin Qian, instead asserting, "I will arrange for someone to make contact." "Oh, very well then." Han Qing felt somewhat disappointed, but remembering she had Lin Yi's contact information, she refrained from further protest. "You won't let me handle it? I will take charge regardless." The thought of impressing her uncle by securing Lin Yi's allegiance brought her joy. "Uncle, you carry on with your work," she said with a parting remark before hastily departing. "This girl." Han Yu shook his head and dialed a number. "Fourth brother." "It's me, Lin Qian." Glistening with perspiration, Lin Qian gasped as he gazed at the countdown on his watch. As the timer reached 0, the long silent system notification chimed once more. Host Lin Qian. Vitality, 674. Cultivation level, initial stage of Qi Blood Realm. Martial Arts, Dragon Tiger Stance, E grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Tiger Fist, E grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown, 2359. 674. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The day's training had elevated his vitality by an impressive 153 points. He couldn't contain his excitement and let out a shout, quickly covering his mouth, realizing it was the dead of night. Marvelous. Unable to resist the urge, Lin Qian shed his damp clothing, performing several flips in the courtyard clad only in his thin undergarments. Yet, even this could not sufficiently express the exhilaration bubbling within him. A vitality of 674, achieved in merely 2 days. This meant that in just 3 more days he could step into the bone-tempering realm and become a true martial artist. The very thought ignited a fervent glow in his eyes. Becoming a martial artist was the aspiration of every individual. In today's world, while humanity had firmly established itself, the Blue Star remained fraught with peril, not to mention the 7 treacherous forbidden zones within the country. The incessant emergence of evil cults and minor beast tides posed a profound threat to everyone's safety. Martial artists stood as the backbone of human society, enjoying a revered social status. Furthermore, once one became a martial artist, the government would dispense a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan along with 4 bottles of basic nutritional fluid, with the only stipulation being to heed the state's commands and edicts at certain times. If he became a martial artist and secured that monthly salary, his parents would no longer need to toil early and late at their grocery store. After a prolonged bout of exhilaration, Lin Yi's excitement gradually subsided, only for the familiar sensation of fatigue to wash over him once again. Fortunately, he was prepared this time. He mustered his strength and made his way to the kitchen, devouring the roasted meat he had prepared earlier. Wait a moment, Lin, is there a thief in the house? Just as Lin Yi was relishing his meal, the voice of his mother, Yang Lan, echoed from outside. Stay here. I'll go check it out, Lin Ruohai whispered. Be careful, Yang Lan responded, her expression laced with worry. Lin Ruohai stealthily approached the front door, discovering it ajar, and proceeded with even greater caution. Quietly crossing the threshold, he seized the iron rod behind the door and stealthily made his way towards the kitchen. You scoundrel! How dare you come to our house to steal? Today, I shall make you pay dearly, Lin Ruohai roared, raising the iron rod to strike at the shadow in the kitchen. Bang! This was followed by a piercing scream, and the entire Lin household erupted into chaos. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi sat with an ice pack on his left arm, a look of grievance etched across his face. Father, what were you thinking? Just as he was enjoying his meal, his father had indiscriminately struck him with the iron rod. Though it wasn't fatal, he had braced his arm against the blow in haste, leaving his left arm bruised and swollen. Ahem, I thought a thief had entered the house, Lin Ruohai replied, his embarrassment evident. You, staying up late without a light on, hiding in the kitchen to sneak a bite. Isn't that inviting trouble? Chapter 12. Lin Ruohai. Life is tough. Son, come here. I prepared a hot towel for you with some liquor. Quickly apply it, and I'll massage it for you later, Yang Lan said, placing the warm towel on Lin Yi's left arm, her heart aching for him, before turning to give Lin Ruohai a slap. You fool, can't you see? How could you not recognize your own son before striking? Look at the force you used. What if you broke his arm? He is about to take his college entrance exams. Listen, Lin, if anything happens to the child, I will not let this go. Amedian lanes furious tirade. Lin Ruohai felt helpless, akin to a child himself. The mention of potential aftereffects made him increasingly anxious. Shall we go to the hospital? Lin Ruohai proposed. Yang Lan appeared somewhat swayed and responded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Seeing that his parents were intent on taking him to the hospital, Lin Yi hastily interjected, Mom, Dad, it's not that serious. Look. Lin Yi removed the hot towel, revealing his left arm, where the redness and swelling had indeed diminished somewhat. See, I'm recovering quite quickly. Moreover, it's the dead of night. Who knows if there's even anyone on duty at the hospital? Noticing the lingering worry on their faces, Lin Yi reassured them, rest assured. If I still feel unwell by morning, I will go to the hospital immediately. How about that? Yang Lan glanced at Lin Ruohai, who nodded in agreement, and she said, All right, we will do as you say. If you still feel unwell tomorrow, we will go to the hospital. Son, do take care. This concerns your martial arts examination next year. Lin Yi quickly nodded, assuring them, Mom, you needn't worry. I wouldn't joke about my future. Upon hearing Lin Yi's promise, Lin Ruohai and Yang Lan finally relented. Lin Ruohai retrieved 2 small packages, labeled with the words Southern Biology, from his bag and handed them to Lin Yi. Son, these are 2 bottles of basic nutritional fluid. You should take them. Lin Yi instinctively shifted backwards and replied, Dad, I forgot to mention, my vitality has already surpassed 500. I really don't need this nutritional fluid. Please return it tomorrow. Those 2 bottles of basic nutritional fluid from Southern Biology were worth at least 7,000 yuan. With 5 or 6 months remaining until the college entrance exams, that amounted to nearly 40,000 yuan, equivalent to more than half a year's income for their family. Recalling the conversation he had overheard the previous night between his parents, Lin Yi felt an even deeper pang of regret. Take them, Lin Ruohai insisted, pressing the 2 bottles of nutritional fluid into Lin Yi's hands. Dad understands your intentions, but remember, don't feel pressured. Just do your best. Lin, he was at a loss for words. His parents clearly still doubted him. Dad, Mom, wait a moment. He placed the nutritional fluid on the table and dashed to his bedroom to retrieve the test report. Look, Mom and Dad, my vitality has truly surpassed 500. With a decisive motion, Lin slammed the report onto the table for his parents to see. Is this really true? Lin Ruohai picked up the report and scrutinized it. While he couldn't comprehend much, the figure 512 in the vitality column was unmistakable. So, you're not trying to deceive us, are you? Yonglan asked, her expression one of disbelief. Mom, would I joke about such a thing? Lin pointed at the words Lico Martial Arts Academy at the bottom of the report, saying, these data were specifically tested at the Martial Arts Academy. Do you see? Lico Martial Arts Academy. If you still don't believe me, how about I take you both there tomorrow to inquire personally? Lin Ruhai and Yonglan were well aware of their son's character. They believed wholeheartedly that he would never deceive them. Their disbelief stemmed solely from the astonishing nature of the news. 512. Old Lin, wasn't the cutoff score for last year's martial arts examination 525? That means our son is merely 13 points away from the threshold, and with over 5 months left. Does this imply that our son is on track to secure a place in a martial arts university? Yonglan's eyes turned red as she spoke. Indeed, Lin Ruhai echoed, his hands trembling with excitement as he held the data report. Their son was destined for greatness. At last, you believe me. Then pushed the 2 bottles of primary nutritional solution back across the table, stating, now that you believe, there is really no need for the primary nutritional solution, right? Absolutely not. Lin Ruhai and Yonglan said in unison. But my vitality level has already reached 512. With 5 months remaining, I can surely surpass the 525 cutoff. Wouldn't it be a waste of money to continue using the primary nutritional solution? Lin, he found himself at a loss. Was it a given that he had to use the primary nutritional solution? Precisely because your vitality level has reached 512, you must not become complacent. Henceforth, 2 bottles of primary nutritional solution each month are mandatory. The 525 cutoff is merely the minimum target. The higher your vitality, the better. Imagine if you could gain admission to the National Central Martial Arts University or the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University or the National Defense Martial Arts University. Wouldn't that be even more commendable? Lin Ruhai and Yonglan's eyes sparkled. Their son's admission to a martial arts university would certainly bring them pride, but acceptance into the National Central Martial Arts University, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, or the National Defense Martial Arts University would be even more prestigious. All right, son, heed your parents' advice. Quickly absorb those 2 bottles of primary nutritional solution. Although your vitality level is already 512, you cannot afford to slacken. Your parents are counting on you to bring them honor. Yonglan said, with a cheerful expression, giving Lin a kiss before urging, it's getting late. Hurry back to rest. Your father and I will also turn in for the night. As he watched his parents excitedly retreat into their bedroom, Lin opened his mouth but could only despondently return to the sofa. Fine. I'll just return these 2 bottles of primary nutritional solution myself. Lin shook his head, abandoning the idea of convincing his parents. He had already seen that the 2 bottles of primary nutritional solution from Southern Biology were purchased from state-run pharmacy and could be returned for a full refund as long as they remained unopened. He planned to find time to return them tomorrow. The night passed without incident. Lin slept soundly, but Lin Ruhai and Yonglan, in the adjacent room, found themselves unable to rest. Thus, when Lin awoke the next day, he immediately noticed the dark circles under his parents' eyes. Mom, Dad, you 2 didn't stay up all night, did you? Lin asked as he leaned over the table, picking at his breakfast. It's all your father's fault. Yonglan quickly placed the blame on Lin Ruhai, complaining he insisted on dragging me to research which martial arts university is superior. If you ask me, it's undoubtedly the National Central Martial Arts University, the Imperial Capital University, or the National Defense Martial Arts University. Can any other schools compare? Lin Ruhai wanted to retort, but ultimately remained silent, for it was indeed he who had suggested searching for schools. Though it was Yonglan who had been genuinely enthusiastic about it. But what if he doesn't get into one of those 3 martial arts universities? Lin Ruhai finally managed to utter. Smack! Before he could finish, he received a slap. Lin Ruhai, my life is hard. Chapter 13, Profiteering. Just be quiet. My son is exceptionally talented, he will undoubtedly gain admission to any of the National Central Martial Arts University, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, or the National Defense Martial Arts University. Yang Lan glared fiercely at Lin Ruhai. Under her fierce gaze, Lin Ruhai could only tremble. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his eyes. Indeed, in every mother's eyes, her son is the finest. Mom, don't worry. I promise to bring home the top score in the National Martial Arts examination next year. Lin Yi stated earnestly. I believe in you. Yang Lan ripped it, her face filled with delight. Yes, yes, son, I believe in you too. Lin Ruhai quickly chimed in, eager to redeem himself. Yang Lan shot Lin Ruhai a glance and snorted, saying, at least you have some sense. Lin Ruhai chuckled nervously, hastily spouting auspicious phrases to please his wife. He certainly did not want to end up sleeping on the couch tonight. Lin Yi smiled at his bickering parents before retreating to his room. As for the 2 bottles of primary nutritional solution, he took them back to his room. That night, Lin Yi enjoyed a peaceful sleep, while 2 other members of the household were left tossing and turning. Good morning, Mom. In the early morning, Lin Yi emerged from his room, yawning. Yang Lan poked her head out from the kitchen, saying, son, you're awake? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You've been working so hard lately. You must take care of your health. While it's wonderful that your vitality level has increased, as a mother, my primary concern is still your well-being. I slept well last night. By the way, where's Dad? Lin Yi inquired, as he expected his father to have already emerged if he were home. Your father went out? Yang Lan replied, her expression slightly uneasy. Out? Lin Yi thought little of it, assuming his father had gone for a jog. Just as he was about to wash up, he heard Lin Ruhai's voice ringing out. Honey, you won't believe how exhilarating my run was. Oh, son, you're awake? Lin Ruhai, upon seeing Lin Yi, momentarily froze, instinctively hiding a few sheets of paper behind his back. Dad, what is that you're holding? Lin Yi asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing, just... Lin Ruhai feigned nonchalance, waving the papers in his hand. Isn't this my examination report? Why are you taking it out so early? Lin Yi's keen eyes quickly recognized the papers in his father's hand. After all, it was his vitality report. Ahem. Well, I just wanted to take a look. I didn't get a good look last night, Lin Ruhai said, maintaining a composed facade. Really? Uncle Xian Chong and Uncle Wang, Kai must be quite envious, huh? Lin Yi asked nonchalantly. Uncle Xian Chong and Uncle Wang, Kai had been longtime neighbors, and Lin Yi was well aware of his father's intentions. Absolutely. The moment they saw that your vitality level had reached 512, they were all stunned. They couldn't stop praising you, saying you'd surely get into the National Central Martial Arts University or one of those top 3 martial arts universities. I felt so proud, Lin Ruhai said excitedly, though his voice dwindled as he noticed Lin Yi's teasing gaze. Ultimately, he defensively added, well, I just wanted the neighbors to know this good news. Lin Yi couldn't help but find his father's attempts at justification amusing. Yet he felt a pang of sadness. What was wrong with wanting to boast about his son? Lin Yi reflected on his previous life, where he had achieved nothing by the age of 31, having never given his parents a reason to feel proud. Observing his somewhat bashful father, Lin Yi took a deep breath, his nose slightly tinged with discomfort, and earnestly declared, Dad, I shall strive to achieve the distinction of being the top candidate in the National Martial Arts examination, so you can boast about it every day. Lin Ruhai gazed at his son, who wore a serious expression, and chuckled. All right then, I'll be waiting. After their meal, Lin Ruhai and Yang Lan departed to tend to their small shop, while Lin Yi resolved to first visit the market to procure some meat. With the protection of the system, his training progressed rapidly, yet the consumption of food was substantial. Upon arriving at the market, Lin Yi discovered not only vendors offering various common meats, but also those selling exotic beast meat. However, the presentation left much to be desired, as they were merely scraps. Yet each stall selling exotic beast meat was bustling with crowds. Lin Yi squeezed his way in, but upon glancing at the price tags, he promptly retreated. A pound of exotic beast meat cost nearly 900 coins. Far too exorbitant. Is this money so easily earned? Lin Yi couldn't help but scoff. Ah, young man, you wouldn't understand the value of money without bearing the burdens of life. Even the most basic first-tier exotic beasts are comparable to human martial arts apprentices. Not to mention that most first-tier exotic beasts are social creatures. Even the most ordinary martial artists must tread carefully, as a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives in the wild. If you find it too expensive, you could always venture into the wilderness yourself. Although Lin Yi spoke softly, the stall owner heard him. The vendor, a young man in his late 20s, wore only a tank top and shorts despite the chilly indoor temperature, seemingly impervious to the cold. With a sneer, he gestured to the exotic beast meat on his stall, saying, "Don't be deceived by these scraps. They are in high demand. If you can procure exotic beast meat, Zhao Dali will buy it all." As if to validate Zhao Dali's assertion, the exotic beast meat at the stall sold out within mere minutes. Zhao Dali, counting the greasy bills, flicked them with pride and nodded at Lin Yi. "Is that true?" Lin Yi asked suddenly. Zhao Dali stuffed the bills into his pocket, eyeing Lin Yi with skepticism. "What? You really have exotic beast meat?" "Not at the moment, but perhaps in the future. After all, didn't you say you'd take as much as I could provide?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. Zhao Dali couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Of course, I keep my word. As long as you have exotic beast meat, Zhao Dali, will buy as much as you have." The market price for exotic beast meat varied based on quality. "For the scraps I just mentioned, I'll offer you 460 coins per pound." Zhao Dali boasted arrogantly. "I can guarantee this price is the highest in the entire market." Buying at 460 coins per pound, selling at 928 coins, that's a profit margin of nearly 50%. Lin Yi was astounded by the vast profits involved. An exotic beast would yield dozens of pounds of meat, right? At the base price of 460 coins per pound, 20 pounds would amount to nearly 10,000 coins. 50 pounds to 25,000 and 100 pounds to 50,000. Good heavens! Taking down an exotic beast would equate to what my parents painstakingly earn in an entire year. No wonder everyone aspires to become a martial artist. Chapter 14. Declining the offer. Lin Yi exchanged contact information with Zhao Dali, who said, "Brother, if you have a way to obtain exotic beast meat, just give me a call, and I'll come and buy it directly." Lin Yi was more than willing, nodding in agreement. "No problem. I might just have to trouble you in the future, Brother Zhao. Small matter." Zhao Dali waved his hand dismissively. Once Lin Yi departed, a nearby lackey asked, "Brother Dali, you don't actually believe that kid, do you? He isn't even matured yet. Where would he get exotic beast meat?" Zhao Dali lit a cigarette and playfully knocked the lackey on the head, saying, "Are you foolish? I don't care where he gets it. As long as he has it, I'll buy it, cash in hand upon delivery. It's that simple. Why worry about it? Get lost, hurry, and pack up. We're going back." After leaving Zhao Dali's stall, Lin Yi proceeded to his usual vendor, purchasing 10 pounds of Siberian beef and 2 rabbits, spending less than 50 coins in total. "Hey, Yuezi." Upon returning home, Lin Yi received a call from Lu Yu. "Old Lin, come quickly, I have great news." Lu Yu exclaimed over the phone. However, no matter how much Lin Yi pressed, Lu Yu refused to reveal the good news. Lin Yi had no choice but to set down his items and ride his bike swiftly to Lu Yu's house. "You finally made it. Come in." As soon as Lin Yi arrived, Lu Yu pulled him inside. Lu Yu's house was similar to Lin Yi's, both featuring courtyards, but his was significantly larger and far more lavishly decorated. The courtyard alone spanned over 400 square meters, with half of it transformed into a small martial arts training area. As Lin Yi followed Lu Yu into the yard, he immediately spotted a tall figure by the training area. "Uncle Yu! Uncle Yu!" Both Lu Yu and Lin Yi greeted the man in unison. "You're here?" Upon seeing Lin Yi, Yukinen's originally stern expression melted like ice, revealing a warm smile. He assessed Lin Yi and nodded. "Not bad. Your vitality has indeed increased significantly." Yesterday, upon hearing from Lu Yu that he would take Lin Yi to the Martial Arts Association for a vitality assessment, he hadn't thought much of it, merely greeting his old friend's son before forgetting about them. However, he unexpectedly received a call from his old friend in the afternoon, requesting a favor. The Liker Martial Arts Association was interested in recruiting Lin Yi as a reserve member. Initially, he found it curious. Lin, whom he had watched grow up, was indeed diligent, but the path of a martial artist prioritizes talent alongside determination. Given Lin Yi's talent, he hardly met the Liker Martial Arts Association standards. Yet everything changed upon learning that Lin Yi's vitality had reached 512. Since it was an old friend's request, he naturally wished to assist, but he also recognized Lin Yi as a young man he had watched grow up, so it was essential to respect Lin Yi's own wishes. After some contemplation, Yukinen said, "The Liker Martial Arts Association you visited yesterday has expressed interest in bringing you in as a reserve member of the Liker Mercenary Corps." Pausing for a moment to allow Lin Yi to absorb the information, he continued, "If you join them, you will receive a monthly salary of 10,000 coins for your expenses, along with 2 vials of primary nutrient solution each month. And they will provide you with 3D-grade martial arts techniques for your training. Lin, he was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. Uncle Yu, please convey my decision to the Liker Martial Arts Association. I still intend to participate in next year's martial arts examination and aim for martial arts university. Yu Qian chuckled. You needn't worry about that. Although you joined the Liker Martial Arts Association, you are still young and can certainly continue participating in the martial arts examination and attend university. These benefits will remain unchanged, with the sole requirement being that you return to the Liker Martial Arts Association or the Liker Mercenary Corps after graduation. Lin Yi understood now. This was essentially a targeted training program for martial artists. The Liker Martial Arts Association or the Liker Mercenary Corps would sponsor him through 4 years of martial arts university, expecting his service in return after graduation. He found nothing difficult to accept about aligning himself with a particular faction. Throughout history, which formidable warrior has truly fought alone, who has not had a multitude of supporters behind them? The only point of contention is that the remuneration offered by Li Ku is exceedingly meager. Yu Shu, I do not intend to contemplate this matter in the near future. If I were to consider it, I would wait until after the National Martial Arts examination concludes. Lin Qian remarked to Yu Qian. Come on, old Lin, the terms provided by Li Ku Martial Arts Academy are remarkably favorable. Why do you refuse? Lu Yu, witnessing Lin Yi's rejection of the Academy's overtures, became increasingly anxious. However, Yu Qian, after a moment's contemplation, grasped Lin Yi's perspective. Very well, Yu Qian responded with a smile. It appears you possess considerable confidence in yourself. He silently apologized to his old comrade in his heart. Lin Yi chuckled, but remained silent. He was not surprised that Yu Qian could discern his thoughts. Although the benefits from Li Ku Martial Arts Academy were substantial, what if he were to emerge as the top scorer in the National Martial Arts examination next year? Lin Yi firmly believed that by then, the offer would no longer be the same. What are you two playing at with your cryptic dialogue? Lu Yu felt a sense of intellectual isolation. Fine. In order for both of you to achieve commendable results in next year's examination, I shall dedicate a day each weekend to tutor you two. Striving for both of you to gain admission to the Martial Arts University, Yu Qian declared, glancing at Lu Yu with a stern expression. As for Lin Yi, I have no worries, but if you dare to slack off, I shall ensure you regret it. Hearing Yu Qian's words, Lu Yu panicked. Uncle, that was not how we agreed to start. You know my abilities. I wouldn't even reach the passing score, even if I worked myself to exhaustion. Enough of the excuses. There is no room for negotiation. How can you know you cannot succeed unless you give a try? Yu Qian remained unmoved. Lin Yu understood from the exchange between the two that Yu Shu's intention to allocate a day each week for their guidance was entirely due to Lu Yu's influence, aimed at ensuring his stable admission to the martial arts university. Lin Yi tugged at Lu Yu, who was still arguing with Yu Shu, and said, What is the matter? Are you truly not planning to take the martial arts university entrance exam with me? Don't let it be that I become a renowned warrior while you remain an insignificant figure, feeling discontented. Ridiculous. Lu Yu, turning his thoughts around, realized the truth of Lin Yi's words. They had promised to become warriors together and enjoy the fruits of their labor. If his good friend were to gain admission to the martial arts university and become a warrior while he remained a nobody, wouldn't that put him at a disadvantage? Damn it, old Lin, don't get too smug. I will definitely gain admission to the martial arts university. Lu Yu declared to Yu Qian, Uncle, you must help me. I absolutely must gain admission to that martial arts university. Chapter 15. The shock of perfect level martial arts techniques, seeing that Lu Yu had finally changed his mind. Yu Qian gratefully nodded at Lin Yi. As long as you follow my guidance over the next 5 months, admission to the martial arts university is assured. Yu Qian said with a smile. Rest assured, Uncle, I will definitely heed your advice. Lu Yu promptly assured. Merely saying it is not enough. Yu Qian, well aware of his nephew's character, disregarded Lu Yu's discontent and, with a serious expression, stated, The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Beyond talent, only diligence will pave the way. Both of you first demonstrate the dragon and tiger stance and dragon and tiger fist for me to observe. Lu Yu, somewhat unwilling, protested, Uncle, these two techniques are rather trivial. Could you not teach me something more formidable? Preferably something that would allow me to become capable of defeating 10 opponents at once. He glanced at Lin Yi and added, By the way, include old Lin as well. Lin Yi, touched, gave him a pat, and said, if you were to practice, then practice. It just so happens that I can give you a glimpse of my dragon and tiger stance and dragon and tiger fist. With that, Lin moved aside and assumed the stance with a dragon and tiger stance. The journey of cultivation emphasizes the four pillars: method, companion, resources, and place. The method refers to the techniques of cultivation, such as dragon and tiger stance and dragon and tiger fist. The companion is not merely a romantic partner, but rather refers to mentors or peers in the path of cultivation. Resources pertain to the materials necessary for cultivation, such as basic nutritional solutions. The place refers to the environment of cultivation. Among these four, the method and companion are paramount. Although Lin was unaware of Yushu's true cultivation level, he was certain that he was indeed a formal martial artist who had reached the bone refinement stage. The cultivation level of his elder brother, Tao, was no secret. He was at the first level of bone refinement, having refined 12 bones of his limbs. Comparing their auras, Lin realized that Yushu undoubtedly surpassed Tao. How could Lin squander the opportunity to receive guidance from Yushu? All right, I am eager to see what remarkable skills you possess, old Lin. Lu Yu, unwilling to be outdone, also took up the stance. Excellent stance. Yu Qian immediately recognized Lin Yi's extraordinary talent and could not help but exclaim in admiration. He then strode over to Lin Yi, placing his calloused hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi felt a tremendous force surging through him, causing his dragon and tiger stance to waver. Lin Yi pressed his lips tightly, focusing on his dantian, grounding himself, and stabilizing his previously unsteady posture. Even Yu Qian could not help but be astonished, though he had not exerted excessive force. It was not something a mere novice in the blood chi stage could withstand. Have you perfected the stance? Yu Qian inquired after a careful assessment. You noticed? Lin Yu replied, astonished. He had not intentionally showcased his abilities, yet it had been discerned at first glance. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Yu Qian was even more surprised. The dragon and tiger stance, introduced in their third year of high school, had been mastered by Lin Yi in just over 3 months to the level of perfection. While the dragon and tiger stance is the most basic martial technique, achieving perfection within 3 months is not something just anyone can accomplish. If he had perfected the dragon and tiger stance, what about the dragon and tiger fist? Martial arts proficiency levels. Entry level, proficient, perfect. What are you two discussing? What do you mean by perfect level? Lu Yu asked in confusion, taking a while to comprehend before turning to Lin. No way. Have you truly mastered the dragon and tiger stance to perfection? Heaven help us. He had only just achieved proficiency in the dragon and tiger stance a few days prior. Ignoring Lu Yu, Yu Qian instructed Lin Yi demonstrate the dragon and tiger fist. Lin Yi nodded, then suddenly stepped forward, assuming the stance for the dragon and tiger fist. A chilling aura emanated from him. Ha! Lin Yi shouted, his figure resembling a dragon, his fist like thunder, even startling Lu Yu beside him. In a daze, Lu Yu thought he heard the roars of a dragon and a tiger. My goodness, did old Lin take some sort of enhancement before coming here? Yu Qian, arms crossed, focused intently on Lin Yi. Though his expression was calm, his heart was anything but. Perfect level. Another perfect level. Lin Yi had astonishingly elevated both techniques to the level of perfection in just 3 months. A genius. An indisputable genius. Yu Qian's gaze shifted to Lu Yu, a hint of disdain unconsciously appearing in his eyes. In comparison to Lin Yi, how does my nephew feel like a mere waste? Sensing the gaze of his uncle, Lu Yu blinked, his eyes filled with the naivete and folly of youth. Yu Qian averted his gaze, redirecting his attention back to Lin Yi, fearing that if he continued to watch, he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering a sound thrashing to Lu Yu. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi's demonstration drew to a close. He stood poised, retracting his fists, exhaling a lengthy breath of energy that shimmered like a sword. His handsome visage glowed with a rosy hue, fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead and nose, while a wisp of vapor ascended above his head. Clap, clap, clap. A smile broke through Yu Qian's previously serious demeanor as he applauded, exclaiming, Lin Yi, to reach perfection in both the dragon and tiger stance and dragon and tiger fist within just 3 months is truly unparalleled in our entire Guangzhou. I dare say, there is not a single individual in this region who could attain such mastery at your age in a mere 3 months. No, even on a national scale, such talent is exceedingly rare. Turning to Lu Yu, Yu Qian commanded, From this day forth, you shall increase your daily training by 2 hours. You ishtameret I. After reluctantly showcasing the dragon and tiger stance and dragon and tiger fist, Lin Qian took the time to address the deficiencies of both Lin Yi and Lu Yu. Although Lin Yi had previously heard Brother Tao's explanations regarding these martial arts, he still found great value in Lin Qian's insights. Moreover, during this recent period, Lin Qian had clarified various aspects of martial training for him. After lunch, Lin Yi departed only after 4 in the afternoon. Lu Yu waved goodbye to Lin Yi. Unable to suppress his grievances, "Uncle, teach me a few moves. One to you? Can you bear to see me overshadowed by old Lin every time?" With a sly grin, Lu Yu implored, "Uncle, how about passing down that Dragon Abyss blade to me?" Dragon Abyss blade? As Lin Qian pondered, it seemed as though he were inquiring of Lu Yu while simultaneously musing to himself, "What if I were to pass down our family's Dragon Abyss blade to Lin Yi?" Chapter 16. The Reachable Realm of Bone Refinement. "Uncle, are you serious?" Lu Yu was taken aback by his uncle's words. Completely unprepared for the notion that Lin Qian intended to teach Lin Yi their treasured martial technique. "What do you think?" Lin Qian rolled his eyes, stating, "If you were even a tad more promising, I wouldn't have to resort to gifting away our family's martial arts as a favor." Given Lin Yi's innate talent, it was inevitable that he would be admitted to a martial arts university, thus becoming a warrior. Investing in him was not a loss. Lin Qian glanced at Lu Yu and sighed. "Little Yu, despite your apparent camaraderie with Lin Yi now, once he becomes a warrior and you continue in your current state, how long do you think this close relationship can endure?" Lu Yu fell silent, finally responding, "Old Lin wouldn't he do that?" "Absolutely not," he added, as if trying to reassure himself. With that, he walked dejectedly into the house, saying, "Uncle, don't call me for dinner tonight." Lin Qian silently observed Lu Yu's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, and after a lengthy moment, he let out a deep sigh. In a modest courtyard, Lin Yi's figure darted and weaved with remarkable agility. Each strike produced a resounding explosion, the sound of air being shattered. Every footfall trembled the ground, causing fine cracks to spiderweb beneath him. With a sudden, powerful punch, a surge of formidable energy visibly erupted from his fist, creating a thunderous blast that caused the air before him to explode, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Lin Yi could not suppress a triumphant roar, his entire being brimming with vitality, wisps of white mist cascading from his head, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors under the courtyard lights. Sweat dripped from his brow, and he felt as though he had just emerged from water. Yet, he felt no chill. At that moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of clarity throughout his being. Although both the dragon and tiger fist and dragon and tiger stance had reached perfection, each session of training imparted fresh insights. Reading 100 times, the meaning becomes apparent. Punching 1,000 times, the power reveals itself. Lin Yi suddenly recalled these words. Presently, he found that each execution of the dragon and tiger fist deepened his understanding of the technique, allowing him to grasp his strength with greater ease. Glancing at the time, he noted that less than half an hour remained until midnight, and he decided against further training. After turning back to the house for a shower and changing into fresh attire, he retrieved a bottle of basic nutrient solution from his drawer and drank it down. He reconsidered, deciding against returning the 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Upon learning the substantial value of the wasteland beasts, he conceived a plan to venture into the wilderness outside the city. However, the wilderness was fraught with peril. To ensure his survival, strength was paramount. Rather than returning the nutrient solutions, he preferred to utilize them to enhance his power. In due time, selling even a single wasteland beast could yield tens of thousands of dollars. Ding! Training 100-fold settlement. The familiar electronic voice of the system echoed, and a surge of power enveloped him, flowing like a warm current through his limbs. Lin Yi couldn't help but groan. The sensation of being filled with power was utterly exhilarating. System, check attributes. Swipe. Host, Lin Yi Vitality. 906 Cultivation. Late Stage Vitality Realm Martial Techniques. Dragon and Tiger Stance, E-Grade. Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon and Tiger Fist, E-Grade. Perfect 2000, 2000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown. 2358. His vitality had remarkably increased by 232 points, significantly more than the previous day. Lin Yi was astonished, uncertain of what influenced this boost in vitality. Perhaps it was the deepening understanding of the dragon and tiger stance and dragon and tiger fist that accelerated his training speed. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. Casting a glance at the empty bottle of basic nutrient solution on the table, he speculated that it might also play a role. Compared to meat, basic nutrient solutions were far easier to absorb and contained more nutritional elements. Now that his vitality had reached 906, when the settlement occurred tonight, he would likely surpass 1,000 points, marking his entry into the bone refinement realm. Yet, he knew nothing about this realm. What should he do? He felt a pang of anxiety. Although martial arts flourished in this world, schools would not impart knowledge of the realms beyond bone refinement to a mere 17-year-old high school senior. Others who graduated from high school with vitality exceeding 525 could gain admission into martial arts universities, with acceptance rates so low that it was astonishing. It was already commendable if 2 or 3 students from a class were accepted. Are you telling me that you've entered the bone refinement realm before even graduating high school? Do you see the door? Get lost. After much contemplation, Lin Qian arrived at a conclusion. He would seek out Uncle Yu tomorrow. As for whether he would expose himself, he could only say that, given his rate of progress, exposure was merely a matter of time. He was not concerned. Whether in this realm or in a past life, the essence remains that the strong prey upon the weak. In the previous world, wealth and power conferred superiority, granting one access to a myriad of privileges. This world is no different. The more robust one becomes, the better life one can provide for their family. If the head of the Liker Martial Arts Hall were to learn that my vitality has now surged to 906, I dare say the price would not remain the same. He chuckled to himself and rolled onto his bed. Before long, the sound of steady breathing emanated from beneath the covers. Is it possible that you are jesting with me? Uncle Yu truly intends to impart a new martial technique to me? And a C-grade technique at that? He gazed at Lu Yu in astonishment. Indeed, it's true. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and then turned to Lin Qian, saying, Old Lin, you must sincerely thank me for this. It is only through my earnest pleadings that your uncle has agreed to teach you. Come, call him foster father and let us hear it. Foster father. He clasped his fists and spoke decisively to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stared, dumbfounded at Lin Qian, who had knelt with lightning speed. You actually called out? So readily? What of your dignity? Your pride? Lu Yu could not help but grip Lin Yi's neck, vehemently accusing him. Lin Yi's compliance rendered him devoid of any sense of experience. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Yi effortlessly pried Lu Yu's hands away, stating, I am not entirely ignorant. The rigorous regulation of martial arts techniques by the state means that unless I gain admission to a martial arts university, I would be bound to the dragon and tiger fist and dragon and tiger stance for life. Not to mention that this is a C-grade technique. Although we grew up together, I do not bear the Lu surname. Can you blame me for recognizing a good opportunity? Chapter 17. I only need to see it 3 times. In my past life, I often fantasize about a good brother suddenly striking it rich, presenting me with 1,000,000 yuan and coldly commanding, son, call me foster father, and this million is yours. I imagined this countless times, and if such an event were to transpire, I would undoubtedly call him foster father without a hint of reluctance. Yet I waited for a decade. Approaching 30, none of Lu Yu's companions had achieved success. Each led a life more miserable than the last. To my surprise, in this new life, Lu Yu's family has risen to prominence. A lineage of warriors, far superior to my own background, where 10 generations would reveal nothing but common folk. For ordinary families, aside from the dragon and tiger fist and dragon and tiger stance issued during the final year of high school, the pursuit of advanced martial arts techniques leaves only the path of martial arts universities. As for theft or robbery, there exists a crime known as illegal cultivation, which begins with a lifelong ban on cultivation, accompanied by prison sentences ranging from a minimum of 5 years to a maximum of 15. Only families like Lu Yu's, entrenched in martial prowess, or those with military lineage like Hu Junwei, remain unaffected by such policies. However, even if Uncle Yu is to teach Lin Qian the family martial arts, he must first report to the Emergency Management Bureau before proceeding. As footsteps approached, Yu Qian entered the room. Uncle. Lin Qian and Lu Yu greeted him in unison. It seems little Yu has already informed you. I do indeed intend to pass down a family martial technique to you. Upon seeing Lin Yi's excited expression, Yu Qian nodded with satisfaction. You need not worry about regulatory concerns. I've already filed a report with the Emergency Management Bureau. The Emergency Management Bureau, established by the Xian Nation to combat rogue martial practitioners, is a national violent institution where every member is at least a formal martial artist of the bone forging realm. The leaders among them are formidable masters of the marrow cleansing realm, their formidable reputations built upon the heads of those who have violated the law. Hearing this from Uncle Yu, Lin, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, Uncle. Yu Qian replied with a smile. If you wish to thank me, then train diligently. Do not be like little Yu, who only practices sporadically. At Uncle Qian's direct mention, Lu Yu could not help but retort, what do you mean by that? His words vanished under the penetrating gaze of Yu Qian. Enough small talk. The martial technique I plan to teach you is called the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, a C-grade technique. Yu Qian strode over to a nearby weapons rack and drew a wooden sword. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy erupted from the sword's tip, creating a fine crack on the ground. Even though Lin, he had previously heard from Lu Yu that Uncle Yu would teach him a C-grade technique. Hearing it directly from Uncle Yu ignited a profound excitement within him. This is a C-grade technique, a prestigious martial art that one could not purchase even for several million on the open market. Observing the reactions of Lin, Yi, and Lu Yu, Yu Qian felt pleased. He stepped forward, his aura swelling, making him appear as solid and imposing as a mountain in the eyes of Lin, Yi, and Lu Yu. Suddenly, the wooden sword in his hand transformed into a flurry of phantoms, captivating the eye. With the sword passed, the air was torn apart, rippling outward in waves. Remarkable. Absolutely terrifying. Lu Yu's face turned pale as he stumbled back 4 or 5 meters before regaining his composure. Old Lin. He was about to call out to Lin when he noticed Lin Yi standing his ground, unwavering. Lin Yi's face flushed, his eyes ablaze as he watched Uncle Yi perform. The pressure from the sword tearing through the air weighed heavily on his heart. The gust of wind tousled his hair, revealing a forehead glistening with sweat. Yet, despite this, Lin Yi did not retreat a single step. With a swift motion, the wooden sword descended, imbued with an overwhelming force. In the next moment, under the might of that energy, the wooden sword exploded, sending shards of wood scattering and creating waves that crashed against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Beneath the force of the shockwave, Lin Yi could no longer maintain his stance and staggered backward. Did you see that clearly? Yu Qian's voice broke through, pulling Lin Yi and Lu Yu back to reality. Uncle, I want to learn. I want to learn. Lu Yu rushed forward, his face alight with excitement. How could I not learn such a powerful technique? Lin Yi remained silent, equally thrilled as he gazed at Yu Qian. What are we waiting for? Someone fetch a wooden sword. Yu Qian clapped his hands, discarding the shattered sword handle onto the ground. Here you go. Lu Yu hurried to the weapons rack, retrieving 3 wooden swords. He handed one to Yu Qian and tossed another to Lin Yi. Old Lin, catch. Crack. Lin Yi grasped the wooden sword, immediately feeling its weight. How heavy! The wooden sword, crafted from high-quality ironwood, felt nearly as heavy as a steel longsword. For those of you who have not trained in swordsmanship, the wooden sword is a safer choice, Yu Qian explained. He tightened his grip on the sword and addressed the two. All right, time is of the essence. I do not expect you both to master the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, but you must at least remember the fundamentals of all 7 movements. Uncle Qian's intent was clear. The two of you must first memorize the movements, and everything else can be practiced gradually. Uncle, you underestimate me. Just 3 more demonstrations, and we will have it down. Lu Yu declared with confidence. Is that so? With a cold chuckle, Yu Qian remarked, then I shall practice it 3 more times. If you fail to remember, we can discuss it further. Sure. Lu Yu responded with an okay hand gesture, turning to Lin Yi and reassuring, don't worry, I'll teach you when time comes. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and replied dismissively, thanks but no thanks. He then focused intently on Yu Qian, anxious not to miss a single detail. Yu Qian picked up the wooden sword once more and began his demonstration. This time, he moderated his strength. After 3 repetitions of the Long Yuan Jueji Dao, the wooden sword bore only a few cracks, unlike the first time when it shattered. Lu Yu, it's your turn, Yu Qian said, tapping the ground with the wooden sword and casting a fierce look at Lu Yu. I. Lu Yu's expression fell. Damn it. He hadn't anticipated the depth of the Long Yuan Jueji Dao. He hadn't managed to remember it after 3 attempts. What? Didn't you say you'd remember after 3 tries? Give it a shot, Yu Qian taunted, wielding the wooden sword with a smirk. He pondered that perhaps Lu Yu's upbringing, being overly sheltered after losing his father at a young age, had left him somewhat frivolous and incapable of hardship. Consequently, despite his promising potential, his cultivation remained abysmal. He resolved to keep a closer watch on a boy from now on. Chapter 18. What is bone forging? Just as Lu Yu was grappling with his predicament, Lin shoved him from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Go for it, Yuezi. I can't wait to see your prowess. Lin Yi's mischievous grin made Lu Yu wish he could tear his mouth apart. Damn it, I didn't even remember anything. Faced with his uncle's intimidating gaze, Lu Yu forced a laugh and said, Uncle, I might need a bit more time to absorb this. How about letting old Lin go first? Qian shot him a glare and decided to relent, turning to Lin. All right, you try it. Sure. Lin responded decisively. Hey, did you actually remember it? Lu Yu asked as Lin approached him. Let us see. If I can't remember, Uncle can teach me again, Lin replied with a smile. He was no longer a mere 16 or 17-year-old. He was at an age where one could feign confidence. If he failed to remember, he could always learn again. What was there to be embarrassed about? Stepping into the center of the practice area, Lin closed his eyes, reflecting on the sword techniques in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a sharp glint emanating from them. With the wooden sword poised at an angle, a chilling aura radiated from Lin Qian, now standing aside, narrowed his eyes, his demeanor becoming serious. Interesting. The mere presence of this aura indicated that Lin had grasped a considerable understanding of the Longyuan Jueji Dao. With a swift thrust of the wooden sword, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the air, accompanied by a wisp of barely perceptible white smoke. Lin Yi's figure danced with the wooden sword. His movements, while not as grand as Qian's earlier display, possessed a subtle elegance of their own. What the hell, old Lin? Lu Yu was left dumbfounded. This kid had truly memorized the entire Longyuan Jueji Dao behind his back. Half an hour later, Lin finally concluded his practice. The initial segments flowed smoothly, but as he progressed, he encountered some awkwardness, and even he felt some moves were clumsy. Well done. Qian couldn't help but applaud, astonished and delighted. You actually remember the entire routine of the Longyuan Jueji Dao after just 4 repetitions. You could be called a genius, he exclaimed, reminiscing about his own experience, which was best left unspoken. However, someone was not willing to let him off the hook. Uncle, how long did it take you to memorize the entire routine of this sword technique? Lu Yu approached, curiosity etched on his face. How long? 2 days. Qian shot him a warning glance. What? Do you want to compare with me? Huh? Lu Yu was taken aback. What did I just say? Come on. Let us see how much you've remembered, Qian said, grabbing Lu Yu and dragging him to the center of the practice area, threatening. If you can't memorize the entire routine today, if you still manage to eat and sleep, I'll change my last name. Uncle, please. Lu Yu cried out like a pig being slaughtered, attempting to awaken the affection in his uncle's heart. Yet, he was met with failure. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu, sporting a swollen head, joined Lin in attentively listening to Qian as he explained the key points of the Longyuan Jueji Dao. During the explanation, Qian also demonstrated, allowing Lin and Lu Yu to better grasp and remember the technique. Unbeknownst to them, the sky began to darken. Qian glanced at the time and decided to call it a day. Let us stop here for now. You need to digest what we covered today. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin earnestly bowed to Qian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. Qian patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, You and Lu Yu are like family to me. Since Lu Yu lacks ambition, and his talent pales in comparison to yours, my intention in teaching you the Longyuan Jueji Dao is somewhat selfish. I hope you achieve success and help him along the way. Lin paused, surprised by Qian's frankness. Lu Yu, feeling slighted, interjected, Uncle, do you look down on me? Why imply that, Lin, you should help me? Do you think so little of me? Qian remained silent, yet his gaze spoke volumes. Lu Yu felt as though his pride had been trampled upon. He yearned to retort, but was halted by Lin Yi's arm around his neck. Did you hear that? From now on, I'll be watching over you. Hurry up and thank me. Lin, he said with a grin. Damn, why should I thank you? You're my brother. Isn't it your duty to look out for me? Lu Yu protested. Observing the two bantering, Qian chuckled. Although Lin had not formally promised anything, his response was more reassuring than any vow. Uncle, could you enlighten me on how to enter the bone forging realm? Lin Yu suddenly inquired. He had not forgotten that after tonight, his vitality would surpass 1,000, allowing him to step into the bone-forging realm. Yet until now, he remained completely in the dark about it. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, echoing, "Yes, yes. Uncle, please tell us. Our martial arts teachers at school want to disclose anything." Qian, not overthinking it, treated their curiosity as innocent. "I should indeed explain this to both of you, especially Lin Yi. Your vitality has already exceeded 500, reaching the level of a martial arts apprentice. Understanding the bone-forging realm in advance will prevent you from being caught off guard later." "Very well. I will thoroughly explain how to enter the bone-forging realm and what to focus on after entering," Qian said. "But first, let me make it clear. The information I share must remain confidential." After warning Lin Yi and Lu Yu, Qian led them to his study, a place neither Lin Yi nor Lu Yu had ever visited before. "This is my first time here," Lu Yu murmured. "Nonsense. My door is never locked. You could come whenever you wanted. It's just that you never did," Qian retorted while rummaging through his materials. "Here it is. Take a look." In the depths of the drawer, Qian unearthed a yellow-covered notebook and handed it to Lin Yi and Lu Yu, saying, "This contains my notes from when I first enrolled at Guangzhou Martial Arts University, detailing my insights from being a martial arts apprentice to the initial stages of bone tempering, as well as my experiences with the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade. Xiao, remember to take it home with you later." "Thank you, Uncle Yu," Lin Yi exclaimed, his face alight with delight as he received the notebook, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. With this compendium of cultivation insights, he would undoubtedly avoid numerous detours on his path. Now, allow me to elucidate the concept of bone tempering, or rather, what it entails and how one may enter this state. With Lin Yi and Lu Yu seated, Qian adopted a serious demeanor and began his explanation. Bone tempering, as the name suggests, involves using one's body as a furnace and one's vital energy as the material to refine all the bones, increasing their density to the point where a weight of 10,000 pounds cannot crush the body, and the flesh can shatter gold and iron with ease. The human body comprises 206 bones, 126 in the limbs, 51 in the torso, and 29 in the skull. Generally, it is customary for individuals to first temper the 126 limb bones, followed by the 51 thoracic bones, and finally the 29 cranial bones. Consequently, the bone tempering state is divided into 3 realms. The initial stage, where the 126 limb bones are tempered, is regarded as the first level of bone tempering. The subsequent refining of the 51 thoracic bones marks the second level. And finally, the tempering of the 29 cranial bones signifies the third level of bone tempering. On the journey home, Qian's words echoed in Lin Yi's mind. He had already devised a plan. Upon returning that evening, he would first temper his arms. Currently, besides the foundational tiger and dragon fist, he had only recently acquired the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade. By tempering his arms, he would be able to unleash the full power of both the tiger and dragon fist and the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade. Once home, Lin Yi refrained from practicing the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade and instead meticulously perused the cultivation insights gifted by Uncle Yu. Before he realized it, night had completely fallen. "I can't believe I've spent over 2 hours on this." Lin Yi noted the time, which had already passed 8 o'clock. Without hesitation, he grabbed the wooden sword he had brought back from Lu Yu's house and stepped into the courtyard. After a day of guidance from Uncle Yu and over 2 hours of contemplation on the insights, Lin Yi's understanding of the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade had deepened significantly. The moment he grasped the wooden sword, the first form of the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade vividly materialized in his mind. The angle of the strike, the force exerted, and the coordination of his steps, all details were meticulously clear to him. No, this angle is too low, the center is too low, making it difficult to generate force. And I could easily be countered. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. As he stepped back, he rotated his wrist, delivering another strike with a wooden sword. This time, far superior to the last. He practiced the first form of the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade repeatedly, constantly aligning it with the theories in his mind, striving for the most perfect execution. With a soft whoosh, akin to the sound of a bubble bursting, Lin Yi's furrowed brow finally relaxed. That is it. Moving on to the second form, then the third, he diligently clarified the 7th form, feeling as if he had emerged from a cleansing torrent. Panting heavily, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and broke into a broad smile. Finally, I have comprehended all 7 forms of the Dragon Abyss Vanishing Blade. truly deserving of its status as a sea-level martial technique. It has consumed so much of my time. Yet every moment has been worthwhile. Having grasped all 7 forms, I now simply need to practice them methodically. Disrobing, Lin Yi stood in his undergarments during the frigid winter, steam rising from his body under the dim light. After waiting for about 10 minutes for his boiling vital energy to settle, he finally donned his clothes and made his way to the bathroom. A quick rinse with warm water refreshed him. Glancing at the time, he noted he had approximately half an hour until the assessment. He ventured into the kitchen, frying 2 pieces of new Siberian beef and consuming 2 boxes of milk before returning to his room. Noticing the countdown nearing completion, he decided to open the drawer and consume the last vial of elementary nutritional fluid. Tonight's assessment would undoubtedly propel him into the bone-tempering realm, and he knew he had to be thoroughly prepared. Beep. The time had come. The assessment commenced. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, jolting Lin Yi to attention. Here it comes. He immediately steadied his focus, bracing for the impending enhancement. Just as he prepared, he felt a searing warmth surge from his limbs, rushing toward his heart. As this warmth coursed through him, Lin Yi could distinctly sense his body growing increasingly heated, as if molten lava flowed through his veins instead of blood. In that moment, he resembled a boiled shrimp, his entire being flushed and overheated, beads of sweat erupting from his pores. Before long, the freshly changed clothes were again drenched in perspiration. In a daze, Lin Yi felt as though every bone in his body was ablaze. Hot, too hot. Lin Yi clung to a thread of clarity and burst from the room into the courtyard, desperately wishing to expel the overwhelming heat within him. Sword! He seized the wooden sword and shouted. The dragon abyss, vanishing blade erupted forth in the next instant, unleashing a torrent of power that transformed the originally frigid courtyard into an unexpectedly warm haven. Just as Lin Yi reveled in the release of his energy, 2 figures entered through the gate. Old Lin, why is our son still training? Yang Lan observed Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, with concern. Look at him. His clothes are completely soaked. He should change. What if he catches a cold? No, I must make him stop, Yang Lan declared, starting to approach Lin Yi. Don't. Lin Ruahai grasped Yang Lan's arm, chiding, don't interfere. If I'm not mistaken, our son is currently in a state of enlightenment. Lin Ruahai's eyes sparkled as he watched Lin Yi, fervently explaining to his wife, enlightenment. This is a rare opportunity that one can only encounter by chance. In novels, one can achieve enlightenment and become a Buddha or ascend to the heavens in a single moment. Yang Lan regarded Lin Ruahai with a look of disbelief, unable to resist pinching him sharply, warning, you should read fewer of those reincarnation novels. Lin Ruahai almost yelped in surprise, but, remembering that their son was deep in enlightenment, he stifled it. Instead, he winced and began to stomp his feet in place to alleviate the pain in his waist. Dad, Mom, you're back? Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice broke through. He stood there, panting heavily, his hair soaked with sweat, droplets cascading down to his prominent nose, dissipating into a mist. Lin Yi looked at Lin Ruahai, who was moving oddly, and asked curiously, Dad, are you cramping? Seeing his son awaken from his state of enlightenment, Lin Ruahai disregarded his discomfort and rushed to Lin Yi's side, asking with concern, Son, are you all right? I couldn't be better. Lin Yi felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but break into a smile. Chapter 20. The Dead. Hearing his son's words, Lin Ruahai felt a twinge of concern. After scrutinizing his son, he noticed Lin Yi's rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, which eased his worries. That's good, that's good. Before Lin Ruahai could finish his sentence, he was pulled aside by Yang Lan. You go over there first, son. Quickly dry yourself off with this towel. Look at you, completely soaked. What if you catch a cold? As Yang Lan dried Lin Yi's hair with the towel, she continued, hurry and take a hot shower. Change into some fresh clothes. Don't practice late into the night anymore. It's already past midnight. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, took the towel from Yang Lan and reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. I'm heading to take a shower now. Watching her son return to his room, Yang Lan still felt uneasy, but Lin Ruahai stopped her. He's grown up now. Don't make things more complicated. Complicated? Lin, clarify what you mean by that. Yang Lan snapped, blithely swatting Lin Ruahai. I'm his mother. If I don't worry about my son, who will? The noise around him gradually faded, and Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. He had grown accustomed to his parents' antics. After 5 minutes and another shower, Lin Yi began to examine his attributes. Host, Lin Yi, Vitality, 1267, Cultivation, Bone Tempering Stage. Level 1, Bone Tempering Count, 8, Martial Skills, Dragon and Tiger Stance, E Grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon and Tiger Fist, E Grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Abyss Extinction Blade, C Grade, Beginner 1700, 5000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown, 2142. Yesterday's gains surpassed those of the day before, as his vitality increased by 361 points, rising from 906 to 1267. This indicated that he had progressed from the vitality realm into the bone tempering stage. He was now a true martial artist. Having tempered only 8 bones, he wondered if the speed was considered fast or slow. He spread his arms and felt that his strength had indeed increased significantly. Earlier, he had intentionally chosen to temper the bones in both arms, totaling 6, while 2 more were from the bones in his right hand. Clasping his palms together, he thrust his arms forward, producing a series of explosive bone-cracking sounds. He then unleashed a powerful punch, and the air around him erupted with a thunderous crack. His strength had increased by at least 30%. He estimated this terrifying growth with elation. No wonder it was said that those who fail to become warriors are akin to ants. The disparity between warriors and non-warriors is indeed vast. Lin Qian said, calculating that with his current strength, even if he were bound hand and foot, he could easily annihilate 10 versions of his former self. The Dragon Abyss Extinction Blade had also reached the beginner stage. If Uncle Yu were to witness this tomorrow, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. He thought mischievously of Uncle Yu, who always maintained a serious demeanor in their presence. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see the expression on Uncle Yu's face. That night, Yi slept particularly soundly, so much so that when he awoke in the morning, his parents had already left. However, they had left food for him on the table. After a quick meal, Yi hopped on his bike and hurried to Lu Yu's house. Upon reaching Shijin Road, he discovered that the entire street was cordoned off. A few blue and white police cars were parked nearby, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered, murmuring among themselves. It's truly tragic. 3 houses have been destroyed. I heard it was done by a martial artist. 4 people died, their heads severed. Goodness. Just glancing at it nearly made me wet myself. He halted his bike, furrowing his brow at the stretchers being carried out, each draped in thick white cloth. Though he couldn't see anything, he sensed an unsettling chill. However, his attention was soon drawn to the figures emerging behind the stretchers. 3 men clad in black trench coats exuded an aura of either coldness or ferocity. Martial artists, or rather, martial artists from the Emergency Management Bureau. He could instantly ascertain their identities. Given the reports of a martial artist murder, it was no surprise to see the Emergency Management Bureau's martial artist present. The moment Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the trio, one of the martial artists seemed to sense him, scanning the area. His eyes briefly lingered on Lin Yi before shifting away. What's wrong, Team Qian? Another young companion inquired upon noticing Team Qian's reaction. Team Qian shook his head, replying nothing. Just felt like someone was watching us, but they vanished in the blink of an eye. Probably just a passerby. His companion nodded, glancing at the stretchers being loaded into the coroner's vehicle. The method of this murder is identical to that from half a month ago on Haihe Road. Heads were severed and removed, and unknown symbols were inscribed on the bodies. It resembles the tactics of that organization. Check the victim's information, birth dates, and employment details. If it truly is them, chaos will ensue in Guangzhou. A grave look crossed Team Qian's face. This matter must be reported. He withdrew his gaze. Unable to suppress a sense of admiration, it seemed their perception was remarkably keen. The moment he glanced over, he had been detected. Their strength was undoubtedly far superior to his own at present. With Shijin Road sealed off, He had no choice but to retreat and take an alternate route to Lu Yu's house. Upon arriving at Lu Yu's, He discovered that Uncle Yu was absent. His uncle had left early in the morning, reportedly due to the incident. Not only had the Emergency Management Bureau been mobilized, but several mercenary groups stationed in Guangzhou, including the Liker mercenary group, had also received summons for questioning. Lu Yu, who was having breakfast, relayed this information to Lin Yi as he ate. I just came from Shijin Road, and the entire street is under martial law. 4 people have died, and even the martial artists from the Emergency Management Bureau are here. Lin Yi stated. Damn it. Is there no safety left in the city? Lu Yu exclaimed with indignation. Lin Yi too felt a deep sense of unease. Until today, he had not held much reverence for this world, but witnessing the deaths of 4 people made him realize how close death truly was. The sense of accomplishment he had felt from entering the bone-tempering stage evaporated in that moment. A heavy atmosphere settled between the two. Lu Yu quietly continued eating, while Lin Yi was lost in thought. Fortunately, this silence did not last long. Uncle Yu had returned. Chapter 21. How trashy. Uncle, what's the situation? Lu Yu asked urgently as soon as Uncle Yu entered. You two are already in the know? Uncle Yu seemed surprised at how quickly the news had spread. Lin just came from Shijian Road and saw it all. Lu Yu replied, By the way, Uncle, I heard it was the work of a martial artist. Indeed. I went to the Emergency Management Bureau first thing this morning, and they have confirmed it. It was definitely the work of a martial artist. The 4 deceased were all martial arts apprentices. Judging by the method of killing, it's undoubtedly a martial artist. Yu Kunan cast a glance at Lin Yi and said, You should head home early today. Additionally, inform your parents that the shop will remain closed for the next couple of days. Lin Yi immediately nodded and replied, I'll call them right away. With that, Lin Yi stepped outside, dialing his parents' number and earnestly urging them to close the shop early and return home. Thankfully, both Lin Ruhai and Yang Lan were not the types to prioritize money over safety. Upon hearing their son's words, they promptly assured him that they would close the shop at dawn. When Lin Yi returned to the room, Lu Yu had finished his meal. I need to head out soon. The various mercenary groups stationed in Guangzhou have been notified to collaborate with the Emergency Management Bureau to sift through the clues in the city. For now, you two should practice the Long Yuan blade of annihilation on your own. He directed his gaze towards Lu Yu, adding, especially you, make sure to practice diligently. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to ask Lin Yi, and don't even think about going out. If I return and find you missing, you'll regret it. Understood, Lu Yu replied, retracting his neck, eager to comply, as he sensed his uncle's displeasure and did not wish to provoke him. Seeing Lu Yu's obedient demeanor, Yu Kunan felt reassured. He turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, you are more level-headed. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't misbehave. Got it, Uncle Yu. Please take care. Lin Yi nodded, expressing his concern. Don't worry. Uncle Yu is capable. Lu Yu chimed in quickly. Yu Kunan affectionately ruffled their heads and strode out. In the courtyard, Lu Yu brandished a wooden sword, raising an eyebrow at Lin Yi, his tone brimming with bravado. Old Lin, today I'll demonstrate just how much I've progressed. I guarantee it will astonish you. Please, I fear the entire Blue Star might not withstand it, Lin Yi teased, causing Lu Yu to pause in confusion. Upon realizing the jest, he furiously raised 2 middle fingers at Lin Yi. Come on, be a decent person, Lu Yu declared, twirling the wooden sword in a flamboyant display. Watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once. With that, he shifted his demeanor entirely and began practicing the Long Yuan blade of annihilation. Lin Yi held the wooden sword with both hands, observing Lu Yu's movements in silence. He had to admit, despite Lu Yu's somewhat erratic nature hindering his cultivation, his innate talent was commendable. It seemed he had indeed put in considerable effort, as Lu Yu had fully mastered the 7 forms of the Long Yuan blade of annihilation. Though there were certain aspects that appeared somewhat discordant, he managed to execute the forms in their entirety. How was that? Lu Yu asked, sheathing the wooden sword and panting heavily, sweat glistening on his chubby round face as he looked at Lin Yi with a smug expression. Very impressive, Lin Yi exclaimed, clapping his hands vigorously, his excitement rivaling that of winning a lottery jackpot. Ahem, calm down, he added, attempting to contain his enthusiasm. Even Lu Yu, with his thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed by Lin Yi's exuberance. He hurried over and urged, quickly, you try it. If there's anything you don't understand, remember to ask me. I promise I'll share all my insights. All right, Teacher Lu, I earnestly hope for your guidance, Lin Yi replied with sincerity. Too kind, just get on with it, Lu Yu insisted. For some reason, Lu Yu had a nagging feeling that Lin Yi's smile was somewhat off. Lin Yi stepped into the center of the practice area, gripping the wooden sword, and in an instant his aura expanded dramatically. He seemed to transform into a sharp blade, evoking a sense of unease in anyone who dared to glance his way. That damn old Lin. As Lu Yu watched Lin Yi perform the Long Yuan blade of annihilation, he finally understood the source of his discomfort. Old Lin has mastered the Long Yuan blade of annihilation to such an extent. What had all his late-night efforts under Uncle Yu's guidance amounted to? I'm so frustrated. Teacher Lu, may I request your guidance? Unbeknownst to him, Lin, he had completed his practice and wiped the sweat from his brow, flashing a grin at Lu Yu. "The hell with you." Lu Yu shot back, extending both middle fingers. Turning away, he found himself unable to suppress the urge to take Lin Yi down a peg. "Are you seriously upset, Teacher Lu?" Lin Yi said, approaching Lu Yu with a playful demeanor. "Huh, if you call me Teacher Lu one more time, do you believe I'll sever our friendship?" Lu Yu threatened with a cold smirk. "Come on, can't you take a joke?" Lin Yi nudged Lu Yu's shoulder, noticing his sullen expression. All right. I won't tease you anymore." Lu Yu's expression softened slightly, and he curiously inquired, "Did you perhaps take some sort of medication? How is it possible you mastered the Long Yuan blade of annihilation in just one night? I feel like you must have already entered the threshold." "Indeed, I have entered the threshold," Lin Yi admitted candidly, having no secrets from Lu Yu. "Impossible," Lu Yu exclaimed incredulously. "You're pulling my leg, aren't you? This is a C-grade martial art. My mother told me that my uncle took over half a month just to get a grasp on the Long Yuan blade of annihilation. And even then, my grandfather praised his talent. You, with just one night, have entered the threshold? This makes my uncle look inadequate." Lin Yi quickly shook his head, about to speak when he noticed Uncle Yu returning. "What rubbish, what inadequacy. My uncle, cough, uncle, why are you back again?" Lu Yu nearly let slip the truth, but swiftly corrected himself, avoiding potential repercussions. "What is wrong with me coming back?" Yu Kunan shot a glare at Lu Yu before elaborating. "Everything has been arranged. I'll be leading the patrol tonight. What were you two making such a racket about?" Lu Yu eagerly responded. "Uncle, Lin, he has mastered the Long Yuan blade of annihilation. He's entered the threshold? That is splendid." Yu Kunan nodded approvingly. "Yesterday, Lin, he had nearly memorized the 7 forms of the Long Yuan blade of annihilation, so it was only natural that he could completely recall them today. However, a moment later, he realized that Lu Yu was implying Lin he had entered the threshold of the technique. Pleased with his uncle's reaction, Lu Yu felt satisfied. He couldn't let his good friend hog all the glory. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Uncle, how long did it take you to master the Long Yuan blade of annihilation?" Crack. Lin Yi faintly heard a sound and instinctively took a step back. Chapter 22, The Outsider. Fearing a disastrous scene, Lin Yi had previously informed Uncle Yu and excused himself to the restroom to bide his time. Upon returning, he sensed Lu Yu had become considerably more subdued. "Damn it, old Lin," Lu Yu muttered silently, his mouth agape as he saw Lin Yi return. "Are you cursing me?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, communicating with a glance. Having grown up together, they understood each other's expressions and gestures effortlessly. "If you hadn't fled, would I have been beaten so badly?" Lu Yu rubbed his forehead, which still ached from the earlier encounter, casting a reproachful look at Lin Yi. If Lin Yi hadn't left for the restroom, Uncle Yu wouldn't have been so relentless in his reprimand. The subtle gestures of the two individuals did not escape the keen eyes of Yu Cannon. Yet he chose to overlook them, as these two had grown up together since childhood, engaging in all sorts of antics. Lin Yi stepped forward, Yu Cannon commanded, tossing a wooden sword to Lin Yi, signaling him to demonstrate the Long Yuan absolute blade. He wished to witness firsthand whether Lin Yi had indeed grasped this martial technique in just one day. Catching the wooden sword, Lin Yi strode confidently to the center of the training ground, assuming the initial stance of the Long Yuan absolute blade. With the sword in hand, Lin Yi's demeanor transformed entirely, resembling a long sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. A glimmer of cold light preceded him, and then the sword erupted forth like a dragon. This phrase encapsulated the essence of Lin Yi's execution of the Long Yuan absolute blade at that moment. Impressive, old Lin, despite having witnessed it once before. Li was still awestruck. His eyes sparkled with admiration, wishing fervently that he could be the one standing in the arena. Comparing himself to Lin Yi, an overwhelming sense of disappointment surged within him. They had grown up together, and while he was accustomed to Lin Yi's superiority, it had once felt within reach. Now, glancing at Lin Yi, surrounded by an aura of chill, he pondered how he could ever hope to catch up. With a swift motion, Lin Yi sheathed his sword, calming the turbulent energy within him. "Remarkable," Yu Cannon clapped in disbelief, exclaiming, "I am at a loss for words. To master a C-grade martial technique in a single day. I've lived for 40 years and have neither seen nor heard of such a feat. Even when I practiced the Long Yuan absolute blade, it took me nearly 3 days to reach the entry level. Back then, my father, Lu Yu's grandfather, praised me as a genius. But in comparison to you, what does that label even mean? Upon hearing his uncle's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but smirk. It was clearly over half a month. Yet you claim it was 3 days. Have you no sense of shame? Perhaps sensing Lu Yu's disdain, Yu Canon's expression darkened. Lu Yu, do you have something to say? Meeting his uncle's unfriendly gaze, Lu Yu shuddered and quickly shook his head. No, nothing at all. With a warning directed at Lu Yu, Yu Canon once again turned his attention to Lin Yi. He felt immensely fortunate for his decision to treat Lin Yi with the care and respect befitting a nephew over the years. If things continued this way, as long as Lin Yi did not meet an untimely end, reaching the cleansing marrow realm was a certainty. Even the subsequent transformation realm seemed promising. At that point, the Lin family would secure a place in the entire Xia kingdom. Given his and Lu Yu's relationship with Lin Yi, the benefits would undoubtedly extend to them as well. Lin Ruhai and Yonglan have truly raised a remarkable son. Yu Canon felt a pang of envy, glancing at Lu Yu, his admiration quickly morphing into irritation. He had sustained injuries in his youth and was unable to bear children, thus treating Lu Yu like a son. Yet this lad was proving to be a disappointment. No, once Lin Yi leaves, I must set him straight. Lin Yi's future is boundless. While I don't expect Lu Yu to be equally exceptional, he must at least become a bona fide martial artist. Otherwise, the disparity in status will be too great, and even the strongest of bonds cannot endure. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yu Canon halted the training of Lin Yi and Lu Yu. That's enough for today. Lin Yi, continue with your practice in a methodical manner. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. As for you, Lu Yu, you have finally mastered all 7 forms of the Long Yuan Absolute Blade. Moving forward, focus and learn diligently from Lin Yi. Yu Canon shot a glare at Lu Yu before adding, I am heading out to patrol shortly, so you both stay at home. By the way, Lin Yi, have your parents returned? They're back, Lin Yi replied. After he had called them in the morning, his parents closed the shop at noon. Good. Inform them to close early these next few days. The city remains somewhat perilous until those rogue martial artists are apprehended. With that, Yu Canon stepped inside the house. Moments later, he emerged clad in a black light armor that extended to his thighs, with armor plates secured at various joints and 2 long blades, approximately 70 centimeters in length, strapped to his back. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yu had opted for a dual blade style. Lin Yi, make sure to return home early. He reminded Lin Yi and Lu Yu before departing. In the Emergency Management Bureau of Guangzhou, several figures awaited in the small training ground. Among them was Captain Qin Shiyu, whom Lin Yi had encountered that morning on the construction route, along with Han Yu, the general manager of the Li Qian Martial Arts Academy. The group was discussing recent incidents when Han Yu caught sight of Yu Canon approaching. Fourth brother, over here. Han Yu tu Yu Kanon. Upon seeing Han Yu, Yu Canon hurried over. You arrived quite early, didn't you? He said, playfully punching Han Yu's shoulder. Have you gained weight? Come on, you know full well that I've been managing the affairs of the Li Qian Martial Arts Academy. My opportunities to venture into the wilderness have dwindled. How could I not gain weight? Han Yu replied with a hint of resignation. He then introduced Yu Canon, fourth brother. This is our new team leader in Guangzhou, Captain Qin Shiyu. For the next few days, we will be under his command. An outsider? Yu Canon inquired, locking eyes with Qin Shiyu, a spark igniting between them. A formidable opponent, not inferior to me. Both men harbored the same thought as they simultaneously extended their hands for a firm shake. Qin Shiyu, Yu Canon. They introduced themselves. Beneath their sleeves, their arms were already taut with tension, but after merely a second or two, they released their grips, unnoticed by anyone else in the vicinity. Yu Canon smiled, Captain Qin. I have no objections to your leadership in this operation. Qin Shiyu's stern demeanor softened, realizing that his strength had been acknowledged by Yu Canon. Moreover, these individuals were the stalwarts of Guangzhou. With such cooperation, there was no reason for him to maintain a stern facade. Thus, he spoke in a friendly tone. What command? We're all here for Guangzhou. You all are most familiar with the area. If there are any issues or disagreements regarding our actions, feel free to discuss them with me. Yu Canon and the others exchanged glances and smiled, recognizing the intelligence of this newcomer. Chapter 23. How long can you survive? Blood cultists. The mention of Qin Shiyu's words sent a wave of excitement through the small training ground. Impossible. Weren't they eradicated in the south 4 years ago? Han Yu was the first to express disbelief, for if true, Guangzhou would surely face dire consequences. However, there was a possibility apart from the incident on the construction route. There had been another case on Haihe Road half a month prior, marked by similarly brutal tactics, indicating that both incidents were the work of the same group. The symbols extracted from the corpses bore an 87 resemblance to those associated with the blood cultists. Qin Shiyu's expression turned grave as he addressed Buchanan and the others. Gentlemen, I believe you are all familiar with the blood cult, the nefarious organization, correct? The large-scale crackdown 4 years ago involved the Lin Qian mercenary corps as well, did it not? Upon hearing Qin Shiyu's words, Han Yu and the others looked towards Buchanan. In the initial grand offensive, the participants among them were the ones who persevered through hardships. Buchanan's countenance was somewhat grim. That battle could be regarded as the most significant turmoil in the Xian nation in nearly 2 decades. In the effort to eradicate the blood cult, both the Emergency Management Bureau and their mercenary group suffered considerable losses, with even a transcendent level offering from the Bureau falling in that southern conflict. It was during that skirmish that he sustained injuries, resulting in the loss of his ability to procreate. If the blood cult were to rise again and venture into Guangzhou, it would spell trouble. They must locate them swiftly. Otherwise, Buchanan left his statement unfinished, yet the dire expression on his face conveyed the gravity of the situation to Han Yu and the others. The atmosphere in the small training grounds instantly turned tense. Qin Shiyue observed the seriousness etched on the faces of those around her and felt a sense of relief. At last, the complacent ones among them were taking matters seriously. Indeed, it is only when personal interests are at stake that one truly pays heed. As Guangzhou was the stronghold for them all, the existence of the blood cult, a malevolent sect, would not be tolerated. Time is of the essence. Our designated area spans from the east of Jingwei Road to the west of Rumin Road, from the south of Jianxi Road to the north of Danqing Road. We will operate in pairs, and should we encounter any issues, refrain from taking action and contact us first, Qin Shiyue announced, glancing at the clock. Understood. Buchanan and the others replied solemnly. Then let us depart. The group boarded their vehicles and set off toward the predetermined patrol area. On the journey, Buchanan and Han Yu shared a vehicle, engaging in hushed conversation. Buchanan inquired, "Do you recall my nephew, Lin Ibu? The very same lad who visited our martial arts institute for an assessment last time?" Han Yu, taken aback, replied, "Didn't you say he declined? Wasn't he it, because your offer was too meager?" Buchanan's words prompted Han Yu to protest. "I say, fourth brother, do you even hear the words you speak? The terms I proposed were exceedingly generous given his current capabilities. You cannot let familial ties cloud your judgment." "Nonsense," Buchanan retorted. "Do you think I am that sort of person?" Seeing Han Yu's expression of disbelief that implied otherwise, Buchanan smirked and continued. "What if I told you that the lad mastered the Dragon Abyss blade technique in just 1 day?" "Wait, what?" Han Yu exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. "Fourth brother, you cannot be referring to your C-grade Dragon Abyss blade, can you? To achieve proficiency in a C-grade martial skill in a single day is an outrageous talent." Han Yu seized Buchanan's arm, insisting, "Fourth brother, considering our long-standing brotherhood, you must ensure your nephew joins our mercenary corps. As for the remuneration," Han Yu thumped his chest, "rest assured, this time I will spare no expense. If you are dissatisfied with the compensation, I shall adjust it until you are." When Lin Yi arrived at his doorstep, twilight had just begun to descend. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a familiar silhouette not far from his home. "Miss Han?" Lin Yi couldn't help but inquire. Turning at the sound of his voice, Han Jing smiled upon seeing Lin Yi. "Little brother Lin, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for quite a while." Lin Yi parked his bike against the wall, curiosity piqued. "Miss Han, what brings you here? Still calling me Miss Han?" "You used to call me Sister Jing." Han Jing replied with a hint of displeasure. "Oh, my apologies, Sister Jing." Lin Yi chuckled, promptly correcting himself. Satisfied, Han Jing nodded. "How did you find my house?" Han Jing smiled. "Did you forget? Your registration information at our Martial Arts Institute clearly listed your address. And I also have Lu Yu's contact details." "Ah, I completely forgot," Lin Yi laughed. "Please, come in and rest a while." "No. I came specifically to ask why you haven't joined the Martial Arts Institute. Is it that you find the terms unsatisfactory?" Han Jing sought to discern something from Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi shrugged, not hiding his thoughts. "The conditions proposed by are indeed quite favorable, but they still fall short for me." To Han Jing, Lin Yi's response seemed exceedingly arrogant. "What gives you the right to say that? Is it merely your 512 vitality points?" "Arrogant." Han Jing's face flushed red. and it took her a moment to utter those words. The imposing mountains surged intensely with her rapid breaths. Han Jing glanced at Lin Yi's calm demeanor and pointed towards the houses behind her. Lin Yi, I recall that your family situation isn't particularly affluent, is it? Your parents merely run a night market, eking out a meager existence, while your sister is just an ordinary cultural teacher. True, your vitality points have reached 512 in just 5 months, and perhaps admission to the martial arts university is a foregone conclusion for you. But do you genuinely believe that entering the martial arts university guarantees a bright future? You've investigated me? Lin Yi's expression soured. Although he anticipated that like Martial Arts Institute would conduct background checks, being stripped bare so openly still left him unsettled. Han Jing replied coolly, just a necessary background check. After a pause, Han Jing continued, what you perceive as a ticket to a promising future at the martial arts university is, in fact, quite the opposite. Without adequate support, you might not even survive to graduation. Let me let you in on a secret. The average mortality rate at martial arts universities is as high as 35. Even the most prestigious National Defense Martial Arts University has a mortality rate of 29. With a scoff, Han Jing added, this year, I'm in my 3rd year. And out of the 26 classmates I had, do you know how many remain? Just 17. Han Jing gazed at Lin Yi, her smile both eerie and unsettling. How long do you think you can last? Chapter 24. A 3rd-year girl embraces golden bricks. Did your parents ever tell you as a child that if you got into the martial arts university, you would achieve great success? Han Jing glanced at the aging house behind her and teased, now, hearing my words, do you find them hard to accept? This is reality. It is perilous and merciless. Even martial artists cannot guarantee their safety. One could perish at any moment. Lin Yi, trust me, apart from no one in Guangzhou will offer you a better deal, unless, of course, you could present even more impressive results. Han Jing concluded, I have said all I needed to say. I hope you will give it some serious thought. Goodbye, little brother. Han Jing pinched Lin Yi's cheek playfully before laughing and scampering off into the distance. That little rascal, showing off. As Han Jing emerged from the alley, she quickly leaned against the wall, reflecting on how intimate her actions had been. It was her first time behaving so with a male. Now that she thought about it, she realized she had been quite foolish. However, Lin Yi was rather handsome, so perhaps it wasn't a loss. Han Jing couldn't help but smile, only to quickly scoff. How dare he look down on our likes conditions? Han Jing had intended to describe him as greedy, but recalling Lin Yi's self-assured demeanor, she swallowed her words. Oddly enough, she felt no aversion towards him at all. However, one cannot solely focus on Lin Yi. I must also explore several other candidates. If today yields no fruitful results, I fear I shall face my second uncle's ire. Han Jing approached a motorcycle parked at the intersection, expertly mounting it. With a roar, the engine sprang to life, and she sped off into the distance. Lin Yi watched her figure fade away before retracting his gaze. The mortality rate. This was the first time he had encountered such a term. It appears that the life of a martial artist is not as idyllic as one might imagine. Lin Yi felt no trepidation. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, brimming with confidence. Mortality rate? That notion is entirely foreign to me. The so-called mortality rate is merely a measure of elimination. In the path of martial arts, one either progresses or regresses. If one lacks skill, death is but a just consequence. Having lived 2 lives, he had long discerned the essence of the world, whether in his past mundane existence or the current high martial realm. There is little distinction. With clarity of thought, Lin Yi strode into the courtyard. The time spent worrying would be better invested in diligent training. Dad, Mom, what you two up to? As Lin Yi pushed the door open and entered the courtyard, he collided with Lin Ruhai and Yang Lan. Yang Lan paused, slapping Lin Ruhai on the shoulder. I'm asking you, old Lin, what are you doing here? Hiss. Lin Ruhai inhaled sharply, staring incredulously at Yang Lan. Upon meeting her threatening gaze, he could only endure the pain in his arm and grit his teeth as he replied, your mother mentioned that this gate is somewhat loose, so I came to inspect it. Loose. Lin Yi glanced at the gate, noticing nothing amiss. Then let us find someone to fix it. Do you really think Dad can repair gates? Leave this trivial matter to your father. If he can fix it, splendid. If not, we shall seek someone else. Yang Lan quickly pulled Lin Yi indoors, inquiring as they walked, that girl you were with outside, is she your classmate? You saw that? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Then admitted, well, she is not exactly a classmate. I went to the Martial Arts Institute for a test last time, and Sister Jing is from there. Sister Jing? Yang Lan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her son had a liking for someone older? Ahem. By the way, how old is this Sister Jing? Although Yang Lan had no stringent age requirements for her daughter-in-law, be it older or younger, she felt it should not be too outrageous. How old? I genuinely do not know, Mom. Are you not aware that directly asking a girl her age is rather impolite? Lin pondered why his mother was so intrigued by Han Jing, then added, Sister Jing is in her 3rd year of college, so she should be about 3 years my senior. 3 years is fine. Lin Rahai, who had joined them unbeknownst, remarked. A woman 3 years older is a treasure. After all, your mother is 3 years older than I. Lin looked at Lin Rahai and Yang Lan in disbelief. Dad. Mom, you do not think I have some unspeakable relationship with Jingjia, do you? I have only met her twice. Absurd. Lin found it amusing. His parents seemed to assume he was romantically involved with Han Jing. So what? Yang Lan dismissed his concerns. When I first met your father, it was only once. Yet we still married. She pulled Lin closer, whispering, Your vitality is already over 500 now. Next year's college entrance exam and martial arts test will surely be no problem. Becoming a martial artist is a foregone conclusion. I have heard that the fertility rate among martial artists is the lowest, and I would rather not see you in your 30s or 40s still without a child. What on earth? Lin Yi's head felt as if it would explode. He was overwhelmed by a strange sense of déjà vu. In his previous life, after turning 25, his parents had been exceedingly concerned about his romantic prospects, incessantly bringing up finding a partner in marriage. There were times he longed to tell them, Is it that I do not wish to find a partner? Is it that I do not wish to marry? Is it that I want to spend cold nights alone, laboring over my craft, rather than engaging in discussions of life's origins with a girl? He would dream of companionship, yet mere thoughts bore no fruit. Without money, a house, or a car, what fairy would have eyes for him? Now, fate had granted him a second chance at life, armed with a system. Why would he fret over finding a partner? Just announcing that he had embarked on the path of a martial artist would surely draw a throng of matchmakers to their doorstep. Hastily retreating to his room, he finally evaded his mother's incessant chatter. After changing into fresh attire and having a meal, Lin resumed his training with a wooden sword in the courtyard, practicing the Dragon Abyss Extinct Blade. The initial intention of Han Jing and Lin Rahai to gather information was promptly abandoned. As the hour hand and minute hand aligned at 12, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed. A torrent of energy surged within him, and Lin realized he had grown stronger yet again. Host, Lin Vitality, 1902, Cultivation, first stage of Bone Forging, Bone Tempering Count, 17. Martial Techniques, Dragon Tiger Stance, E-Grade, Mastery 2000, 2000, Dragon Tiger Fist, E-Grade, Mastery 2000, 2000, Dragon Abyss Extinct Blade, C-Grade, Entry 4100, 5000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown, 2342. Chapter 25, Night Talk Between Uncle and Nephew. Has my vitality increased by over 500 points? This is astonishingly rapid. Lin gazed at his attribute panel, utterly astonished. It must be said, C-grade martial techniques are indeed formidable. He then glanced at the proficiency of the Dragon Abyss Extinct Blade, which had increased by 2,200 points, a development that had not caught him off guard. The Dragon Abyss Extinct Blade had not only reached the entry level, but had also benefited from Uncle Yu's guidance throughout the day, making an increase in proficiency over yesterday quite reasonable. Furthermore, he was elated to find that by tonight's settlement, his Dragon Abyss Extinct Blade would likely reach the mastery level. Time for sleep. Lin joyfully flopped onto the large bed, swiftly shedding his clothes before diving under the covers. Ding! The glass doors swung open, and Han Yu strode into the institute. Returning to his office, Han Yu stowed away his long sword and battle armor. Just as he stepped out, he spotted a familiar figure seated in the office, his niece, Han Jing. Why are you still awake? Han Yu inquired. I was busy trying to recruit people for a force. Wasn't I? Han Jing replied with a pout. Out at this hour? Han Yu's expression turned serious as he admonished. Do you realize there have been incidents in Guangzhou recently? Yes. ISNT, it just the suspected appearance of blood disciples? Upon seeing Han Jing's nonchalant demeanor, Han Yu felt a surge of indignation and scolded. Knowing this, how can you still go out at night? Uncle, I'm no longer a child. I've been to the Qinling Iron Wall and have blood of martial artists on my hands. 1 or 2 encounters are nothing. If I do encounter them, I might as well take their heads for the bounty. Han Jing was unfazed by Han Yu's authoritative presence. Instead, she seemed eager for the challenge. Ridiculous. Han Yu scoffed. With your mere strength of having tempered 20 bones, do you think you stand chance? Moreover, the blood disciples were eradicated a few years back. Do you think they're sending mere novices to Guangzhou now? If a butler-level powerhouse were to appear, not only you, but even your second uncle would be left behind. Han Jing said somewhat aggrievedly, Second uncle, are you really wishing for my misfortune? How could I have gone door to door persuading Lin, Yuan Tai, Wang Dong, and Chen Weiwei to sign with our martial arts institute today? You just mentioned that you want to find Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Han Yu immediately became excited. He hadn't forgotten what his fourth brother had told him, that this young man could master the C-class martial art, Dragon Abyss Blade, in just one day. Indeed, but no matter how I persuaded him, he still refused. Han Jing said, her indignation palpable. It's only natural that he declined. It was likely due to dissatisfaction with the price. Han Yu wasn't surprised. When he first heard from his fourth brother that this young man had turned them down, he too felt that despite his youth, he had quite an audacious demeanor, and his impression of him was far from favorable. However, upon learning today that this prodigy could master a C-class martial art in a single day, all his previous discontent vanished. Such talent. It is only natural for one to have lofty aspirations. Isn't this treatment sufficient? Han Jing retorted, I say, second uncle, do you have so much money that you don't know what to do with it? The price we offered is already the highest in all of Guangzhou. For someone like him, whose blood value barely exceeds 500, other martial arts institutes would only offer 5,000 and 8,000 would be considered extraordinary. Yet, we have provided a staggering 10,000, not to mention the 2 bottles of basic nutritional liquid he would receive monthly. And we require him to undertake any tasks before he becomes a martial artist. Such conditions are not only rare in Guangzhou, but are scarcely seen even across the entirety of Xia country. The more Han Jing thought about it, the angrier she became. That young man was simply too greedy. But what if he can truly master a C-class martial art in a day? What then, second uncle, what do you say? Han Jing, coming to a realization, looked at Han Yu in disbelief. That young man mastered a C-class martial art in just a day. Han Yu retirated. Impossible. Han Jing's face paled slightly. She considered herself exceptionally gifted, being in her 3rd year at 21, having refined 20 bones. Yet even she would require at least 5 to 10 days to master a C-class martial art. Linny, how could that be? As she recalled Lin Yi's exceptionally confident face from earlier, she suddenly understood. No wonder this young man was so self-assured. Han Yu, having not fully heard his niece's words, inquired, what do you mean, no wonder? Han Jing explained, when I tell second uncle about my visit to Lin Yi tonight, I remarked how arrogant this fellow was, never imagining he genuinely had such capital. She turned to Han Yu, second uncle, if what you say is true, we absolutely cannot let Lin Yi slip through our fingers. It is precisely the right time to sign him before other institutes catch wind of this. I was thinking the same, Han Yu replied. I plan to discuss this with Nengu and draft a proposal. Tomorrow, I will personally meet with Lin Yi. Han Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Second uncle, is it necessary for you to personally handle this? I am acquainted with Lin Yi. Why not allow me to take the lead? The thought of Lin Yi's typically calm demeanor made her eager to see how he would react upon learning of Liker's new conditions. Han Yu skeptical gaze ennuyed Han Ying. Second uncle, what kind of look is that? Do you not trust me? Han Yu looked at his indignant niece, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He worried that if he did not appear in person, the other party might feel undervalued. After expressing this concern to Han Jing, she replied, second uncle, you're overthinking it. As long as we present an attractive offer, I don't believe Lin Yi will mind. I have looked into Lin Yi's background. Their family's circumstances are not particularly favorable. If he signs with us at Liker, it may not lead to immense wealth, but at the very least, it would ensure his family has comfort. In that case, his parents could retire early and enjoy life. I cannot fathom why he wouldn't be tempted. Han Yu nodded. Acknowledging her perspective, after some consideration, he decided, very well. Since you are taking the initiative, I shall entrust this matter to you. A proud smile spread across Han Jing's face as she confidently declared, rest assured, second uncle, I will not disappoint you. After saying this, she looked at Han Yu with eager anticipation. What is the matter? Are you not returning? It's already 2 in the morning. Han Yu glanced at Han Ying and remarked, what? I'm still waiting for you to call Nung uncle to discuss the terms. Han Yu firmly grasped the back of Han Jing's neck and pushed her toward the door. As he nudged her along, he added, Go on, go on. Do not disturb me. I will inform you once I have spoken with Ningge. Chapter 26, Borrowing Money. Son, are you awake? I've saved your breakfast. Your father and I must head out for a bit. Early in the morning, Lin Yi, having just awakened, yawned and stepped out of his room to encounter his parents preparing to leave. Mom, Dad, are you two going to the store again? Lin Yi asked. Isn't the construction project on Shilu still ongoing? Uncle, you mentioned that you should stay home for a few days. Yang Lan and Lin Ruhai exchanged glances, each finding a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Yang Lan replied, How can we just close the store whenever we please? In our family of 4, only your sister doesn't have to worry. Her needs are taken care of by the school. But for the 3 of us, every time we open our eyes, it's money we need, especially now when it's crucial. We can't afford to truly close the store. Lin Ruhai added, Your mother is right. We can't just close the store on a whim. But I understand you're concerned about us. So let me reassure you. Your mother and I will return early today. Those people won't dare to act during the day, right? Lin Yi opened his mouth but found no words to express his thoughts, merely watching his parents leave the house. Damn! Lin Yi slammed his fist against the door frame, leaving a deep crack, even though he hadn't exerted much force. Money, money, money. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the lack of funds. Though he had entered the bone refining realm and become a true martial artist, he had no way to convert this martial prowess into financial gain. Lin Yi recalled the stall owner he had met in the love market, Zhao Dali, who offered to buy a pound of wild beast meat for over 400 yuan. That was the fastest way he knew to make money at present. I must make a trip to the wilderness soon. However, before heading to the wilderness, I need to equip myself with a suitable weapon. Returning to his room, Lin Yi accessed the local sales website for Guangzhou. D106 type battle blade. Blade length, 64 centimeters. Blade width, 5 centimeters. Handle length, 15 centimeters. Materials, 27 tungsten steel, 41 copper zinc. Price, 23,500. D84 type battle blade. Blade length, 72 centimeters. Blade width, 42 centimeters. Handle length, 12 centimeters. Materials, 18 manganese steel, 29 nickel zinc. Price, 41,000. C102 type battle blade. Blade length, 21 centimeters. Blade width, 48 centimeters. Handle length, 145 centimeters. Materials, 21 tungsten steel, 34 copper zinc. Price, 81,200. Smack. Lin Yi decisively clicked on the upper right corner, selecting the B-class and A-class combat blades, only to find his desire to even gaze upon them extinguished. Were these prices not exorbitantly high? Lin Yi felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Could he possibly ask his parents for money? No, absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned that notion and turned his gaze toward the wooden sword resting on the rack nearby. Was he truly expected to venture into the wilderness wielding a mere wooden blade? What a preposterous idea. Hey Lin, why do you seem so dazed today? Lu Yu waved his hand in front of Lin Yi's eyes, concern etched across his face. You're not coming down with a fever, are you? As he spoke, Lu Yu reached out to touch Lin Yi's forehead. Get lost. Lin Yi swatted Lu Yu's hand away, retorting, I'm perfectly fine. He swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, When is Uncle Yu coming back? I don't know, Lu Yu replied, brandishing the wooden sword as he practiced. Last night, my uncle returned around 1 or 2 in the morning, and he left early today. Honestly, the martial artists from the Emergency Management Bureau in Guangzhou are utterly useless. It's been days, and they still haven't apprehended those cultists. Pausing in his movements, Lu Yu plopped down beside Lin Yi and said, Don't change the subject, you rascal. I know you're hiding something from me. What is the matter? Are we not brothers? Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu and fell into silence for a while. Just as Lu Yu was about to press for answers, Lin Yi finally spoke up. Could you lend me some money? Lend you money? Lu Yu blinked in surprise, then effortlessly pulled out his wallet. How much do you need? 20 or 30,000. Lin Yi initially intended to borrow just over 20,000 to purchase the D106 combat blade, but upon reflection, he thought it prudent to ask for more, as there might be other items he needed to acquire. What do you need so much money for? Lu Yu halted his rummaging, eyeing Lin Yi inquisitively. Just tell me, will you lend it or not? Lin Yi was unwilling to divulge his plans to buy a combat blade for the wilderness. Hey, I'm just asking, why so defensive? Lu Yu widened his eyes. Fine. Who has borrowing money from whom here? Lin extended 5 fingers and declared, 3 or 5,000. Come on, my godfather. Louis dropped to his knees in a flash, eagerly asking, bro, you're my real brother. Tell me, what business is so lucrative? This is a secret. Just say whether you will lend it or not. Lin insisted. Sure. Louis nodded vigorously, but still looked a bit apprehensive. But Lin, you're not getting involved in anything illegal, are you? Do you think I'm foolish? Lin, he gave Liu Yu a light smack on the head. With all the commotion in Guangzhou over those 2 cases, do you think I'd be foolish enough to stir up trouble? Rest assured, I'm making this money through my own efforts. I just need some startup capital. Liu Yu finally relaxed, saying, wait right there. I'll transfer the money directly to your personal account. After a few taps on his phone, he added, check it. Lin, he pulled out his phone and saw a notification confirming the deposit of 30,000. Thanks, he expressed gratefully. Don't mention it. I'm looking forward to you making money and taking me along. Liu Yu replied nonchalantly. I'll pay you back in a week. Lin, he calculated the time. A single day wouldn't suffice for his journey into the wilderness. He would need at least 3 days. It was getting late today, so he wouldn't be able to leave, but it would provide him with ample time to procure his equipment. Patting his rear, Lin, he stood up and told Liu Yu, I'm heading back now. I want to be around for the next couple of days. If Uncle Yu asks, just tell him I'm busy. All right. Though Liu Yu was curious about what his brother was up to, he respected Lin Yi's discretion and refrained from pressing for details. See you. Lin Yi waved, sheathing the wooden sword on his back as he exited the courtyard. Upon returning home, Lin Yi immediately logged onto the local sales website in Guangzhou and promptly ordered the D106 combat blade. In addition to the sword, he also ordered a compact camping tent and a seemingly small, yet surprisingly spacious hiking backpack. As for armor, a suitable set would cost at least 100,000. He simply didn't possess such wealth. He then ventured to a nearby convenience store to purchase drinking water, seasonings, and other essentials. After a busy hour, he managed to organize the basics, now awaiting the delivery of his online orders. At that moment, a knock resonated through the door. Finally, Lin Yi exclaimed joyfully, anticipating the arrival of his ordered combat blade. However, upon seeing the visitor, his expression soured. What brings you here again? Chapter 27. Are you gay? What do you mean? Why am I here again? Han Jing, brimming with enthusiasm, was instantly disheartened by Lin Yi's words. I came to share some wonderful news. And this is your attitude toward me? Lin Yi rubbed his temples in frustration. I say, dear lady, shouldn't your signing with Liker be voluntary? He reiterated, if your offer remains the same, I'm afraid I cannot sign. To sell himself for 10,000 plus 2 bottles of basic nutrient solution was a deal too lopsided for him to accept. Rest assured, this time the price I'm offering will undoubtedly satisfy you. You should be grateful to me, Han Jing declared with a smug expression. However, before she could finish, a stranger's voice interrupted. Excuse me, is this the residence of the individual known as Ben Ren Yanfang Erba? Both Lin Yi and Han Jing turned to see a young man dressed in a local express delivery uniform approaching. The young man took a few steps closer and naturally addressed Han Jing. You must be Ben Ren Yanfang Erba, correct? Your order of the D106 combat blade, along with the camping tent and hiking backpack, has arrived. Please sign here. Han Jing finally grasped the situation and quickly retorted, what are you talking about? I don't go by that name. It's too embarrassing. The delivery boy looked puzzled, glancing at the address. ISNT this 200 meters south of Tongji Avenue, West Air Hutong. It clearly states here that it's the third to last house. Upon hearing this, Han Jing silently counted the houses before her. Indeed, it was the third to last one. So, this being Nian Fang, the Lin Yi, ISNT this your home? Did your sister order these items? Lin Yi felt utterly flabbergasted. The items were indeed his purchase, and the address was correct, but what on earth was this username? Trembling, he opened his phone and found the order, where the account name glaringly read, Ben Ren Yanfang Erba in bold letters. Damn! Lin Yi's face turned a deep shade of purple. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, upon being accepted into Wancheng Normal University, he had registered for a Baidu Tieba account to learn more about the university, naming it Ben Ren Yanfang Erba, a username he had used for years. Never did he expect that in this life. The previous incarnation had claimed this ridiculous username so early on. Seeing Lin Yi's face change colors like a kaleidoscope, Han Jing could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Yi. Ben Ren Yanfang Erba. Lin Yi, You chose such a flamboyant username. Do you have some peculiar preferences? Are you perhaps gay? Shut up. Lin cast a fierce glare at Han Jing, yet she remained utterly unfazed. He could only suppress the tumult of frustration within him, forcing a smile at the delivery man standing nearby, saying, I apologize. It's been so long since I shopped that I've forgotten what my account is called. No problem at all. This is your package. Please sign here. The delivery man scrutinized Lin closely, finally confirming his gender, before timidly handing over the package. Thank you. Lin signed his name and passed the pen back to the young man, inadvertently brushing against his hand. The young man trembled, barely resisting the urge to turn and flee, as he shakily accepted the pen and awkwardly bowed to Lin, mechanically stating, Thank you for your trust. Until next time. See you. Next time? Not a chance. The delivery man silently screamed as he hurriedly made his exit. Seeing the delivery man's hasty retreat, Han Jing laughed heartily, her ample bosom jiggling with amusement. Lin held the package, casting a fleeting glance at the laughing Han Jing before breaking into a smile, only to have the door slam shut with a resounding bang. Immediately, the laughter outside ceased. Lin, you bastard. Open the door. Han Jing's voice rang out, laced with frustration, accompanied by a series of sharp knocks. You think you could just lock me out? A smirk tugged at the corners of Lin's mouth as he carelessly walked into the house, cradling the package. Upon unpacking, the first thing that caught his eye was a D106 combat knife, nearly 80 centimeters in length. The scabbard was a deep violet hue, simple in design, with the blade tip and central portion encased in alloy, emanating an air of lethal elegance. Weighing around 10 pounds, it felt just right for his current strength. With a sharp sound, he drew the knife, its gleaming blade reflecting a cold light that even made him squint slightly. What fine weapon! Lin was instantly enamored with this knife. Perhaps it was the primal hunting instinct ingrained in his genes, for man is indeed powerless against the allure of weaponry. Reluctantly setting the knife aside, Lin turned his attention to the camping tent. Compared to the knife, this was much more affordable, costing just over 400 yuan, with a similar price for the hiking backpack. After glancing through the manual, he comprehended its use in a mere 5 minutes. He packed essential items like drinking water, seasonings, and beef into the bag. After completing all this, over an hour had passed, and Lin suddenly remembered that someone was still locked outside. Creak! As he opened the door, a gust of wind rushed in. Han Jing stood there with a cold expression, fingers poised to strike as she lunged at him. Feeling the force of her approach, Lin's eyes sharpened. Although he sensed no malice from her, it did not mean he was willing to take a hit without retaliating. Do you think this is still the T0 version era? He scoffed, his energy surging as he launched a punch. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Lin's punch shattered the air around him. The violent force surged toward Han Jing, catching her off guard and sending her sprawling backward. She staggered, her right hand numb, the once pristine palm now swollen and red, her neatly tied ponytail now disheveled. The terrifying power of Lin's punch penetrated her body, leaving her feeling as if her internal organs had been displaced. She hadn't even begun to train her core muscles, and, with no intention of using her full strength, she merely sought to teach Lin a mild lesson after being locked out for over an hour. Thus, Lin's punch landed with devastating effect. Suppressing the wave of metallic sweetness rising in her throat, Han Jing fixed her beautiful eyes on Lin, filled with indignation and resentment. Unmoved by her gaze, Lin, with the knowledge of 2 lifetimes, recognized that her background was anything but ordinary. Despite her seemingly pleasant demeanor, the innate arrogance within her was impossible to conceal. Lin had never been fond of such individuals in his past life. He chose to avoid them whenever possible. With the system at his disposal in this life, he certainly had no intention of indulging her. Miss Han, unless you have something of importance, you may take your leave, Lin stated coldly. Yuan Ying, exasperated, reflected on how she had come with such generous terms, only for this man to lock her out for an hour and a half. Did he not realize she was a little fairy? Stupid straight man, though she longed to turn on her heel and leave. The promise she made to her uncle to win over Lin weighed heavily on her. To depart in such a manner would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, she steeled herself against the tide of indignation and anger, addressing Lin, I have something. Our martial arts association has specially crafted lucrative terms for you. Would you care to hear them? Please, I implore you. With a provocative look, Han Jing raised her brows at Lin Yi. A fleeting glance at her expression made Lin Yi realize her intentions, and he suddenly chuckled. Seeing that familiar smile, Han Jing's heart raced. No, it couldn't be. Bang. With a dull thud, the door slammed shut once more. Damn it. Han Jing's thoughts were a tempest. Behind the door, Lin Yi listened to her frustrated shouts. Sneering to himself, if he didn't want to talk, then so be it. He had already decided to venture into the wilderness at dawn. The association's offer held little significance for him. Han Jing cursed for quite a while outside, her voice hoarse from shouting. Yet Lin Yi did not return, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. Ultimately, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. Cursed wretch. Han Ying revved her motorcycle, speeding recklessly down the street. Fortunately, due to the recent murder cases, the streets were nearly deserted. As she approached an intersection, Han Jing stopped, removed her helmet, and drew in deep breaths. The pent-up frustration within her dissipated somewhat with the earlier outburst. What's that smell? Taking a couple of deep breaths, Han Jing detected a faint scent of blood. She extended her hand to gauge the wind direction, then looked westward, connecting the dots with the recent spate of murders. Her curiosity was piqued. Perhaps this blood scent was linked to those cultists. Even if it wasn't, they undoubtedly weren't good people. Given her earlier irritation with Lin Yi, this presented an opportunity for her to vent her frustrations. Surveying her surroundings, Han Jing parked her motorcycle at the roadside and followed the trail of the blood scent. 5 minutes later, she arrived at a somewhat dilapidated two-story building. Many streetlights were broken, with the nearest one standing 10 meters away. The dim light was barely sufficient as Han Jing stepped into the hallway, a sticky sensation underfoot causing her heart to race. Blood. The slanted light revealed irregular shadows cascading down from the staircase above, the sickly sweet aroma inducing a wave of nausea. Han Jing's hands moved swiftly to her back. With a sharp sound, 2 short swords were drawn from her waist. Her expression was icy as she retreated a couple of steps, exiting through the doorway. With a powerful push of her right foot, she leaped high into the air, grasping the floor of the second floor with one hand, and then, with a forceful twist of her waist, executed a silent backflip, landing gracefully on the second floor. The second floor housed a number of rooms, with several doors along the corridor still adorned with clothing that had not been retrieved. Swaying like ghostly figures in the chill of the night air, Han Jing approached a tightly closed door, gently pushing against it, only to find it locked. She repeated this with several rooms, all firmly secured. It was not until the 6th door that, with a gentle push, it cracked open slightly, allowing a cold breeze to waft through, carrying with it a pungent scent of blood. Stepping into the dimly lit room, Han Jing could only discern vague shadows, presumably furniture. After taking just 2 steps, she felt her right foot collide with something. Looking down, she saw a blood-soaked head roll to the front of the door, illuminated by the light seeping in. A chill coursed through her, causing the hairs on the back of her neck to stand on end. Suddenly, the previously dark room was flooded with bright light, forcing her to instinctively close her eyes against the onslaught. In that moment, several figures burst forth from their hiding places, brandishing short knives and daggers, aimed directly at her vital points. Alarmed, Han Jing immediately realized she had fallen into a trap. Although she was still young, she had undergone rigorous training in the Qinling Iron Wall, accumulating an abundance of combat experience over the past 3 years, including 2 life-or-death battles. Thus, after a brief moment of chaos, she regained her composure. Since she could not rely on her sight, she decided to close her eyes, gripping her short swords in reverse. She leaned in to listen intently before charging towards a particular direction. The figure before her, caught off guard by her audacity, was momentarily taken aback. He cackled, delighting in the thought of slaying such a beautiful girl, only to dismiss it, believing her to be a mere pawn of the Emergency Management Bureau. However, before he could swing his dagger, a short sword, glinting with a chilling gleam, swiftly slashed across his throat. Blood gushed forth, shimmering in the light like a cascade of colors. Han Jing moved without hesitation, her eyes now adjusting to the brightness, taking stock of the situation. There were 4 assailants in total. 1 lay dead, clad in dark robes, their faces obscured. It was evident that they were no ordinary foes. Blood cult? Han Jing's cold voice echoed, yet no response came. The remaining 3 charged at her with fervor. With a steely demeanor, Han Jing leaped into the fray, deftly parrying one assailant's short knife with one sword while the other plunged into his neck. Blood sprayed, momentarily blinding another attacker, and by the time he regained his focus, Han Jing's knee had already slammed into his chest. With a series of sickening cracks, she forcefully brought him down. Ignoring the unfortunate soul, Han Jing rolled aside to confront the last assailant, meeting his incredulous gaze with a swift upward thrust of her short sword. The blade effortlessly sliced through his abdomen, spilling blood and entrails onto the floor. In a mere 10 seconds, the 4 assassins who had sought to ambush her lay lifeless. Retrieving her swords, Han Jing wiped the blood splatters from her face, preparing to assess the situation when suddenly, boom, a small door within the room exploded open, unleashing a shadow that surged forth with fury. Chapter 29, The Disciple, Lai Guangqing. Boom! Han Jing barely had time to cross her swords defensively over her chest when a pair of iron fists struck down heavily upon them. The terrifying force coursed through her arms, shattering her defenses in an instant. The fists bore down relentlessly, slamming her chest with overwhelming power. Han Jing could not suppress a cry of anguish as she was sent flying, crashing against the railing of the corridor. The tremendous impact flipped her over, and she fell heavily to the ground below. Blood poured from her mouth and nose, the searing pain in her chest rendering her unable to muster any strength. The only relief was that her ribs had not broken. In that moment, Han Jing recalled her uncle's warning. Damn it! The blood cult has truly dispatched a formidable opponent to Guangzhou. Thud! A figure descended heavily from a second floor, and under the moonlight, the person cast aside their cloak to reveal a stocky, muscular frame. What a bunch of useless fools, and now I must intervene. Lai Guangqing swept back his tousled hair. Good evening, Oton Ying. What a lovely young lady. Such a pity you'll meet your end today. There's no choice. You saw what you shouldn't have. My sacred mission cannot be thwarted. Bang! Lai Guangqing brought his hands together, producing a resonant clang. To Han Jing's astonishment, he wore steel gauntlets, the fingers encased in alloy, the silver metal gleaming ominously under the night sky. With powerful strides, he advanced towards Han Jing, his ferocity darkening the atmosphere itself. Han Ying bi tar elipe? Watching Lai Guangqing draw nearer, desperately trying to retreat, yet her injuries rendered her powerless. Lai Guangqing aimed a palm strike directly at her forehead. Clang! A flash of cold light sliced through the air, crashing against Lai Guangqing's right hand. Sparks erupted, and a tall figure stood defiantly in front of Han Jing, preventing Lai Guangqing from advancing. Lin Qian. Han Jing's pupils widened in recognition, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Despite the scarf obscuring his face, she recognized him instantly. He hadn't even changed his clothes. Damn it! Lin Qian thought furiously, wishing he could seal Han Jing's lips. If this person truly belonged to the blood cult, and she called out his name, he would be exposed. He had even taken the precaution of wrapping a scarf around his face before stepping into the corridor. Lin Qian, when did Guangzhou produce such a skilled swordsman? Lai Guangqing took a few steps back, eyeing the deep gash on his gauntlet with suspicion, having felt a hint of threat from that stunning strike. Now that the veil of secrecy had been lifted, Lin Qian removed the scarf from his face and tossed it aside, revealing his handsome features. I say, sister, are you still able to fight? If you rely solely on me, neither of us will escape. Lin Qian, vigilant yet determined, turned to Han Jing and exclaimed, Who are you calling big sister? Han Jing, flustered, retorted, Though I may be older than you, calling me big sister is quite excessive. Lend me a hand. With a slight blush adorning her cheeks, she reached out to Lin Qian. He grasped her small hand firmly, pulling her up with ease. Once steadied, Han Jing released Lin Yi's hand, retrieving a crimson pill, which she promptly swallowed. In the blink of an eye, under Lin Yi's incredulous gaze, the previously frail Han Jing straightened her posture, her pallid complexion transformed into a vibrant flush. Is this a forbidden drug? Lin Yi pondered it. 10 minutes. Just as Lin Yi remained momentarily stunned, Han Jing declared, I've already sent a message to my second uncle. If no one arrives within 10 minutes, remember to leave immediately. I will distract this person. Lin Yi gazed at Han Jing, who wore a serious expression, momentarily taken aback. His initial impression of her had not been particularly favorable. Yet now she was unhesitatingly choosing to engage the foe, allowing him a chance to escape. What are you standing there for? Remember, Han Jing, frustrated by Lin Yi's astonishment, reflected that while he possessed considerable strength, he lacked practical combat experience, making his bewilderment understandable. She had felt the same during her first encounter. When the fight begins, I will take the lead. You focus on creating distractions. If the opportunity arises to eliminate him, all the better. He relies on brute strength, lacking in speed. We just need to evade and hold him off. Han Ying instructed. Understood. Lin Yi nodded, tightening his grip on the long blade. All right. Then, before Han Jing could finish her sentence, Lin Yi lunged forward, brandishing his newly acquired D106 combat knife with thunderous ferocity, charging once more at Lai Guanqing. By heavens! Han Jing nearly cursed aloud, realizing that Lin Yi had disregarded her earlier advice entirely. He advanced with purpose, the blade-esque gleam illuminating the alley as it surged toward Lai Guanqing. Enraged, Han Jing stomped her foot in frustration and hurried to follow suit. In an instant, blades clashed, the combined force of short swords and long knives surging toward Lai Guanqing. Since you two are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige, Lai Guanqing declared, clapping his hands together to create a resounding thud, charging directly at Lin Yi without flinching. Clang! The knife's gleam met his gauntlet, shattering on impact as Lai Guanqing seized Lin Yi's weapon, delivering a brutal strike aimed at his chest. The violent force ripped through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds as the atmosphere shattered. With a steely gaze, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, muscles taut in his right arm. Yanking the blade back from Lai Guanqing's grasp, he twisted his torso, arching his spine like a dragon, channeling an immense force into his right hand before delivering a devastating downward strike. Boom! A deafening sound erupted where the blade met the gauntlet, an imperceptible ripple emanating outward. Fragments of steel splintered into the air, and a trickle of blood seeped from the gauntlet. Lai Guanqing let out a muffled groan, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a flick of his left hand, he sent Lin Yi flying, his right fist crashing down. Clang! Two short swords suddenly intercepted his punch, absorbing the force of the blow. Lai Guanqing shook the blood from his left hand, finally acknowledging the formidable pair before him. Since when did the Emergency Management Bureau of Guangzhou have such capable individuals? Youthful and impressive indeed. Exchanging glances, Han Jing and Lin Yi realized that Lai Guanqing mistakenly believed them to be agents of the Emergency Management Bureau. Unperturbed by their silence, Lai Guanqing grinned menacingly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lai Guanqing, a disciple of the Holy Sect. Today, I shall escort you to meet my lord. With two such exceptional sacrifices, my lord shall surely reward me. Chapter 30, Deep Blue Ad Points. Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Yi's expression turned grave as he descended upon Lai Guanqing with his combat knife, unleashing a staggering 120% of its potential. The dazzling blade illuminated the entire alleyway. No longer relaxed, Lai Guanqing adopted a serious demeanor, his hands either striking or parrying, shattering the incoming flashes of steel. While fending off Lin Yi's fierce assault, he remained wary of Han Jing's potential ambush, though he did not yet exhibit signs of fatigue. He understood that prolonged defense would ultimately lead to failure. If this situation persisted, he would inevitably falter. Han Jing felt a surge of astonishment. Lin Yi's prowess was truly remarkable. The supposed vitality of 512 had been a mere deception. Such ferocity in battle surpassed even her own capabilities, despite her having refined 20 bones. Opportunity. As Han Jing momentarily lost focus, Lai Guanqing keenly sensed the inconsistency in her movements. He struck Lin Yi's combat knife with a powerful punch, forcing Lin Yi to retreat 2 steps. Seizing this moment, Lai Guanqing lunged forward, swiftly grasping the short sword that Han Jing thrust toward him, exclaiming, "You dare challenge me?" With a forceful grip, he twisted the sword an exaggerated angle. The short sword emitted a piercing, tortured sound before snapping in two with a resounding crack. Han Jing stumbled back from the recoil, but before she could react, Lai Guanqing's palm descended upon her. Crack! A sharp pain surged through her chest, propelling her backward. Hiss! Han Jing crashed heavily to the ground, her vision darkening as she struggled to catch her breath. D! Lai Guanqing bellowed, leaping high to deliver a crushing blow. Just then, a silver flash surged in from the side, aimed directly at his neck. Should he disregard it, the blade would surely embed itself in his throat. Damat! Lai Guanqing roared in fury, narrowly evading the strike in midair at an impossible angle. However, The blade still grazed his shoulder, ripping a bloody gash into his flesh. "How are you?" Lin inquired, both cautious and concerned. "I'm not dead, but I suspect a couple of ribs are broken." Despite suffering 2 fractured ribs, Han Jing, having consumed the forbidden drug, felt little pain and managed to rise. "We can't wait for reinforcements. I'll hold them off. You need to leave quickly." Gripping her remaining short sword, she urged Lin Yi. He glanced at her, noting the unwavering determination in her eyes, and suddenly chuckled. "So you wish to be a hero?" Han Jing was taken aback, then shot him a fierce glare. "Is this really the time for jokes? I, Lin Yi, may not be a paragon of virtue, but I have my principles. Abandoning a friend to save myself? Apologies, but my spine is too rigid for that." He twirled the knife and asked Sister Jing, "What time is it?" 11:59. She instinctively glanced at her watch and replied. Only then did she realize how absurd the question was given their dire situation. "1 minute is enough." Lin Yi flashed a grin, and with a sudden stomp of his right foot, a surge of energy erupted, causing cracks to radiate outward in all directions. The battle blade roared as it transformed into a silver dragon, swallowing Lai Guangqing whole. Growing increasingly irritated, Lai Guangqing swung his fists, launching a barrage of 4 punches. Bang, 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 bang. With each resounding impact, the silver blade light shattered in an instant. Lai Guangqing leapt forward, aiming for Lin Yi. Boom! The golden gauntlet struck heavily against the battle blade, emitting a mournful wail. Lin Yi was sent flying by the tremendous force. "Haha, don't be hasty, boy. I'll kill you first, then send the little girl to join you." Lai Guangqing revealed a sinister smile and launched a powerful punch. Crackle. A series of explosive sounds echoed like firecrackers, relentless and unyielding. Amidst the billowing white smoke, Lin Yi wore a peculiar smile before uttering a few words. "Time's up. Time's up. What does that mean? Stop with your tricks and die." Lai Guangqing bucket, increasing his strength by 3-fold. Ding. Time's up. Cultivation settlement in progress. Host Lin Yi. Vitality, 2746. Cultivation, first stage of bone refinement. Bone tempering count, 26. Martial skills, Dragon Tiger Stance, E grade, perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Tiger Fist, E grade, perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Abyss Blade, C grade, proficient 6400, 20,000. 100-fold settlement countdown, 2359. As the system's voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind, an immense power manifested out of thin air. His previously weary body instantly regained its former vigor. And even Lai Guangqing could distinctly sense the disparity. Clang! Lin Yi swung the battle blade horizontally, effortlessly blocking Lai Guangqing's punch. How is this possible? Lai Guangqing's face darkened as he felt the overwhelming pressure on his arm. He was actually being suppressed. How could this be? Has this brat been hiding his true strength all along? Veins bulged on Lin Yi's arm as he single-handedly pressed down Lai Guangqing's fist with the blade. The weapon inched closer to Lai Guangqing's chest. In the blink of an eye, the blade had embedded itself into his flesh. A trickle of blood flowed along the blade, and Lai Guangqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Summoning all his might, Lai Guangqing lifted the battle blade, then retaliated with a punch. Lin Yi leaped, dissipating the force, and then, with a firm step, charged toward the iron fist once more. The two figures, infused with bloodlust, collided with a thunderous crash, unleashing a tempest of energy that sent dust spiraling into the sky. The ground beneath them resembled a battlefield, pockmarked and uneven. Debris flew like bullets, and sparks ignited, while even Han Jing was cornered by the terrifying destructive force of the two combatants. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the fray, her confusion growing ever more intense. Lin Yi, how can he be this strong? Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as the two figures were sent reeling backward. Lai Guangqing's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. Such formidable swordsmanship. Lai Guangqing's gaze fell to his steel gauntlets, which were riddled with deep gashes from the blade. The steel plating on his right hand had shattered, and a grievous wound marred his left, exposing bone and flesh. Had he not evaded in time, his entire left hand would have been rendered useless. His black martial arts attire was now tattered, blood flowing from multiple lacerations. He was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 31, Windfall. With a swift flick of the battle blade, Lin Yi propelled himself forward, arriving before Lai Guangqing in an instant. The blade descended once more like a bolt of lightning. I surrender. In the face of the whistling blade, Lai Guangqing raised both hands high, his forehead crashing against the ground. Swish! The battle blade halted just an inch from Lai Guangqing's forehead. Eyes closed, he pleaded, "Not only do I surrender, but I also have money. If you spare me, I'll give you everything." Feeling the blade's momentum cease, Lai Guangqing's heart soared with joy. Though this person possessed incredible sword skills, he seemed surprisingly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Once the moment was right, he could strike and eliminate him, ensuring the half-dead girl would be unable to escape as well. From her hiding place, Han Jing felt her heart tighten upon hearing Lai Guangqing's words and rushed forward. Linny don't. Having encountered numerous such situations at Qinling Ironwall, she knew many classmates who had faced similar fates, and without exception, those who believed were met with bloody lessons. Now that Lai Guangqing resorted to such tricks, Han Jing feared Lin Yi might be misled. Lai Guangqing's gaze turned venomous as he glared at Han Jing, wishing to tear her apart. "You wretched girl, once I kill this brat, you'll be next. You and T get the chance." Suddenly, a whisper resonated in Lai Guangqing's ear, and with a wave of suffocating darkness, his consciousness was engulfed. Lin Yi, wielding the battle blade, wiped the blood from it onto Lai Guangqing's corpse and turned to Han Jing, who was rushing over, asking Sister Jing, "What did you say not to do?" Staring blankly at Lai Guangqing's body, Han Jing shook her head. "In nothing." Then, she watched as Lin Yi began rummaging through the corpse, curiously inquiring, "What are you looking for?" "Money," Lin Yi replied, his focus unwavering. "Money?" Han Jing's eyes widened. Wasn't he the priority to leave this place swiftly? Who knew if the blood cult had more members nearby? "I found it," Lin Yi exclaimed, his face brightening as he produced a bank card from Lai Guangqing's body. "This is an anonymous bank card from the International Martial Artist Alliance." Recognizing the card, Han Jing remarked, "This type of card is quite popular in the underworld. It requires no password, no real name authentication, supports online transfers, and leaves no transaction records." Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Surely this was meant for him. As he stuffed the bank card into his pocket, Han Jing couldn't help but smirk. "Are you really that short on cash?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes and retorted, "Sister, isn't it obvious? Not everyone grows up as a privileged lady like you. I've told you not to call me sister." Han Ying snupped. "All right, sister," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, his mind wholly engrossed in scavenging for spoils. However, aside from the anonymous bank card, Lai Guangqing possessed nothing else. "Penny pincher," Lin Yi grumbled, kicking Lai Guangqing's body, perplexed that despite being his first kill, he felt no discomfort beyond a brief pallor. This led him to question whether he was, in fact, a sociopath. Well, if you truly need money, you could bring this guy's head back to the Emergency Management Bureau. Han Jing pointed at the corpse of Lai Guangqing and remarked, "This individual, known as Lai Guangqing, is a disciple of the blood sect. The reward offered by the Emergency Management Bureau typically hovers around 200,000. Is it truly worth that much?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his face alight with joy, only for it to falter moments later. "What's the matter?" Han Jing inquired, noticing Lin Yi's sudden change in demeanor. "Just a moment ago, you were clamoring for money. The bounty on this man's head is no trifling sum. I would want it, but the money is too hot to handle," Lin Yi sighed. "If I were to present his head in exchange for the reward, wouldn't that indisputably reveal to the world that I was his killer? If the blood sect members were to discover this, I wouldn't have a peaceful moment. It's one thing if they target me, but what about my parents and sister?" Lin Yi rubbed his forehead, his eyes lighting up as he regarded Han Jing. "Isn't there a ready-made scapegoat here? Why are you looking at me like that?" Han Jing regarded him warily. "Come on, since this man's head is so valuable, you could go to the Emergency Management Bureau to claim the reward, and we can split the 200,000 between us. What do you say?" Lin Yi looked at her with eager anticipation. "Puffed. You were just saying you feared retaliation. Have you considered whether I might face repercussions?" Han Ying retorted, exasperated. "So I'm merely a tool for you? Not quite the same." Lin Yi chuckled. "Sister Jing, you're affiliated with the Lico Martial Arts Association. The blood sect wouldn't dare storm into Arguan Prefecture just to trouble you, would they?" He glanced back at the silent Han Jing, stoking the flames of persuasion. "If you refuse, we'll have to forego that 200,000 reward. That's a significant amount." "I agree," Han Ying replied decisively. "Why are you looking at me like that? That is a hefty sum. She added, a hint of excitement in her tone. It's enough for me to acquire a weapon. Then it's settled. You shall handle this. Lin Yi gestured for Han Jing to step forward. Let me do it. Han Jing bypassed Lin Yi, approaching Lai Guangqing's corpse, deftly severing his head with a short blade. Throughout the process, she displayed no signs of discomfort. By the way, why did you follow me? Are you feeling guilty, realizing your mistake? Han Jing walked aside, picking up the discarded robe of Lai Guangqing, wrapping his head within it, and beamed at Lin Yi. You're overthinking it. I came out to look for my parents. Speaking of which, where are they? Lin Yi suddenly remembered his purpose for leaving and quickly told Han Jing, Sister Jing, I must take my leave. I need to find my parents. Before he could finish, he vanished into the night. Seriously, slow down. Han Jing watched Lin Yi's fleeting silhouette disappear into the darkness, a smile creeping onto her lips. The knowledge that he had rushed to her aid when he sensed her danger filled her with joy. She anticipated her significance in his eyes. However, she couldn't shake off the worry for his parents. Han Jing's mind raced with concern. If anything were to happen to Lin Yi's family due to her, the weight of her guilt would be unbearable. Xiao Jing. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her from distance. She turned to see several vehicles speeding towards her. Xiao Jing, are you all right? Han Yu, with a look of urgency, leapt from his vehicle, striding toward Han Jing, pulling her close for a thorough inspection. Uncle, you're hurting me. As he gripped her, a sharp pain shot through her chest, causing her to cough involuntarily. Time had passed, and the effects of the prohibited drugs were gradually waning, revealing the pain that had been masked. Where are you hurt? Han Yu cried, alarmé. He had lost his parents early in life, raised by his elder brother, who had perished in battle. Now, he cared for his niece as if she were his own daughter. The thought of her facing any danger due to him was unbearable. Just a couple of fractured ribs, but it's nothing serious, Han Jing reassured him, eager to divert his worry. She pointed at the corpse on the ground. Uncle, this person claimed to be a disciple of the blood sect, named Lai Guangqing. There are also several bodies of his henchmen upstairs. Disciple. A wave of gasps echoed from behind. Han Jing turned to see several imposing figures disembarking from the vehicles, approaching her. Among them, she spotted a familiar face. Uncle Yu. Han Jing greeted Yu Kanan. Xiao Jing, you're quite remarkable. Yu Kanan praised. I never imagined even a disciple of the blood sect would be no match for you. Han Jing hesitated, wanting to clarify that she hadn't killed him, but recalling Lin Yi's concerns, she swallowed her words. Since Lin Yi had such faith in her, she couldn't jeopardize his family's safety. Indeed, a talented individual emerges from a prestigious lineage. Qin Shirui commended. Menityahen, you've nurtured yet another pillar for our Guan prefecture. Qin Shirui regarded Han Jing with admiration. A disciple of the blood sect possessed strength, exceeding the 25 mark in bone tempering. The fact that this young girl could slay a disciple like Lai Guangqing at the cost of a few broken ribs indicated her prowess was at least equal to that level. At her age, such achievement made her a true prodigy. Would you be interested in joining our Emergency Management Bureau after graduation? We are in need of more personnel in Team 3. Qin Shirui extended an olive branch, but was cut off by Han Yu. Captain Qin, you're bending the rules. Han Yu shook lid. I'm from Liko. My daughter is certainly part of it as well. Besides, she hasn't graduated yet. Qin Shirui replied with a grin. Manager Han, your authoritarianism isn't becoming. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope Miss Han will consider it. Our Emergency Management Bureau is quite earnest. Hong Ying flashed a sweet smile at Qin Shiyu. Thank you, Captain Qin. I will give it thoughtful consideration. By the way, I recall the Emergency Management Bureau issued a bounty on the blood sect. Could you assist in fulfilling the reward for Lai Guangqing? Captain Qin? Qin Shirui glanced at the package at Han Jing's feet, recognizing it contained the head. Of course. I'll ensure it's honored. Please leave your account details. I'll have the money transferred immediately. Songding. A tall, slender young man approached briskly. Qin Shirui issued a brief instruction, and the young man named Song Ding swiftly retrieved the package containing the head, returning to the vehicle in haste. Moments later, he emerged, giving Qin Shirui a thumbs up. Miss Han, please check. Qin Shirui gestured. Han Jing took out her phone and indeed received a notification. 400,000. Han Ying exclaimed, staring incredulously at Qin Shirui. Qin Shirui explained, recently, we've increased the bounty to capture them. Rest assured, accept it. Thank you, Captain Qin. Han Jing expressed her gratitude with delight. Although the individual is deceased, we must remain vigilant. Therefore, I will need everyone's cooperation in the coming days. Moreover, I suspect the blood sect would not send a mere disciple-level figure to Guan Prefecture. Qin Shiriyue shared her suspicions with Yu Kanan and the others, garnering unanimous agreement. After a few individuals discussed various details, they each departed. In the vehicle, Qin Shiriyue observed Song Ding, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. She inquired, "If you have something to say, please do. You seem quite burdened by it." Song Ding, without holding back, asked Captain Qin for my examination of the scene. It seems the one who killed Lai Guanqing must be a skilled swordsman. However, I observed that Miss Han wielded a short sword. Given the fragments of the short sword scattered at the scene and her injuries, it is evident she must have been defeated in her confrontation with Lai Guanqing early on. Therefore, her claim of having slain Lai Guanqing is utterly untrustworthy. Why then do I need to feign ignorance and double the bounty? Qin Shiriyue interrupted Song Ding with a smile. "How long have you been in Guangzhou?" Rather than addressing Song Ding's question, she posed an unrelated one. "For years. This is my 5th year," Song Ding replied, albeit perplexed. "Then you should be well aware of the backgrounds of our team members, correct?" Qin Shiriyue's statement brought clarity to Song Ding's confusion. Fortunately, Qin Shiriyue did not digress, but stated directly, whether it be Yu Qinan, Han Yu, or several others. Each is a formidable force in Guangzhou. Although our Emergency Management Bureau wields considerable power, many matters cannot be effectively pursued without the support of these local titans. Miss Han is the niece of Han Yu, one of the veterans of the Liker Mercenary Corps. While the Yu and Lu families backing Yu Qinan are both prominent powers in Guangzhou, he, too, was a veteran of the Liker Mercenary Corps, and although he is retired, you have seen how close his relationship with Han Yu remains. The rumors regarding Yu Qinan's fallout with Liker should be dismissed. Believing them would be foolish. A slight smirk graced Qin Shiriyue's lips. She had always regarded that rumor with disdain. Granting Miss Han a favor is tantamount to extending one to Han Yu and Yu Qinan, representing the local forces in Guangzhou. Ultimately, it's merely a trifling sum of 400,000, a small price to pay for goodwill. Why not? Furthermore, Qin Shiriyue recalled the knife wounds on Lai Guanqing and the remaining traces of the scene, stating from the evidence. The initial confrontation occurred on the 2nd floor, and I am certain that Miss Han was severely injured right from the start, contributing little in the subsequent struggle. The swordsman, willing to credit Miss Han with the kill of Lai Guanqing, implies a familiarity between them, perhaps even a cordial relationship. Thus, allocating this reward to Miss Han is entirely reasonable. It was only then that Song Ding's understanding crystallized how intricate the situation truly was. He gazed at Qin Shiriyue with admiration, realizing why she had ascended to the position of team leader in Action Group 3 at such a young age. Not only was her strength formidable, but her intellect was equally sharp. Chapter 33, Lin Qian. "Who is that person?" In the vehicle, Han Yu abruptly remarked. To Han Jing, it sounded like thunder. "What person?" Han Jing gazed out of the window, genuinely perplexed. Observing his niece's reaction, Han Yu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Still playing coy? I've raised you since you were a child. I know your capabilities all too well." Han Yu stated firmly, "Lai Guanqing was not killed by you. Do you look down on me?" Han Jing retorted defiantly, but before she could continue, Yu Qinan interjected. "Lai Guanqing died from knife wounds, and he bore only knife injuries. Xiaojing, if I recall correctly, you wield 2 short swords." Han Jing rolled her eyes and replied, "If you all know already, then why ask? You're spreading false reports." "No way. I'm returning that 400,000. Han Yu accepted resolutely. He and Yu Qinan had discerned at the scene that she was not the one responsible for the murder. That is unacceptable. Upon hearing about returning the money, Han Jing immediately protested. "If we return it, how will I explain to Lin? My impersonation was with the consent of the person involved. They simply wished to avoid entanglement with the blood cult and feared retribution. Moreover, Captain Qin hasn't pursued the matter, yet you, my own second uncle, are making a fuss." Han Jing expressed her dissatisfaction. "Oh, you." Han Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Do you think Captain Qin didn't notice? She simply chose not to say anything, using that 400,000 to silence me and have me owe her a favor." "What?" Han Jing's eyes widened, reflecting a unique blend of youthful innocence and naivety. "How shameless. She actually plotted against me." Han Ying fumed, grabbing a doll from the back seat and punching it in frustration. "Surely, That Captain Qin doesn't see herself as a fool? How infuriating. However, Han Jing began to realize that owing a favor to the newly appointed action group leader of the Emergency Management Bureau could prove advantageous. After all, it might provide her with some protection in future matters. Well, it's not you who owes the favor. Yu Keenan chuckled. Han Yu smiled ruefully and then inquired, can you tell your second uncle who that person is? Since when has Guangzhou produced such a skilled swordsman? By the way, fourth brother, you're an expert with blades. Can you discern this person's style? Yu Keenan's brow furrowed as he contemplated the scene and Lai Guangqing's wounds, feeling an unsettling familiarity. This person's swordsmanship is impressive, at least proficient in a sea-level technique. Otherwise, they could not have slain Lai Guangqing. There are only a few who wield blades in Guangzhou. Surely it cannot be one of them? That's not possible, Han Yu quickly dismissed. If they had done it, there would be no reason to let our Xiao Jing take the fall. Han Jing scoffed. What do you mean take the fall? Second uncle, you uncle, stop speculating. I want to tell you, but I can assure you he's not from any of those families. After Han Jing's declaration, she raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Han Yu. Faced with Han Jing's silence, Han Yu had no option but to concentrate on driving, intending to seek another opportunity later. Min Vila, Han Ying Igilu Misos Lin Yi. After bidding farewell to Han Jing, Lin Yi hurried to their family's small shop, only to find the door already locked. Looking around, he heard someone calling out, "Is that you, Xiaoyi?" Following the voice, Lin Yi saw it was Aunt Li from the nearby snack shop. "Aunt Li, where are my parents?" "Your parents? They left quite a while ago," Aunt Li replied. "Quite a while?" Lin Yi's heart sank, and he quickly bid farewell to Aunt Li before racing home. "Mom, Dad, please don't let anything happen." What should have taken over half an hour was reduced to just 8 minutes of frantic running. Upon seeing the lights on in the courtyard, Lin Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Mom, I couldn't reach you by phone. Are you still at friend's house? Did you call Luyu?" A clear female voice echoed from the courtyard, unmistakably that of his older sister. Momentarily lost in thought, a tall figure appeared at the door. Lin Yi called out, "Sister." Before he could finish, his ear was pinched. "You little rascal. Sneaking out in the middle of the night without telling Mom and Dad. And you didn't even give me a call. Do you have any idea how dangerous it's been lately?" Lin Huan scolded, pulling Lin Yi by the ear and unceremoniously leading him back into the house. "Mom and Dad, your son has been found." Lin Huan, still seething, slapped Lin Yi and declared, "If you dare to ignore my calls again, just wait and see how I deal with you." Lin Yi rubbed his ear, the familiar sting reminiscent of his past life. Even at 27, he had never mustered the courage to retaliate against his sister's blows. As he retrieved his phone, he discovered its screen was shattered. It was a miracle the sturdy flower powder phone hadn't completely disintegrated. "You really have a knack for destruction. Look at your phone." Lin Huan laughed merrily from the sofa, munching on snacks. "Sis, could you spare some cash for a new phone?" Lin Yi's request instantly changed Lin Huan's expression. "Get lost," she retorted, swiftly retreating to her room. Unable to suppress a grin, Lin Yi knew the simplest way to manipulate his sister was to ask for money. "Here, take this to buy a new phone." Just as Lin Yi basked in this long-awaited joy, a stack of red bills was thrust before him by Lin Rahai. "Take it." "So, you can't live without a phone, and since you'll be heading to college next year, it's about time you upgraded. Consider an early replacement," Lin Rahai said with a smile. Lin Yi examined the money, estimating around 3,000 yuan, enough for a decent phone. He wished to inform Lin Rahai about his anonymous bank card, but its origins were too dubious to explain. After all, how could he say, "You see, Dad, your son just defeated a disciple-level enemy and acquired this card"? Never mind. He accepted the money, planning to wait until he returned from the wilderness to reveal the bank card, by which time the source of the funds would be easier to explain. "Thanks, Dad." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before inquiring, "By the way, where did you and Mom go? I noticed you two hadn't returned, so I went out to look for you." "Why were you looking for us?" Yang Lan asked. "It was your sister. She insisted on buying us a couple of outfits. So, we went to school to find her and returned together." With that, Yang Lan proudly displayed the new clothes she had received. "Look at what your sister picked out for me. At my age, do I really need to wear something like this? It's absurd." Despite her disdainful tone, the smugness on her face was unmistakable. Lin Yi felt a pang of sadness. He had never bought his parents a single piece of clothing in his previous life. Even at 28. Chapter 34. Entering the Wilderness. "That's because you're not used to it." Lin Huan had emerged from her room, leaning against the doorframe. "The teachers at our school are older than you, yet they still dress more flamboyantly than young girls." "Mom, Just wear it with confidence. By the way, I wasn't too satisfied with the shoes we saw last night, so I ordered you 2 pairs online. Keep an eye out for the delivery. They should arrive the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing that her daughter had bought her shoes, Lan immediately became flustered. You silly girl, stop wasting money. I have plenty of shoes already. No, you need to return them. Too late to return. Lin Qian shot back before closing her door again. Lin glanced at his father, who pretended to be uninterested but was clearly attentive. Dad, are you tempted? Don't worry. I'll buy your clothes and shoes in the future. Lin Rahai quickly shook his head. No need for that. Just buy something for your mother. Lin smiled, but remained silent. Beyond the 3,000 yuan for a phone, all he had was that questionable bank card. He resolved that once he ventured into the wilderness and earned some money, he would surprise his parents. After a few more exchanges with his parents, he returned to his room. His vitality had surged dramatically. Even the bones in his fingers had been completely tempered. Wouldn't this cultivation speed astonish many? Lin eagerly checked his attributes, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If memory served him right, Sister Jing, now a junior, had only tempered 20 bones. He wondered what level 26 bones would place him within the martial arts university context. Knock, knock. A knock resounded from the door. Lin opened it to find Lin Qian entering. I heard from Mom that your vitality has reached 512? Yes, but I feel like it has increased significantly these past 2 days. Lin preemptively warned, hoping not to shock his sister. Good job. Lin Qian couldn't resist ruffling her brother's hair, beaming with pride. I knew you could do it. Then she placed a stack of cash on the bed. Here, as 50,000 yuan for you. Spend it on nutrition solutions or beast meat, whatever you need. As long as you can get into a martial arts university, it will all be worth it. With your talent, by next June as college entrance exams. You might even aim for the top 3 martial arts universities. National Defense Martial University, Capital Martial University, or National Martial University. As she spoke, Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sheesh. Lin gazed at her, feeling an overwhelming urge to confess that he was no longer just a weakling with a mere vitality of 512. Throughout their childhood, despite the many times she had beaten him, the bond between them was undeniably strong. Yet he ultimately held back, nodding earnestly. Don't worry, sis, you know my strength. It's just National Defense Martial University, Capital Martial University, or National Martial University, right? Just wait and see. Next year, I'll bring home the title of top martial arts scholar. Keep dreaming. Lin Qian scoffed, giving him a playful slap. If you manage to get into even one of those universities, it'll be a miracle for our family. She paused, her thoughts drifting to those despicable people, and then stood up, reiterating, all right, just keep that in mind. Your sister might be destined for a mundane life, but our family is counting on you. Keep that money safe. With that, Lin Qian opened the door and left. Inside, Lin stared at the 50,000 yuan on the bed, momentarily lost in thought. This was not just money. It represented the hope for his family's upward mobility. Rest assured, I won't let you down. He grasped the bills tightly, contemplated a moment, then stashed them back in the drawer. Time for bed. Lin climbed under the covers. The next day, when Lin awoke, his parents had already left, and his sister was still on the sofa enjoying breakfast. Up already? Hurry and eat. Lin Qian called out. I'm going to wash up, Lin replied. After freshening up, he returned to the dining table. Sis, don't you have a break yet? Originally, we were supposed to have one, Lin Qian explained. But with the recent incidents, the Education Bureau is worried about safety and has ordered students to remain in school until further notice. I estimate we'll be on vacation within a week, as there's still over a week until the new year. All right, I want to keep you. I'm done. And I'm leaving. Lin Qian hurriedly swallowed the last bite of her steamed bun, quickly gulped down some water, and dashed out. Once she was gone, Lin finished his meal in a few bites, then returned to his room, retrieving his D-106 combat knife, which he sheathed at his back. He then pulled out his mountain climbing backpack from under the bed, filled with the items he had prepared the day before. Food and drink along with various condiments, daggers, and other necessities. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, Lin took out a black scarf to wrap around his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. After checking his reflection in the mirror and being satisfied with the anonymity of his appearance, he departed. Upon arriving at outpost number 17, he was urged to disembark quickly and venture into the wilderness. Located 20 kilometers outside of Guangzhou City, a minibus came to a halt at a makeshift outpost, and one by one, passengers began to alight. Stepping off the vehicle, Lin surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Outside Guangzhou, there were densely clustered 37 outposts, most of which were small in scale. However, outposts number 17, number 8, and number 31, situated closest to Nanshan, Cherry Valley, and Jialu Gorge, were exceptional. Initially, the size of these outposts was comparable to others, but due to their proximity to Nanshan, Cherry Valley, and Jialu Gorge, they gradually evolved into bustling markets. To avert conflicts, the authorities upgraded these outposts and stationed a company of troops here, also mandating the establishment of an office for the Emergency Management Bureau, which periodically dispatched warriors for rotations. After decades of development, outposts number 8, number 17, and number 31 had expanded significantly, now resembling the main urban area of a town. As Lin disembarked, he displayed childlike curiosity, surveying the area. Fortunately, his 2 lifetimes had equipped him with the ability to disguise his true nature, allowing him to appear as a seasoned veteran frequently traversing the wilderness. Brother, got any goods? I assure you, the prices I offer at outposts now. 17 will be the highest. As he walked, a figure approached him. Upon closer inspection, Lin couldn't help but chuckle. It was a familiar face. Chapter 35. This is all about money. Zhao Dali grinned at Lin, arching an eyebrow. You must have heard of my name, Zhao Dali, at outpost number 17. I won't claim my prices are the highest in the entire outpost, but I can guarantee they are among the top. Lin remained composed and replied, Boss Zhao's reputation is indeed trustworthy, but I just arrived from Guangzhou and am unaware of what I can procure. I cannot supply you just yet. No worries. Just remember old Zhao. Zhao Dali dismissed the concern, merely seeking to establish rapport with these individuals, ensuring that they would think of him first when they returned to sell their goods. After bidding farewell to Lin Zhao Dali took a couple of steps before advising. Be careful, brother. Things have been a bit unsettled around Nanshan recently, with sporadic beast uprisings. Stay vigilant. Thank you. Lin clasped his fists in gratitude. After circling the outpost a couple of times and gaining a general understanding of his surroundings, he shouldered his pack and departed, heading straight towards Nanshan in the south. In his previous life, Nanshan was not particularly large, reaching a height of merely 300 to 400 meters. However, in this life, following a great rebirth, Nanshan had undergone substantial transformation. Its height had surged to nearly 1,000 meters, and its expanse had broadened considerably, extending all the way to Xiuzhou in the south. Along the way, many travelers accompanied him, and several returnees were also present, but once he entered Nanshan, all others vanished. Lin pulled out the new mobile phone he had purchased and used the compass to ascertain his direction, heading southwest. The forest coverage in Nanshan was dense. After walking approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, the sky was completely obscured by the tree canopy. Occasionally, beams of light would pierce through the thick foliage, transforming into beautiful columns of light in the forest. As Lin treaded upon the soft, decaying leaves, it felt as though he was walking on the surface of the sea. Everything around him was novel. Even though he had visited many renowned mountains and rivers in his past life, the wild aura of Nanshan was a first for him. Suddenly, as he ambled leisurely, a series of sounds erupted around him, reminiscent of something darting through the underbrush. Something was approaching. Lin placed his right hand on the battle blade at his back, poised for an immediate draw. He scrutinized the source of the noise, catching sight of a shadow leaping among the treetops. With a sudden chirp, a dark figure leapt down from the tree, its sharp claws lunging directly for Lin Yi's eyes. Seeking death, Lin swiftly unsheathed his blade, striking without hesitation at the shadow. With a swish, the blade sliced through flesh, effortlessly cleaving the shadow in two. A soft thud resounded as a bloodied black-furred arm fell to the ground. A creature, covered in gray fur, resembling both a monkey and a wolf dog, writhed in agony on the forest floor. The black-tailed long macaque, indeed as described in the texts, was utterly mindless and prone to ambushes. Lin glanced at the moaning black-tailed long macaque on the ground, strode over, and plunged his blade into its chest, silencing it instantly. What nuisance! The flesh of this creature is said to be somewhat sour, and its teeth and claws lack any substantial hardness. It is utterly useless. Lin recalled the descriptions of the black-tailed long macaque with disdain, giving its corpse a kick. Just as he intended to leave, a commotion erupted overhead. Lin looked up to see 4 more black-tailed long macaques perched on a tree branch, intently watching him. How about a meal for you? Lin lifted the corpse of the black-tailed, long macaque from the ground and tossed it onto the tree trunk, startling the four creatures into a cacophony of screeches as they scattered in alarm. Lin chuckled heartily and turned to leave. The four black-tailed, long macaques, drawn back by the scent of their fallen comrade's blood, soon returned to the body, indulging themselves in a feast. These black-tailed long macaques were merely small calamities at the periphery of Nanshan. In terms of strength, even martial arts novices could easily dispatch them. However, the deeper one ventured, the greater the dangers became. As Lin approached the mouth of a valley, a gust of wind suddenly rushed towards him. He swiftly leaned back to evade the strike, retaliating with a swift slash. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a beast, towering nearly a head taller than a man, roared at him. The terror macaque, with its massive 20-centimeter-long canine teeth and claws capable of tearing through gold and stone. Though classified as a first-tier beast, equivalent to a martial arts novice, was far superior to the previous black-tailed long macaques he had encountered. Generally speaking, beasts tend to possess greater strength than human martial artists of the same level, owing to their innate advantages, especially for social species like the terror macaque, which posed a significant threat to newly minted warriors. Yet, for Lin, it was a different story. He had no fear of the terror macaque. He bellowed, charging forward with his blade once more. Under the ferocious onslaught, the terror macaque faltered within moments, succumbing to Lin Yi's blade as it plunged into its chest. Dead beyond revival, the claws and fangs of the terror macaque were valuable assets, and its flesh was quite palatable. Just the fangs and claws alone could fetch over $2,000. Lin, with great satisfaction, meticulously severed the claws and canine teeth of the baboon. Due to his lack of experience, it took him over 10 minutes to complete the task. Fortunately, he had buried the bloodstains in the dirt beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been unable to carry out his work here with such peace of mind for those 10 minutes. The price he aimed for was one he had heard during his round at the outpost stalls before venturing into the mountains, a price that seemed quite fair. Glancing at the disfigured corpse he had worked on, Lin felt a twinge of regret. The pelt alone could fetch 300 to 400. Aside from the claws and teeth, he had managed to collect over 5 pounds of meat from the carcass, intending to consume some for himself and sell the rest. All in all, this baboon had contributed nearly 5,000 yuan. Lin could not help but marvel at the speed of his earnings. It was akin to robbing a bank. He resolved to seize the moment and hunt down a few more baboons. Having encountered one here, it was evident that a multitude of baboons were lurking nearby, so he decided against venturing further into the forest. "Little money, here I come," he exclaimed joyfully, shouldering his backpack as he began to track the baboons. Chapter 36. A Bountiful Harvest. Between the streams, remnants of dismembered limbs lay strewn about, and bright crimson blood pooled together, flowing into the stream and staining it a deep red. Lin hurriedly weaved through the bodies of the baboons, gathering teeth and claws. Thanks to the stream, the stench of blood was diluted. Otherwise, it would have attracted numerous predators, leading to considerable trouble for him. A total of 7 baboons. What incredible luck. He had just earned several tens of thousands. Lin patted his stuffed backpack, feeling a bittersweet joy. This single backpack could hardly hold much more. There remained a sizable heap of meat he had cut that had no place to go. After spending half an hour, he fashioned several backpacks from the baboon pelts, stowing the meat inside and adding a few ice blocks to ensure its freshness. Once everything was prepared, he hoisted his backpack, picked up his battle knife, and made his way to the camping site he had carefully selected. Not far from the stream, there lay an abandoned mine, small enough to accommodate a single person. Lin set down his backpack and erected his camping tent, completing the setup just as night fell. Using the light of the fire, he stripped off his clothing, revealing a well-built torso. On his shoulder was a wound approximately the length of a finger, and on the right side of his abdomen were 3 varying-sized cuts. These injuries were remnants from his prior encounters. While the baboons were not quite at the level of martial artists, they were perilously close in strength and number. Although he was quite capable, easily overpowering them in one-on-one skirmishes, it was his first experience in actual combat. And there were always details he overlooked. These wounds were the tuition fees he had paid. Now that the injuries had scabbed over, he retrieved iodine and cotton swabs from his backpack, meticulously cleaning the wounds before applying Yunnan Bai Yao and wrapping them in gauze for a simple bandage. After moving around to ensure his mobility was unaffected, he breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the stone wall of the mine, Lin Qian took fresh meat from his backpack and skewered it on a branch, placing it over the fire to roast. Once it reached a certain degree of doneness, he sprinkled some seasoning on it. The fat dripped onto the flames, producing a symphony of crackles and pops, filling the air with a rich aroma. As Lin Qian savored the roasted meat, he glanced at his phone, which had lost signal since entering the mountains. Fortunately, he had informed his parents beforehand that he would be away for 2 days, and they assumed he was at Lu Yu's house for training. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Qian leaned against the mountain wall and closed his eyes. This was his first night spent in the mountains, and even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, since he was still on the outskirts of South Mountain, it was relatively safe. Aside from the presence of lesser beasts like black-tailed, long-tailed baboons. Before long, midnight arrived, signaling the time for the system's assessment. Host, Lin Qian Vitality, 3510. Cultivation level, first stage of bone tempering count, 34. Martial techniques, Dragon and Tiger Stance, E-grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon and Tiger Fist, E-grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Abyss Blade, C-grade, Proficient 10600, 20,000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown, 2359. His vitality had increased by nearly 900, and he was astonished to find that his proficiency in Dragon Abyss Blade had soared by 400. Could it be due to the real combat experience? Lin Qian pondered. After a day of fighting, he indeed recognized a significant difference between solitary training and life-and-death battles. For instance, those wounds. He had initially believed he could evade or block the attacks, yet in reality, he had been a moment too slow. In retrospect, his initial responses had been erroneous. This was the stark contrast between theory and practice. The night passed swiftly, and as the first rays of dawn touched Lin Qian, he awoke, admitting that the night had been quite torturous. However, upon seeing the overflowing bundle beside him, all discomfort vanished. Onward, Lin Qian hastily gathered his belongings, ensuring to bury the remnants of the campfire in the dirt before stowing everything inside the mine and covering it with dry branches and leaves until no obvious traces remained. Satisfied, he set out with the intention of hunting more baboons. Carrying so much gear was not only inconvenient, but could also hinder him in a critical moment. He was determined not to falter in this regard. Today proved even luckier than yesterday. Lin Qian had barely ventured far when he encountered a group of baboons gathered by the stream for a drink. Without expending much effort, the 5 baboons lay neatly on the ground, significantly contributing to Lin Qian's path to financial freedom. After cleaning up as usual, he returned to the cave with the teeth, claws, meat, and pelts, then began to explore the surrounding area. It wasn't until the afternoon, as the sun began its descent in the west, that he returned to his temporary camp at the cave. Collecting all his finds together, he discovered he had over 30 pounds of fresh meat alone. The teeth, claws, and pelts from the other baboons filled 3 bundles in addition to his backpack. Besides these, he had also collected some herbs, which were quite valuable. Lin Qian slung all the bundles over his shoulders, feeling considerably bulkier. Assessing the weight, he couldn't help but smile. This haul could easily net me 100,000 yuan. 100,000. His parents worked an entire year to earn such a sum, yet he had achieved it in merely 2 days. He felt a surge of emotion as if he might cry. In his previous life, he had achieved nothing by the age of 28, let alone support his family. Now, having been granted a second chance, he had succeeded. Homeward bound, Lin Qian could hardly wait to see the expressions on his parents' faces when they learned of his newfound wealth. Along the desolate mountain path, a bulky figure strode forward, as if the weight upon his back was non-existent. However, it was not long before Lin Qian came to a halt. He set down his backpack and resolutely drew his combat knife, pointing it ominously ahead. A wave of fierce energy emanating from him as his piercing gaze fixated on the quartet that had likewise ceased their advance not far away. "Calm down, brother, calm down." The leader of the group, a man in his 30s with a scar gracing the corner of his mouth, likely a remnant of a violent encounter, looked rather menacing. The quartet exuded a faint scent of blood, unmistakably the mark of mercenaries accustomed to the harsh realities of life on the fringes. Observing Lin Qian, who appeared ready to fight at the slightest provocation, the man quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that they meant no harm. Lin, he remained silent, scrutinizing the group for an extended moment before finally uttering, "You may go first." The man turned to his companions and said, "Let us leave." They then deliberately circled to the left and departed from another direction. Lin, he did not let his guard down until he witnessed their figures vanish into the thicket, at which point he sheathed his knife, shouldered his pack once more, and hastily departed. In his previous life, colleagues at the company would engage in cutthroat scheming over trivial matters. How much more treacherous could this world, thriving on martial prowess, be? The items he carried were worth a staggering 100,000. Chapter 37. A windfall of 110,000. At Outpost 17, the cacophony of voices flooded his ears, and Lin, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Ignoring the envious and greedy glances cast his way, he strode purposefully toward the interior of the outpost, his eyes searching for a suitable target. "Brother, are you selling your goods? Our supermarket is in need of fresh beast meat, and we guarantee prices that will satisfy you. Brother, take a look at our store. Our purchasing price far surpasses that of any small supermarket." "Huh, what does your store even amount to? Who in Guangzhou hasn't heard of us at Dennis?" Lin, he disregarded their clamorous chatter and simply walked past them. He had already inquired about their prices before heading to Nanshan, and they were considerably lower than what Zhao Dali offered. There was no reason to be a fool. Bang! At Zhao Dali's stall, a colossal package crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that caused Zhao to cough violently. "You rascal, truly a lord. Welcome. Please support my brother's business." Upon seeing the sizable parcel, Zhao immediately swallowed the curse that had nearly escaped his lips, replacing it with a sycophantic demeanor. From his years of experience, he recognized that the contents of this large bundle were indeed quite valuable. "Zhao, boss, take a look," Lin Yi said, tapping the package. "I came straight here without pause. If the price doesn't satisfy me, I'll take my business elsewhere and 1 return. Rest assured, brother." Zhao Dali quickly scrambled to his feet, patting his chest. "Who doesn't know that I, Zhao Dali, am genuine at Outpost 17? I can't claim to have the highest prices, but I can assure you that mine are among the best." "All right, let us settle the account," Lin Yi said, stepping back a couple of paces. "Right," Zhao Dali shouted to a young assistant behind him. "Xiao Qi, get to work." "Coming." Xiao Qi rolled up his sleeves and approached, unwrapping the package. A potent scent of blood immediately wafted through the air, drawing the attention of nearby stallholders. "Goodness, that is quite a haul, Zhao. You've struck gold again," teased a man from the adjacent stall, who stood bare-chested in the winter, steam rising from his body. "Get lost. Have you seen my prices? If I'm not making a profit, then what is the point?" Zhao Dali retorted, then began sorting through the contents. He pulled out canine teeth and claws, exclaiming, "I must ask, brother, did you raid a troop of baboons? Wait, you're buying them, right?" Lin Yi inwarded anxiously. "Of course," Zhao Dali replied. "I'm just curious. While baboons may not be martial artists, they are certainly numerous. Most novices in martial arts wouldn't dare provoke them, and those capable of hunting them typically find it not worth the effort. I don't often acquire them. However, the demand for their teeth and claws is significant. Here's the deal. I'll give you 300 for each tooth and claw, for 100 for the pelts, and 460 per pound for the meat. If that works for you, we can discuss the rest. If not, I'll pack it up for you to take elsewhere. What do you say?" After finishing, Zhao Dali looked at Lin Yi, awaiting his decision. "Let us proceed as you propose, Zhao boss." Lin Yi said decisively, just as Zhao Dali had stated. His prices were indeed among the highest at Outpost 17. Therefore, Lin Yi had no desire to expend further effort seeking alternative offers. It was prudent to seize the opportunity and ensure he received his payment promptly. "Splendid," Zhao Dali exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "With a brother like you trusting me, I won't let you suffer any losses. Xiao Qi, tally up the account." As Zhao Dali commanded, 2 additional assistants joined Xiao Qi to help count the spoils. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Qi returned with the ledger, reporting to Zhao Dali, "Brother Dali, it's all set." Zhao Dali took the ledger, glanced over it, and then handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Brother, take a look. You got a total of 271 canine teeth and claws at 300 each, totaling 81,300. There are 21 quality pelts at 400 each, totaling 8 for 100. As for the meat, we have 52 pounds of fresh meat at 460 per pound. Leave me 12 pounds of the meat. You could take the other 40. Lin Yi interrupted Zahadari. All right, that's 40 pounds of meat at 460, which comes to 18,400. Adding it all together, that brings us to 108, 100. I'll round it off for you. How does 110,000 sound? Zhao Dali grinned. Lin, he was taken aback by Zhao Dali's generosity, as he had effectively been given an extra 2,000. Zhao boss, you're quite magnanimous. Lin Yi pides. Realizing that it was no wonder Zhao Dali's business thrived. With such generosity, success was inevitable. Xiao Qi, transfer the funds. Zhao Dali called out, prompting Xiao Qi to swiftly dash into the back of the stall. 2 minutes later, he emerged, peering out to announce, all set. Zhao Dali turned to Lin Yi, brother. Check if the funds have arrived. Lin Yi opened his phone. Upon returning to the outpost, he had regained signal, and just then, a text message arrived. It was the notification of the 110,000 deposit. Thank you, Lin Yi said, forcibly suppressing his elation as he addressed Zhao Dali. Goods for cash, Zhao Dali affirmed. May I inquire your name, brother? Would you consider supplying me regularly? Perhaps fearing Lin Yi might misunderstand, he added, of course, if you prefer not to divulge. That's perfectly fine. Just know that I can offer an additional 5 on the previous prices if you agree to a long-term arrangement. There's nothing to hide. My name is Lin Yi, he replied, pulling down his scarf to reveal an exceedingly youthful visage. Wow, Zhao Dali exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Brother, you're not still in school, are you? Which martial arts university? Lin Yi shook his head, and before he could respond, Zhao Dali remarked with a serious tone. I understand. You wish to keep it confidential, right? Rest assured, brother, I won't breathe a word to anyone. No, I'm only in my 3rd year of high school this year. Lin Yi's words left Zhao Dali momentarily speechless. Whoa, Zhao Dali exclaimed repeatedly, drawing the attention of those around him. He hastily pulled Lin Yi behind the stall and seated him on a chair. Brother, Zhao Dali said, his demeanor obsequious as he bent forward, rubbing his hands together with an unmistakably lewd expression. If there is anything you need, Boss Zhao, please don't hesitate to say it. Your demeanor is somewhat intimidating. Lin Yi felt a bit overwhelmed by Zhao Dali's enthusiasm. Chapter 38. I plan to offer you 200,000. Zhao Dali gazed at Lin Yi with fervent anticipation, still unable to believe that this young man, who dispatched fearsome baboons with such ease, was merely a 17 or 18-year-old who hadn't graduated high school. This was no mere prodigy. It was a veritable genius. After years of mingling in various circles, Zhao Dali had every reason to believe that as long as this young man survived, he would undoubtedly carve out a prominent place in the future of Xia country. He had observed Lin Yi's appearance, which was strikingly ordinary, and he surmised that his family background was likely not particularly affluent, given that he had ventured into the wilderness at such a tender age. If he could forge a good relationship with this burgeoning talent before he ascended to greatness, he would reap the rewards when Lin Yi became successful. He regretted that he had only given an extra 2,000 earlier. He should have offered 20,000. No, he should have given 200,000. Was he worried about it? Not in the slightest. Compared to the future returns, 20,000 was but a trifling sum. Brother, when you come back to my place in the future, I'll give you a 10% discount, Zhao Dali said, not for any other reason, but simply because your cultivation at such a young age makes me feel like I've wasted my life. Boss Zhao, you're being too generous. I still have a long way to go, Lin Yi replied, feeling a bit flushed from the praise. Modesty, my young friend, is truly admirable, Zhao Dali exclaimed. Let us drop the formalities. We're friends now. Call me Lao Zhao, or Zhao Gu, or Li Gu, whichever you prefer. Then I'll call you Li Gu. Lin Yi agreed, pleased to accept the friendly gesture. He still needed to sell some items to Zhao Dali, and a 10% increase in price was no small matter. Earning an extra 1,000 on 10,000 was significant. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yi finally managed to extricate himself. Once aboard the bus back to Guangzhou, Lin Yi felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He soon fell asleep and was only awakened by the driver upon reaching his destination. After disembarking, the night had already deepened. Upon returning home, his excitement grew with each step closer to his house. After today, his family would no longer have to worry about finances. He had the ability to support them now. Lin Yi, as he approached his doorstep, he heard Han Jing's voice. Jing Jia, what brings you here? Lin Yi noticed Han Jing sitting on the steps outside his door. Seeing Lin Yi return, Han Jing quickly stood up, brushing off her backside. Where have you been? Are you hurt? Han Jing asked, her voice tinged with concern as she illuminated Lin Qian's appearance. He looked quite disheveled. His clothes were torn at the shoulders and abdomen, and his pants were reduced to tattered strips, making him resemble a beggar at first glance. "It's just a minor injury," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Really?" Han Jing, seeing that Lin Qian's expression did not suggest deceit, felt relieved. She was puzzled as to why she felt worried about his safety. Ever since that night they had fought against Lai Guangqing together, she found herself daydreaming about him, often smiling to herself without realizing it. Han Jing scrutinized Lin Yi and suddenly had a thought. "You haven't been in the wilderness these past few days, have you?" "Did you guess?" Lin Yi responded, surprised, then realized it was a reasonable assumption given his current state. "Pretty much. I tried messaging you, but you didn't reply. When I called, it was either off or out of service, so I figured you must not be in Guangzhou," Han Jing explained. "You messaged me?" Lin Yi asked, bewildered. "Is something wrong?" "No, I just wanted to inform you that the bounty for Lai Guangqing has come in," Han Jing said, pulling out her phone. "Give me your account details." Lin Yi provided his account number, and within mere seconds, he received a notification of a deposit. 300,000? How could it be so much? Lin Yi exclaimed, looking at Han Jing in astonishment. Han Jing clarified, due to the significant impact Lai Guangqing caused, the Emergency Management Bureau increased the bounty amount. It totals 400,000. I'll take 100,000 as a fee for my effort. You don't mind? Do you? Mind? Not at all. We agreed that you would take the risk, and we would split it evenly. I'll give you another 100,000, Lin Yi said, reaching for his phone to transfer her the amount. Wait. Han Jing quickly grasped Lin Yi's hand, stopping him, feeling the coolness and smoothness of her hand. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. It seemed that apart from the time he held Lin's hand, this was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Could it be that his luck and love had improved since his rebirth? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Han Jing suddenly realized the intimacy of the moment, her cheeks flushing as she quickly released his hand, hastily bidding him farewell and rushing away. However, after walking a short distance, she turned back. My uncle wants to talk to you tomorrow. If you're willing to go, just send me a message, and I'll inform him. With that, Han Jing didn't wait for Lin Yi's response and hurriedly disappeared around the corner. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite endearing. Upon entering his home, Lin Yi first removed his torn clothes and took a refreshing shower. After changing into a fresh outfit, he stuffed the tattered remnants into a garbage bag and disposed of it in the public bin at the alleyway. Once he had completed these tasks, Lin Yi returned home, placing the remaining 10-odd kilograms of baboon meat in the refrigerator. He then cut a piece, and using the ingredients in the fridge, prepared 4 dishes along with the soup. After cooking, he kept the food warm in the pot before starting to tally his gains. Besides the unnamed bank card, he now had the 300,000 transferred by Han Jing, the 110,000 from selling materials, and an additional 50,000 from his sister, totaling over 460,000, a substantial sum. In both this life and his previous one, he had never possessed so much money. Of this amount, he intended to return the 50,000 to his sister, allocate 200,000 to his parents, and use the remaining 200,000 to purchase a set of battle armor. While he was lost in thought, he heard his parents' voices outside. "Ah, son, you're back." Yang Lan entered the room and, upon seeing Lin Yi on the sofa, joyfully asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I was waiting for you both. I've already prepared dinner," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "My son is truly amazing," Yang Lan praised, then turned to Lin Ruohai, saying, "Old Lin, hurry to the kitchen and bring the food. We don't want to keep our son hungry." "Hold on a moment, Mom and Dad. Before we eat, there is something I'd like to discuss with you both." Observing their son, who appeared unusually solemn, both Lin Ruohai and Yang Lan felt a twinge of anxiety. "Dear son, you haven't gotten yourself into any trouble, have you?" Lin Ruohai inquired cautiously. "Of course not." Lin Yi quickly waved his hands dismissively, then produced a bank card. Addressing his parents, "There are 400,000 here. I intend to give you 200,000. Chapter 39. Oh no. My family's cabbage has been trampled by a pig. 400,000? You wish to give us 200,000? Lin Ruohai and Yang Lan stared at each other in astonishment. "Did you hear what our son just said?" "Indeed, but it was rather unexpected," Lin Ruohai replied, his eyes filled with confusion. "Son, where did you acquire this money?" Yang Lan asked tentatively, fearing a terrifying explanation from her son. "Rest assured, Mom, the origins of this money are entirely legitimate," Lin Yi assured them. Please, both of you, sit down and allow me to explain. After 5 minutes of recounting his recent experiences, Lin left his parents in a state of prolonged contemplation. No, your father and I cannot accept this money. Young Lan, regaining her composure, immediately rejected Lin Yi's proposal. You have worked tirelessly for this money. If your father and I were to accept it, what would that make us? No. She shook her head fervently, then warned Lin Xiao Yi, you are not to venture into the wilderness again. Your current priority is the college entrance exams for martial arts. Once you secure a place in a martial arts university, our family's fortunes will improve. What if something were to happen while you were in the wilderness? What would your father, sister, and I do? As she spoke, a wave of fear washed over Yang Lan, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mom. Lin felt somewhat helpless upon seeing the tears at the corners of her eyes. Lin Rahai handed Yang Lan a tissue and said to Lin your mother is right. Although our family isn't wealthy, your mother and I have saved a bit of money to support you until your exams are over. As long as you gain admission to a martial arts university, all expenses will be covered by the state. After graduation, even joining any company would yield a monthly salary of several tens of thousands. There is no need for you to risk your safety for a sum of money. In the eyes of Lin Rohai and Yang Lan, their son's actions were baffling. Why not simply wait a few years in orderly fashion? Their family was not in dire straits. Moreover, even if they were, wasn't it their duty as parents to ensure their son's needs were met? They could always find ways to support him, even if it meant selling possessions or borrowing money. Yet, they could not comprehend Lin Yi's heartfelt struggle. He could not bear to see his family scrimping and saving just to fund his martial arts university application. It felt morally wrong to him to indulge in such comforts. However, he refrained from arguing and instead feigned an expression of regret. He was no longer a naive teenager. Having lived 2 lives, he understood his parents' personalities well. At this moment, any rebuttal would likely lead to endless disputes. The best course of action was to feign ignorance, to appear as if he accepted their words completely. Mom and Dad, please don't worry. I want to go to the wilderness again. You can keep the money. With this 400,000, it will be sufficient to support me until next year's entrance exams. Lin realized that if he did not intervene, they could debate this matter for hours. All right, I'll keep it for you, and if you need anything, just let me know, and I will give you the money. Lin Rahai concurred. Great. Lin transferred 200,000 to Lin Rahai's account via his phone, saying, spend it as you see fit. Don't be overly frugal. You little rascal, you're quite the handful. Yang Lan playfully swatted her son on the neck, then turned to Lin Rahai. Though she seemed authoritative in the household, in matters of significant importance, she preferred her husband to make the final decision. Let us accept it, Lin Rahai declared. It is a good thing for our son to earn money. Gazing at their still youthful son, Lin Rahai perceived an unexpected maturity that belied his age. Beyond the 200,000, Lin also handed over the 50,000 his elder sister had given him, instructing his parents to transfer it to her. During dinner, upon discovering that the meat served was wild beast meat, Yang Lan and Lin Rahai were intrigued and eagerly sampled a piece, feeling an immediate warmth envelop their bodies. You know, this meat is quite remarkable. No wonder it is so expensive. It truly has its benefits. Yang Lan, who often suffered from leg pain during winter or rainy days, felt warmth radiating through her after consuming the meat. Perhaps due to the 400,000, the family enjoyed a cheerful dinner together. As they dined, the clock struck midnight, and Lin heard the system's notification sound. A sudden influx of strength surged through him, nearly causing him to exclaim aloud. Fortunately, his parents, immersed in their joy, remained oblivious to his anomaly. Once dinner concluded, Lin promptly retreated to his room, locked the door, and began to examine his attributes. Host, Lin Vitality, 4278, Cultivation level, first stage of Bone Forging, Bone Tempering count, 40. Martial Techniques, Dragon and Tiger Stance, E-Grade, Perfect 2000-2000, Dragon and Tiger Fist, E-Grade, Perfect 2000-2000, Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, C-Grade, Proficient 15100-20000. Hundredfold Settlement Countdown, 2359. His vitality had exceeded 4,200 points, and the proficiency of Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade had reached 15,100. It would take merely a day, or at most 2, for him to achieve perfection in this technique. With his current strength, should he encounter the likes of Lai Guanqing again, Lin was confident that he could dispatch him in less than 2 strikes. Perhaps it was time to venture deeper into Nanshan. However, contemplating his parents' attitude, he decided not to disclose his plans regarding Nanshan. If he were to acquire more money from home, he would need to alter his narrative. It appeared that a visit to the Liker Martial Arts Hall was imperative for tomorrow. Remembering that Han Jing had mentioned her uncle wished to meet him the following day, he resolved to explore that opportunity. He then picked up his phone and responded to Han Jing's message. Without waiting for her reply, he swiftly stripped off his clothes and nestled into bed. He had not slept well at all in the wilderness the previous night. In a room of a tall building not far from the Liker Martial Arts Hall, Han Jing occasionally glanced at her phone, feigning interest in her uncle's speech while inwardly cursing someone. What a scoundrel. It's past midnight. Why hasn't he replied to my message? Lin, I'm getting angry. Han Jing maintained a facade of calm, yet her fingers were turning white from clenching them tightly. What is that noise? Han Yu paused his speech, frowning as he listened. Creak, creak. Han Yu looked at his niece in confusion, asking, Dear girl, are you certain you are all right? Iem me fine. Han Jing gritted her teeth in response. Then why are you gripping your fingers so tightly? Han Yu questioned, his expression darkening. Ding dong. As the notification sound of a text message chimed, Han Jing snatched up her phone with exaggerated speed, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. I'm heading back to my room to sleep, she declared hastily before making her exit. A sense of foreboding surged within Han Yu. Chapter 40. Alas, I've sold myself. The following day, Lin Qian indulged in a rare bout of slumber. By the time he arose, his parents had already departed. After a leisurely breakfast, Lin Qian mounted his bicycle and made his way to the Likai Martial Arts Hall. From a distance, he spotted a graceful silhouette standing at the entrance, none other than Han Jing. Jingjia, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin, he said as he parked his bike beside her. It's nothing, the time hasn't come yet. I had nothing to do inside. So I came out for a breath of fresh air, Han Jing replied, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her voice softening. Noticing Lin Qian's gaze, Han Jing hastily turned away, saying, Let us go, my second uncle is already waiting. All right. Lin Qian glanced at the imposing structure of the Likai Martial Arts Hall as he followed Han Jing into the lobby. Unbeknownst to him, Han Yu stood by the window, scrutinizing him with a watchful eye. Ever since he sensed something amiss with his niece the previous night, he had been unable to ease his worries. Early that morning, he had subtly pried for information and finally gleaned some insights. However, upon seeing Lin Qian, his doubts resurfaced. Isn't this the Lin Qian that fourth brother mentioned? He seems to be just a senior in high school, barely of age, surely not. Han Yu's face paled in horror. It was one thing for his daughter to fancy someone younger, but to pursue a minor? Was she courting disaster? No way. Han Yu shuddered at the thought, resolutely deciding to dissuade his niece. He genuinely feared she might find herself in a precarious situation. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and Han Jing's voice floated in. Second uncle, I've brought him. Come in. Han Yu steadied himself, adjusting his clothing. The door swung open, and Han Jing entered with Lin Qian in tow. Lin Qian, this is my second uncle, the general manager of the Likai Martial Arts Hall. Greetings, senior. Lin Qian momentarily found himself at a loss for how to address him. If he followed Han Jing's lead and called him second uncle, it might come across as overly flattering, yet failing to address him as such without an introduction seemed awkward. Ultimately, he settled on senior. Why call me senior? Just address me as second uncle like everyone else. Han Jing's words struck a nerve with Han Yu. Daughter, do you plan to race down the path to trouble? Han Yu felt a pang in his heart. Sensing his hesitation, Han Jing shot him a pointed glance. Despite wanting to assert himself, he quickly wilted under her gaze. Haha, indeed, just call me second uncle. Besides, you're not a stranger. You might not know it, but I'm fourth brother's sibling, Han Yu chuckled. Second uncle, Lin Qian, seeing the moment, respectfully echoed. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Han Yu gestured toward the sofa. Let us have something warm. Hot coffee or hot cocoa? Han Jing replied promptly. Han Yu's expression stiffened. Ah yes. My daughter is now taking the lead in making choices for me. Coffee, please. Though Lin Qian had little preference for either coffee or cocoa, he secretly yearned for a fizzy drink. All right, just a moment. Han Jing responded cheerfully and went to prepare the coffee herself. Han Yu regarded Lin Qian with a complex expression and couldn't help but inquire. Lin Qian, may I call you that? Of course. Lin Qian affirmed. How well do you know our little Jing? It's the first time I've seen her so proactive, Han Yu probed, his curiosity piqued. Lin pondered the question. I suppose we're quite familiar. After all, we've been through life and death battles together. Doesn't that count as familiarity? Haha. And what are your thoughts on this girl? How many family members do you have? Do you have any thoughts of marriage? Han Yu transformed into a veritable inquisitor, bombarding Lin with questions, who found himself utterly bewildered by the barrage. Second uncle, what are you doing? Han Jing's return interrupted Han Yu's interrogation. Han Jing handed Lin the coffee, casting a disapproving look at Han Yu. Second uncle, weren't you supposed to have business with Lin? Right. Business it is. Han Yu rubbed his hands together, asking, daughter, where's my coffee? Do you really need coffee? Your blood sugar is already high. Better stick to plain water. Han Jing retorted, heading to the desk to pour him a glass of water. Here you go. Drink up. Han Yu accepted the cup, sighing inwardly. Would his daughter forget him once she got married? After a sip of water, Han Yu pushed aside his chaotic thoughts, remembering the purpose of today's meeting. Lin, I trust you are aware of why I summoned you? Han Yu gazed earnestly into Lin's eyes. Your talent is precisely what Lin Qian requires. Fourth brother has already briefed me about your situation. The conditions we previously offered were indeed inadequate considering your current prowess. This time, we are extending an offer of a monthly stipend of 30,000 yuan, along with an allocation of 2 nutrient solutions each month, and a quarterly provision of a mid-level nutrient solution. Furthermore, you will not be compelled to undertake any tasks before graduating, but should you wish to accept assignments, the remuneration will be equivalent to that of a formal member of the Lin Qian mercenary group. In addition to these offerings, Han Yu detailed other special benefits available to Lin. Take your time to consider this. There is no rush to make a decision. No other mercenary group in the entire Guangzhou could match these terms, Han Yu added. Beside him, Han Jing looked on anxiously, truly hoping Lin would agree so they could spend more time together. I accept, Lin declared decisively. Really? Han Ying exclaimed, her joy palpable before Han Yu could even respond. Absolutely. With such favorable conditions, I have no reason to decline. Just as you said, no other mercenary group could offer such generous terms. Moreover, joining Lin Qian merely serves to provide a suitable excuse for my financial pursuits. As for freedom, I have over 4 years ahead of me. As long as I choose not to undertake any tasks, I needn't concern myself with obligations during that time. Thus, it hardly differs from having a free hand. Excellent. Han Yu clapped his hands, retrieving a stack of agreements from his desk drawer and presenting them to Lin. Lin perused the documents carefully, noting the terms outlined. As previously mentioned, it clearly stated that upon graduating from the martial arts university, he would be bound to serve Lin Qian for a decade. After 10 years, he would have the autonomy to decide whether to stay or leave. Without hesitation, Lin picked up the pen and affixed his signature. To him, the 10-year commitment was hardly a constraint. In 4 years, his capabilities would be vastly superior, and if he grew dissatisfied, he could simply tear up the contract. He genuinely doubted that Lin Qian would possess the audacity to turn against him. Lin smiled as he addressed Han Yu, saying, Uncle, it seems I have truly sold myself. Chapter 41. Youngster, have you sold yourself? Han Yu erupted into hearty laughter, then solemnly extended his hand to shake Lin Yi's. Welcome to Lin Qian, Lin. Trust me, you will be grateful for this decision. Releasing his grip, Han Yu added with a smile, from now on, we are all family, so relax a little. Shortly, I will have someone assist you with your information registration and give you a tour of our Lin Qian building. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Jing, standing nearby, could hardly contain her excitement. Uncle, no need to find anyone else. I'll take Lin to handle his registration and give him a tour of this magnificent building. After saying this, she turned to Lin and said, let us go. Watching Lin follow Han Jing out, Han Yu reached out in exasperation. A look of regret etched on his face. The reason he intended to assign someone else to accompany Lin was to prevent his niece from having too much contact with him. Yet, he never anticipated that the girl would be so infatuated, her gaze seemingly glued to him. This is the logistics department, responsible for recording the information of official members of Lin Qian. Although you are still in school, your treatment here will be nearly indistinguishable from that of a formal member. Han Jing explained as she led Lin to an office on the 6th floor. Jing Jia. The people inside the room stood up to greet Han Jing as she entered. Lin blinked and whispered in her ear, Jing Jia. I didn't realize your status at Lin Qian was so elevated. The gentle breeze tickled his ear, stirring a delightful sensation within him. Han Jing could distinctly feel her cheeks warming. Stop joking around, she stammered, hurrying to a counter and addressing the woman behind it. Aunt Shui, this is our new member. Could you assist him with his information registration? The woman, known as Aunt Shui, appeared to be in her early 40s, her face bearing the marks of time. She scrutinized Lin Yi, a cheerful smile spreading across her face. This young man is quite handsome. You wouldn't be our little Jing's boyfriend, would you? Lin Yi was taken aback, while Han Jing quickly interjected, Aunt Shui, what are you saying? We're just friends. I understand. Aunt Shui replied with an expression that indicated she was willing to agree with whatever was said. She pointed to a device on the table, saying, please align your identity information with this camera. As Lin Yi proceeded to register his information, Aunt Shui continued, our little Jing has high standards. Just among us at Lin Qian, there are plenty of young men, yet she doesn't even glance at them. Even at Guangzhou Martial Arts University, where talent abounds, she remains unimpressed. So when I saw you, I was quite surprised. It's the first time I've seen her with a male friend. Lin Yi, following Aunt Shui's instructions, glanced at Han Jing in astonishment. He truly hadn't expected that the seemingly carefree girl would be so innocent. Those other young men, with their lack of skill and haughty attitudes, were nothing more than weaklings in his eyes. He could easily defeat 10 of them single-handedly. Han Jing had no interest in men who couldn't surpass her. If they were inferior, how could she rely on them in the future? Lin Yi grinned at Han Jing and remarked, Jing Jia, I never realized I held such a favorable position in your eyes. Seeing Lin Yi's unrefined demeanor, Han Jing felt no aversion. Rolling her eyes, she replied, yes, now that you know, don't you feel particularly honored? Indeed, immensely honored, Lin Yi affirmed without hesitation. Oomph. At least you're perceptive. Han Jing held her head high, her heart brimming with joy, observing the playful banter between the two. Aunt Shui couldn't help but smile indulgently. All right, your information has been registered. Here is your identity card. You can use it for any transactions in the Lin Qian building, whether for training or dining. Aunt Shui handed the identity card to Lin Yi, cautioning, make sure to keep this card safe. Losing it would require a troublesome reissue. After completing the registration, Lin Yi followed Han Jing on a tour of the entire Lin Qian building before heading to the cafeteria. Come on, today I'll treat you to something delicious, Han Jing said as she led Lin Yi to the cafeteria, ordering a sumptuous lunch. Frankly speaking, Lin Qian excelled in many areas, including the quality of their meals. While eating, Lin Yi recalled the anonymous bank card he possessed and inquired, Jing Jia, I'd like to withdraw the money from this anonymous bank card. Do you know how? Very simple. You just need to log on to the International Martial Arts Alliance Bank website, register, bind your account, and then you can make online transfers, Han Jing replied. Taking Lin Yi's phone, let me show you. She was quite curious about how much money lay within Li Guangqing's card. Wow, only 230,000. This guy is rather poor, Han Jing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. For someone of Li Guangqing's caliber, it was hard to believe he had merely 230,000 in savings. In contrast to Han Jing's disappointment, Lin Yi felt quite satisfied. Jing Jia, over 200,000 is quite a sum. Looking at the text message confirming the deposit of 230,000, he said with contentment, Jing Jia, do you have some time? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Order whatever you wish. Seeing Lin Yi's generosity, Han Jing couldn't help but laugh. Are you serious? You really want to treat me to a grand feast? Of course. Lin Yi repeated earnestly. Between the previous bounty and the money on this card, you've helped me immensely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to acquire such a sum so quickly. Thus, I must insist on treating you to this meal. Han Jing beamed, nodding in agreement. All right, since you've said so, I will definitely accept. How about tomorrow? Lin Yi suggested. That won't work, Han Jing responded apologetically. My second aunt is returning tomorrow, making it inconvenient for me. How about the day after tomorrow? Lin Yi had no objections, and they settled on the arrangement. After their meal, Lin Yi left the Lin Qian building and headed to the family shop. It was now midday, and the little store was bustling with customers. Noticing his mother, Yang Lan, busily attending to the customers, Lin Yi silently pitched in to help. Son, what brings you here? Yang Lan finally spotted her son, her face lighting up with joy. I just took care of a few matters. I'll tell you all about it once it calms down, Lin Yi said while assisting with the work. They continued to be busy until around 2 in the afternoon when the store finally cleared out. Lin took out the agreement he had signed with Lin Qian and placed it on the table, gesturing for his parents to take a look. Yang Lan picked up the agreement, and after reading it, she anxiously asked, "Son, have you sold yourself?" Chapter 42, A Classmate's Invitation. "Mom, what kind of talk is that?" Lin replied, exasperated. "I believe the conditions at Lin Qian are quite favorable. They're essentially supporting me for 4 years. As for after graduation, I am confident I will deserve even better treatment. The conditions are indeed attractive. You don't have to do anything, and you receive 30,000 monthly. Not to mention 2 bottles of primary nutrient solution. When you factor in those 2 bottles and 1 intermediate nutrient solution, it amounts to nearly 40,000 in monthly compensation." Lin Ruohai remarked in astonishment. 4,000 a month, such a high-paying job, was something he had never even heard of. Yang Lan felt as if she were in a dream. No, such conditions would be unattainable even in dreams, wouldn't they? It was precisely due to the fantastical nature of it all that she harbored some apprehension. "Darling, do you think this could be a scam?" Yang Lan expressed her unease. Lin chuckled. "Mom, you needn't worry. This is absolutely legitimate. Lu Yu's uncle, you know him, right?" "I do. Isn't that old you?" Yang Lan replied. "Indeed, this has some ties to Uncle Yu. The general manager of the martial arts club is Uncle Yu's 4th brother." Lin elucidated. "There's even that connection? That's wonderful." Yang Lan finally sighed with relief. Her spirits lifted. "With that connection, we should pay old Yu a visit and have him look out for you." Lin Ruohai also chimed in. "With old Yu around, your mother and I can rest easier. When you're out and about, having a familiar face nearby can save a lot of worry." For a fleeting moment, Lin perceived that the wrinkles on his parents' faces had smoothed considerably. Just as they were engaged in casual conversation, Lu Yu sent a message. Lin glanced at it, bid farewell to his parents, and prepared to head to Lu Yu's home. "Pick up a few things on your way. If is treating you this well, Uncle Yu must have pulled some strings," Yang Lan advised as he departed. "All right, I understand," Lin replied, though he had no intention of following through. Setting aside the years of care Uncle Yu had shown him, simply bestowing upon him the family's C-grade martial technique, the Dragon Abyss Blade, was a debt that could not merely be repaid with a few gifts. Such a kindness was etched in his heart, and he resolved to repay it when he was able. Emerging from a shop, Lin made his way to Lu Yu's house. As he passed a corner not far from the school, he was called out to. "Lin." He halted and turned to see Lin and Zhang Yinxiao waving at him from across the street. "What are you two up to?" Lin inquired as they crossed over. "What do you think girls do together?" "Of course, we're shopping," Zhang Yinxiao replied with a grin, glancing at the blushing Lin. "By the way, I hadn't seen you around lately. You haven't spoken in the class group chat either. If I hadn't asked Lu Yu, I wouldn't have known you've been working so hard lately." She continued, "And I heard from Lu Yu that your vitality score has soared to 512 points. Is that true?" Zhang Yinxiao almost bit her tongue in disbelief. In just over a month, Lin had elevated his vitality score from 478 to 512, a difference of more than 30 points. Even with a daily supply of basic nutritional fluid, such an improvement was no small feat. Moreover, how much money would it take to achieve such a boost through basic nutritional fluid? Just a stroke of luck. Lin thought, astonished that Lu Yu had sold him out. Did he harbor some ulterior motive towards Zhang Yinxia? It's true. Lin's admission further astonished Zhang Yinxia, who felt a wave of discontent wash over her. The realization that someone she once surpassed had quietly outstripped her was disheartening. "Lin, that's fantastic." Lin genuinely congratulated him, her joy reminiscent of having her own vitality score reach 512. "Since your vitality score has hit 512, it's perfect timing. We're planning to venture into the wilderness in the next couple of days to hone our skills. You should join us," Zhang Yinxiao invited. "The wilderness? Just the 3 of us?" "Not just us. Besides me and Lin, there's Hu Junwei, Zhang Zhun, and Gu Haobo from Class 5. This event is actually organized by Gu Haobo, and there will be quite a few from Classes 1, 3, and 4 as well," Zhang Yinxia clarified. "You're going to?" Lin looked at Lin in surprise. "Yes, I also want to try for the Martial Arts University," Lin said earnestly. Previously, her plan had been to focus on preparing for a comprehensive university, but after learning of Lin Yi's intention to aim for the Martial Arts University, she mulled it over for 2 days and decided to give it a shot. Not for any other reason, but to keep pace with Lin Yi. She didn't want to miss out on him. Lin, he felt a headache coming on. Were these people overestimating themselves? They were underestimating the dangers of the wilderness. A group of kids who hadn't even killed a chicken seemed oblivious to the reality that their numbers were insufficient to face even a single feral baboon. All right, I'll accompany you this time. You may not fully grasp the dangers of the wilderness, but just as Lin, he was about to finish. He was interrupted. What do you mean we don't understand the dangers of the wilderness? It sounds as if you've been there before. Following the voice, Lin Yi realized he had arrived at the school gate without noticing while trailing behind Zhang Yinxia and Shilin. A crowd stood at the school entrance, and amidst them, he spotted several familiar faces. Hu Junwei and Zhang Zhun were present. The speaker was a tall boy who looked somewhat familiar, but Lin Yi couldn't quite place him. Zhao Chen, how can you say that? Lin Yi interjected, intending to offer a word of caution. Before Lin Yi could elaborate, Zhang Yinxia retorted, clearly unimpressed by Zhao Chun. Her reaction stirred Lin Yi's dormant memories. In his previous life, Zhao Chun had been in Class 1, a rather sycophantic character who, on the brink of graduation, had been beaten up by classmates drawing blood. However, the incident had been shrouded in darkness, and the assailants remained unidentified, leaving the matter unresolved. Yet, Lin Yi had heard rumors that after graduation, Zhao Chun had boasted in a group chat, belittling others, only to be called out by a friend who revealed Zhao Chun's beating was partly his doing, leading to Zhao Chun's disgrace and becoming a laughingstock in their senior year. Good intentions? I doubt that. Zhao Chun smirked. By the way, Zhang Yinxia, how much vitality does your classmate here have? He asked with a smile. If he knows about the wilderness, his vitality must be around 500, right? Of course. Zhang Yinxia began to respond, but before she could finish telling Zhao Chun that Lin Yi's vitality had reached 512 points, someone who knew Lin Yi jumped in. I believe before the break, Lin Yi's vitality was only 478 points. Chapter 43, A Rift. 478? Zhao Chun scoffed. Everyone going into the wilderness has a vitality of over 500. Zhang Yinxia, are you bringing along someone with a vitality of 478? That just increases our training difficulty. Zhao Chun, when we discussed this, we never stipulated that only students with over 500 vitality could join. Zhang Yinxia retorted sharply. There are no such rules when we decided to venture into the wilderness, so why are you targeting me now? True, there weren't any rules before, but there are now, Zhao Chun sneered. On what grounds? Zhang Yinxia challenged. Because we're going to the wilderness, and I'll have my cousin accompany us. He is a third-year student at Donghai Martial Arts University and has already become a martial artist. Not only that, but he has also tempered 16 bones. Zhao Chun said with pride, drawing a chorus of admiration from several classmates. He provocatively gazed at Zhang Yinxia and remarked, of course, if you can find someone more formidable than my cousin to follow, you can take whomever you wish. Zhang Yinxia, exasperated, retorted, this event isn't organized by you. Your opinion holds no weight. Whereas Gu Haobua, I intend to consult him. Besides, old Gu isn't arrived yet, but even if he does, I'm certain he shares my sentiments. Zhao Chun confidently asserted. Everyone's here. Oh, Lin Yi, you're here too? Zhao Chun continued. I was about to ask about Hu Junwei and the others from your class and send you an invitation, but I didn't expect you to have arrived already. As the crowd parted, Gu Haobua approached with classmates from Class 5. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Gu Haobua's face lit up with surprise as he hurried over. Zhao Chun observed this scene with confusion. As far as he knew, Gu Haobua had exceedingly high standards and would scarcely acknowledge anyone lacking in prowess. How could Lin Yi, whose vitality was barely 500, possibly be associated with Gu Haobua? Not only Zhao Chun was puzzled, but Zhang Yinxia, Hu Junwei, and others were equally curious. Gu Haobua, do you know Lin Yi? Zhang Yinxia inquired with intrigue. Of course. Gu Haobua replied with a smile. We are acquainted through a rather unconventional introduction, and I won't shy away from admitting that I couldn't withstand even a single punch from Lin Yi. Seriously? No way. ISNT had said that Lin Yi's vitality is only 478? How could he possibly surpass Gu Haobua? The clamor of disbelief arose, and Gu Haobua appeared somewhat displeased. Don't doubt me. If you don't believe it, you can challenge Lin Yi yourself. I lost rather miserably the last time. He then turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, I've learned a new move recently. We should spar sometime, and I'm certain I can defeat you. Absolutely. Lin Yi responded readily. Gu Haobua's open and candid personality was something he admired. with Gu Haobo, the strongest student from their school, vouching for him. The way everyone regarded Lin, he shifted dramatically. Only Zhao Chun wore a grim expression. Gu Haobo's endorsement rendered him, who had consistently belittled Lin Yi, akin to a jester. Lin Yi, we are planning to venture into the wilderness for some training in the next few days. Would you like to join us? Gu Haobo inquired. I could, but may I bring someone along? Lin Yi asked. Who? A brother of mine, Lu Yu. Lin Yi replied. Is he the one who was with you that day? I remember his vitality was also under 500, right? Gu Haobo recalled the boy who had shown no mercy to Jiang Yapeng that day. Yes, is that a problem? Gu Haobo shook his head, saying, What's the issue? We're merely going to the wilderness for some experience, not going deep into it. Besides, with someone as strong as you accompanying us, bringing one more person shouldn't pose a problem. Hearing Gu Haobo's words, the crowd was even more astonished. In Gu Haobo's eyes, Lin, he was evidently quite remarkable. Come on, old Gu, bringing someone with vitality below 500, what kind of training is that? We'll end up being babysitters for some people. Zhao Chun interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Zhao Chun, we never stipulated that we couldn't bring students with vitality below 500, Gu Haobo replied, somewhat irked. He held a disdain for Zhao Chun, who always acted as if he were superior and relished showing off. I firmly oppose bringing anyone with vitality below 500 into the wilderness. I don't want to play babysitter. Besides, I specifically summoned my cousin to accompany us for protection. I certainly wouldn't want him, a distinguished warrior, babysitting these weaker individuals. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, his stance resolute. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone felt the weight of the moment. Just as anxiety permeated the air, Gu Haobo stepped in front of Zhao Chun and stated, I propose this expedition, and it will proceed as I dictate. If you are unwilling, feel free to entertain yourself elsewhere. Fine, Gu Haobo, you made your stance clear. Zhao Chun's expression darkened. Gu Haobo's willingness to clash over a few individuals with vitality below 500 felt like a slap in the face in front of their peers. Everyone had heard Gu Haobo's obstinate decision to include those he deemed weaker. If he wanted to play babysitter, he could do so alone. Anyone unwilling to babysit. Follow me, Zhao Chun declared. My cousin is from Donghai Martial Arts University, which everyone knows is part of the C9 League. Among the top institutions after the National Martial Arts University, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, and the National Defense Martial Arts University. With him here, our safety is assured. Those willing to join me, come now. As for babysitting, let whoever wishes to do so. Zhao Chun shot Gu Haobo a cold smile before turning to leave. As he departed, others began to follow suit. Some were tempted, yet felt hesitant due to their closeness to Gu Haobo, making it difficult to simply walk away. Well, if you wish to go, by all means, Gu Haobo waved dismissively, and those few felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They hurriedly apologized and followed Zhao Chun. What is so impressive about having a cousin from Donghai Martial Arts University? Zhang Yinxia glared at the departing crowd, nearly cursing out loud. Good riddance. What about the rest of you? Gu Haobo turned to the remaining Hu Junwei and the others. I want to join that commotion. If you need, I can return and inform my brother to come along. They are on leave from their unit recently. Hu Junwei replied indifferently. He looked down on Zhao Chun's arrogant demeanor, as if no one else had a martial artist in their family. Chapter 44. The Shock of Mastering Swordsmanship. Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the training? Zhang Yinxia shook her head. Indeed, the very reason I organize this training is to expose everyone to the harshness of the wilderness. If someone is protecting us, there is no need to go to the wilderness at all. Gu Haobo glanced at those remaining. From Class 5, only he and Li Feng remained, while from Class 2, there were Lin Yi, Hu Junwei, Zhang Zhun, Zhang Yinxia, along with Shi Lin and Lu Yu, making a total of 8. The others had followed Zhao Chun. All right, we agreed. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet here. The earlier we leave, the sooner we return. After discussing the timing, they settled on tomorrow. Lin Yi had no objections to the schedule. Lin Yi, Shi Lin and I are going shopping. Would you like to join us? As they parted ways, Zhang Yinxiao whispered to Shi Lin and then asked Lin Yi. No, I can't. Lin Yi shook his head, declining Zhang Yinxiao's invitation. Lu Yu messaged me earlier, asking me to visit him. I've already delayed for quite some time. All right then. Zhang Yinxia glanced at the somewhat disappointed Shi Lin and couldn't help but say, how about after you meet Lu Yu? You come find us. Shi Lin looked at Lin Yi with anticipation. Sure. Lin Yi readily agreed. Seeing this, Lin smiled. Okay, we'll head out shopping now. We'll wait for your news. Zhang Yanxiao waved at Lin Yi and pulled Lin away. After bidding farewell to Hu Junwei and the others, Lin Yi made his way to Lu Yu's home. I say, old Lin, why didn't you wait until midnight to come? Upon arriving at Lu Yu's residence, Lu Yu mockingly remarked, Don't. I fear encountering something unsavory. Lin Yi jested in response. Go to hell, Lu Yu retorted, extending his middle finger towards Lin Yi, then lowered his voice to inquire. Speak. Where on earth have you been these past few days? My uncle is eagerly awaiting to assess your progress in training. Should your swordsmanship have grown rusty, you'll have much to answer for. Lin Yi confidently patted his wooden sword, assuring, Rest assured, I will not disappoint Uncle Yu. As for you, how much progress have you made? Wait and see. I'll dazzle you with my skills. Thank you. But my eyes are made of 24K pure gold, so they won't be dazzled, Lu Yu replied, throwing an arm around Lin Yi's neck. Enough with the banter. Tell me where you've truly been. In the wilderness, Lin Yi admitted candidly. I ventured in Nanshan these past few days and made some money. By the way, I've returned the money I borrowed from you. Take a look. As he spoke, Lin Yi retrieved his phone and transferred the sum of 50,000 yuan to Lu Yu. Wow, is that really 50,000? Lu Yu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head upon seeing the notification. No, I can't accept this. Just give me 30,000. Lu Yu insisted, attempting to return 2,000 of the amount. What are you doing? We agreed on borrowing 30,000, and here you are returning 50. Just keep it. Lin Yi insisted, transferring the money back again. The extra 2,000 was willingly given. Without Lu Yu's sponsorship of 30,000, he would never have been able to venture into the wilderness. As the two engaged in their playful argument, Yu Qian emerged from the house. Xiao Yi, you're here. Lin Yi and Lu Yu promptly stood up to greet Yu Qian. Uncle Yu, they chorused. Curiously, Yu Qian asked, What were you two doing just now? Shoving each other. Nothing, we were just playing around, they replied in unison. Yu Qian chuckled lightly, refraining from probing further. Youngsters will always have their secrets. Now that Xiao Yi is here, let us begin with you. Demonstrate the Dragon Abyss Blade for me. I wish to see if you have neglected your training. Yu Qian's tone turned serious as he addressed Lin Yi. Lin Yi picked up the wooden sword, stepping into the center of the training ground, and commenced his demonstration of the Dragon Abyss Blade. The moment the sword was drawn, Lin Yi's aura transformed, resembling a long blade unsheathed, emanating an indomitable fighting spirit. With a resounding clang, Lin Yi moved. The wooden sword became a flurry of shimmering shadows, as if it sought to tear the very sky apart, generating gusts of wind that even Yu Qian and Lu Yu, standing 10 meters away, could feel. Mastery level of the Dragon Abyss Blade. Yu Qian exclaimed in astonishment. In just a few days, Lin Yi had elevated this sea-level sword technique to a level of mastery. Yu Qian couldn't help but wonder if this young man was practicing the same martial art as he had. He recalled spending an entire year to reach mastery with the Dragon Abyss Blade, and he had earned praise as a genius for his efforts. Casting a glance at Lin Yi, Yu Qian couldn't help but curse inwardly. What sort of genius is this? As his thoughts raced, Lin Yi concluded his demonstration. Lu Yu dashed over, leaping into an embrace with Lin Yi, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, Dude, you must confess, have you consumed some miraculous treasure? How could you possibly achieve such mastery in such a short span? Lu Yu had keenly observed Yu Qian's reaction earlier. It seems you've only been absent for 3 days, right? In just 5 days, you've mastered a sea-level sword technique. That's downright surreal. What miraculous treasure could yield such results? Bring me some. I'll take as much as you have. Lin Yi Sikofut. Could it be that I am simply an unparalleled genius? Get lost, Lu Yu retorted, unable to tolerate Lin Yi's arrogance. Damn it, how can fate be so blind? How could someone like Lin Yi earn your favor? After a prolonged bout of playful bickering, they finally settled down. Xiao, I must admit, your rapid progress with the Dragon Abyss Blade took me by surprise. I sensed the killing intent in your movements. Have you taken a life? Once Lu Yu had departed, Yu Qian seized the opportunity to ask Lin, Did you go into the wilderness the other day? Lin Yi's heart raced. Did Uncle Yu suspect him of killing Lai Guangqing? Yes, I did go to Nanshan a couple of days ago, primarily to test my training results. Lin Yi quickly clarified, eager to allay any concerns. However, I didn't venture deep into Nanshan. I remained on the outskirts and took down quite a few baboons to hone my swordsmanship. Excellent. Yu Qian's expression brightened with approval. What you did was commendable. I had intended to take you all to Nanshan or Cherry Valley, or perhaps Jialu Gorge. In martial arts, the greatest folly is to be confined within walls. The growth achieved through combat in the wilderness far surpasses solitary training at home. Chapter 45. The Chaos of Wild Beasts. I should have joined you in the wilderness a couple of days ago. Perhaps through life and death struggles, my Dragon Abyss blade could have reached the beginner stage, Lu Yu lamented. Indeed, despite nearly a week since their last practice, Lu Yu had yet to grasp the basics of the Dragon Abyss blade. This stark contrast made him acutely aware of his brother's exceptional talent. While Lin Qian ascended to mastery in the same span of time, Lu Yu could barely claim to have begun. The overwhelming disparity stirred no jealousy within Lu Yu, only admiration. Well, an opportunity has presented itself. Lin Yi grinned. Do you know why I arrived so late today? Why? You wouldn't. Lu Yu's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. If you continue down that path of thought, you might find yourself on the precipice of lifelong infertility. Lin Yi's voice took on a chilling tone, sending shivers down Lu Yu's spine. Ahem, where are you going with this? I meant to ask if you were out on a date, Lu Yu said earnestly, swearing he was not being coerced. Do you recall the person who ambushed us that day? Gu Haobo from Class 5? Lu Yu frowned as he recollected the incident. Is he causing you trouble again? Not this time. He organized a training event, taking our senior class to the wilderness for an adventure, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Besides him, Hu Junwei, Zhang Zhun, Zhang Yinxia, and Shilin are all going. I happened to encounter them on the way, and they invited me. I thought you could use the experience too. So I accepted. Lin Yi refrained from mentioning Zhao Chun, not wanting Lu Yu to make a fuss about confronting him. Ah, so you only agreed because Shilin is going as well? Lu Yu saw through his friend's pretense. Lin Yi cast a glance at Uncle Yu, who was smiling at the two of them from a distance. Embarrassed, he quickly said, Stop rambling. Just say whether you're going or not. I'm going. Lu Yu replied without a trace of hesitation. With you tagging along, what do I have to worry about? After saying this, he turned to Yu Qian and said, Uncle, is that all right? With Xiao Yi accompanying me, I feel reassured. Yu Qian did not refuse. Lin Yi's temperament had always been steadier than Lu Yu's, and recently, he had become even more composed and calm, coupled with his rapid progress in strength. Yu Qian suspected that it wouldn't be long before Lin Yi reached the threshold of the bone-forging realm. However, he could never have imagined that Lin Yi had not only touched upon that threshold, but had also refined 40 bones. Lin Yi had arrived at Lu Yu's home rather late, so he did not linger for long. After consulting Uncle Yu about some recent training issues, he returned home, having arranged a departure time with Lu Yu before leaving. Late at night, at the Yu residence, in the study, Yu Qian set down his pen and looked at the newly compiled notes before him, nodding in satisfaction. This was his recent reflection on cultivation, specifically prepared for Lin Yi and Lu Yu. In truth, it was primarily meant for Lin Yi alone. Compared to the previous notes he had given Lin Yi on the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, these were far more comprehensive, with deeper insights. After all, there was a gap of nearly 20 years between the two. After placing the notes back on a shelf, Yu Qian was just about to head back to rest when the phone suddenly rang. This is Yu Qian. What? Upon receiving the call, Yu Qian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes filled with shock. Nanshan, Cherry Valley, Jialu Ravine, Wild Beast Outbreak, Violent Movement, Outpost number 1, 6, 7, 9, 17, and 29 have been attacked. Yu Qian's emotions surged as he hung up the phone and hastily donned his battle armor, sheathing 2 combat knives on his back, and rushed towards the Emergency Management Bureau. At the Emergency Management Bureau, even in the dead of night, the place was bustling with activity. Yu Qian parked his vehicle in an open area and strode forward. Seeing the fully armed warriors, his furrowed brow remained tense. This situation did not bode well. Fourth brother, Han Yu greeted Yu Xianan. The situation is dire. Han Yu's face reflected his concern. Yu Qian nodded and said, I can see that. All the martial artists from the various families in Guangzhou have assembled, haven't they? Pretty much. Besides the warriors from various families, several mercenary groups have also sent personnel, Han Yu replied, glancing around. Fourth brother, do you think this wild beast outbreak might have some ulterior motive? Hard to say, Yu Qian replied. While wild beast outbreaks have occurred in the past, they typically happened in October. But now it's already January. Could it be related to the blood cult? As soon as Han Yu finished speaking, both their expressions darkened further. That's the worst-case scenario, Yu Qian stated. We should wait for more information. Han Yu nodded, remaining silent, though his anxiety grew heavier. Before long, several imposing figures appeared at the Emergency Management Bureau, including the leader of Action Team 3, Qin Shuriwei. As Qin Shuriwei moved, others began to gather around. Yu Qian and Han Yu followed suit. Fourth brother, Yugo. Many people greeted Yu Qian and Han Yu. Qin Shuriwei noticed the two and nodded in acknowledgement before addressing the crowd. Everyone has heard, I presume, that just over 2 hours ago, the outposts on the outskirts of Guangzhou City were attacked by wild beasts. The military has taken control of the surrounding outposts and has repelled the beasts. However, the matter is not yet resolved. This wild beast outbreak is suspected to be related to the recent activities of the blood cult, so we need to investigate the wilderness. Our Action Team 3 will be responsible for Nanshan, and I ask for your cooperation. Thank you. As Qin Shuriwei spoke, murmurs of discussion arose within the crowd. But she interrupted them. Everyone, I understand you have many questions, but time is of the essence. We must head to Nanshan at once, and I will address your queries along the way. With that, Qin Shuriwei nodded to Song Ding beside her and swiftly departed. Seeing her leave, the crowd hurriedly followed suit. Let us go. It seems tonight will be another sleepless night, Yu Qian remarked with a smile to Han Yu. As Qin Shuriwei's vehicle roared to life, speeding towards Nanshan, numerous other vehicles also started up and followed in pursuit. That night, Guangzhou was destined to remain awake. Chapter 46, Chaotic Outposts. In the depths of a certain valley in Nanshan, a dozen figures traversed the densely packed corpses of wild beasts. The once serene valley was now completely occupied by the carcasses, with dark brown blood seeping into the earth, leaving a strong metallic scent in the air. Beneath a massive rock, Qin Shuriwei, Yu Qian, Han Yu, and others gathered, their expressions grim as they observed a bloody ritual at the center. Not far away, a large runic formation was inscribed on the rocky ground, the blood within its patterns long since congealed. It was evident that this blood had come from the surrounding wild beast corpses. Surrounding the formation sat 13 corpses draped in black robes, a sight that sent chills down their spines. Qin Shuriwei stepped forward, prompting Song Ding to call out, Captain Qin. However, Qin Shuriwei paid no heed. Advancing straight to one of the corpses, with a claw-like hand, she tore the robe apart with a resounding rip. The corpse, now a desiccated husk, bore numerous eerie runes etched upon it. After a brief moment of shock, Song Ding stepped forward to examine it. Captain, they all died from excessive blood loss, he announced 2 minutes later to Qin Shuriwei and the others. The blood cult. A flash of murderous intent crossed Qin Shuriwei's eyes as she coldly declared, If I'm not mistaken, this wild beast outbreak must be connected to them. Those damn scoundrels. Notify everyone to conduct a thorough search of the entire Nanshan area. Any suspicious individuals exhibiting signs of resistance are to be killed without mercy. Song Ding's pupils constricted. Captain, that's the plan. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Though he opened his mouth to speak, he ultimately swallowed his words. His leader was truly enraged this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so ruthless. Once the order was issued, the warriors participating in the operation all wore serious expressions, promptly setting out to search the area according to their assigned groups. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting golden beams upon the forest. Figures emerged from the distance, and soon over 20 individuals had gathered. Any findings? None, apart from discovering several unfortunate souls that were slain by the rampaging wild beasts last night. We haven't encountered any sign of the blood cult. The returning warriors exchanged accounts of their experiences, but none had reported further encounters with the blood cult. Captain Qin. Qin Shuriwei approached, and the gathered warriors greeted her. Captain. Song Ding shook his head, indicating that there were no significant discoveries. Qin Shuriwei's brow had remained furrowed with tension. The team had practically scoured the entire Nanshan region, yet not a trace of the blood disciples had been uncovered. What shall we do now, Qin team? Song Ding inquired in a hushed tone. We wait. Qin Shuriwei replied. For now, we can only anticipate news from Group 1 and Group 2. Inform everyone that their efforts are appreciated, and they may return to rest. Today's operations conclude here, Qin Shuriwei announced. After a grueling night, fatigue had settled into the minds and bodies of the team. Very well, I will relay the message. Song Ding nodded and descended to make arrangements. Upon hearing that they could finally conclude, the gathered warriors eased their tension. Throughout the night, their nerves had been taut, especially after witnessing the unsettling scene in the Nanshan Valley. Thus, during the subsequent search of the mountains, no one had taken their task lightly. Fort Guangzhou was their home turf, and none wished to find the presence of blood disciples within their territory. Fourth brother, care to join me for a drink at Li Kai? Han Yu asked Yu Qian. I cannot. I must return home promptly. Yu Qian declined, recalling that Lin Yi had mentioned a group outing in the wilderness today. Given the current circumstances, safety was paramount. Yu Qian dialed Lu Yu, but to his dismay, there was no answer, intensifying his anxiety. Bidding for Tu Han Yu. He hurriedly departed the outpost. An hour later, Yu Qian arrived home, only to find Lu Yu's absence apparent. At that moment, Lin Yi and Lu Yu had already joined Hu Junwei and others, boarding the bus heading to Outpost 17. The atmosphere was lively. This marked their inaugural venture into the wilderness. Linny, what do you think the outside world is truly like? Is it inappropriate for us to embark without any supplies? Lin Yi was bombarded with questions by Zhang Yinxia and Lin, the only two girls among them, who chirped incessantly like little birds. As Hu Junwei and the others relaxed at the back, they too could not resist inquiring about the wilderness. Listen, everyone, I have only ventured into the wilderness once, limited to the outskirts of Nanshan, so your questions exceed my knowledge, Lin Yi admitted, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their relentless curiosity. Heaven knew how many species inhabited the depths of Nanshan, and whether playing dead could indeed spare one from peril remained uncertain. What was certain, however, was that many creatures in Nanshan did not even spare the corpses of their victims. In any case, just follow my lead when the time comes. Lin Yi reiterated as he spotted the outline of Outpost 17 in the distance. Not a problem, Gu Haobua and the others assured him. As they drew nearer to Outpost 17, Lin Yi noticed several vehicles hastily evacuating. Their frantic state only heightened his unease. The sight of armed soldiers at the entrance of the outpost intensified his apprehension. Outpost 17 has arrived. With the announcement from the bus, Gu Haobua and the others eagerly disembarked. Only Lin, the last to leave, noticed Lin Yi's serious demeanor. Lin Yi, what troubles you? Something feels amiss, she said. Lin Yi lowered his voice. Lin looked puzzled. Lin Yi opened his mouth, but refrained from voicing his concerns. He wished neither to dampen their enthusiasm, nor was he certain what had transpired at Outpost 17. Old Lin, what are you dawdling for? Hurry down. Everyone is waiting for you. Lu Yu's head poked out from the bus door, but upon seeing Lin behind him, he quickly gestured for silence, mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth. You two carry on. Pretend I said nothing, Lu Yu retorted before withdrawing. Lin's cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Yi smiled at her, saying, Come on, let us go outside. Otherwise, we won't hear what Lu Yu is spinning about us. Okay, Lin replied bashfully, nodding as she followed Lin Yi outside. Chapter 47, The 200,000 Deal. I must tell you both. Lin Yi began as he and Lin stepped off the bus, where Lu Yu was animatedly recounting something to the others. You rascal, are you concocting tales about me again? Lin Yi approached Lu Yu, playfully striking him on the head. Caught in the act, Lu Yu immediately protested. Hey, old Lin, isn't it you who has more female than male friends? All you see is Lin. What about the rest of us? As Lu Yu made his accusation, Hu Junwei and Zhang Zhan chimed in. Lu Yu has a point. I always suspected something was off between you two. At that moment, Zhang Yinxia stepped forward, pulling Lin aside in jest. Lin, be cautious. No man is trustworthy. Don't let Lin Yi deceive you and leave you high and dry. How rude, Lin exclaimed, flustered, as she playfully attempted to poke Zhang Yinxia, though her efforts were swiftly subdued. After a brief bout of laughter, the group returned to the matter at hand. Lin Yi, Hu Junwei said, while we were waiting outside, we overheard talk of some sort of beast uprising. Is it safe for us to venture into the wilderness? Indeed, I heard those discussions too. It sounded quite serious, and many have already left, another classmate from their group. Li Feng added. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and noticed a significant number of people hastily boarding buses. Moments later, several buses belched black smoke as they departed the parking lot. You all wait here. I'll go gather some information, Lin Yi instructed before heading towards the market. In stark contrast to his previous visit filled with bustling chatter, the market today felt desolate, with many packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to leave. Excuse me. Lin Yi approached a stall, intending to inquire about the situation at Outpost 17. Hey kid, don't block the way, I'm busy, the stall owner, wiping sweat from his brow, retorted. You just arrived? Take my advice and return to the city. This place is too dangerous. After uttering this, he pushed past Lin Yi without a backward glance. Lin Yi attempted to stop a few more people, And after some inquiries, he finally gleaned enough to understand the situation at Outpost 17. After hearing the news, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Hey, make way, make way. Hey, don't shove me. Just as Lin was about to return to inform the others that they could not proceed to the wilderness today, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Zhao Dali. Brother Li, Lin called out as he rushed toward Zhao Dali. Who? Lin brother. Zhao Dali turned upon hearing the call, and upon spotting Lin he approached with a few companions. Upon reaching him, Lin noticed that Zhao Dali and his group appeared somewhat disheveled. Brother Li, what has happened to you? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Dali let out a bitter smile and replied, don't mention it. If it weren't for us brothers' swift escape, you would never have seen us again in this lifetime. We certainly had our share of misfortune, stumbling upon the rampage of the feral beasts, and it's a shame about all those things we had to leave behind. The mere thought of the multitude of items he had been compelled to abandon made Zhao Dali's heart ache. Those possessions could easily fetch a sum of at least 1 million. Zhao Dali glanced at Lin his eyes lighting up. Brother, there's a significant task at hand. Would you be willing to take it on? Lin inquired, what task? We returned in haste and left a batch of goods in the mountains. If you can retrieve them, I'll offer you a reward of 200,000. Zhao Dali was genuinely offering a substantial sum. Brother Li, do you think this kid is up to the task? The brothers trailing behind were astonished upon hearing the boss wanted Lin to recover the goods. This young man appeared far too youthful, seemingly not even 20. Zhao Dali pulled Lin closer, patting his shoulder, and introduced him to the others. You guys have no idea of this brother's prowess. Last time, he took down over 20 terror baboons single-handedly. You all are familiar with the strength of those baboons, right? Who among you has the capability to hunt down 20 or so in a single day? Upon hearing Zhao Dali's words, the group realized that this seemingly harmless young man possessed extraordinary combat prowess. 200,000. Lin, he felt a surge of excitement, and to be honest, he was genuinely tempted. However, he quickly regained his composure. Such money was not easily earned. Times had changed, with the current rampage of feral beasts. Who could say what powerful creatures might have strayed from their territories? Brother, the place isn't far. It's in a valley to the northwest. Zhao Dali observed Lin Yi's silence, and assumed he was afraid of the danger, so he hastily pulled out a map to point it out. Lin noticed the marked circle and breathed a sigh of relief. Although this location was slightly more to the northwest than where he had hunted the baboons previously, it wasn't within the perilous zones of Nanshan. Given his current strength, he could certainly handle it. However, in the end, Lin still shook his head and said, Brother Li, I'm afraid I can't go. I actually came here to accompany my classmates for wilderness training. Zhao Dali felt regretful, but understood. All right, I'll look for someone else. By the way, Zhao Dali cautioned, after last night's rampage, the military has dispatched personnel, and the Emergency Management Bureau has also sent people. The chaos has subsided, but there are still some dangers. It's safer for you and your classmates to remain in the city. Lin nodded, bidding farewell to Zhao Dali before returning to the parking lot. How'd it go? Lu Yu eagerly inquired as soon as Lin Yi returned. During Lin Yi's absence, Lu Yu and the others had heard some news. The rampage of feral beasts. Even though they had not experienced it firsthand, they had seen reports on the news or online. The brutality was something no one wished to confront. It was a feral beast rampage. He shared the information he had gathered with Lu Yu and the others, leading to a profound silence. After a long moment, once everyone had processed the news, Lin asked, that's the situation. I wonder what everyone thinks. Should we still go? Or perhaps it's better not to. Who knows if we might encounter those powerful feral beasts still roaming about. Sure, Lin whispered. Gu Haobo and the others appeared to be somewhat swayed, as none of them were overly enthusiastic youths, and no one wanted to risk their safety amid such circumstances. Oh, isn't this Gu Haobo and Hu Junwei? What's up? Haven't you all left yet? Just as they were in a dilemma, several off-road vehicles pulled up beside them, and Zhao Chun led a group of classmates over. Chapter 48. Old Lin, XXXXX. Zhao Chun. The group regarded the approaching Zhao Chun with disdain. Zhang Yinxiao was the first to express her displeasure, saying, What is it to you? Is this place your home? Well, what is it to you? I'm not sick yet, but I have heard that there was a rampage in Nanshan last night. Even the outpost was attacked. You all aren't frightened, are you? Zhao Chun said with a taunting grin. Seeing Gu Haobo and the others' discomfort only made him laugh heartily. I actually guessed it right. Zhao Chun was overjoyed and pointed to one of his companions, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Zhao Chuyang, a junior at Donghai Martial Arts University. Let me tell you, my cousin is a formidable warrior who has refined 14 bones. There are few like him at Donghai Martial Arts University." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Gu Haobua and the others were taken aback. Zhao Chuyang appeared to be around 20. Yet his prowess was astonishing. Observing their reaction, Zhao Chun was quite pleased and continued, "If you all want to join us, just humble yourselves before me, and I'll agree to take you along. But that guy Lin Yi is out of the question." With that, Zhao Chun provocatively nodded towards Lin Yi. "Who is this arrogant fellow? Should we take him on, old Lin?" Lu Yu said, visibly agitated. "How dare he look down on me? He can dismiss me, but he cannot belittle my brother." The atmosphere grew tense, and Zhao Chaoyang chuckled suddenly and said, "Little Chun, we are all classmates, and they're also my juniors. If they wish to join, let them come along. Before I arrived, I checked with friends here, and the military quickly quelled the feral beast riot last night. The Emergency Management Bureau has also searched Nanshan and confirmed that the danger has been lifted, plus will only be staying on the outskirts. So the risk isn't substantial." Lin Yi glanced at Zhao Chaoyang in surprise, realizing that despite his youth, he was quite astute and worldly, far more so than his cousin Zhao Chun. Upon hearing Zhao Chaoyang's words, Gu Haobua and the others seemed tempted, but they hesitated due to Lin Yi's presence. Lin Yi shrugged and smiled. "Feel free. Anyone who wishes to follow Zhao Sr. is welcome," with Zhao Chuyang leading. "I'm all for it. This way, he could seek out Zhao Dali for that 200,000 task. I think I'll pass." Lu Yu was the first to voice his decision. Lin added, "Thank you, Zhao Sr., but my skills are too inadequate, so I won't trouble you. If Lin isn't going, then I won't either." Zhang Yinxia chimed in, disliking Zhao Chen's smug demeanor, and she would never give him the satisfaction of appearing subservient. "How about you all?" Zhang Yinxia turned to Hu Junwei and the others with a fierce expression, as if to say that if they dared to join, she'd confront them. "Well, we'll stick with Zhao Sr." Hu Junwei and the others exchanged glances and said somewhat awkwardly. Compared to Lin Yi, they found Zhao Sr. to be more reliable. After all, Lin Yi's vitality was merely 512. Though slightly higher than theirs, it wasn't by much, while Zhao Sr. was a certified martial artist who had refined 14 bones. The difference in strength was abundantly clear. How could you all do this? Zhang Yinxian never anticipated that her old friends would betray her. Just yesterday, they had united in their criticism of Zhao Chun. Hu Junwei and the others felt a pang of guilt and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Lin, we're truly sorry." They opened their mouths at a loss for words. At the tender age of 17 or 18, their skins were not yet thick enough to bear this shame. They knew they were in the wrong, yet they felt powerless, for Zhao Shuzhong was simply too alluring. "Well, what does it matter?" Lin Yi said with a smile, playfully punching Hu Junwei on the shoulder. "Following Zhao Shuzhong is undoubtedly safer than following me, but even so, you all must take care." Seeing Lin Yi not only unfazed, but also smiling as he reminded them to be cautious, the guilt in Hu Junwei and the others' hearts deepened. As Zhao Chun proudly led everyone away, Zhang Yinxia could no longer contain her dissatisfaction. "Lin Yi, why didn't you let me scold them properly? We agreed to stand together, yet they abandoned us the moment Zhao Chun found a talented student from Donghai University. You're simply too good-natured." Zhang Yinxia shot Lin in exasperated glare. If it had been her, she would not have let Hu Junwei and the others off so easily. Lu Yu spat in disdain, exclaiming, "What is so great about a martial artist? Our Lin will soon advance to a martial artist too." "What did you say?" Zhang Yinxia asked, her eyes wide in shock. Lu Yu, brimming with pride, declared, "You don't know, do you? Lin is a once-in-a-lifetime genius." Realizing that Lu Yu's claims were growing increasingly absurd, he had to step forward and cover his mouth. "Stop babbling, or we'll just have to go home." Lu Yu begrudgingly ceased his chatter, finally saying, "You too can rest assured. Following Lin is definitely more reliable than following that so-called senior." Zhang Yinxia and Lin nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Lin filled with astonishment, while their classmates toiled to reach the realm of martial blood disciples. Lin had already brushed against the threshold of a formal martial artist. The disparity was almost unbelievable. Glancing at the time, Lin addressed everyone. "It's getting late. We should set off. Go, go, go." Lu Yu and the others were filled with excitement. Having lived for 17 years, This was their first venture into the wilderness. Upon exiting the number 17 outpost, Lin Yi did not lead Lu Yu and the others into the southern jungle, the very place he had visited last time. Although the black-tailed, long-tailed baboons possessed lower strength, they were nimble and agile. Since it was Lu Yu and the others' first time in the wilderness, they would find it hard to unleash their full potential in the woods. Encountering a black-tailed, long-tailed baboon could pose a real danger. To the west lay a chaotic, rocky expanse, where some horned pouch mice would be more suitable for Lu Yu and the others to practice on. However, upon catching sight of the horned pouch mouse, Lu Yu, Zhang Yinxia, and Shi Lin were left dumbfounded. Lin, are you sure we could take that thing on? Lu Yu stammered, gazing at the colossal figure towering 12 meters high. Goodness, that mouse is enormous. Lin Yi nodded confidently, replying, horned pouch mice typically stand between 90 and 120 centimeters and weigh between 30 and 50 kilograms. They aren't particularly agile, making them ideal for you novices. So, Lin Yi flashed a mischievous smile at Lu Yu and the others, then picked up a pebble and hurled it at the distant horned pouch mouse before turning and running away without a second glance. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yu and the others felt their hearts race. Lin XXXX. Chapter 49. Lu Yu's Bloodshed. With a soft clang, the short knife in Lu Yu's hand fell to the ground as he collapsed, as if his very spine had been removed. Before him lay a horned pouch mouse, twitching feebly with the short knife still embedded in its head. Lin, I curse your ancestors. Lu Yu gasped, directing an obscene gesture toward Lin Yi, who stood some distance away. During the recent battle, although Lu Yu's vitality was not as high as Zhang Yinxia's, after a week of training, he had learned the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, which made him stronger than her. This was precisely why Lu Yu had taken on the mantle of the main force in this conflict. Beside him, Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin were equally disheveled, panting heavily. Despite Lu Yu leading the charge, Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin had not found the encounter easy. Compared to this battle, their previous sparring sessions at school felt like mere childish play. They had genuinely felt the threat of death this time. Well done. Lin Yi approached, seizing the short knife from the horned pouch mouse and twisting it sharply. The creature, which had been struggling, trembled once more before falling still. Lin Yi tossed the knife to Lu Yu and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Thrilling," Lu Yu answered, retrieving the fallen knife and sheathing it behind his back. "I could have been killed. Isn't the horned pouch mouse supposed to be one of the weakest wild beasts? Why was it so difficult?" Lu Yu's confusion was shared by Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin. They had studied the horned pouch mouse in class and had always believed that such a creature would be easily defeated even barehanded. Yet today's battle had delivered a harsh reality check. That so-called worthless horned pouch mouse had nearly overwhelmed them. If a few more had appeared, they might have faced dire consequences. Lin Yi chuckled, saying, "This illustrates the disparity between data and reality. Data is lifeless, but the horned pouch mouse in reality is very much alive. You all still have a long way to go." "Hey, Lin, tell me honestly, when you first ventured into the wilderness and encountered a horned pouch mouse, were you as flustered as us?" Lu Yu asked, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Sorry to disappoint, but when I first came here, I only needed one strike to take down a black-tailed, long-tailed baboon." Lin Yi grinned, mercilessly shattering Lu Yu's expectations. "Damn!" Lu Yu cursed in frustration, realizing he had been outdone yet again. "All right, no more slacking. The battle must continue, and you all still have much to learn." Lin Yi clapped his hands and addressed them. "Let us go." Lu Yu stood up, adjusting his clothes and drawing out both short knives again. He turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Zhang Yinxia, Shi Lin, this time you two stay back. I want to try taking on the horned pouch mouse alone." Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin exchanged incredulous glances. "Lu Yu, isn't that too dangerous? Why don't we practice together again, and then you could try solo?" Zhang Yinxia urged. "No need, I'm confident." Lu Yu rejected Zhang Yinxia's concern and turned to Lin Yi, stating, "Lin, I feel like I'm on the verge of mastering the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lin Yi understood his intentions. Lu Yu wished to hone his skills through the hunt for horned pouch mice, evidently recognizing the benefits of practical combat. "All right," Lin Yi nodded, saying, "Be careful. I'll be watching from the side, and I'll step in if there is any danger." "Okay," Lu Yu responded eagerly, then carefully made his way to a cave in the distance. As footsteps echoed, a horned rat emerged from its burrow. Upon seeing Lu Yu approach its territory, it immediately lowered its head, raising the impressive 20-centimeter-long horn atop its forehead, initiating its battle stance. Come on. Lu Yu exhaled deeply, gripping his twin short blades tightly as he charged towards the horned rat. Kill. In an instant, Lu Yu's battle cries mingled with the horned rat's roars, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin stood anxiously beside Lin Yi, their eyes fixed on the fray. Though Lin Yi maintained a stoic expression, his wrist was poised, ready to draw his blade at a moment's notice. He had grown up alongside Lu Yu and understood his thoughts all too well. Despite Lu Yu's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was deeply invested in certain matters. While Lin Yi had once overshadowed him, their disparity had widened, stirring feelings of imbalance within Lu Yu. Thus, he had proposed confronting the horned rat alone, hoping to ensure that he would not be left in Lu Yu's shadow in the future. In the distance, Lu Yu let out a fierce shout, his short blade plunging into the horned rat's eye and piercing through to its mouth. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the horned rat, and in a desperate bid for survival, it unleashed all its strength. Lu Yu was thrown back, but in the next moment, he gripped his short blade tightly, pressing it against the horned rat's body. With a roar of fury, he plunged the second blade into the creature's neck. Thud! With a heavy thump, the horned rat crashed to the ground, its forelegs thrashing for a brief moment before falling still. Lu Yu tumbled off the carcass, lying sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He had succeeded. Are you all right? A hand appeared before him. Lin Yi had approached with a broad smile. Of course. Lu Yu grasped Lin Yi's hand, using it for support to stand up. A man must never declare defeat. Zhang Yinxia gazed at the lifeless horned rat, her expression filled with admiration. Lu Yu, you truly are remarkable. Oh, this is nothing. Lu Yu, experiencing his first taste of such praise, especially from Zhang Yinxia, one of the top 3 in their class, felt a surge of vanity swell within him. This creature is actually quite easy to slay, provided you conquer your fears. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, echoing, Lu Yu is right. When facing these wild beasts, overcoming fear is paramount. If you cannot do so, you might as well remain within the confines of the city for life. Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin appeared contemplative, seeing that his words had resonated. Lin Yi smiled and inquired, so who'll go next? Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin exchanged glances and responded in unison. Yinxia will go first. Chapter 50, Trouble Arises. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the sun dipped below the horizon. In a desolate area, Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin sat on the ground, utterly unrefined. Their once pristine faces now bore the marks of dirt and grime. As they rested, they observed 2 figures in the distance. Lin Yi intently watched Lu Yu's movements, instructing, your center of gravity is too high. Lower it. Step back, right-hand blade, thrust upwards. Advance 2 steps, left-hand blade for defense, right-hand blade in counter. Following Lin Yi's guidance, Lu Yu executed the corresponding maneuvers, inflicting deep, bone-revealing wounds on the 2 horned rats that were assaulting him. Squeak, accompanied by a pitiful cry. The 2 blood-soaked horned rats finally succumbed, their bodies swaying before crashing heavily to the ground. Success. Exhausted, Lu Yu shouted in delight. Old Lin, I have mastered the Dragon Abyss Blade. Lin Yi approached and helped Lu Yu to his feet, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Uncle Yu will surely commend you upon our return. Mention of his uncle brightened Lu Yu's eyes. Ha ha ha. I took only 9 days to master the Dragon Abyss Blade, far surpassing my uncle. If I tell him, his reaction will be priceless. Lu Yu beamed with excitement, the fatigue of earlier forgotten. Enough boasting. We need to process these 2 horned rats quickly. It's getting late. We should head back to the outpost. Lin Yi silently wished Lu Yu luck, teasing, Uncle Yu, how many lives do you possess? Huh, we're leaving already? I'm not done yet. Lu Yu exclaimed, astonished, still craving more action. There will be plenty of chances to indulge later. Don't forget, the wild beasts were agitated last night. If they stir again tonight, how many lives will you have to spare? Lin Yi's words sent a chill down Lu Yu's spine. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intent to return, Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin voiced no objections. Although they hadn't hunted as many horned rats as Lu Yu, each had still taken down 2 or 3. Being girls, their stamina naturally paled in comparison to that of men. Yet after enduring the trials of life and death, both Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin had undergone a profound transformation. As for Lu Yu, The aura of ferocity had subtly manifested between his brows. By the time they returned to the outpost, twilight had nearly descended. Gulme, I'll take you to a place to sell our goods. Upon reaching Outpost 17, Lin Yi addressed Lu Yu and the others. Throughout the day, they had collectively hunted over 10 horned rats, leaving behind 7 pristine pelts, 11 horns, and over 30 pounds of meat. They approached Zhao Dali's stall, where the vendor wore a look of distress as he puffed on a cigarette. Brotherly, Lin, he called out from a distance. Ah, little Lin has arrived. Zhao Dali exclaimed with surprise, quickly extinguishing his cigarette and striding over. After assessing Lin Yi and his companions, he immediately surmised they had just returned from the wilderness. So, what treasures have you brought today? I'll give you an extra 10 on our previous deal. Lin Yi chuckled. Well, I hate to disappoint you, but today I mainly guided my friends in wilderness training and only managed to slay a few horned rats. You wouldn't refuse to take our haul, would you? Of course. Zhao Dali feigned a slight disappointment, but quickly dismissed it. I'll still take it, though the prices will be lower than for the baboons. For a horned rat pelt, I'll offer 120 yuan. For a horn, 260. And for the meat, 460. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi tossed his backpack to Zhao Dali, declaring, Let us go with your prices. Deal. Zhao Dali gave a thumbs up, laughing heartily. Doing business with little Lin is always a pleasure. As he spoke, he lowered his voice to ask, Brother, are you really not considering my proposal? I can add an extra 50,000. Lin Yi understood what Zhao Dali was referring to, but was surprised he hadn't found anyone yet. Oh, don't even mention it. Everyone was scared after the wild beast stirred last night, and many left the outpost today. Zhao Dali sighed. All day long, he searched for someone, intent on retrieving the lost goods worth over 1 million. Yet there was a conspicuous lack of people. Those with capabilities were absent from the outpost, and he dared not approach those without strength, fearing that he might lose not only the goods, but also the individuals. Brother, I truly find myself at a loss. I must implore you to take a trip. Zhao Dali gazed at Lin Yi with palpable expectation. Wait, brotherly, do you truly place such unwavering trust in me? Do you genuinely believe I can assist you in recovering that shipment? Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback by the immense confidence Zhao Dali had in him. Of course, Zhao Dali exclaimed, clapping his hands vigorously. Brother, although my strength may not be formidable, my vision is far from limited. This task is undoubtedly one only you can accomplish. What do you say? 250,000. The moment you agree, I will transfer the funds to you. Lin Yi was left dumbfounded. Brother, you trust me so implicitly that you would offer the money up front? Not only Lin Yi, but also Lu Yu, Zhang Yinxia, and Lin, who followed behind him, were equally astonished. Although they did not fully comprehend the conversation, the figure of 250,000 was unmistakably clear. Brotherly, allow me to ponder this. It must be said, Zhao Dali's compensation was exceedingly generous, and Lin Yi was genuinely tempted. The sum was simply too substantial. I understand. Zhao Dali glanced at the trio behind Lin Yi, patting his shoulder. Brother, I'll be waiting for your response. Just then, a comrade approached. Brotherly, I have accounted for everything. 7 skins, 11 horns, and 32 pounds of meat, totaling 420 yuan. Zhao Dali explained to Lin Yi, as per our prior discussion, with a price increase of 10, that amounts to 262 yuan. I'll round it up to 21,000 yuan. What do you think? That sounds agreeable. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the price. All right then, I will transfer the money directly to your account. Zhao Dali instructed his subordinate, transfer the funds to Brother Lin. Before long, Lin Yi received a notification of the deposit on his phone. Thank you, Brother Li. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. Just do not forget about that matter. Zhao Dali reminded him once more. Lin Yi found himself bemused. He had realized that Zhao Dali was truly at his wit's end. However, he refrained from giving an immediate agreement, as his primary objective was to ensure the safe return of Lu Yu and the others. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Zhao Dali instructed his subordinate, go see what is happening. The subordinate complied and hurried over. Shortly after, he returned, reporting to Zhao Dali. I heard a group of students encountered a lizard dragon, and tragically, 5 or 6 of them have perished. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable chill coursed through Lin Yi and his companions. Chapter 51, Heavy Casualties. Students, Zhao Dali could not restrain himself from cursing. Why are these individuals so reckless? Do they truly believe the wilderness is some sort of zoo where they can come and go as they please? Now, lives have been lost. They deserve it. Spitting, Zhao Dali suddenly remembered that there were indeed several students beside him. He hastily explained to Lin, Brother Lin, I wasn't referring to you. I was talking about those people. Brother Li, we must go see. Lin said solemnly, sensing an ominous premonition. Very well, you all go, Zhao Dali urged. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dali, Lin led Lu Yu and the others toward the crowd. Along the way, Zhang Yinxiao expressed her concern. Lin, do you think it could be students? Isn't that referring to Zhao, Chun, and the others? I'm unsure. We'll find out once we get there. Lin replied as they squeezed through the throng, quickly spotting the bloodied figures of Gu Haobo and the others. Gu Haobo, Hu Junwei, Zhang Zhen. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yinxia could not help but shout. Lin Yinxia, Gu Haobo, and Hu Junwei, upon noticing Lin were on the verge of tears. What on earth happened? Lin and his companions approached, observing Gu Haobo covered in blood, and inquired. Vouve. Unable to contain their grief any longer, Gu Haobo and the others broke down in sobs. From their halting words, Lin and his companions gradually pieced together the calamity that had befallen them. Initially, they had been hunting black-tailed baboons in the southern woods. Although the black-tailed baboon was somewhat challenging to deal with Zhao Chaoyang's oversight and their large numbers, they felt relatively safe. However, when Zhao Chaoyang began dividing them into groups of 5 for practical training, they unexpectedly encountered a horde of terrifying baboons. A few from Class 3 were pursued into a ravine, and upon receiving the news, Zhao Chaoyang rushed to assist, only to discover that this location harbored a lizard dragon. An adult lizard dragon possessed at least the strength of a late-stage bone refinement practitioner. By the time Zhao Chaoyang and the others arrived, 2 from Class 3 had already been devoured. Faced with such a formidable foe, even Zhao Chaoyang was merely an additional casualty. Inevitably, a fierce battle ensued. Zhao Chaoyang was slain, Zhao Chun suffered a severe leg injury, and in addition to the 3 fatalities from Class 3, Li Feng from Class 5 could not escape either. As for the remaining individuals, their courage had been utterly shattered. How could this happen? Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin found it hard to believe. Just this morning, their classmates had been alive and well, yet merely a day later, they had been separated by death. Even Zhao Chaoyang, an outstanding student from Donghai Martial Arts University, had met his end. This senior Zhao was truly a man, Lu Yu remarked with admiration. Initially, he held a poor opinion of Zhao Chun, which extended to Zhao Chaoyang. But upon hearing Hu Junwei recount how he died fighting the lizard dragon, his irritation evaporated, replaced by profound respect. Lin felt similarly, both impressed and regretful. The lizard dragon. Lin was uncertain if he could match the prowess of this creature. A group of students had been attacked by the lizard dragon, resulting in 4 deaths, 1 incapacitated, and even a distinguished student from Donghai Martial Arts University had perished. This incident swept through the entire Outpost 17 like a tempest. Before long, a vehicle bearing the insignia of the Emergency Management Bureau arrived. Song Ding, his brow furrowed, stepped out of the vehicle. He had just received the news, and his head felt as if it might explode. Damn it! 4 students from Guangzhou No. 4 High School have died. 1 has been left crippled, and even a distinguished student from Donghai Martial Arts University has perished. Moreover, these high school seniors are nearly all exceptional students aspiring to become martial arts apprentices. He could already envision the uproar that would ensue across Guangzhou come morning. Hearing his subordinates' accounts, Song Ding felt murderous intent rising within him. He wondered why they could not simply train in the wilderness where the rocky terrain was teeming with countless rodent-like creatures, instead of venturing into the treacherous domain of black-tailed baboons. Did they not realize that the territories of black-tailed baboons overlapped with those of the terrifying baboons? And that lizard dragon, for crying out loud, it had turned the entire southern mountain upside down last night, yet they had not caught sight of it. Where had these beasts emerged from? Director Song, what shall we do next? Inquired the personnel at the outpost. What else is there to do? Song Ding, with an expression of irritation, instructed, arrange for a vehicle to transport all of these individuals to the hospital and additionally notify their families. Following this, he returned to the car and dialed the captain, Qin Shiyue's number. There has been an incident, he said tersely. Lin, Yi, and a few others accompanied Hu Junwei and waited for a moment until they boarded the car before returning to the bus. The atmosphere inside was somewhat heavy. It seemed everyone was still grappling with the ramifications of the recent upheaval. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi spoke up. "How shall we distribute this 20,000 yuan?" Zhang Yinxia shook her head, replying, "I shall forego my share. It was thanks to you today, so consider it your reward." Lu Yu echoed her sentiment. "Just accept it." Old Lin. Naturally, sure Lin had no objections. Lin, he chuckled. "All right then, you all are affluent enough not to regard a mere 20,000. Upon hearing Lin Yi's jest, Lu Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating significantly. "Let us do this. I shall accept the money, but we'll treat it as our collective asset. Perhaps we can gather for a splendid feast sometime?" Lin Yi suggested with a smile. "A feast?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yinxia and Shi Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, who among women, even those still youthful, does not delight in exquisite cuisine? "Agreed, then," Lin Yi declared, seeing that everyone was in accord. 40 minutes later, the bus halted at the passenger terminal of Guangzhou City, and Lin Yi and the others disembarked in succession. Just before parting ways, Zhang Yinxia turned to Lin Yi and asked, "Will we be able to explore the wilderness together again?" Shi Lin gazed at him with eager anticipation as well. "Of course," Lin Yi responded with a grin. "Whenever you wish, just reach out to me, and we shall venture forth again." "Wonderful," Zhang Yinxia exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a hint of something more profound. "Lin Yi, to be honest, I find myself quite taken with you, but since you are already involved with someone, I shall let it go." She cast a glance at Shi Lin, prompting Shi Lin to playfully shove her. "Haha, look, someone has turned shy." "Lin Yi, you must seize the moment." Before Zhang Yinxia could finish, a bashful Shi Lin pulled her away. Yet, as they departed, she didn't forget to bid farewell to Lin Yi and Lu Yu. "Lin Yi, Liu Yu, we're off. Oh, and Happy New Year." With laughter ringing in the air, the two young women vanished into the crowd. New Year, Lin Yi mused, slightly dazed. He almost forgot that today was the 28th of the 12th lunar month, with the New Year's Eve approaching in just 2 days. Chapter 52. Homecoming. Impudent little rascal. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a pair of large hands pressed against his forehead. Then, he heard Yu Qian's voice filled with fury. "Uncle Yu." Lin Yi and Lu Yu promptly greeted him. "You two have truly grown wings, not even answering my calls." Yu Qian scolded as he led them to the SUV parked by the roadside, tossing them inside. Lin Yi pulled out his phone, only to discover several missed calls that had accumulated while he had no signal. "Uncle Yu, we went to number 17 outpost. It was attacked by wild beasts last night, and we lost signal, so we didn't receive your messages," Lin Yi explained. "You two are incredibly reckless, knowing that number 17 was attacked last night. Why didn't you return immediately?" Yu Qian replied, starting the vehicle with irritation. "Return? There was no danger left over there," Lu Yu began, but suddenly recalled that 4 of his classmates had died and 1 had been severely injured. Noticing Lu Yu's sudden silence and his pallor, Yu Qian inquired, "What happened?" Lu Yu glanced at Lin Yi, who nodded, leading him to disclose the tragic fate of their classmates, who had perished at the hands of the patterned dragon lizard. Hiss! Yu Qian abruptly slammed on the brakes, the force causing Lin Yi and Lu Yu, unprepared in the back seat, to collide with the front seats. Lin Yi retreated swiftly, bracing himself against the seat, but Lu Yu was not so fortunate. "Ouch!" Lu Yu groaned, cradling his head. "Uncle Yu, are you trying to kill me?" Realizing his reaction was excessive, Yu Qian apologized. "My apologies. I was taken aback by the news. However, we conducted a thorough search of that area last night and found no sign of the patterned dragon lizard. It's possible that, with the chaos among the wild beasts, many have strayed from their territories, and this lizard might have come from somewhere else after we left. Guangzhou may soon be in turmoil." Yu Qian shook his head, troubled. With 4 high school seniors from number 4 high school dead and a top student from Donghai Martial Arts University among them, neither the Education Bureau nor the Emergency Management Bureau will have an easy time ahead. "Uncle Yu, USE, farewell." Lin Yi waved as he stood at the doorstep of his home, watching the vehicle depart before stepping inside. "Son, you've finally returned," young Lin exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried to Lin Yi, pulling him close and inspecting him with relief. "Earlier today, your Uncle Yu came by, saying you had ventured into the wilderness with Lu Yu and encountered a wild beast riot. I was terrified, observing the worry in his mother's eyes. Linny grasped her slightly rough hands and reassured her, Mom, why still worry? I wouldn't go to dangerous places. We merely practiced on the rocky shore near No. 17 outpost. We truly encountered no peril. That is good, that is good. Yang Lan responded hastily. Brother, you finally returned. I heard you went gallivanting in the wilderness? Impressive. You can now venture into the wild. Lin Huan teased, leaning against the doorframe. Sis, are you on break? Lin Yi inweited. Indeed, I am finally on break. Today is the 28th, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. If I don't take leave now, students and parents will start making a fuss. Lin Huan explained. All right, if you want to chat, let us do so inside. By the way, son, are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you? Yang Lan interrupted. Adre cinq, Lin Yi. Anything is fine, Lin Yi replied, realizing he indeed felt a bit hungry. I'll go make something. What do you feel like eating? Yang Lan asked as she headed toward the kitchen. Anything works, as long as it's your cooking, Lin Yi responded. Great. Yang Lan beamed at his words. Bustling into the kitchen. Come here. I need to ask you something. Before Lin Yi could react, Lin Huan seized him. Sis, what is up? Lin Yi queried, perplexed as she pulled him into her bedroom. Where did you get this money? Lin Huan asked, her expression serious. Money? Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment before recollecting what his sister was referring to. Didn't I tell you I went to the wilderness last time? I hunted several baboons and made quite a bit from selling them. Moreover, I caught the eye of the Lin Qian Martial Arts Institute, which wants me to sign a contract with them. The terms they offered are quite favorable, so I agreed. Really? With your meager blood value of 512, you managed to hunt that many baboons? The Lin Qian Martial Arts Institute is willing to offer you such advantageous terms? Lin Huan wore a look of incredulity, exclaiming, Sister, do you truly underestimate me so greatly? I am on the brink of becoming a formal martial artist. Lin Yi immediately retorted. You're not deceiving me, are you? Lin Huan's eyes widened. Hadn't this lad's vitality only just reached 512? How could he have touched the threshold of a formal martial artist so swiftly? This would imply that his vitality is nearly at 1,000. After a moment, Lin Huan reluctantly accepted this reality. How splendid. My younger brother is indeed a genius. She exclaimed. At this rate, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the 3 great martial arts universities. Her gaze towards Lin Yi brimmed with pride. His potential to enter those prestigious institutions fulfilled a dream of hers. Of course, sister, once I succeed, I'll protect you. No one will dare to bully you, Lin Yi declared, patting his sister's shoulder with a sense of self-satisfaction. You little rascal, so presumptuous. Lin Huan chuckled, swatting his hand aside. All right then, I shall await your success. While others rely on their parents, I shall rely on my younger brother. With that, Lin Huan stood up and said, All right, our mother has prepared dinner, so hurry and eat. Make sure to rest well afterward. After dining, Lin Yi pondered for a moment, opting not to continue his training, but instead retreated to his room to scroll through his phone. Before he knew it, the clock struck midnight. Host, Lin Yi Vitality, 4728. Cultivation, Bone Refinement Stage. First level, Bone Refinement Count, 44. Martial Arts, Dragon Tiger Stance, E-Grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Tiger Fist, E-Grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, C-Grade, Proficient 16300, 20,000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown, 2359. Lin Yi glanced at the data, scratching his head. He had been somewhat lethargic these past 2 days, with only a 500 increase in vitality and an additional 4 bones refined. Even the proficiency of the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade had only risen by a few hundred points. I cannot afford to be so lax. I must strive harder in my training, Lin Yi resolved, pulling the covers over himself. Chapter 53, New Year Gift Pack, 300-fold Settlement Voucher. Bang! Crack! The loud explosions of fireworks filled the night sky as the new year arrived. Lin Yi remained in his room, examining the system information. Host, Lin Yi Vitality, 7147. Cultivation, Bone Refinement Stage. First level, Bone Refinement Count, 61. Martial Arts, Dragon Tiger Stance, E-Grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Tiger Fist, E-Grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, C-Grade, Perfect 20,000, 20,000. 100-fold Settlement Countdown, 2359. Upon reviewing the data, an uncontrollable smile spread across Lin Yi's face. I've finally perfected the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade. My vitality has also surpassed 7,000. My relentless training these past 2 days has truly borne fruit. For the last 2 days, he had remained at home, dedicated to his practice, and the results were commendable. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the New Year gift pack. Would you like to accept it? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that the system offered gift packs? Accept, accept. With his affirmation, a dazzling firework erupted before him, followed by an item resembling a voucher materializing in his line of sight. 300-fold training settlement voucher from the first day of the Lunar New Year at 0000 until the third day at 23:59. The host will receive 300-fold daily training settlement effects. Reading the voucher's description, Lin Yi could not help but leap with excitement. Currently, I can refine about 7 to 8 bones with the 100-fold settlement. With the 300-fold, that would be 24 bones. Over 3 days, that amounts to 72 bones. I have already refined 61 bones. Adding those 72 would give me 133 bones, allowing me to step into the second level of the bone refinement stage. Realizing the potential of the 300-fold settlement voucher, Lin Yi concluded that he could no longer train simply at home. To maximize its benefits, he needed to practice in a professional setting. Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall, equipped with comprehensive training apparatus and various supportive devices. He was certain that these 3 days would yield maximum results from the 300-fold settlement voucher. As he contemplated this, a video call came through. Lu Yu. Lin Yi glanced at the caller ID on his phone and calmly chose to decline. However, the next moment, the video call rang again. Lin Yi remained unfazed and once more pressed decline. The phone rang once more, and this time, he opted to answer. Damn it, old Lin. You. The moment the video call connected, Lu Yu's face was pressed against the camera. Yet before he could finish his tirade, Lin Yi calmly hung up again. It was all rather amusing to him. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu called once more. After connecting, both stared intently at each other. It was evident from the screen that veins were bulging on Lu Yu's forehead. Damn it! Lu Yu gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Yi. However, upon noticing Lin Yi calmly raising a finger, he promptly fell silent. Happy New Year! My mother said to invite you over for dinner when you have the time. Lin Yi said, his eyes crinkling into a smile. Has Aunt Yi returned? All right, I'll come over tomorrow when I'm free. Get lost. Lu Yu shot in the middle finger, but the next moment, Lin Yi decisively pressed the hang-up button. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi could not contain his laughter. On the first day of the new year, he had given Lu Yu an unforgettable memory, which was quite delightful. He then opened his phone to check his messages, noticing that Zhang Yanxia, Sherlin, and others had sent him New Year greetings. Even Zhao Dali had reached out. After responding to each, Lin Yi glanced at Han Jing's chat window. The last message had been 2 days prior. He composed a congratulatory message for her and inquired whether the Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall would be open in the next couple of days. After some light-hearted banter with Sherlin, Zhang Yanxia, and Lu Yu in their group chat, he had yet to receive a reply from Han Jing. Outside, Lin Huan's voice rang out. Little brother, what are you doing? Hurry out for dinner. I'm coming. Lin Yi tossed aside his phone, donned his jacket, and stepped outside. The dining table in the living room was already laden with an array of delicious dishes, filling the air with their tantalizing aromas and the scent of incense. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks outside, the new year had arrived. Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall. Lin Yi ascended the steps, and the wide automatic glass doors swung open. Welcome, greeted the receptionist with a warm smile as Lin Yi handed over his identity card. Lin Xiaodi, your privileges have been specially elevated by President Han. You may use the A-grade training room. Would you like to? The receptionist inquired kindly. Then I shall opt for the A-grade. I will require it for 3 days, Lin Yi replied, surprised that Han Yu had increased his privileges to even access the A-grade training room. The entire Liker Martial Arts Hall is divided into 4 training rooms, A, B, C, and D. The A-class training room not only boasts a splendid environment and spacious area, but also features a complete set of training equipment, making it the ideal place for him to hone his skills. Gazing at Lin Yi's departing silhouette, the receptionist couldn't help but sigh in admiration, remarking, no wonder, mister. Han holds him in such high regard. With such determination to train on the first day of the new year, Lin will undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future. Lin Yi placed his identity card on the access control of the A-class training room, and with a soft chime, the door swung open. He then realized that the entrance was a triple-layered alloy door. Upon entering the training room, Lin Yi casually surveyed the space, which spanned over 100 square meters, filled with an array of fitness equipment. Besides the main hall, there were several smaller rooms, one of which was designated for physical fitness testing, where he had previously measured his vitality, reflexes, and speed. Another room served as a changing area, washroom, and restroom, along with a relaxation area. The A-class training room of the Liker Martial Arts Hall truly achieved a harmonious integration of training, living, and resting. Without further ado, Lin donned his training attire and commenced a day of rigorous practice. Time seemed to dissolve as he immersed himself in his training, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. At the reception, the young lady was engrossed in a video which was broadcasting a news segment. 2 corpses were discovered on Haiha East Road yesterday, and the Emergency Management Bureau has already initiated an investigation. Accompanying this was an unfiltered image of the gruesome corpses, utterly terrifying. The young lady couldn't suppress a startled exclamation, and just then, a hand unexpectedly reached out before her. A ghost! A more piercing scream erupted as Lin stood awkwardly, unsure whether to lower his raised hand. After a moment, the receptionist regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily addressed Lin. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. It's all right. What is the matter with you? Lin inquired, intrigued by her reaction. I just watched a really frightening news segment. I heard there have been more fatalities on Haiha Road. How could such things happen during the festive season? She said with evident concern. A homicide? Lin shook his head. It truly had been chaotic in Guangzhou lately. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, what has Sister Jing been busy with these past few days? Isn't she at the hall? Upon hearing Lin's question, the young lady looked puzzled. Sister Jing? You didn't know? Sister Jing is at the first hospital and is still in a coma. Lin was taken aback and quickly asked, how did she end up hospitalized? It seems she was attacked. Oh, where are you going? Before the receptionist could finish, Lin dashed out the door. At the first hospital, Lin hurried to the reception desk, inquiring about Han Jing's ward. Following the directions, he made his way to the 4th floor. From afar, he spotted Han Yu standing at the door, looking despondent. Beside Han Yu was a tall figure. Klang. Lin called out from a distance. It's Xiao Lin, Han Yu replied, mustering a semblance of cheerfulness. What brings you here? I came to see Sister Jing. How is she? Lin asked, concern etched on his face. She's still in a coma. We don't know when she'll wake up, Han Yu said, glancing anxiously at the unconscious Han Jing in the ward. Sister Jing Lin approached the ward and immediately saw Han Jing lying on the hospital bed, her face pale and brow furrowed, as though she were trapped in a nightmarish slumber. Uncle Han, what exactly happened? How'd she end up like this? Lin Yi pide sit. Bang! Han Yu slammed his fist onto the armrest of the chair, bending the steel frame with a forceful impact. Hey, what are you doing? You can't destroy public property. Don't you dare leave. A passing nurse, startled by Han Yu's outburst, immediately warned him upon witnessing the damage. Opuludisa. I got a bit carried away. I'll pay for any damages, Han Yu hastily assured. Once the nurse had left after he paid the fine, Han Yu muttered in frustration. Who else could it be besides those blood fiends? If it weren't for the Emergency Management Bureau's patrol intervening, Xiao Jing might. Han Yu's heart sank at the thought. If anything were to happen to Han Jing, he, as her uncle, would have no face left to show. Blood fiends? Lin felt a jolt of alarm and quickly asked, Uncle Han, what is going on? Why would the blood fiends attack Sister Jing? What else could it be? That scoundrel Lai Guanqing was killed in our Guangzhou, and Xiao Jing was the only one at the scene. They must have blamed her for his death, Han Yu said, slamming the armrest again. It's my fault. Lin stared at the unconscious Han Jing, overwhelmed with guilt. If he hadn't concealed his identity and let Sister Jing take the fall, she wouldn't be in this state. Just then, Han Yu remarked, before she fell into a coma, she specifically asked me to remind you to be careful. He looked at Lin with curiosity, wondering what she meant. Did Lai Guanqing's death somehow involve Lin? Impossible. Han Yu dismissed the thought immediately. Lai Guanqing had refined at least 25 bones. Even his niece was no match for him. How could Lin a martial arts blood fiend, possibly contend with Lai Guanqing? The tall figure beside Han Yu also regarded Lin thoughtfully. Han Jing's warning to be cautious around this Lin suggested that the young man might indeed be linked to Lai Guanqing's demise. Furthermore, they had previously examined the scene and determined that the one who killed Lai Guanqing was an adept swordsman with strength at least equivalent to 25 refined bones. Could this youthful lad truly possess the capability to eliminate Lai Guangqing? As he pondered, he remembered the adage, once all possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Suddenly, he spoke. You must be Lin Yi. Your movements suggest a refined technique. I presume you possess a commendable understanding of swordsmanship? The unexpected voice drew the attention of both Lin Yi and Han Yu. Lin Yi regarded the imposing man before him. Though unfamiliar, he politely replied, I'm flattered. My swordsmanship is merely rudimentary, and I have much to learn. Han Yu introduced Lin Yi. This is Captain Qin Shuriwei from our Emergency Management Bureau's 3rd Action Team. With pride, he turned to Qin Shuriwei. Captain Qin's discernment is extraordinary. He instantly recognized Lin Yi's exceptional talent. In fact, we invested a considerable sum to recruit him after he mastered a C-class martial technique in just one day. Mastered a C-class martial technique in a single day? Qin Shuriwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Instinctively, he wanted to test Lin Yi's skills. However, he quickly reminded himself that they were in a hospital, especially in front of Han Yu. Considering the information at hand, it was quite possible that the one who killed Lai Guangqing was indeed this young lad. Upon deducing this conjecture, Qin Shuriwei could not help but draw a sharp intake of breath. How old could this lad be? Merely in his early 20s, yet possessing 25 pieces of bone tempering? This was nothing short of fantastical. Captain Qin, coming back to her senses, Qin Shuriwei realized she had momentarily lost focus and quickly praised. Such a prodigy. Like her is indeed fortunate. Lin Yi was taken aback by Qin Shuriwei's sudden invitation to join the Emergency Management Bureau, momentarily at a loss for words. Captain Qin, this is rather unfair. Lin Yi is a treasure of like her, and besides, he is still in his 3rd year of high school, preparing for the college entrance examination and martial arts test next year. Are you jesting by suggesting he joined the Emergency Management Bureau? 3rd year of high school? Goodness. That means he is only 17 or 18. Qin Shuriwei's pupils constricted. This young man's talent surpassed her expectations. No, such a genius must be secured. Having just been reassigned to Guangzhou as the leader of the 3rd Action Group of the Emergency Management Bureau, her team was understaffed, making it the perfect time to cultivate a talent like Lin Yi for 2 years. He would undoubtedly become a significant asset for the Bureau. As for his current status as a high school student preparing for examinations, it posed no real issue for the Bureau. With this in mind, Qin Shuriwei's gaze towards Lin Yi grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 55. Oh no, it's exposed. Q Qin Captain Yu. Lin Yi immediately sensed the intensity of Qin Shuriwei's gaze, which seemed to convey a desire to devour him whole. This is bad. Han Yu also noticed Qin Shuriwei's interest in Lin Yi, her eyes practically sparkling, and quickly positioned himself in front of Lin Yi, frowning as he said, Captain Qin, this is rather unfair. Lin Yi is a precious asset for Liker. Am I that obvious? Qin Shuriwei coughed lightly. Ahem, Manager Han, you jest. She chuckled, attempting to deflect the situation, fully aware that she couldn't openly court Lin Yi in front of Han Yu. This matter would require further discussion with the higher-ups. She was confident that once they witnessed Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, they would undoubtedly support her intentions. Family members of patient 21, please come with me. The patient shows signs of awakening. Upon hearing the nurse's call, Han Yu jolted with excitement, exclaiming, Nurse, nurse, I'm here. I'm here. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Jing is waking up. He hurried to the doorway of the ward, momentarily disregarding Lin Yi and Qin Shuriwei. Lin Yi and Qin Shuriwei rose as well, following him. Inside the ward, the awakening Han Jing appeared pale and disoriented, taking a while to regain clarity. Second uncle. A hoarse voice escaped Han Jing's lips, prompting Han Yu to grasp her hand tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. My dear girl, I'm right here. You scared me half to death. If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Han Yu's eyes reddened as he spoke. Second uncle, I'm fine, really. Han Jing reassured him with a smile, leaning against her pillow. Yingjie. Just as they were conversing, Han Jing heard a familiar voice and saw Lin Yi standing behind her second uncle, looking apologetic. Jingjie, I'm so sorry. Lin Yi stepped forward, guilt written on his face, regretting having put Han Jing in harm's way. He had merely wished to avoid drawing the blood cult's attention to his family, and since Han Jing was part of Liker, with her second uncle, Han Yu, being a high-ranking member, any assault on her would necessitate confronting Liker. Who would have thought the blood cult would audaciously attack Han Jing in Guangzhou? Ultimately, this incident was a result of his own unintended consequences. If the overly protective Han Yu were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Don't say that. Han Ying interrupted, offering comfort. I was simply careless, which allowed them to ambush me. If I had been more vigilant, they would never have succeeded. After saying this, Han Ying winked at Lin Yi. He felt a surge of emotion. Even at this moment, Jing Jie did not blame him. Lin Yi clenched his fists, vowing that should he encounter members of the blood cult again, he would ensure they regretted their very existence. My dear girl, rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Liker will not let this matter slide. Both the Liker Mercenary Corps and the Liker Martial Arts Association will mobilize all their resources to hunt down those who dare to assault you. Han Yu's gaze turned ominous. The audacity of the blood cult to attack his niece in Guangzhou was akin to slapping Liker's face. If Liker failed to respond, it would be a monumental disgrace. Han Yu looked at Qin Shuriwei, recognizing that the blood cult's actions were equally an affront to the Emergency Management Bureau. If the Bureau did not respond appropriately, the repercussions would be far worse than for Liker. Qin Shuriwei understood Han Yu's concerns and spoke up. Manager Han, you need not worry on this front. The Bureau has already mobilized all its resources to pursue this matter. The higher-ups have also issued directives. Those responsible will face no mercy. Qin Shuriwei's tone was laced with barely contained fury. The blood cult's actions were tantamount to trampling the Bureau's dignity. If the Emergency Management Bureau could not restore its honor, how could it maintain control over Guangzhou? After stating this, Qin Shuriwei turned to Han Jing. Miss Han, if you do not mind, I have a few inquiries to make. Captain Qin, please feel free to ask. I will answer truthfully, Han Jing. Recognizing Qin Shuriwei as the newly appointed leader of the 3rd Action Group of the Emergency Management Bureau, responded cooperatively. Are these corpses the living dead that attacked you? Qin Shuriwei produced several photographs and handed them to Han Jing. Indeed, Han Jing confirmed after examining the photos, nodding before continuing. I had just crossed Haihe Road when I was suddenly intercepted by these living dead. Their strength was not formidable, but I did not anticipate an ambush from behind. If your bureau hadn't arrived in time, I might not have survived. Lin Yi, observing the photos, noted the living dead were stark naked, their skin exhibiting a faint bluish-black sheen, with strange runes etched across their bodies, lending an eerie quality. Controlling the dead. This is the blood cult's signature technique. Darn it. A higher-up from the blood cult has come to Guangzhou. Qin Shuriwei's expression darkened considerably. A higher-up? Lin Yi and Han Jing exclaimed in unison. The blood cult was no ordinary organization. They worshipped a sinister deity known as the Crimson Lord. The organizational hierarchy began with the followers, followed by the armed disciples. Then the higher-level stewards who could govern a state, and above them were the counselors and elders. As per our knowledge, during its peak, the blood cult had 21 counselors and 4 elders, with a leader yet to be revealed. Blood cult stewards are at least 2nd-tier bone-tempering experts. My dear girl, it's truly fortunate you survived. Han Yu expressed his relief. Not likely, Qin Shuriwei interjected. After the crackdown a few years ago, the blood cult fractured. Even if they have begun to reassemble, it would take years to attract such powerful individuals. While they may not possess 2nd-tier bone-tempering strength, they will be close. Captain Qin, having the blood cult fixated on Guangzhou, is certainly not a good omen. Han Yu voiced his concerns. Rest assured, the Bureau has comprehensive contingency plans in place. Now that they have shown themselves, they will not escape. Qin Shuriwei let out a cold snort. As she spoke, Han Jing's body underwent another examination. And upon receiving the reassuring news that she was fine, both Han Yu and Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the weariness etched on Han Jing's face, Lin Yi tactfully took his leave. Sister Jing, take good care of yourself. I'll head back now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Han Jing made no effort to retain him, mustering her strength to reply, no need. I'm quite resilient. We can gather again once I've fully recovered. After their farewells, Lin Yi and Qin Shuriwei departed the hospital one after the other. Just as they were about to part ways, Qin Shuriwei called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the Emergency Management Bureau needs talents like you. I sincerely hope you'll give it serious consideration. Lin Yi, taken aback, responded, Captain Qin, I'm merely a humble martial arts apprentice. I hardly deserve such regard. Moreover, I've already signed a contract with Liker. Hearing his words, Qin Shuriwei's expression shifted to a bemused smile. and she suddenly uttered a statement that caused Lin Yi to blanch. Heh. Anyone capable of slaying Lai Guangxing cannot simply be a mere martial arts apprentice. Chapter 56. Got you, scoundrel. Panic surged within Lin Yi. Realizing he had been exposed, he glanced at the smiling Qin Shuriwei and forced a smile, saying, Captain Qin, you jest. Lai Guangxing is a martial artist. How could I possibly have that capability? Do not be anxious, Qin Shuriwei reassured him. Based on the battle traces at the scene, the individual who dispatched Lai Guangxing is an adept with a blade. You managed to grasp the fundamentals of a sea-level sword technique in just one day. Your innate talent is undeniable. Furthermore, Han Jing was concerned for your safety before she fell unconscious. There's a saying, when all possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Qin Shuriwei fixed her penetrating gaze upon Lin Yi and declared, you are the one who killed Lai Guangxing. Lin Yi opened his mouth, realizing just how astute Captain Qin truly was. Noticing his silence, a knowing smile crept onto her face. Indeed, it is you. If previously she had only a 70% certainty that Lin Yi was the one who had slain Lai Guangxing, his reaction had now solidified her conviction to 100%. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, possessing the prowess of a 25-block bone tempering, he was no longer merely a genius. He was a prodigy. Such talent should not be squandered with Liker. In her mind, only the Emergency Management Bureau, as a national force, could provide him with what he truly needed, while Liker would render Lin Yi just one among the masses. With this in mind, Qin Shuriwei spoke earnestly to Lin Yi. I understand your reservations, but rest assured, the Emergency Management Bureau can smooth over any issues, provided you are willing. Do not doubt our capabilities. If you wish to participate in martial examinations or enroll in a martial arts university, it is all feasible. In fact, the Bureau can even guarantee your admission to any martial arts university of your choice. Remember, anyone, including the National Central Martial Arts University and the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Notably, she refrained from mentioning the National Defense Martial Arts University, as that was military territory. Sending a talent like Lin, there would be akin to throwing a bun to a dog. Truth be told, Lin Yi was tempted. The Emergency Management Bureau's reputation was formidable, wielding enforcement powers that allowed them to act first and explain later. However, the corresponding danger level also escalated. If his parents were to find out, they would undoubtedly oppose it at once. Thank you, Captain Qin, but I need to think it over. Although intrigued, Lin Yi, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, did not immediately agree, opting instead to consider. Qin Shuriwei had already discerned Lin Yi's interest. She was in no rush. She had observed that, compared to his peers, he possessed a stronger sense of self. Pursuing him relentlessly would be counterproductive. No problem. This invitation remains open to you indefinitely. Qin Shuriwei fixed her gaze on Lin Yi's retreating figure, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. Clearly, her spirits were high, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yi was unlikely to escape her grasp. Boss, Song Ding, noticing Qin Shuriwei approaching, quickly extinguished his cigarette and opened the car door. Let us head back. Qin Shuriwei instructed as she settled into the vehicle. Understood, Song Ding replied, starting the engine, turning, and just as they did, they nearly brushed past a figure. Qin Shuriwei wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of a putrid scent. Was it the stench of decay? Her senses sharpened, and she urged Song Ding, forget returning to the bureau. Follow that person. Without hesitation, Song Ding slammed on the brakes, sharply turned the steering wheel, and then accelerated forward. The winter night of the New Year's Day grew eerily silent as Lin Yi hurried along the street, a solitary shadow trailing closely behind. Upon turning a corner, he caught sight of several figures not far behind him, their backs turned, and an uneasy feeling settled over him. However, he brushed it off, and, just as he sidestepped to pass them, one of the figures lunged at him. Lin Yi halted abruptly, retreating 2 steps to evade the attack. This movement triggered the others to spring into action. Not good. They're coming for me. Thoughts raced through Lin Yi's mind, yet his hands moved with remarkable speed. With a swift motion, he unleashed 4 punches. The sound of impact resonated, and the air around him erupted. Beneath the streetlights, plumes of white smoke danced in brilliance. Though unarmed, his flawless execution of the Dragon Tiger Fist was equally formidable. Bang! The 4 punches landed squarely on the chests of the assailants, producing a series of dull thuds. The immense force sent them hurtling backward like cannonballs. But something felt off. Lin, he was not elated after landing his blows. The sensation he had felt was not that of a normal human. As he had suspected, the four figures crashed heavily to the ground, only to rise again as if unscathed. However, Lin Es' punches had torn their cloaks to shreds. Living corpses. Lin Es' pupils constricted as he beheld the four figures, exclaiming in disbelief. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the living corpses depicted in the photographs Qin Shiyue had shown him at the hospital, skin a ghastly shade of blue-black, their bodies inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. With a ferocious roar, the four living corpses charged toward Lin E. "You're seeking death." Lin E felt a surge of power coursing through him, his blood boiling as the hair on his forehead lifted as if caught in a wind. He was both astonished and furious. The blood cult had indeed tracked him down, and he was enraged that they dared to strike at him within the confines of Guangzhou City. Thankfully, their focus was solely on him and not on his parents or older sister. "Since you've come, you shall not leave." Lin Yi snorted coldly, stepping forward with the ferocity of a tiger unleashed. The wind from his punches roared like thunder as his fists descended with unrelenting force. Boom! One of the figures stood no chance against Lin Es' wrathful might, easily sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against a wall. Lin E withdrew his fist and turned, his spine arching like a mighty dragon, and with his right leg wielded like a blade, he struck down upon one living corpse's shoulder with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of bones splintering echoed as half of the living corpse's body crumpled under the assault. It crashed to the ground, struggling to rise. Yet the impact had shattered a significant portion of its bones, leaving it to writhe on the ground, unable to advance even an inch. As it let out a fearsome roar, a massive paw came crashing down. Lin E disregarded the shattered skull beneath his feet and unleashed a powerful punch at the chest of another living corpse. Crack! The explosive force erupted from Lin Yi's fist, sending a visible ripple radiating outward, and with a resounding bang, a gaping hole burst open in the back of the corpse. The creature trembled violently before crashing to the ground. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous growl, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind Lin E. Without glancing back, he swiftly crouched, sweeping his right foot to topple the approaching corpse behind him, then seized its head with a powerful grip, hurling it against a nearby wall. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as the corpse's head burst open. Lin E rose and strode towards the initial corpse that had been launched against the wall by his punch. As he passed by the wall, he casually picked up a fallen blue brick and struck the forehead of the corpse, attempting to rise. In just a few breaths, for corpses lay defeated. Yet Lin E knew these were merely appetizers. Lurking in the shadows were those who controlled the corpses, watching intently. However, after waiting 5 full minutes without any attack, confusion began to cloud his mind. Could they have gone after my parents? A sudden thought surged in Lin Yi's mind, growing increasingly unsettling. No, I must hurry to check. Warily glancing at the desolate street, he hastened towards his home. On a rooftop hidden from Lin Yi's view, a cloaked figure prepared to leap down, but in the darkness, a flash of silver streaked forth with incredible speed. The shadowy figure flickered, attempting to evade the silver projectile. Yet it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, relentlessly pursuing the shadow. Oomph! A cold snort emanated from beneath the cloak, followed by a sudden burst of blade light that clashed with the soaring silver flash. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the night sky, shattering several panes of glass below. The collision of their powers unleashed a tempest, scattering the shadow's cloak and revealing a muscular torso. Whoosh! A silver short gun embedded itself into the cement floor, emitting a low hum. Then, a tall figure appeared behind the short gun, deftly flicking his wrist, causing the lodged weapon to shatter the concrete and return to his grasp. The cold wind swept through, lifting the man's bangs and revealing a stern visage. Qin Shiyue's eyes sparkled like lightning, and a bloodthirsty grin split his lips as he addressed the cloaked figure. I've caught you, scum of the blood cult. Chapter 57. Lai Guangqing, I have slain. Spit. The man spat disdainfully, his voice deep and resonant. How unfortunate, yet again, it is you lackeys of the Emergency Management Bureau. He tore away his tattered cloak, revealing a robust physique. Feng Yuxiang performed a flourish with his blade, swinging it down fiercely. directing the weapon towards Qin Shuriwei while coldly declaring, "Very well, I shall first slay you, dog, and then proceed to butcher that little beast. Is that so?" Before Qin Shuriwei could finish his retort, he had already lunged forward. With one short gun aimed high and the other low, he cornered Feng Yuxiang's escape. A tempestuous aura surged forth like a hurricane, overwhelming Feng Yuxiang. How swift! Feng Yuxiang's heart jolted. This man's speed was astonishingly fast, leaving him no choice but to withstand the assault. "Get lost!" Feng Yuxiang bellowed, his weapon bursting forth in a dazzling light, striking towards the shotguns with an undeniable might. Clang! As the knife and gun clashed, a brilliant spark erupted in the night sky. The deafening sound of their collision reverberated, sending shockwaves akin to tidal waves crashing outward. Amidst the splintering stones, the two figures were forced apart. Kill! Qin Shuriwei stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing his strength, causing cracks to spread around him. Armed with the shotgun, he charged once more. On the desolate street, the two figures, akin to deities of war, collided repeatedly, each impact resonating with immense force. Swoosh! A shotgun pierced through Feng Yuxiang's onslaught at an exceptionally cunning angle, tearing into his shoulder and eliciting a spray of blood. Feng Yuxiang let out a muffled grunt, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes as he seized the short gun embedded in his shoulder, gripping it tightly while swinging his battle blade viciously towards Qin Shuriwei's neck. Clang! Qin Shuriwei swiftly altered his stance, using another short gun to block the descending blade with precision. The jarring sound of their clash rang out, and Feng Yuxiang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The smile on Feng Yuxiang's face froze instantly, for Qin Shuriwei's left foot had forcefully pinned his right foot to the ground. Qin Shuriwei flashed a grin at Feng Yuxiang, then pressed down with all his weight onto Feng Yuxiang's right leg. Feng Yuxiang couldn't suppress a scream, his body involuntarily collapsing. Qin Shuriwei's left hand flipped over, adjusting the angle of the gun that had previously blocked the blade, plunging it into Feng Yuxiang's ribcage. Subsequently, he delivered a crushing kick to Feng Yuxiang's chest. Crack! Accompanied by a faint sound of bones fracturing, Feng Yuxiang was launched like a cannonball. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the wall nearby collapsed under Feng Yuxiang's violent impact. Qin Shuriwei stood up, stretching his stiff neck, and strode towards the ruins. However, upon reaching the debris, his expression darkened. There was not a single figure in sight. Feng Yuxiang had escaped. Escape? Can you truly flee? Qin Shuriwei gazed into the night, letting out a cold snort. In his palm appeared a device about the size of a hand, akin to a mobile phone. He tapped it gently, the screen illuminating, and with two quick taps, a red dot began to blink on the display. Run, run, better yet, run to your lair. Qin Shuriwei chuckled softly, turning to leap off the rooftop. Boss, how'd it go? Song Ding rushed to Qin Shuriwei upon seeing him, having kept a close watch on the rooftop battle for below, though he had refrained from ascending out of respect for Qin Shuriwei's instructions. The target escaped. Qin Shuriwei opened the car door and took a seat, glancing at Song Ding's expression before explaining, "Don't worry, that scum is heavily wounded, and I've planted a tracker on him. He won't be able to escape. Return and gather the others. We shall raid their stronghold." Upon hearing Qin Shuriwei's words, a look of elation spread across Song Ding's face. "Boss, you are truly impressive." "Not yet," Qin Shuriwei replied with a smile. "Let's also look into the records of this building and inform the owner about the damage to his wall. The Emergency Management Bureau will offer him a satisfactory compensation." Mom and Dad, older sister, Lin Qian rushed breathlessly into his home, flinging the door open and hastening into the living room. Inside, Lin Ruohai, Yang Lan, and Lin Huan looked at him with puzzled expressions. "What's wrong, son? Why the urgency?" Yang Lan inquired with concern, noticing her son drenched in sweat. "It's nothing, nothing at all." Lin Yizhong exhaled heavily, his once towering stature immediately wilted. Had he not been leaning against the doorframe, he might have collapsed to the ground. It's fine, it's fine. Why are you so anxious if everything is all right?" Yang Lan handed Lin a tissue, saying, "Quick, wipe off your sweat and change into some fresh clothes. Don't catch a chill during the new year." "All right, I'll go now," Lin replied as he took the tissue and, with a quick word to Yang Lan, hurried into the room. This child, despite being so grown up, still acts so recklessly. Yang Lan shook her head and remarked. Meanwhile, Lin Huan was watching the tightly closed door of her younger brother's room, feeling that something was amiss. The urgency Lin Yi had shown just moments ago certainly did not indicate that nothing was wrong. Inside the room, Lin Yi leaned against the bed, the coldness against his back reminding him that his clothes were already drenched in sweat from the journey. Although he felt a sense of relief upon seeing his parents and older sister safe, he dared not let his guard down. Encountering a living corpse on the way back had made it clear to him that he had been exposed. The blood servant hadn't harmed his parents or sister simply because they had not had the opportunity. He couldn't stay at home any longer. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. But if he couldn't stay at home, where could he go? After much contemplation, aside from the Emergency Management Bureau, there was only one other place he could seek refuge: the Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall. The blood servant had only attacked Jing Jie when she was outside, indicating that the martial arts hall was relatively safe. The Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall consisted of a 7-story building, and behind it lay an independent residential area, inhabited solely by official members of the Lin Qian Mercenary Corps and higher-ups. Lin Yi's plan was to have his parents and sister move to the residential area of the Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall, but this necessitated Manager Han's approval. However, given his currently exposed abilities, he was not yet deemed qualified to reside in the Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall's residential area. He thought, forget it, if I'm exposed, then so be it. Lin Yi held no real qualms about revealing his strength. It was not that he feared complications, but rather, he simply did not wish to be treated like a spectacle. Uncle Han, it's Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi dialed Han Yu's number. Before Han Yu could speak, Lin Yi continued, Lai Guangqing, it was I who killed him. Han Yu's voice suddenly echoed from the phone. Lin Yi tensed up completely. You know, when did you get exposed? Lin Yi's mind raced back to the day's events. Could have been at the hospital? Uncle Han, I am sorry. Lin Yi's face was filled with guilt, since Han Yu had discovered that he was the one who had murdered Lai Guangqing. He must also know that Han Jing had taken the blame for him. Lin Yi could only imagine how furious Han Yu would be upon learning the truth, considering he had raised Han Jing like his own daughter. You certainly need to apologize. Han Yu's voice was icy cold, and in that moment, Lin Yi felt as though his heart had sunk to the depths of the ocean. He anticipated that what awaited him next would be Han Yu's overwhelming fury. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for the impending storm. Lin Yi, you little rascal, you are truly a genius. No, you are a prodigy. Huh? Han Yu's ecstatic voice came through the phone, leaving Lin Yi bewildered. What was happening? He could clearly sense the exuberance in Han Yu's tone. This fell off. Shouldn't he be berating me and cursing my ancestors? You don't blame me? After a moment, Lin Yi managed to stutter out the question. Blame you? Of course I blame you. I ought to blame you thoroughly. Han Yi replied, Somevat disgruntled. You can really keep secrets. I wondered why Qin Shiriyue suddenly wanted to recruit you at the hospital. It turns out this old fox discovered first that you were the one who killed Lai Guangqing. Wait. Han Yu suddenly realized that the situation had escalated. He quickly pressed, Lin Yi, you left with Qin Shiriyue. Did he say anything to you? Well, Lin Yi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Han Yu immediately concluded that Qin had likely made Lin Yi an offer that he could not refuse. No, if this continues, our treasure at Li Kai will be snatched away by the Emergency Management Bureau. Han Yu was frantic. Lin Yi, listen to me. Do not fall for Qin Shiriyue's tricks. The Emergency Management Bureau is not a good place. Don't be fooled by its outward grandeur. The dangers are equally significant. Just last year, 4 martial artists from the Bureau were killed and 7 were left injured. To this day, there are only 2 members in Qin Shiriyue's action team, including him as the leader. Pausing briefly to gather his thoughts, Han Yu continued, what they can offer you, Li Kai can also provide. And you must understand that once you join the Emergency Management Bureau, you lose your freedom. Then, out of curiosity, Han Yu asked, by the way, what conditions did Qin Shiriyue offer you? He said he would guarantee my admission to a martial arts university. Lin Yi was cut off mid-sentence as Han Yu burst into laughter, saying, so that's it? Lin Yi, I can assure you that we at Li Kai also have the capability to guarantee your admission to Guangzhou Martial Arts University. Lin Yi hesitated before continuing. Team leader Qin said he would guarantee my admission to the National Central Martial Arts University or the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Ha 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 cough. Han Yu on the other end erupted into a fit of violent coughing, and Lin Yi worried that he might cough out a lung. Lin Yi, that martial arts university is still more suitable for you. Our Guangzhou Martial Arts University is actually quite good, but Han Yu's voice trailed off, becoming less confident until he ultimately surrendered. Then, A sweet laughter like that of a lark filled the phone. It was Han Jing's voice. Still laughing, Xiao Jing. Don't you want Lin Yi to attend Guangzhou Martial Arts University? That way, he could be in the same school as you. Han Yu's voice came through, somewhat persuasive. Lin Yi's talent deserves the National Central Martial Arts University or the Imperial Capital University. Although Guangzhou Martial Arts University is good, it is not his best option. I would never help you trap him. Han Jing's tone, though soft and weak, was still spirited. Seeing that his niece was not helping him, Han Yu resigned himself. Lin Yi, have you made your decision? Lin Yi smiled and replied, Yes, I have made my decision. I will stay at Li Kai. All right, I wish you well. What did you say? Han Yu finally understood Lin Yi's words and was momentarily overjoyed, yet he feared he had misheard. I said, I still plan to stay at Li Kai. Lin Yi affirmed, though the Emergency Management Bureau may seem appealing, as you said, it comes at the cost of freedom, which is not what I desire. But joining the Emergency Management Bureau could guarantee your admission to the National Central Martial Arts University or the Imperial Capital University. Han Yu interjected. After he finished, Lin Yi smiled with confidence, stating, even without a guarantee, with my abilities, gaining admission to either the National Central Martial Arts University or the Imperial Capital University will be effortless. Indeed, Han Yu chuckled, a martial artist at 17, to be honest. At my age of 41, I have neither seen nor heard of anyone like you. If your prowess were to be revealed, every one of the dozens of martial arts universities in the country would eagerly extend an invitation to you. Lin Yi, being a man of loyalty, and Han Yu, not one to be outdone, spoke with palpable excitement. Lin Yi, I will report your treatment to the team leader shortly. Trust me, Li Ku will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Uncle Han, I actually wanted to discuss something with you. Lin Yi proceeded to share his intention of relocating his parents and elder sister to the Li Ku Martial Arts Institute. Without hesitation, Han Yu agreed. It's a trivial matter. Rest assured, I will arrange it promptly and ensure everything is crystal clear. With Han Yu's assurance, Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. After hanging up the phone, he changed his clothes and walked into the living room. Mom, Dad, elder sister, please gather your things. Tomorrow we will be moving to the residential area of the Li Ku Martial Arts Institute. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, both Lin Ruhai and Yang Lan wore expressions of bewilderment. Son, what's going on? Why the sudden move to another place? Yang Lan asked, Somelhat flustret. You've been following the news these past few days, right? Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he explained, recently, chaos has descended upon Guangzhou City. Members of the blood cult have infiltrated, leading to numerous homicides. Since I've joined the Li Ku Martial Arts Institute, the leadership has deemed the situation quite severe. For everyone's safety, we are to reside in the Institute's residential area along with our families. You all should come with me for a few days, and we will return once the city is safe again. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Yang Lan finally relaxed, her face brightening as she remarked, Your leader is truly a good person, considering the well-being of his people. I must say, son, joining Li Ku was indeed the right choice. While Lin Ruhai appreciated the leader's consideration, he was more concerned about the matter concerning the blood cult. Interrupting his wife's chatter, he stated, Enough talk. Let's quickly pack our things. Xiaoyi is right. The city is indeed a bit chaotic at the moment. We should stay there for a few days. All right, I will start packing now. Old Lin, come help me. Yang Lan hurriedly retreated to gather their belongings, dragging Lin Ruhai along with her. Chapter 59. I can call him father. Ha ha. After hanging up the phone, Han Yu couldn't contain his laughter, the sound echoing through the quiet corridor. He was overwhelmed with joy. Lin Yi, that young lad, had truly shown loyalty by rejecting Qin Shuriwei and choosing them at Li Ku. To be frank, after hearing the conditions proposed by Qin Shuriwei, he had little hope left. The National Central Martial Arts University and the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Who wouldn't covet such prestigious institutions? Who could have anticipated that, after all the twists and turns, Lin Yu would ultimately choose them at Li Ku? This lad is indeed remarkable. Excuse me, sir, could you please maintain your volume? Just as Han Yu roared with laughter, a voice filled with irritation interrupted him. A nurse glared at him with disapproval. Oh, I apologize. I was just too elated and couldn't help myself. I will return to my area. Han Yu quickly stifled his laughter and apologized to the nurse before hastily retreating into the patient room. Too elated? The nurse's face was one of disbelief. This was the intensive care unit, where patients passed away every moment, and this person claimed to be too happy? In an instant, the nurse felt a wave of sympathy for the family of this individual. What a misfortune to have such a relative. A soft sound stirred the drowsing Han Jing from her slumber. She looked up at her uncle, whose face was alight with barely contained joy, and asked, "Uncle, why are you so happy?" "Ha ha ha, Xiao Jing, I am simply overjoyed. You know, Linny ultimately chose us at Li Ke. Han Yu Lo Kidatide." Sharing the good news with Han Jing. Really? Han Jing's expression mirrored disbelief. She had just heard that Qin Shuriwei had offered Lin direct entry into the National Central Martial Arts University and the Imperial Capital University with generous terms. Absolutely. Han Yu replied excitedly. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Lin Yi, I knew he was a person of deep loyalty. Casting au glance à ton ying. Han Yu was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. "Dear daughter, are you quite familiar with Lin Yi?" Upon hearing that Lin Yi had chosen Li Ku over the Emergency Management Bureau, Han Jing's once calm heart surged with exhilaration. Suddenly confronted by her uncle's question, she found herself momentarily at a loss. "I suppose we are somewhat familiar? We did experience the life-and-death battle against Lai Guangqing together, so I would say we are quite acquainted." Han Yu scrutinized Han Jing's face for a considerable time, until she began to feel uneasy, prompting him to seriously advise, "Daughter, be discerning in your judgments. Men are the most skilled at deception. They profess love and affection, but often it is merely lust they seek. They are base." Han Jing was taken aback, then realized that her uncle assumed Lin Yi's choice of Li Ku was due to an affection for her. "Uncle, I assure you, there is nothing between Lin Yi and me. You don't think Lin Yi chose us at Li Ku because he likes me, do you?" Han Yu, having been seen through by his niece, felt a bit embarrassed, stuttering, "Well, just be sure to keep your eyes wide open. Rest assured, Uncle, I will be vigilant." Han Jing hastily redirected the conversation, reminding him, "Uncle, while it's true that Lin Yi agreed to stay at Li Ku, we cannot neglect to express our gratitude. The terms of his treatment must be revisited. Leave that to me." Han Yu was distracted by the shift in conversation, stating, "I will call your Uncle Gao right away. The specific terms will require his approval." Having said this, Han Yu exited the patient room once more. Hundreds of kilometers away in Neijiang City, Gao Neng and his team, having just completed their mission, were engaged in the final stages of cleanup. The earpiece was buzzing with calls, causing Gao Neng some agitation. "Old Han, give me a reason." He gestured to the others to remain silent and stepped aside to answer the phone, his tone impatient. "You should be aware of the confidentiality of this mission. Contacting me privately could jeopardize everything." Gao Neng's words caused Han Yu, who had been riding a wave of excitement, to suddenly regain his composure. He finally remembered the significance of Gao Neng and his team's current undertaking, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Brother Neng, I sincerely apologize. I was simply too elated." Upon hearing Han Yu's confession, Gao Neng's interest was piqued. If the usually composed old Han had lost his composure, he was curious to know what had transpired. "Is that so? Now I am quite curious. What good news could possibly cause you to lose your composure?" "Do you remember that batch of seeds I signed recently?" Han Yu declared with a hint of pride. "Among them is a young man named Lin Yi. Do you recall him?" Seeds is a colloquial term within Li Ke for promising talents. However, such trivial matters were typically managed by Han Yu, while Gao Neng, as the head of Li Ke, usually remained uninvolved. The name Lin Yi was somewhat unfamiliar to Gao Neng. Realizing he had not received a response, Han Yu understood that this esteemed elder had likely overlooked the matter. The high-spirited individual could distinctly hear muffled laughter emanating from the phone. With a light scoff, he remarked, "Stop being coy. Just tell me what is going on with this Lin Yi. Is he some kind of genius?" "Oh, you already know?" Han Yu paused momentarily before inquiring. Gao Neng was taken aback as well. Indeed, this Lin Yi was truly a prodigy? Before he could ask further, Han Yu eagerly exclaimed, "A genius? More than just a genius. He is an absolute marvel." "A marvel?" Gao Neng chuckled. "Just how extraordinary is he?" "He mastered a level C martial skill in a single day and became a formal martial artist at 17. Is that extraordinary enough for you?" "What did you say?" Gao Neng's voice pierced the stillness of the night, sounding remarkably jarring, which attracted the attention of his companions. "Ninggu, what is the matter?" Gao Neng raised a finger to his lips, then urgently questioned, "Old Han, don't you dare mess with me. To master a level C martial skill in a single day and become a formal martial artist at 17. Each of those accomplishments alone is a remarkable prodigy. Are you certain this isn't two different people?" Gao Neng asked, visibly excited. "It must be one person." Hanya laughed heartily, continuing, Nengu, we struck gold. I must tell you, this kid has also caught the eye of Qin Shuriwe from the Emergency Management Bureau, who even proposed to recommend Lin Yi to the National Central Martial Arts University and the Imperial Capital University. And guess what? He outright declined. He told me he wants to stay with us at Liker. Hanya reminded, Nengu, Lin Yi is a good kid. We must nurture him well. You cannot be vague about his treatment. Vague? Gao Nung exclaimed, if this kid is truly as talented as you say, I wouldn't hesitate to call him father. No, he's only 17. If he had a son your age, wouldn't that be quite a loss for him? Hearing Han Yu's playful banter, Gao Ning cursed, damn it. Old Han, I'm telling you, you better keep an eye on this kid for me. When I return, if I don't see him, you better be ready for a reckoning. With a snap, Gao Ning hung up the phone and turned to his companions, saying, brothers, let us wrap things up and head back to Guangzhou. The next day, Lin Yi rose early, mindful that he was still within the 300-fold settlement period. After reminding his parents and older sister that representatives from Liker would come to escort them to the residential area of the Martial Arts Institute, he hurriedly departed. By 9 in the morning, Lin Ruahai and the others did not have to wait long. A business vehicle emblazoned with the Liker Martial Arts Institute logo pulled up at their doorstep. A young man in his 20s, accompanied by several staff members clad in Liker uniforms, exited the vehicle. Hello, I'm Zhou Xiao from the logistics department of Liker, here to take you to the institute. He introduced himself. Yang Lan quickly approached him, warmly stating, thank you for your hard work. Please, come in for some tea. Zhou Xiao, taken aback by Yang Lan's hospitality, had never encountered such warmth from the families of martial artists before. Fortunately, he remembered his mission and promptly declined. No need for that. Is there anything we can assist you with? Yang Lan gestured towards the luggage in the yard, smiling as she said, there is nothing to help with. We've already packed everything. Just need to carry it out. With Zhou Xiao and the others' assistance, it took only a short while to load the belongings into the vehicle. Just as Lin Ruahai's family was about to enter the car, their neighbor, Old Zhao, emerged. Old Lin, where are you off to? Moving? Having lived together for decades, many neighbors had moved away over the years, leaving only a few behind. If the Lin family moved, he would lose much of his amusement. Not moving, Yang Lan replied with a smile. It's just that Lin Yi recently signed with Liker Martial Arts Institute. For safety, they are taking us to stay at the institute for a few days until the city is safe again. Old Zhao was taken aback. Sister, did you just say your Lin Yi signed with Liker Martial Arts Institute? ISNT, he's still in high school? As a local of Guangzhou, everyone knew of Liker's prestigious reputation. Every year, stories circulated of children being selected by the institute, securing their future in exchange for serving the institute post-graduation. Whenever such good fortune befell a neighbor, envy would abound, with many wishing it were their own child. To have the Lin family, longtime neighbors, find such fortune was bittersweet. Why does that feel so unpleasant? Old Zhao thought, feeling a pang of jealousy, but managed to put on a flattering smile. I always said Lin, he was no ordinary kid. Look, this is proof. There is an old saying, a golden scale is not a mere fish in a pond. When it encounters the wind and clouds, it becomes a dragon. Your Lin, he has truly become a dragon. Old Zhao's words struck a chord with Yang Lan, who beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing with delight. Yet she humbly replied, oh no, Old Zhao, your child is also talented. Once he reaches senior year, he will surely be noticed by a martial arts institute as well. In response, Old Zhao exclaimed, I'll borrow your good fortune, sister. By the way, where is Lin Yi? His heart raced with excitement. If his own child could achieve what Lin Yi did, he would be over the moon. This child has been in training. He went to the institute early this morning. Sigh, training ISNT an easy feat, Yang Lan said, her expression filled with concern. Is that so? Today is only the second day of the new year, right? Old Zhao was astonished. No wonder Lin Yi had caught the eye of the Martial Arts Institute. Such ambition was indeed exceptional. Reflecting on his own high school child, still sleeping soundly, Old Zhao felt an urge to discipline him. As the car started, the Lin family disappeared into the alley. Half an hour later, the business vehicle arrived at the residential area of the Martial Arts Institute. Villa Bisette. Lin Ruahai and Yang Lan stared in disbelief at the standalone villa before them. Zhou, are you certain this is the place my son arranged? Yang Lan asked incredulously. She had only seen such elegant and spacious villas on television or online. Yes, Auntie. I assure you, Zhou Xiao replied with a smile. Uncle and Annie, You may not know this, but every official member of Leica receives a property free of charge. And they're all villas. Since Mr. Lin is an official member of Leica, he naturally owns his own standalone villa. Why didn't he tell us about this? Not only Yang Lan, but Lin Ruohai and Lin Huan were equally stunned. Their son truly seemed remarkable. After a considerable time, Lin Ruohai and the others finally processed this information, and Yang Lan, glancing at Zhou Xiao and his team who were busy helping with the luggage, remarked, "Old Lin, like our martial arts institute truly knows how to treat our son well. They gifted him a villa before he even graduates. Why do I feel a bit uneasy about this?" "I feel uneasy too," Lin Ruohai replied quietly. However, in an effort to appear less naive, he feigned a calm demeanor and remarked, "What is there to be unsettled about? Xiao Yi is undoubtedly exceptional. The Like Martial Arts Association holds him in such high regard. Do you think they're engaged in philanthropy?" Yang Lan pondered this for a moment, and, at last, found some solace within herself. Observing her husband's composed expression, she compared it to her own, and a surge of frustration welled up within her. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out and pinched Lin Ruohai with considerable force. Hearing her husband's yelp of pain brought her some measure of comfort. At this moment, Lin Yi was blissfully unaware of his parents' thoughts, as he was wholly absorbed in his training. He did not wish to squander a single moment of the 3 days allocated to him. Were it not for the concern he harbored for his parents, he would have resolved to remain in the training room for a full 24 hours. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Hanyu had already appeared at the entrance of the training room for the 4th time. "Are you certain that the individual inside has not yet emerged?" Hanyu inquired of a nearby staff member. "I can assure you, Mr. Han," the staff member replied. Hanyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to depart. Earlier in the afternoon, Gao Neng had returned with his team, and he had intended to introduce Lin Yi to him. However, Lin Yi had been engrossed in his training, which had delayed the meeting until now. Just as Hanyu hesitated to inform Gao and Neng that they might meet tomorrow instead, a tall figure strode towards him. "Ningguo, what brings you here?" Han Yu exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the approaching individual. The newcomer was none other than Gao Neng, the founder and leader of the Like Mercenary Corps. "I am here to see our prodigious talent at Like. What is the matter? Is he still inside?" Gao Neng inquired, casting a glance at the tightly closed training room. It had been a full day. The front desk mentioned that Lin Yi has been training in there since yesterday, Hanyu explained. "He is indeed a diligent individual," Gao Neng remarked, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. The matter of his talent could be debated, but his industriousness was commendable. As they were conversing, the heavy door of the training room suddenly swung open. Chapter 61, 1/10,000. "Will you not call me father?" Klang. Lin Yi stepped out of the training room, and, upon seeing Hanyu at the entrance, inquired curiously, "What brings you here? You must be Lin Yi." Before Hanyu could respond, Gao Neng interjected, scrutinizing Lin Yi. Although he was quite young, Lin Yi exuded an air of maturity, devoid of the typical restlessness associated with most teenagers of 17 or 18. At that moment, Gao Neng could not help but nod in recognition. Extraordinary individuals invariably possess extraordinary traits. "And you are?" Upon seeing Gao Neng, Lin Yi's previously relaxed demeanor instinctively tightened. It felt as though he had encountered a formidable adversary. An overwhelming sense of trepidation washing over him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. This man could obliterate him with a mere finger. Lin Yi could assert with certainty that this individual was even more formidable than Captain Qin. "Lin Yi, allow me to introduce you to the head of the Like Mercenary Corps and the Like Martial Arts Association, Gao Neng," Hanyu said with a smile. He then turned to Gao Neng, nudging him gently and adding, "All right, tone it down a bit. Don't frighten the child. You're overthinking it." This young lad isn't intimidated in the slightest. Gao Neng laughed heartily, not denying that he had indeed exerted his imposing aura over Lin Yi. Nevertheless, Lin Yi merely hesitated for a fraction of a second before relaxing once more, a testament to his remarkable composure. "Excellent. Quite impressive," Gao Neng exclaimed repeatedly, having already sensed Lin Yi's exceptional nature from mere appearances, which only heightened his intrigue. "Lin Yi, would you be interested in exchanging a few moves?" Gao Neng inquired. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Is he suggesting a sparring match upon our very first meeting? Hanyu glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Ningguo, it's rather late. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow?" Gao Neng did not respond to Hanyu's suggestion, but continued to look at Lin Yi, stating, "Yesterday, Uncle Han spoke highly of your capabilities, and I am curious to see if you can live up to the treatment I plan to offer you. Here's the deal. If you can withstand one of my strikes, your monthly compensation will increase by 10,000. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at the offer. Should he take a chance? Although this commanding officer was formidable, he doubted he could be eliminated with a single blow. After all, this was merely a sparring session, not a life-or-death battle. Lin Yi. Han Yu shook his head at Lin Yi, genuinely doubtful of his chances. Gauning notisa hanyus labia, esa supla gestura, shukling hartili, and turned once more to Lin Yi, asking, so, do you have the courage to give it a shot? Come. Lin Yi turned and reopened the door to the training room, stepping inside once more. Gao Neng chuckled softly and followed suit, while Han Yu hurried to keep pace, whispering, Ninggu, don't go too far. If you break this kid, you'll be the one lamenting. Gao Neng waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, have no worries. I am well aware of my limits. Seeing Gao Neng's determination, Han Yu contemplated saying something more, but ultimately held his tongue, casting a glance at Lin Yi and shaking his head. Now, Lin Yi tossed a wooden sword over to Gao Neng, who caught it effortlessly, spinning it with flair and commenting, it's too light. After sizing up Lin Yi once more, he added, but it will suffice. He gestured for Lin Yi to approach and declared, come. The moment Gao Neng spoke, Lin Yi sprang into action. With the wind at his feet, he took just 3 steps to cover several meters, bringing the wooden sword down with force. Bang! The wooden swords collided, splintering into a flurry of wood chips. As Gao Neng felt the power radiating from the blade, he praised, not bad. 10,000. Again, with a flick of his wrist, Gao Neng sent Lin Yi reeling back 2 steps, allowing him to regain his footing. This initial exchange had made Lin Yi acutely aware of the gap between their abilities. In light of this, he thought attack. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and with sword in hand, he launched a series of strikes, each one creating phantom images that sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of heat towards Gao Neng. This was none other than the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade. In executing this technique, Lin Yi held nothing back. He dismissed any thought of concealing his true prowess. He aimed to unveil all his cards, compelling Gao Neng to recognize his worth. Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade. The fearsome force emanating from the wooden sword left Gao Neng momentarily stunned. From his move alone, it was clear that this young lad was far beyond the level of merely having a foundation of 25 bones. Crack! The 2 wooden swords shattered upon impact, scattering into fragments. One of the broken swords came to rest against Gao Neng's chest. Commander, what do you say? Lin Yi gasped for breath, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Gao Neng. Excellent. Ha! Gao Neng laughed heartily upon seeing the broken sword lodged against his chest. Well done. Starting today, your compensation will be elevated to S level, with a monthly salary of 120,000. Additionally, you will receive 2 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution and 4 bottles of primary nutrient solution each month, along with the basic benefits afforded to formal warriors. Most importantly, you will be entitled to a portion of the tasks assigned by the Corps each year. Gao Neng's words jolted Han Yu, who was still reeling from the shock. Ninggu, are you serious? What astonished Han Yu was not merely the lucrative salary offered by Gao Neng, but rather the astonishing commission of 1 for the task. Given the current scale of the Leica Mercenary Corps, this commission must amount to at least several million. Moreover, within the entire Leica organization, only a handful of upper management could claim such task commissions. Even he, Han Yu, was only at 0. Had I been overshadowed by a mere 17-year-old rookie? A fleeting moment of panic washed over Han Yu. Of course, he was serious. Gao Neng turned to Lin Yi and remarked, judging by your recent performance, you must have refined more than just 25 bones, correct? He gestured toward the nearby room and inquired, would you mind undergoing a test? Lin Yi had no objections. Having decided to reveal his capabilities, he might as well do so thoroughly, thus securing more advantages for himself. Half an hour later, Gao Neng and Han Yu stared at Lin Yi's test report, enveloped in silence. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock and disbelief. So what do you think? Is he talented enough? Is he extraordinary enough? Han Yu conveyed with his eyes. Gao Neng remained silent, merely glancing at the report that indicated a refinement of 82 bones. His lips twitching involuntarily. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary. According to Han Yu's calculations, when Lin Yi had slain Lai Guanqing, his cultivation was suspected to be around 25 bones. Yet, in just a few days, he had managed to refine an additional 60 bones. Was this not the stuff of legends? Han Yu's eyes narrowed as he signaled. Then why don't you call me father? Chapter 62. I find that girl rather appealing. Get lost. Gowning pretended to strike Han Yu, who laughed and dodged playfully to the side. Lin envied their camaraderie. Despite their combined age of 70 to 80 years, they still played like children. Enough fooling around. The matter of a new contract is now in your hands, Lin Gowning said, turning to him. I've reviewed the previous contract you signed. This time, we only need to adjust the salary and commission. If you feel there is anything else that needs changing, you could discuss it with Uncle Han. Seeing Lin nod, Gowning chose not to elaborate further. All right, with this settled, I shall take my leave. After Gowning departed, Han Yu slapped Lin on the shoulder. However, Lin had long anticipated this and ducked, evading the gesture. Uncle Han, ambushing is not a commendable habit, Lin chuckled. You little rascal. Han Yu, still processing the recent test report, suddenly realized that this young man's strength was on par with his own. Well done, my boy. You've certainly made me proud today. It's the first time I've seen Gowning outmaneuvered. Han Yu felt a mix of astonishment and a hint of nostalgia. Recalling how Lin had pressed a blade against Gowning's chest, a sight that had genuinely startled him. Even though Gowning hadn't exerted his full strength, Lin had managed to dominate him in a single move, showcasing the terrifying extent of his abilities. The captain is testing me, Lin thought with a faint smile. Choosing to remain silent, Han Yu extended his hand, and seeing Lin's lack of intention to dodge, he gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Cool, me. Let's head to re-sign the contract. Upon returning to Han Yu's office, Lin signed a new agreement. What? Not going to read it carefully? Han Yu asked, surprised to see Lin swiftly sign without a glance. I trust Uncle Han, Lin replied with a broad smile, warming Han Yu's heart. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer any losses. Han Yu's gaze towards Lin grew increasingly benevolent. Where can one find such a good child? All right, it's quite late already. You should head back. By the way, the money will be deposited into your bank account shortly, so do check. Han Yu ushered him out. All right, you take care and get some rest, Lin said, saluting Han Yu before leaving promptly. Following the address, Lin arrived at his new home. Staring at the standalone villa before him, he wondered, could this truly be his home? Dad? Mom? Older sister? Lin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Finally, you're back. Yonglun and the others, who were on the verge of dozing off, immediately perked up at the sound of Lin Yi's voice. Why are you waiting for me? You could have gone to bed directly, Lin said, placing the document bag down. From now on, there is no need for you to wait up for me. What is this? Lin Huan asked curiously, picking up the document bag from the table. I've recently experienced a significant boost in strength and re-signed a new agreement with the guild. My benefits have increased considerably, Lin explained. Really? Can benefits increase again? Yonglun exclaimed in surprise, feeling that living in this villa was already more than satisfactory. 120,000. Lin Huan's voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of Lin Ruohai and Yonglun. What is the matter? Lin asked. Look at this. Lin Huan handed the document to their parents, saying, your son has done remarkably well. He now earns 120,000 a month. My goodness, that's quite an amount. Lin Ruohai and Yonglun stared at the figure on the agreement, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin there is nothing wrong, right? Lin Ruohai inquired, his brows furrowing. Of course not. It's all written in black and white, Lin laughed. You and Mom can stop working at that shop. I'll take care of you and our sister. Lin turned to Lin Huan, saying, it was because of me that you didn't apply to the martial arts university. I'll give you all my intermediate and primary nutrient solutions. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Huan shot a glare at her younger brother. I didn't miss out on the martial arts university because of you. It was because my blood vitality simply wasn't sufficient. Even the lowest score at the Dianqing Martial Arts University was beyond my reach. Besides, I'm quite happy at school now. You should focus on Mom and Dad. Seeing his sister's determination, Lin ceased to persuade her and turned his attention back to their parents. What are you two going to do if you don't work? Just sit around staring at each other all day? Yonglun shot Lin a glance, saying, if one of you could just give me and your dad a grandchild, we would definitely stay at home without going anywhere. Lin Ruohai chimed in, your mother speaks the truth. You two are both 24 and neither of you has a partner. The other will soon turn 18, while other parents are fretting over their children's early romances. Your mother and I, however, have no such concerns, just you two. Always glued to that Liu fellow. What is the plan? Are you two preparing to rely on each other for old age? Cough, cough, Dad, Mom. I have a stomach ache. I think my period just started. I need to head back to my room. Lin Huan suddenly bent over, clutching her stomach, and exclaimed to Lin Ruahai and Yang Lan before swiftly disappearing. Lin, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. If your stomach hurts, why are you holding your chest? Did Aunt Flo flow back? Mom, Dad, I'm still so young. Why are you insisting I find a partner? Lin Yi interjected, alarmed by the increasingly absurd conversation his parents were having. What do you understand? Yang Lan glared at Lin Yi with a look of irritation and remarked, the treatment you receive from Li Kai is indeed commendable, but I firmly believe that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With it comes an array of corresponding dangers. Marry early and have children soon, for that will give you something to contemplate, and you will think twice before acting. I fear that in your youth, you may act impulsively, and by the time you realize your folly, it will be too late. In response to his parents' concerns, Lenny moved to sit between them, wrapping an arm around each. Mom, Dad, rest assured, I am far more afraid of death than anyone else. When danger arises, I tend to make a swift exit. He jested. Have you forgotten? Whenever I got into trouble as a child, how many times could you catch me when you wanted to punish me? The recollection invoked laughter from Yang Lan and Lin Ruahai, who couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. Indeed, young Lin, he was not one to shy away from confrontation when trouble brewed. He was always the quickest to flee. Just remember what you said. By the way, whatever happened to that young lady who came to visit you a few days ago? Yang Lan suddenly thought of Han Jing, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Yi. I have a good feeling about her. She is 3 years your senior. Why not spend more time getting to know her? Hey, you little rascal, where are you running off to? Chapter 63. I can laugh myself awake in my dreams. Host, Lin E. Vitality, 13171, Cultivation level. Second stage of Bone Forging, Bone Tempering Count, 127, Martial Arts, Dragon and Tiger Stance, E grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon and Tiger Fist, E grade, Perfect 2000, 2000. Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, C grade, Perfect 20,000, 20,000. Settlement Countdown, 2359. Lin, he stretched his body, and the sound of cracking joints echoed throughout. What a delightful sensation. As he beheld the soaring statistics, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The 3-day, 300-fold settlement voucher had expired, and he had finally ascended to the second stage of bone forging. If it weren't for the decent soundproofing of his new home, his raucous laughter would have surely drawn the attention of his parents. Power surged within him, and if he hadn't realized that it was already past midnight, he would have been tempted to head to the training room for a proper workout. Perhaps tomorrow would suffice. Lin Yi nestled back into his bed and drifted into a deep, satisfying slumber. The following day, Lin Huan occasionally glanced at Lin Yi, causing him to wonder if something was amiss with his face. After wiping it clean and finding nothing, he finally inquired, Sister, is there something on my face? No. Then why do you keep staring at me? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Do you not realize you've been smiling foolishly at intervals? Are you unwell? Lin Huan queried, gently touching her brother's forehead. What? I was genuinely smiling unconsciously? Lin Yi asked, slightly embarrassed. Indeed, otherwise, why would I be staring at you? Lin Huan responded. Could it be that last night's excitement still lingers? Lin, he covered his face, feeling somewhat awkward. The rapid advancement in his cultivation had filled him with exuberance. In just 3 weeks since acquiring the system, he had leaped from a novice martial artist to the second stage of bone forging. This was an achievement many would aspire to throughout their entire lifetimes. Damn, I really need the system. Otherwise, I'd probably still be a nobody. Calm down, calm down. After reminding himself to maintain composure, Lin, he concocted a casual excuse to appease his sister. Checking the time, he headed downstairs and took the SUV gifted by the martial arts club, departing from home. 20 minutes later, the SUV came to a halt in front of Liu Yu's house. Upon seeing Lin, he emerged from the vehicle. Liu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoa, what did you buy a car? Liu Yu approached and eyed the emblem. Good heavens, it's a Hongmi SU-17. Buy? Do you belittle me? This is a gift. Lin, he tossed the car key to Liu Yu, grinning proudly. Call me Dad and give it a try? Stop joking. Don't tell me you sold your soul for it. It must have been given to you by some wealthy lady. Liu Yu's expression reflected disbelief. But he overlooked Lin Yi's cheeky request for a title given the car key. Scram. Let me try the car. Lu Yu pushed Lin Yi aside and eagerly climbed into the vehicle. Lin Yi, unperturbed, stood with arms crossed, watching Lu Yu indulge in the thrill of the ride. 20 minutes later, Lu Yu reluctantly exited the car and tossed the key back to Lin Yi. Was it really that impressive? It's just a car. If you want one, with your family's resources, it would be a breeze. Lin Yi laughed. Lu Yu shook his head, saying, not until after college. That's a distant dream. Come on, let us head inside. My mom has been talking about you since she returned. All right, wait for me to grab my things. Lin Yi opened the trunk and retrieved the items his mother had prepared the night before. Why are you bringing gifts when you come to my house? Lu Yu remarked as he watched Lin Yi carry boxes. Quit the chatter. Come help. Lin Yi shoved 2 boxes into Lu Yu's arms and returned for another 2, placing them on him as well. He carried a few items himself and stepped into the courtyard. Why are you just standing there? Let us go. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, Lu Yu's mother, Yumei, was overjoyed. You child, just come over. Why bring gifts? As she accepted the items from Lin Yi, she added, just take them back when you leave this afternoon. Lu Yu, noticing his mother's sole focus on Lin Yi, protested, Mom, I've got plenty of stuff too. Can't you help me carry a bit? You? Carrying more than that one tire you out. Yumei replied without looking back. Lu Yu suddenly felt like he had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Who exactly is your son here? Lin Yi glanced around the spacious living room and asked, Aunt Yu, where has Uncle gone? Things have been chaotic in the city lately. The blood cult's leaders have come, and your uncle hasn't been home for days, Lu Yu explained as he set down the gifts. He eyed Lin Yi suspiciously and asked, Haven't you seen the news? What have you been up to these days? Ignoring Lu Yu's probing gaze, Lin Yi replied, What else? Naturally, I've been training. Training? That makes sense. I heard from my uncle that you signed a contract with Lin Qian Martial Arts Club. How is it going? Have you made considerable progress in your cultivation? Have you officially become a martial artist? Lu Yu asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Lin Yi remained silent, merely tilting his chin upward, wearing a smug expression. Damn, old Lin, you're incredible. Upon seeing Lin Yi's demeanor, Lu Yu realized what it meant. This kid had truly become an official martial artist. Hearing their conversation, Yumei paused her tidying and exclaimed with surprise, Little E, is this true? Indeed, Aunt Yu. I am now an official martial artist. Lin Yi admitted openly. That's wonderful. Your parents must be overjoyed. Yumei exclaimed with delight. Well, they've started hounding me about finding a partner and giving them grandchildren, Lin Yi teased. Who would have thought? Yumei nodded in deep agreement, saying, Your parents are absolutely right. You should hasten to find a partner, and before you know it, you'll have a chubby little boy, and your parents will be overjoyed. Lin Yi, with a look of helplessness, glanced at Lu Yu, who was making faces at him from the side, and replied, Aunt Yu, if I were to find a partner, wouldn't Lu Yu have to find one too? I'm hoping our children can be born around the same time, so they can have each other as companions. Him? Yumei glanced at Lu Yu with evident disdain. I'd rather rely on the fortune cat on the street than on him. That rascal only knows how to indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun. Can he do anything serious? Lu Yu, caught off guard by this unjust scorn, wore a look of grievance. Mom, are you even my real mother? How can you say such things about your own son? If I didn't know better, I'd think old Lin was your son. Yumei raised an eyebrow. I'd actually be delighted if little E were my son. I could wake up laughing from my dreams. Chapter 64. A Helping Hand. Lu Yu sat at the dining table, visibly disheartened, glaring at Lin Yi and muttering, Old Lin, you owe me compensation. Sure, Lin Yi replied without a second thought. This left Lu Yu momentarily dumbfounded. You didn't even ask what I want for compensation, and you agreed just like that? Lin Yi dismissed it casually. What is there to ask? Do you think I can pay you back with flesh? Get lost. Lu Yu retorted, disgusted, and playfully punched Lin Yi, adding, Be careful. I'll tell your Sherlin. Don't worry, my Sherlin won't believe you, Lin Yi smirked. This reaction only fueled Lu Yu's irritation. Just as they were joking around, the voice of Yu Qian rang from outside. Is little E here? Yu Qian strode in, surveying Lin Yi from head to toe, and remarked, Not bad. You seem to be in a different spirit altogether. Initially, when old Han told me you had become a formal martial artist, I didn't believe it, but now it seems he was right. You knew about it? Lin Yi stood up, smiling at Yu Qian. Old Han has been showing you off like a treasure these days. It's hard not to know. Yu Qian chuckled. By the way, with your current strength, you can easily apply for the independent recruitment of martial arts universities. What are your thoughts? Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with envy as he gazed at Lin Yi. Forget about independent recruitment. Lin Yi shook his head and said, with my current strength, even without it, I can easily pass the martial arts exam, and I'm planning to aim for the top spot. That's great. I say, this year the top martial arts student in Guangzhou has to be you, a 17-year-old formal martial artist. Wow. Yu Qian couldn't help but applaud. He couldn't be more pleased with Lin Yi at this moment. All right, enough chatter, let us eat. Yu Mei emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Urging them on, Lin Yi and Lu Yu quickly got up to assist. Little Yi, eat more. Throughout the meal, Yu Mei frequently served Lin Yi, making Lu Yu feel increasingly like an unnecessary presence. Uncle, hasn't that notorious blood cult leader been caught yet? It's been days, Lu Yu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity while eating. That individual was injured by Captain Qian. We're certain he is still in the city and hasn't escaped. We've been conducting a steady search these past few days, and we should find him soon, Yu Qian replied, then turned to Lin Yi, instructing, Old Han told me you've managed to settle your parents at the clubhouse. Well done. The city hasn't been peaceful lately, and having your parents at the clubhouse ensures their safety. Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Lin Yi realized why no members of the blood cult had attacked him after the incident with the zombie. It was Captain Qian who had intervened. This meant he still owed Captain Qian a favor. However, even though the man was seriously injured, his family's safety remained at risk, and it was imperative to eliminate him. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi asked, Uncle Yu, can I join you on the next search for that person? What do you want to go for? Yu Qian set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Do you think just because you've become a formal martial artist, you could be reckless? That man, while not yet at the second stage of bone tempering, is not far from it. If you encounter him, you might not even have the chance to escape. To Lin Yi's surprise, his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Uncle Yu, did you just say his cultivation is still below the second stage of bone tempering? What is your plan? Yu Qian sighed, somewhat exasperated. You're quite bold. But even if he hasn't reached the second stage of bone tempering, you still stand no chance against him. Enough, this matter is not negotiable. Yu Mei added her voice of caution, Little Yi, let your uncle handle the investigation of the blood cult. You really shouldn't get involved. I don't want to get involved either, but I have no choice. Lin Yi lamented, persisting, Uncle, I promise not to run around. And besides, I will inevitably face such situations in the future. It wouldn't hurt to experience it early, right? Yu Qian shook his head, resolutely maintaining his stance. You should abandon this thought. Do you think the members of the blood cult are just ordinary thugs? They are incredibly devious. You have no idea what other cards they might hold. After a glance at Lin Yi, who seemed hesitant to speak, Yu Qian firmly declared, this is non-negotiable. Moreover, you're starting school tomorrow, so stop thinking about unnecessary matters. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Yi had no choice but to relent. Finally, around 5 in the evening, Lin Yi left Lu Yu's home. The streets on the 4th day of the new year remained lively, and the corresponding traffic jam made his heart sink. Beep, 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 Lin Yi picked up his phone and, without looking, pressed answer. Brother Lin, Happy New Year, came Zhao Dali's voice from the other end. Happy New Year, Li Gu, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Zhao Dali then said, Brother Lin, I've encountered a bit of trouble, and I'm wondering if you could lend a hand. Don't worry, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Lin Yi could discern the urgency in Zhao Dali's voice, yet he did not immediately agree. Li Gu, you're overestimating me. Why don't you explain the situation first? If I am capable, I will certainly help, but if not, then I'm sorry. Zhao Dali, noticing Lin Yi's thoughtful response, felt encouraged rather than disheartened. If Lin Yi had immediately agreed without question, it would have raised concerns for Zhao Dali. He explained, Rest assured, Brother Lin, this should be a trivial matter for you. He then recounted the trouble he faced, which stemmed from the beast riot that occurred before the new year. Zhao Dali had lost a batch of goods valued at millions, and despite seeking help from many, almost everyone had turned him down due to the circumstances at the time. This resulted in a shortage of goods, causing Zhao Dali to lose significant market share to competitors in Guangzhou. Now, competitors had even infiltrated the miscellaneous goods market in Chenzhai, which Zhao Dali had always considered his territory. With someone taking advantage of the situation, he certainly needed to retaliate fiercely. Otherwise, how could he continue to survive in Guangzhou? The reason for seeking out Lin Yi was merely to add a layer of assurance. After Zhao Dali explained the background and circumstances, he finally presented an offer. Brother Lin, a flat fee of 100,000 yuan for your appearance. If you agree, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Chapter 65. Let's get started. Such a price was not insignificant, Lin mused. He chuckled. Brotherly, you are indeed quite generous. However, the atmosphere in the city is rather tense at the moment. If we proceed, won't that draw the attention of the Emergency Management Bureau? Haha, you need not worry, Brother Lin, as long as there are no casualties. The Emergency Management Bureau will hardly concern themselves with such trifles. Besides, they currently lack the energy to focus on us small fry. Upon hearing Zhao Dali's reassurance, Lin decided not to decline further. All right, I accept the task. When shall we commence? Tonight at 10 o'clock at the Dongshi Qinjai grocery market. I will be there punctually. After hanging up the phone, Lin received a notification of a deposit, 100,000 yuan. Such swift efficiency. He couldn't help but chuckle. Was Zhao Dali truly so anxious about his attendance? At 10 o'clock that evening at the Dongshi Qinjai grocery market. The market, once bustling during the day, had now turned desolate, littered with countless scraps of garbage, giving it a somewhat dilapidated appearance. As time went by, individuals wielding weapons began to trickle into the market. Beep! A car horn sounded as a red Redmi SU-17 smoothly parked in the lot at the market entrance. Lin stepped out, glanced at the time, and hastily made his way inside. Inside the market, the lights shone brightly, illuminating a handful of people scattered about. At the forefront stood none other than Zhao Dali. Brotherly, Lin Aprochit, Guriting Zahadali. Brother, you've arrived. Zhao Dali warmly pulled Lin closer, saying, We will need your support shortly. The others, observing Zhao Dali's enthusiasm towards Lin were quite curious. After all, Lin was remarkably young, with a youthful visage that hardly suggested any formidable prowess. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as they were all there for the pay. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Dali, Lin instinctively retreated to a secluded corner to assess the surrounding individuals. Judging by their demeanor, he had yet to spot anyone who exuded the aura of a martial artist. Strangely enough, he found himself reminiscing about the days of his past life, recalling the scenes of arranged fights. As seconds ticked away, 4 to 5 more individuals arrived, among them a robust figure of average height, whose vigorous energy was palpable. Lin could discern immediately that this man had likely attained the status of a formal martial artist. Brother Luo, thank you for your efforts. I truly appreciate your help with this matter, Zhao Dali said, ingratiatingly addressing the man, known as Brother Luo. Rest assured for the right price. I will ensure the Dongshi Qinjai grocery market is secured. Brother Luo replied, taking the cigarette offered by Zhao Dali and lighting it promptly. Zhao Dali continued, Brother Luo, you are formidable. As we discussed, if you can help me settle today's affairs, I will gladly offer you 10% of the market's share. Very well. A glimmer of greed flashed in Brother Luo's eyes as he clapped Zhao Dali on the shoulder. Given your generosity, I shall ensure everything is handled impeccably. With Brother Luo's assurance, Zhao Dali felt a wave of relief. Brother Luo's arrival prompted many who had come earlier to greet him warmly. Is this lad one you brought along? Brother Luo inquired, noticing Lin He's a bit too young, isn't he? Indeed, but Brother Lin's ability is commendable. Recently, he single-handedly hunted more than 20 baboons. Zhao Dali's words piqued Brother Luo's interest in Lin. To hunt more than 20 baboons indicated prowess that, while perhaps not at the level of a formal martial artist, was not far off. Yet, how old could this young man be? Not even 20, one would presume. The others, hearing Zhao Dali's remarks, now regarded Lin with a mix of surprise and scrutiny. Previously, they had assumed he was merely a filler, not even considering engaging with him. Young brother, seeing you so eager to take on work at such a tender age, are you in need of money? Would you care to join my team? Brother Luo asked Lin amiably. Me? Lin responded, astonished. Was he truly being addressed? Of course. What do you say, brother? Think it over. Brother Luo pressed again. At this point, Lin was genuinely perplexed. According to the typical narrative in novels, Brother Luo should have launched into a series of taunts before berating Zhao Dali for his lack of discernment. Ultimately, Lin would be provoked into retaliating, thus earning respect. Brother Luo, your amiable demeanor is quite incongruous with your fierce appearance. Lin replied, smiling. I appreciate your kindness. but I am merely here to join the excitement and am uncertain if I can be of assistance. Furthermore, I have yet to graduate. A student, you say? Brother Luo's eyes brightened, and his demeanor softened further. A distinguished student from the Martial Arts University. My apologies for the oversight. Your education is paramount. Should you have any thoughts in the future, do remember to contact me. By the way, let us exchange contact information. Brother Luo produced his phone, opening the QR code for Lin Yi to scan. Observing Brother Luo's warmth towards Lin Yi, the others quickly followed suit, and for a moment, it seemed as though Lin Yi had become a figure of great importance. Zhao Dali, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, Brother Lin is impressive. Just a few words, and he has captured Brother Luo's interest. How bold of you, Zhao Dali." Just as the group was engrossed in their banter, a brazen voice rang out. Suddenly, a swarm of figures appeared at the market entrance. Lin Yi glanced over and noted that the incoming crowd was at least double their number. "How dare you, Hu Yifan? When I was making my mark at the Qinghai market, you were still in diapers. I'd rather perish here than yield to you," Zhao Dali bellowed, brandishing a short knife from a stall with fierce determination. From the opposing throng, a tall, lean man in his 30s stepped forward. Disdain etched across his face as he regarded the fervent Zhao Dali. "Zhao Dali, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? After all this time, what have you achieved? The market share is still largely mine. You've earned quite a bit over the years. Haven to you? It's my turn to prosper." Zhao Dali scoffed. "You wouldn't have taken my share had I not been out of stock. If your offer was higher than mine, I would concede. But you've colluded with those ruffians to undercut me by a third. Aren't you afraid of karma?" Hu Yifan's face darkened. His sensitive spot was the fact that he still had no children. With a wave, he commanded his followers, "Boys, take them down and seize the Qinghai market. I'll add 3,000 yuan to each of your pay." Upon hearing the benefactor's command, the men surged forward, roaring towards Zhao Dali and his group. Chapter 66, 10% Market Commission. "Damn it, I'm not afraid of you." Zhao Dali had yet to realize the overwhelming odds stacked against them. Though they were fewer in number, their strength was undoubtedly superior. In a mere few seconds, dozens from both sides collided, resulting in chaos and disarray. The cacophony of anguished cries and furious roars reverberated through the air. Having received a substantial fee of 100,000, Lin Yi did not hesitate, plunging into the fray alongside his comrades. With determined strides, he entered the tumult, immediately confronting two burly adversaries, easily identifiable by the yellow scars around their necks. Upon spotting Lin Yi, the two men momentarily froze, only to burst into laughter. "What is this? A mere child?" They scoffed. Regardless of his youth, they decided to incapacitate him first. One after the other, they swung their clubs fiercely at Lin Yi's shoulders. Having witnessed such encounters countless times, they understood that avoiding fatalities was paramount. Unflinching, Lin Yi extended his arms and seized both clubs, deftly maneuvering them to send the two men staggering backwards. Following this, he delivered a punch to one, sending him into a deep slumber. After dispatching these two, Lin Yi surveyed the battlefield, noting the fierce intensity of the ongoing conflict. Luo Gu, a formidable warrior, led a group of brothers as vanguards, catching the enemy off guard and swiftly gaining the upper hand. The opposing forces congregated at the front, leaving Lin Yi's position at the rear nearly devoid of opponents. Observing Luo Ji's valiant charge, causing havoc among their ranks, Hu Yifan remained unperturbed. He turned to the burly man beside him, saying, "Brother Chao, it's your turn." Chao Lu cracked his neck with a menacing grin, replying, "All right, just wait and see. I'll deal with this brat, but don't forget our prior agreement." "Rest assured, Brother Chao, I shall keep my word," Hu Yifan assured him. Chao Lu flashed a toothy smile and charged towards Luo Gu. Emboldened, Chao Lu swiftly dispatched several adversaries blocking his path, drawing the attention of Luo Gu. Their gazes clashed, igniting an electric spark. "Prepare to meet your end," Chao Lu roared, launching a punch at Luo Gu. The impact echoed like a thunderous drum as the two collided forcefully, sending shockwaves that toppled those nearby. Who is this fellow? Such strength! After exchanging blows for several rounds, Luo Gu began to feel the pressure. The opponent's prowess was evidently superior. Yet, having accepted the payment, conceding defeat would tarnish his reputation. "How disappointing. I expected more from you," Chao Lu taunted, pushing Luo Gu back with a punch, then following up with a shoulder charge that sent him several meters away, his face a mask of disdain. "Oof. You think you can take me down that easily? Luo Gu seethed with anger, determined not to falter in front of so many onlookers. With renewed vigor, he lunged back at Xiao Lu. As Luo Gu struggled, Zhao Dali's forces began to falter, revealing their numerical disadvantage. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi was faring considerably better on the periphery. The opposing fighters had dismissed Lin Yi, viewing him as a mere child, often sending someone to dismiss him effortlessly. Yet, the tables turned, and those who approached him were swiftly dealt with. In the center of the battlefield, their main force was being besieged, while Lin Yi remained busily engaged at the outskirts. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Qiao Lu landed a punch on Luo Ji's forehead, sending him crashing to the ground. Motionless, this signaled the end of hope for Zhao Dali's side. Observing the dwindling numbers of Zhao Dali's group, Hu Yifan spat disdainfully. Zhao Dali, do you see? You're finished. Be sensible and vacate the Chunjai market, or I'll break your legs. Zhao Dali chuckled coldly, retorting, finished? Perhaps you should reconsider your words. Ah, a stubborn duck, is it? Brother Qiao, take one of Zhao Dali's legs. Hu Yifan shouted, offering a bonus of 10,000 for the task. Yet after a long pause, there was no response from Qiao Lu. Brother Qiao, where are you? A voice suddenly interjected. As the crowd parted, Hu Yifan finally recognized the speaker, Lin Yi, who was holding a frothing, hefty figure, grinning at him. The figure was none other than the very Qiao Lu he had been anxiously seeking. Ha ha, Brother Lin, you're incredible. Zhao Dali laughed heartily, almost feeling the urge to dance, despite the pain from several blows he had sustained. Damn it, Hu Yifan. Seizing the moment of Hu Yifan's distraction, Zhao Dali kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground, and then unleashed a flurry of punches. The reinvigorated members of Zhao Dali's team quickly overwhelmed Hu Yifan and his remaining allies. With Hu Yifan beneath his foot, Zhao Dali boasted, screw you, Hu Yifan. Look where that leaves you now. It's I who have triumphed. You better get lost. The Chunjai market remains firmly under my control. Hu Yifan, filled with humiliation, grit his teeth and replied, fine. Zhao, you win this time. I can see, just let me go. Leave? You think it's that simple? Zhao Dali smirked. If you want to depart, you'll need to pay. With so many of you, that's 10,000 each, totaling 1 million. Hu Yifan's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Zhao Dali swiftly slapped him, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Speak properly. Before Hu Yifan could respond, another resounding slap followed. I'll pay. Hu Yifan yelled, desperate for Zhao Dali to hear him. Deal. Zhao Dali instructed his comrades. Lock Hu Yifan up. He can leave once he pays up. He then turned to the gathered crowd, exclaiming, thanks to all the brothers for your unwavering support today. I'll ensure everyone receives an additional 2,000 as a reward. With Zhao Dali's proclamation, cheers erupted among the brothers. Brother Li, you're amazing. I love you, Brother Li. Even Hu Yifan's side looked on enviously, lamenting, damn. That is 2,000 plus a bonus. Why was TI on the other side? After a few more words of encouragement to his brothers, Zhao Dali hurried over to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, I truly appreciate you. Zhao Dali leapt, intending to embrace Lin Yi, only to be evaded. Please, I'm not fond of men. Lin Yi firmly pressed Zhao Dali's forehead away, maintaining his distance. Ahem, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not interested either. I'm all man. Zhao Dali, flustered, stepped back and earnestly said to Lin, Brother Lin, our victory is entirely thanks to you. In addition to the fee I previously promised, I'll grant you a bonus of 100,000. Furthermore, I'll give you 10% of the entire revenue from the Chunjai market. Chapter 67. Insult. This is a blatant affront. Brotherly, am I really that imposing? Lin Yi was taken aback by Zhao Dali's extravagant generosity, as he not only offered an additional 100,000 yuan as a labor fee, but also surrendered the entire 10 market commission. Such audacity was truly unexpected from Zhao Dali. Look at how you phrase it. Zhao Dali chuckled. Without you, I wouldn't be able to maintain my hold on the Chunjai market. If I give you 10, wouldn't you be obliged to assist me in future endeavors? Lin Yi accepted without hesitation. Zhao Dali was indeed to his liking, bold, generous, and devoid of the petty mentality often seen in small-minded individuals. Their interactions over the past, while had proven him to be quite reliable. Though such low-level ruffians might struggle with significant matters, they were well-versed in the intricacies of petty crime. It was plausible that Lin Yi might require his assistance down the line. Thank you, Brother Li. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Dali's smile radiated even brighter. All right, don't leave just yet. Let me treat everyone to a grand feast, Zhao Adali declared. Never mind, I'll pass, Lin. He shook his head. It's already past 11, and I start school tomorrow. I can't linger. As for the banquet, I am not fortunate enough to partake. Zhao Adali lamented. Very well. But don't speak of fortune as if it eludes you. Whenever you find time, I'll treat you to a full experience. He winked and whispered, Brother Lin, you're still quite young, perhaps a novice? Don't worry, I'll arrange something memorable for your first encounter. Lin Yi met Zhao Adali's gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What are you talking about, brotherly? I'm not that kind of person. I must take my leave now. He turned and walked away. Damn, what's this feeling stirring within me? As the market's clamor gradually subsided, within a humble dwelling, Hu Yifan sat bound to a chair, his face bruised and resentfully glaring at Zhao Dali. In stark contrast to Hu Yifan's disheveled state, Zhao Dali was not faring much better, with one eye swollen and his exposed skin marred with bruises. Yet, despite his disarray, Zhao Dali maintained a lively demeanor. Brother Li here. A younger associate handed Zhao Dali a printed agreement. He glanced at the figures, nodded in satisfaction, and slid it across the table towards Hu Yifan. Take a look. Hu Yifan, if everything seems fine, just sign it, and I'll have the money delivered to you immediately. You can leave right away. Hu Yifan glanced down, cursing vehemently. Zhao Dali, are you out of your mind? 6 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? Zhao Dali nonchalantly dug at his ear. Oh please, I Zhao am a respectable man. We don't engage in robbery. If you're displeased, let me break it down for you. You came here today with over 20 men, and I only managed to extract less than 20,000 from you. You think that is too much? Hu Yifan glared at Zhao Dali fiercely. What about the 1 million? Your ransom is 100,000, while that Chow Lao Da's ransom is 900,000, making a neat total of 1 million. Do you think I'm worth just 100,000? Hu Yifan felt insulted. Chow Lao Da was a martial artist, and he could tolerate a higher ransom for him. But why should they total 1 million while he was valued so low? Am I really that cheap? To his astonishment, a flicker of hope ignited within Hu Yifan upon Zhao Dali's comment. You're only worth a maximum of 10,000. The additional 90,000 was merely out of pity to spare you some embarrassment. Zhao Dali chuckled slyly, whispering in his ear. Zhao Dali, I'll be damned. So you expect me to thank you? Hu Yifan was so furious, he imagined devouring Zhao Dali alive. Enough. I can't be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Sign the 6 million agreement, and I'll release you immediately. Zhao Dali was losing patience, snatching the pen from his associate and tossing it onto the agreement. Sign it. Hu Yifan glared coldly at Zhao Dali, finally retorting, You've tied my hands. How am I supposed to sign? Zhao Dali awkwardly chuckled and turned to his associates. What are you waiting for? Hurry and untie Hu Lao Da. Once freed, Hu Yifan flexed his hands, took the pen, and scrawled his name on the document. Zhao Dali then handed him his phone. What are you waiting for? Transfer the money, and you're free to go, he urged. You know my account. It ends with 6121. With a stern expression, Hu Yifan silently operated the phone for a moment before turning to Zhao Dali. You check it. Zhao Dali glanced at Shao Qi, who quickly checked and reported, Brotherly. The money has arrived. Zhao Dali sprang up, enthusiasm radiating from him as he approached Hu Yifan, patting him on the back. Hu Lao Da, you truly possess remarkable guts. No doubt you're free to go. Hu Yifan glared at Zhao Dali, his rage simmering dangerously. However, in the end, he refrained from violence and turned to leave. Outside the Chunjai market, a battered Hu Yifan trailed a few scattered underlings, awkwardly retreating from the market. One of the underlings bitterly remarked, Brother Fan, are we just letting this go? Letting it go? Not a chance. Hu Yifan scoffed. This matter is far from over. Stay out of it. I'll find a way. This time I want Zhao Dali dead. And that kid too, a youthful visage of about 17 or 18 flashed in his mind. Had it not been for him, Zhao Dali would have been the one in peril. Back home, Hu Yifan seethed with anger, feeling increasingly suffocated by the situation. This could not conclude so easily. By dawn, the entire Guangzhou would likely know that Hu Yifan had been bested by Zhao Dali. Not only had he failed to lay his hands on the Chunjai general market, but he might also lose control of his remaining 2 markets. After changing into a fresh outfit, finally appearing less disheveled, Hu Yifan departed, making his way to an abandoned house in the back alley. It's you, do you have the goods? A hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. In the moonlight, A scar man leaned against the wall on a mattress. The man was short in stature yet robust, with his right side bandaged, blood seeping through the dressings, now blackened. "Sir, I have meticulously prepared this for you." Hu Yifan promptly dragged in a live Siberian ox, its massive frame filling the room completely. "Excellent." The man beamed upon seeing the ox and instructed Hu Yifan, "You step outside for now. I'll call you in later." "Yes." Hu Yifan kept his head down, not daring to utter a word. He quickly exited the room, closing the rickety door behind him, only to hear the terrified bellowing of the ox from within. Chapter 68. My hands itch, what to do? Lin, he suddenly screamed, jolting awake from his dream. Glancing around his surroundings, he gradually calmed himself. After a while, he rubbed his temples. It had been a nightmare. He dreamt of a fire consuming his home, with his parents and older sister brutally pinned to the wall by a grotesque figure. "Next is you." The man's taunting and icy words continued to reverberate in his mind. "Gao, bloodthirsty fiend." Lin, he couldn't help but curse. The grievously injured blood servant who had escaped now loomed as a source of torment in his mind. He harbored a deep-seated fear that one day, this wretch might suddenly track down his parents and elder sister. This scoundrel must be eradicated. Lin, he felt a wave of agitation. Just yesterday, Uncle Yu had specifically instructed him not to partake in the search, leaving him helpless in dealing with that blood servant. "Little brother, hurry up and rise. Have you forgotten that today marks the start of your senior year?" Just as Lin, he was engulfed in his frustration, Lin Huan knocked on his door. "So it begins." Lin, he wiped his face. It was only the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, and they were already commencing their senior year. It was strikingly reminiscent of his previous life. He had heard that in the prosperous coastal regions, school commenced only after the 15th day of the new year. After spending 5 minutes donning his attire and freshening up, Lin he glanced at the clock. It was already 7:30. Brother Tao had sent a group message last night, demanding their presence in class before 8 o'clock. Grabbing a steam bun, he rode his bicycle to school, stopping at the entrance's convenience stall to purchase a pack of spicy strips, which he hastily stuffed into the bun before wolfing it down and rushing into the school. He entered the classroom just as the clock struck 8. Old Lin, upon stepping inside, he spotted Lu Yu waving energetically at him. Lu Yu's voice was far from discreet, instantly drawing the attention of numerous classmates. "It's Lin Yi. I heard from Hu Junwei and the others that Lin Yi's strength has skyrocketed over the winter break, with his vitality exceeding 500. Is it really that impressive? Why am I still struggling to rise from 474 to only 491? Perhaps you're just not as handsome as him." XXXX. The recent news of the harrowing expedition that Hu Junwei and his group from the top school had undertaken had already swept through the entire institution, leaving many in shock. They were also aware of Lin Yi's remarkable vitality surpassing the 500 mark, a fact corroborated by the likes of Hu Junwei, Zhang Zhun, Zhang Yanxia, and Gu Haobua. It was simply that Lin, he had been so engrossed in training during the winter break that he had overlooked the rampant gossip circulating among his classmates. "Lin E, you can't possibly have boosted your vitality from 478 to 500 over the summer break, can you?" Suddenly, classmate Su Haiqiang stood up to inquire. "Something like that." Lin Yu nodded. He had overheard their earlier chatter and had no intention of concealing his progress. "How did you manage it? Can you share your secrets with us?" Su Haiqiang's question drew the attention of many classmates, who chimed in. "Exactly, Lin. We're all classmates here. You shouldn't keep any good methods to yourself." Lin, he furrowed his brow and replied, "I don't possess any special methods. I simply follow a structured approach to training." He certainly couldn't disclose that his progress was due to a system, could he? Seeing Lin Yi's reluctance to share, Su Haiqiang grew displeased. "Come on, Lin Yi. We've been classmates for 3 years. Is this how you treat your friends? If you reveal your methods, we could have several top students with vitality over 500 in our class, which would reflect well on the entire class. Everyone would remember your kindness." Many students shared similar sentiments, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction over Lin Yi's apparent unwillingness to divulge his methods. As Su Haiqiang continued, they echoed, "Yes, Lin Yi. If you share your methods with us, we could treat you to a meal." "Exactly, just tell us." Keeping your methods to yourself makes it seem like you don't consider us your peers. As the chorus of demands grew louder, Lu Yu's temper flared. "Will you all shut up?" Lu Yu chastised Su Haiqiang and the others who were making the most noise. "Su Haiqiang, what business do you have stirring up trouble? If my brother wants to share, he will. If he doesn't, you ought to be quiet. Why do you think you can just demand someone else's training methods?" Do you think old Lin is your father, who must indulge you? Lu Yu's outburst left Su Haiqiang and his companions visibly flustered. Lu Yu, you seem quite protective of Lin Yi, but I wonder if you realize that Lin Yi's vitality has indeed reached 500, while yours remains rather meager. Su Haiqiang Zito, you're just a sycophant trailing after him, yet he hardly acknowledges you. Lin Yi, standing before Su Haiqiang, suddenly appeared as a shadow, catching him off guard. Facing Lin Yi's frigid gaze, Su Haiqiang couldn't help but shudder. Would he strike me? Rest assured, I won't lay a finger on you. There's no need to be frightened. Lin Yi's voice, though calm, caused Su Haiqiang's face to flush crimson. Even though Lin Yi claimed he wouldn't harm him, saying such words in front of their classmates felt even more humiliating than a physical blow. Lin Yi's piercing eyes surveyed the room, causing nearly everyone to avert their gaze from his chilling stare. He then declared, "Let me be perfectly clear. My method is simple, dedicated training, earnest effort, and no shortcuts. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential to me. As for anything else, if I hear anyone pressuring my brother again, you'd best reserve a hospital bed for yourself in advance." A few students, emboldened to respond, faltered under Lin Yi's cold glare, their defiance evaporating like mist. Damn it, this guy is actually serious about resorting to violence. Let's go back. Lin Yi clapped Lu Yu on the shoulder and returned to his seat. What a bunch of insufferable fools, requesting methods from him. Do they think they are particularly close to him? Have some dignity. Lu Yu grumbled as he seethed back to his desk, casting a venomous glare at Su Haiqiang. Methods, huh? If you had a method, I'd be the first to know. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly turned to Lin Yi. Old Lin, you're sure you don't have any methods, right? After all, you've been training with me throughout the winter break and haven't shown me anything exceptional. Lin Yi smiled and whispered, actually, I do have a method. Really? Lu Yu's voice perked up, but then he realized he had spoken too loudly. Instantly, he grabbed a book to shield their faces, lowering his voice, old Lin. As a good brother, you can't keep secrets from me. Absolutely. Lin Yi grinned. The precondition is that you must be an extraordinary genius. Clearly I am, Lu Yu replied. Hence, my progress has been meteoric. Chapter 69, Urban Turmoil, The Audacious Blood Servants. Lu Yu's hand, however, ultimately did not land on his good brother's face, for he was a kind soul. Shortly thereafter, Lung Tao strode in with purpose. After a winter break apart, Brother Tao appeared even more robust than before. Sherlin, come up here and verify the list of students who signed up for this year's martial arts enhancement class before the last break. Without hesitation, Lung Tao slammed the list onto the podium. Sherlin dashed to the front, taking the list and reading it aloud. Chen Chong, Hu Junwei, Zhang Yinxia, Lu Yu, Lin Yi, Sherlin. As she cross-referenced the list, marking the names of absent students, it didn't take long for her to complete the task. Brother Tao, only 17 students have shown up. Sherlin handed the list to Lung Tao, who glanced over it without any sign of surprise. Every year, the martial arts preparatory class experiences a similar pattern, an initial surge of eager registrants, which gradually dwindles as time progresses, with many withdrawing from the program. 17 individuals, and in his estimation, at least half would depart before the martial arts examination. Everyone is aware of the prerequisites to enter the preparatory class. 1's vitality must exceed 500. Without meeting this criterion, participation is futile. Soon, we shall descend to the Martial Arts Association to assess our vitality values. Let us proceed to queue downstairs. After speaking, Lung Tao was the first to exit the classroom. The students, suppressing their excitement, rose and made their way toward the door. Do you have any confidence? Lin inquired, trailing behind the others with Lu Yu. Guess, Lu Yu replied with a mischievous grin, refusing to divulge. With that cocky demeanor, you must be lacking confidence. Lin Yi retorted, smirking. Just then, Lu Yu, about to retaliate with a playful slap, noticed that Lin Yi had already sidled up to Sherlin. How about you? Feeling confident? Lin Yi asked. Sherlin shook her head, replying, not really. I'm just here to observe. Beside them, Lu Yu scoffed, right? Just here to observe, especially Lin Yi, am I right? The nauseating scent of young love is truly unbearable. Why doesn't he, that foolish author, just eliminate these two annoying lovebirds? The trio, accompanied by an unwelcome third wheel, soon descended to the ground floor, where students from other classes were also trickling down. After about 10 minutes, the queue finally assembled, with nearly 100 students from his senior year forming a loose line towards the Martial Arts Association. Along the way, they encountered students from several other schools. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, several groups collided, creating a dense throng that effectively blocked the doors. Is there really this many people? Lu Yu remarked, glancing at the crowd, muttering, that S from first high school, and that S from third high school. Goodness, even seventh high has shown up. ISNT at least 10 kilometers away from here? How long will this take? Lin, he seemed unfazed, picking up a twig and mimicking the moves of the dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade. Seriously, old Lin, even now you're still trying to show off? Lu Yu exclaimed, wearing an expression of shock and disbelief. In front of so many high school peers, practicing while waiting in line, aren't you worried about getting beaten up? Lin smiled nonchalantly. What's the big deal? In my past life, top students utilized their waiting time to memorize vocabulary and recite text while jogging. What I'm doing is nothing in comparison. Every minute of practice counts. It adds up to more time spent honing my skills. Is that not appealing? Fortunately, he was not excessively obsessed with martial arts. Otherwise, he might have packed a bag and retreated to the wilderness for a decade or more of solitary training until he was invincible. Is this even amusing? In my previous life, I lacked wealth, connections, or any system, and I died as a mere pawn, oblivious to the beauty of the world. In this life, fate has been generous. Not only have I been reborn, but I've also been granted a system. Would I foolishly retreat to the wilds? Isn't it better to enjoy life while steadily improving? Even if it takes longer to become invincible. So what? My realm is beyond your comprehension. Is this student from your class? Quite impressive, still finding time to practice. Though this technique doesn't seem to resemble Dragon and Tiger Fist, does it? The head teacher of Class 3, Wei Yang, noted, spotting Lin practicing. Indeed, a diligent child. However, his talent, Lung Tao began but faltered, contemplating the rumors that Lin had surpassed a vitality of 500 prior to the new year and had even defeated Gu Haobo from Class 5 with a single punch. He knew Gu Haobo's strength all too well. For 3 years, he had consistently outperformed Hu Junwei, the top student of Class 2. Could Lin Yi's ability to defeat Gu Haobo truly be attributed to a lack of talent? Just as Lung Tao struggled to articulate his thoughts, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the Martial Arts Association's entrance. Boom! A violent surge of flames erupted, sending 2 vehicles airborne. The fierce blaze instantly engulfed several nearby students, transforming them into living torches. The chilling screams echoed like an alarm, igniting chaos in the small plaza in front of the Martial Arts Association. In the ensuing pandemonium, the students from Third High, closest to the explosion, scattered in all directions. Amidst the cacophony of terrified shouts, no amount of teacher commands could quell the panic-stricken students fleeing in terror. Everyone, take cover. Stay alert. The teachers from Fourth High, along with Lung Tao and Wei Yang, turned pale, urgently calling out to their students. Yet their voices were drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Old Lin, what is happening? Lu Yu's face had drained of color. The situation was utterly terrifying. You two, find somewhere safe. Lin Yu urged, grabbing Lu Yu and Lin to steer them away. Wait, old Lin, you're not thinking of going to investigate, are you? Lu Yu's expression shifted drastically as he grasped Lin Yi's arm, realizing his intentions. Seriously, Lin Yi, it's too dangerous. Let us hide together. Lin chimed in, concerned. Seeing their worried faces, Lin Yi nodded. All right, we'll go together. As they moved, Lin Yi remained vigilant, surveying the chaotic scene. Within mere minutes, their group from Fourth High had become disbanded, with many classmates darting around like headless chickens. Teachers like Lung Tao were hoarse from shouting, yet their efforts were futile. Suddenly, Lin Yi spotted numerous figures cloaked in black, their exposed, mottled skin unmistakably identifying them as living corpses. Damn, it's the blood sect. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. These lunatics dared to assault the Martial Arts Association and target high school students. Old Lin, we need to get out of here quickly. Lu Yu urged, his complexion ashen. Let us go. Lin Yi grabbed Lin and beckoned Lu Yu to flee. With a deafening roar, a figure crashed onto the car hood before them. They watched as a raggedly clothed living corpse bared its teeth and lunged towards Lin Yi and his companions. Chapter 70, Empty-Handed, Cunning Rats. Lin screamed in terror. Having grown up in Guangzhou City, her only previous encounter with the wilderness was a first-time excursion, let alone facing such a grotesque, ghastly living corpse. Lu Yu, take Lin and run. Lin Yi shouted, shoving Lin toward Lu Yu before charging ahead. Lin Qian, closing the distance to the living corpse in 2 swift strides, delivering a powerful punch. Smack, smack, smack. With the strength of a second-tier bone refining practitioner, Lin Qian unleashed his vitality in an unrestrained strike. The successive bursts of energy collided with the living corpse. Boom! The living corpse exploded into fragments. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Lin, he shouted at the still-dazed Lu Yu and Lin. Coming. Lu Yu shivered slightly, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grains. The visage of Lin Yi just now had truly frightened him, reflecting on his own cowardice. Lu Yu could not help but slap himself. What on earth are you doing? Lin Yi, who was leading Lu Yu and Lin back, caught sight of Lu Yu's self-inflicted blow and could not help but inquire. Old Lin, I'm not afraid at all, Lu Yu declared earnestly, prompting a perplexed expression from Lin Yi. What on earth are you babbling about at a time like this? If we encounter that ghastly creature again, just stay put, and I'll handle it. Before Lu Yu could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly lunged forth. Roar! A furious roar erupted, and a pair of pale, savage eyes fixated on the 3 of them. It's here. Want to get a try? Lin, he silently pulled Lin back a couple of steps. Glancing at Lu Yu, gulping, Lu Yu forced a smile and said, Old Lin, shall we wait for the next one? Then why are you still chattering? Lin, he released Lin's hand and strode boldly towards the undead creature. Watch Lin. In the blink of an eye, Lin, he had already positioned himself before the corpse. Huh! With a thunderous shout, an iron claw swiftly grasped the undead's head, a surge of immense strength erupting forth, forcefully pinning it to the ground. Under the tremendous force, the creature was bent at the spine, crashing down onto the road. Even after being split in 2, the undead still exhibited tenacious vitality. Roar! With a heavy stomp, the creature's head was obliterated, its roar abruptly silenced. Let's go. Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched the blocking undead and shouted to Lu Yu and Lin. Old Lin, it's the Emergency Management Bureau. Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly, spotting several vehicles barreling towards them in the distance. Following Lu Yu's pointing finger, Lin Yi indeed saw SUVs emblazoned with the dragon sword insignia of the Emergency Management Bureau converging from all directions. Do not let your guard down. Let us move further back. Lin Yi assessed their surroundings and headed towards the nearest Emergency Management Bureau SUV. Inside one of the SUVs, Qin Shuriwei clung to the seat, half of her body hanging out of the vehicle. Notify the emergency response team to swiftly establish a perimeter, evacuate the crowd, and have the medical team on standby, awaiting orders to commence rescue operations. Additionally, contact Team Leader Yang from Action Group 2. We will infiltrate from the east while they enter from the north. You will command our group on site. The driver, Song Ding, called out to Qin Shuriwei, Boss, I'll be in charge. What about you? I. Qin Shuriwei grasped the roof of the vehicle and, with a nimble leap, vaulted onto the top. Of course, I'll take out a few scum to vent my frustrations. Her voice, filled with murderous intent, faded into the distance, sending a chill down Song Ding's spine. Group 3. Song Ding suddenly jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the gas, bringing the SUV to a horrifying halt. Simultaneously, he swiftly grabbed the long blade resting nearby, which shot into his hand. The door swung open, and Song Ding's figure dashed forward like a streak of black, plunging into the fray. With the intervention of the Emergency Management Bureau, the rampaging undead were swiftly dispatched, and the chaos rapidly subsided. Bang! Another undead corpse was tossed onto the open ground, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that at least 20 bodies had accumulated in that spot. Boss! Song Ding returned, shaking his head at Qin Shuriwei. She understood his meaning. She had previously instructed him to keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals. The undead must have been controlled, but how they arrived remained a mystery. Captain Qin, we have located the source of the undead. A burly man clad in black light armor and wielding a long blade approached. Team Leader Yang, Qin Shuriwei, and Song Ding greeted the newcomer. Where? Yang Guang replied. Our team has found a lead. Last night, the Hongshan Cemetery in the North City was robbed, and the morgue at Sambwa Cardiovascular Hospital was also breached. 4 corpses were discovered this morning. Yang Guang gestured towards a funeral home minibus that had driven over, stating these undead were transported by this hearse. But unfortunately, we didn't catch a glimpse of those bloodthirsty scoundrels. Oh, by the way, Yang Guang added, The bloodthirsty scum not only attacked the Martial Arts Association, but also several other government departments and shopping malls. However, they have all been contained now, though there were significant casualties. Upon hearing Yang Guang's words, Song Ding was instantly filled with rage. What the hell do these bastards want? To launch an attack on innocent people. Quite simply, to instigate panic, incite chaos, and plunge the entirety of Guangzhou City into turmoil. Qin Shiriwei remarked calmly. He patted Song Ding on the shoulder, signaling him to remain composed, then continued, arrange for cleanup, pay attention to clues, and we shall return. Lin Yi. Just as Qin Shiriwei was about to leave, she noticed Lin Yi and the others not far away. Captain Qin. Lin Yi also spotted Qin Shiriwei and said to Lu Yu and Lin, "We've encountered an acquaintance. Please wait for me a moment." He promptly approached Qin Shiriwei, eager to inquire about any leads. Lin Yi, I believe today is the 5th day of the new year. Shouldn't you high school seniors be in class? Qin Shiriwei smiled as Lin Yi approached. Lin Yi offered a wry smile, saying, "You saw it too? Our school is conducting martial arts enhancement classes, and we were just about to test our vitality when this chaos erupted. By the way, Captain Qin, have you found the bloodthirsty culprits?" Qin Shiriwei shook her head, replying, "No, these scoundrels are as elusive as rats in the sewers. We've been searching for days, but still haven't uncovered any leads." None? Lin Yi's face fell. Did that mean that his days of anxiety would continue? How can there be no leads? You are the Emergency Management Bureau, after all. Surely, in the vast expanse of Guangzhou, you cannot be unable to find anyone? Lu Yu interjected, unable to restrain himself. After all, it is the Emergency Management Bureau, granted imperial authority and wielding the license to kill. Quite formidable. What if someone is deliberately covering for them? Qin Shiriwei remarked bluntly. At her words, both Song Ding and Yang Guang's expressions changed. Ahem, young student, Guangzhou City is quite large. Even if we conducted a citywide search, it would still require significant manpower. To capture those bloodthirsty rats, it is no easy feat, Yang Guang responded, and Song Ding chimed in. Student, you have no idea. I haven't had a moment's rest since the beast riot before the new year. I didn't even return home during the holidays. Qin Shiriwei let out a soft snort, but refrained from elaborating further, simply telling Lin Yi, the danger here is not yet resolved. You and your companions should return for now. Rest assured, with our Emergency Management Bureau present, there will be no. Qin Shiriwei intended to reassure them, but the chaotic scene rendered her unable to complete the sentence. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yi sensed the awkwardness and quickly suggested they take their leave. On the road, Lu Yu finally could no longer contain himself. Old Lin, do you think the personnel at our Emergency Management Bureau are utterly incompetent? It has been several days, and they have yet to locate those bloodthirsty cultists. My uncle claims that this Captain Qin is quite an impressive figure, hailing from the formidable Qinling Iron Wall. Yet he seems to be of no use whatsoever. Damn it, this group of scoundrels dared to assault the Martial Arts Association today, brazenly targeting high school students. Who knows what they might do tomorrow? What if they decide to strike our home? With my uncle away, my own strength is lacking, and my mother is utterly defenseless. If danger arises, we would be doomed. Old Lin, perhaps I should go to your place with my mother for safety? Lu Yu suddenly suggested. Come to my place? Lin Yi replied, Beijing did it. Haven't you forgotten that you've already brought Uncle Lin, Aunt Yang, and Sister Huan to the Liker Martial Arts Association? It's quite safe there. If I take my mother to hide with you, you won't mind, will you? Lu Yu insisted, his expression indicating that he would sever their friendship if Lin Yi refused. Why are you so afraid? Uncle Yu is there. Though Lin Yi was uncertain of Uncle Yu's capabilities, he sensed that they were likely on par with Qin Shiriwei's strength. That bloodthirsty cultist was thoroughly defeated by Qin Shiriwei and fled. He certainly wouldn't be a match for Uncle Yu. Unless that fool had lost his mind, he wouldn't dare to trouble Lu Yu's family. My uncle is extremely busy. What if he's not home one day? Lu Yu pleaded, gazing earnestly at Lin Yi. Old Lin, we are brothers. Perhaps feeling insecure on his own, Lu Yu turned to Lin and asked Lin, would you like to bring your family to old Lin's place for safety as well? Aye. Lin quickly shook her head. No need. If she truly took her family to Lin Yi's, she feared her father might come with a knife to confront him. Are you not worried at all? Lu Yu couldn't comprehend why Lin refused. Lin Yi ruffled Lu Yu's hair playfully and said, shut it. If you want to go, then go. My house is at Villa B7. Don't tell me you don't know where the Liker Martial Arts Association residential area is. I know. I knew old Lin was my good brother. Lu Yu's demeanor shifted from one of deep concern to radiant joy. First, let us drop Lin off at home, and then I'll go with you to yours. In the class group, Tao Ge had already sent out a notice that the school opening would be delayed by a week. He checked his phone, confirming that the class group had indeed issued the announcement. He was not surprised by the school-less response. The streets were almost deserted, the vast urban area resembling a ghost town. Shops that had been opened before were now shuttered, with a few that remained hastily packing up to close down. Let us leave it here. You two should hurry back, Lin said at the community entrance. Today, ISNT safe. Lu Yu and I will stay downstairs to watch you get home. Lin Yi, however, disregarded Lin's suggestion, and she reluctantly agreed. As they passed through the community entrance, even with Lin leading, Lin Yi and Lu Yu had to register their information before being allowed entry. The pervasive tension in Guangzhou was palpable, with everyone on high alert. Only when they saw Lin return to her room and lean out to wave at them did Lin Yi and Lu Yu finally feel relieved enough to leave. Now are you satisfied? Lu Yu's tone held a hint of sarcasm. Could you refrain from looking at me like that? It makes me think you have some special feelings for me. Lin Yi replied, feigning fear. Get lost. Liu Yu slapit, Ling Yi lightly. But just as he was about to scold him further, Lin Yi hurriedly answered his phone. What? The house has been burned down? Lin Yi's words caused Lu Yu to swallow back his comments, hastily inquiring. What happened? Lin Yi raised a finger to his lips, signaling Lu Yu to be silent. And then he heard his mother, Yang Lan, speaking anxiously on the other end. Son, our place has been attacked by some terrorists, the house. Yang Lan's voice was frantic and disjointed. Mom, don't panic. What exactly happened? Lin Yi quickly reassured her. It took a full 10 minutes for Lin Yi to piece together the chaotic situation from his mother's frightened explanations. Their home had been set ablaze. It was not the villa in the Liker Martial Arts Association residential area, but their old home. The riots did not solely occur at the Martial Arts Association. Various governmental agencies, important enterprises, schools, and residential areas had all been subjected to varying degrees of assault. Their alley had been attacked as well. What puzzled Lin Yi the most was that their location was neither a high-end urban center nor surrounded by governmental offices or significant enterprises, nor were there any schools nearby. What could possibly have driven those cultists to target their neighborhood? Unless the cultist's true objective was him. Lin Yi's expression grew cold and resolute. Old Lin, say something. Lu Yu called out, having addressed Lin Yi 3 times without any response, his anxious heart racing. My house has been burned down. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, angrily expressing his frustration to Lu Yu. While he was deeply worried, his anger was also surging. Thankfully, he had the foresight to bring his family to the Liker Martial Arts Association after the assault a few days prior. Although his immediate family was safe, their neighbors would undoubtedly suffer the consequences of this senseless violence. Damn bastards. Lin Yi cursed vehemently, his desire to confront that insipid, bloodthirsty cultist intensifying. Chapter 72. I Want His Life. North of Tongji Avenue, there lies an alley. This is Lin Yi's home address. The already dilapidated alley, after being ravaged by fire, resembled a battlefield laid waste. From the entrance of the alley to their home, the houses of 20 or so families had been utterly charred beyond recognition. Creak. Lin Yi gazed at the smoldering ruins before him, his hands clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Old Lin. Lu Yu looked at him with concern, yet was at a loss for words to offer comfort. So, Yang Lan's voice rang out, and Lin Yi turned to see his father, mother, and older sister rushing towards him in a panic. Mom, Dad, sis, what are you doing here? Lin Yi's worry deepened. What if his parents and sister encountered trouble on their way? Our home was burned. How can we not come back? Yang Lan gazed at the devastation, feeling as though the world was spinning, her vision darkening as her legs buckled beneath her. Mom. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted quickly, catching her before she fell. Damn those bastards. They've reduced our home to this. Yang Lan lamented. This house had been built with love and hard-earned money by her and Lin Ruahai after they married. Now it was gone, and the emotional anchor she had was shattered. Mom, as long as we are safe, we can rebuild. Lin Yi urgit. Exactly, Mom. Our house was over 20 years old anyway. It's not such a bad thing to build a new one. Lin Huan chimed in to offer support. It's easy for you to say. Yang Lan expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, you two merely exchanging pleasantries is hardly sufficient for rebuilding a new home. What about the finances? Our old house was burned down, and I wonder what the government intends to do about it. With this thought, Yang Lan disregarded her sorrow for the lost house, and her previously feeble legs suddenly regained strength. I must inquire at the street office to ascertain the situation. She freed herself from Lin Yi's grasp, took a few steps, and called back to Lin Ruhai. What are you dawdling for? Come along with me. Lin Ruhai promptly agreed, instructing Lin Yi and the others. You all stay put and wait for your mother and me to return. Before long, Yang Lan and Lin Ruhai returned. Lin Yi glanced at Yang Lan's face, which appeared relatively composed, suggesting that the response from the street office had been favorable. Mom, what did the street office say? Lin Huan inquired. The street office stated that the reconstruction will be compensated by the government according to the original buildings area, but any excess will need to be financed by us. Lin Ruhai relayed the office's message. That's quite reasonable, Lin Yi remarked. Alas, having lost a home we've inhabited for decades leaves a bitter taste in my heart. Lin Ruhai lamented, casting a forlorn glance at the billowing black smoke rising from the ruins. Yet, before Lin Yi or Lin Huan could offer words of comfort, Lin Ruhai emerged from the gloom, joining Yang Lan in seeking out their neighbors. The trio of Lin Yi waited for over 2 hours before Lin Ruhai and Yang Lan returned. The Wang family didn't manage to escape. There are 6 of them, and apart from their daughter who was at school, everyone else. Yang Lan said, with a heavy heart. The Wang family had moved to the area around the same time as their family, over 20 years ago, when the place was still quite desolate, with only a handful of families. Throughout the years, their relationships had been quite amicable. Thus, the sudden news of the Wang family's demise weighed heavily on their hearts. Damn it, Lin Yi see that internally, this debt must be repaid. Mom and Dad, the area has just endured chaos, and it's still unsafe. We should return promptly, Lin Yi advised. Coincidentally, Lu Yu is also bringing Aunt Yu to our house to take refuge. Hearing this, Lin Ruhai and Yang Lan felt a surge of relief. All right, that works. We're still residing in a villa, so there's plenty of space for you too. Yang Lan briefly forgot her sorrow and quickly directed Lin Ruhai to drive them to Lu Yu's house to gather their belongings. Upon arriving at Lu Yu's home, Yu Mei, upon hearing her son's plans, had no objections. After sending a message to her elder brother, Yu Kunan, she hastily packed a few items. Where's old Yu? Lin Zuhai in Guit? My brother has been quite busy lately. He has probably been called away for patrol duties, Yu Mei explained. In times of troublesome events or threats to the safety of ordinary citizens, martial artists in the city are obliged to respond to summons from the Emergency Management Bureau. Given the privileges and esteemed status they enjoy, it is only natural for them to bear the responsibility of maintaining social stability. As they sped back to Villa B7 of the Liker Martial Arts Association, night was fast approaching. Before dinner, Yukonan called to say he wouldn't be returning. We martial artists must conduct a more thorough search in the city under the Emergency Management Bureau's direction, he informed. Lin, he had a quick meal and seized the opportunity to excuse himself, taking his battle knife to the training room. He had grown weary of living in constant fear. He needed to take the initiative and eliminate these blood cultists. Only then could he train without worry for his parents or sister being targeted by these scoundrels. At the Emergency Management Bureau, the lights blazed brightly. Figures exuding a sharp aura moved in and out, creating a bustling scene. Young student, as Lin Yi approached the entrance, a guard called out to him. This is the Emergency Management Bureau. The guard pointed to a towering stone tablet beside them, inscribed with the words Emergency Management Bureau of Guangzhou Bay City in elegant and vigorous script, indicative of a master's hand. I'm in the right place. Lin Yi affirmed. Could you please assist me in locating Captain Qin Shuriwe? I believe she is the leader of the 3rd Action Group. You're looking for Captain Qin? The guard scrutinized Lin Yi, realizing the boy appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Are you perhaps a relative of Captain Qin? Please hold on, the guard said, somewhat doubtful, as he returned to the guard booth to make a call. Moments later, he returned to Lin Yi, stating, the captain said to go to the 3rd training ground. Noticing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, the guard clarified, just go through this gate, head east, and you'll find the 3rd training ground at the end. Thank you. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before stepping into the Emergency Management Bureau. At the 3rd training ground, upon hearing Song Ding's words, Qin Shuriwei addressed everyone. Tonight's arrangements will follow what I just mentioned. Prepare yourselves, and if there's anything you need to add, feel free to submit it in the system. Someone will deliver it within half an hour. After speaking, Qin Shuriwei led Song Ding toward the exit. Upon stepping outside, her gaze immediately fell upon Lin Yi, who was carrying a battle knife. Lin Yi, what brings you here? And why are you carrying a knife? Lin Yi looked intently at Qin Shuriwei and declared, Captain Qin, I know you were the one who stopped the blood cultist who tried to kill me last time. This time, I want to join you in hunting him down. I want his life. Chapter 73. Hey, what are you going to do? I'll self-destruct. Qin Shuriwei felt a headache coming on. After Lin Yi had clearly rejected joining last time, she should have been pleased to hear he wanted to join today. But the timing was all wrong. Tonight, they needed to eliminate that group of blood cultists, and although Lin Yi claimed to have martial artist strength, he still seemed underprepared against the blood cultist enforcer. Casting a glance at Song Ding, who understood her unspoken concern, he spoke, Lin Yi. Today's situation is different from previous patrols. The danger level is too high. How about this? You head back for now, and we'll take you along the next time we conduct a patrol. You're worried about my inadequacy, aren't you? Lin Yi quickly discerned their intentions. With a swift motion, he drew his battle knife, causing both Qin Shuriwei and Song Ding to flinch slightly. Lin Yi. Before Song Ding could utter another word, Lin Yi vanished from sight. In the next instant, his gleaming long knife was aimed directly at Song Ding's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a short gun was firmly aimed at the long knife. When did this happen? Sweat dripped down Song Ding's forehead. ENT even caught a glimpse of Lin Yi's maneuver. Am I qualified now? Lin Yi sheathed his long knife and turned to Qin Shuriwei. More than enough. Qin Shuriwei's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with astonishment and elation. Astonished that in just a few days, Lin Yi's strength had surpassed even Song Ding's. And elated that her judgment had proven correct. With Lin Yi's talents, he would undoubtedly become a key asset to the Guangzhou Emergency Management Bureau in just 2 to 3 years. All right, but you must accompany me. Qin Shuriwei acquiesced, albeit with her own stipulations, simultaneously elucidating her motivations for such actions. Having never partaken in matters of this nature, it would be prudent to accompany me for an initial observation. Thank you, Captain Qin. Lin Yi's countenance brightened with a smile. Boss, isn't this a tad too perilous? He is still so young, Song Ding murmured. Yet his strength is formidable enough, Qin Shuriwei reassured, giving Song Ding a reassuring pat on the shoulder, though he felt an unusual intensity in her gaze. Lin Yi, let us proceed. There remains ample time before the operation commences, and I must prepare some items for you. Qin Shuriwei beckoned to Lin Yi. This lad is no ordinary individual. He requires vigilant safeguarding. Instead of heading to the third training ground, Qin Shuriwei guided Lin Yi to the weapons and equipment center. Feel free to select whatever gear you deem fit. You can return it once the operation concludes. Upon entering the armory, Lin Yi was greeted by an array of weaponry, each piece meticulously arranged, from battle blades to long swords, as well as short firearms and blunt instruments, all adorned with a matte black finish that refracted no light under the glow of the lamps. On another wall hung various types of armor, ranging from cloth to light and heavy armors, encompassing nearly every conceivable style. Approaching the last counter, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of an entire cabinet filled with an assortment of firearms. You needn't concern yourself with firearms, Qin Shuriwei interjected, draping a cover over the cabinet. In the city, it is wise to avoid firearms. Their noise can easily provoke greater chaos. She gestured towards a battle blade nearby, stating, thus, for convenience, we typically resort to these. Do you find any of them appealing? This B-41 battle blade far surpasses the D-type blade you currently possess. Qin Shuriwei retrieved a blade from the rack and tossed it to Lin Yi, who caught it with an expression of awe. A splendid blade, Lin Yi observed, noting that this new weapon was several centimeters longer than his current one, boasting an impressive length of over 90 centimeters and a blade width that exceeded his by approximately 2 to 3 millimeters, weighing around 8 kilograms. It was a perfect fit for his growing strength, unlike his previous blade, which now felt somewhat light. You have 12 minutes left to select and don your gear. Song Ding and I will await you outside. Qin Shuriwei called to Song Ding, and the two departed the armory without a backward glance. Lin Yi surveyed the chaotic array of equipment, eager to begin. 5 minutes later, having scarcely finished a cigarette, Lin Yi emerged, fully equipped. He adorned an orange and black light armor on his torso, complemented by a black half-skirt armor below. On his back, apart from the recommended B-41 battle blade, he retained his own D-type blade. sheathed at his thighs were two short knives, and even his face was concealed behind a black tiger mask. It appears you are prepared. Let's depart. Qin Shuriwei extinguished her cigarette and stood, heading towards the third training ground. At the third training ground, the assembled martial artists donned various gear provided by the Emergency Management Bureau, yet intriguingly, many retained their personal weapons. Upon noticing Qin Shuriwei and Song Ding's return, the crowd rose to greet them, curiosity evident in their gazes directed at the figure behind the tiger mask. Who is this individual from the Emergency Management Bureau? Captain Qin. We are ready to set off. Yu Qian, the leader of the martial artists from Group 3, naturally took on the role of liaison. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and turned, puzzled, towards the masked figure. Xiao Yi. In disbelief, Yu Qian saw Lin Yi lift the mask from his face. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Lin Yi's full gear, Yu Qian's expression darkened with realization. Anger washed over his features as he addressed Qin Shuriwei. Captain Qin, what is the meaning of this? I am aware of your attempts to recruit Lin Yi into the Emergency Management Bureau. Now, seeing him here in Bureau-issued gear, I cannot help but think you have deceived him into this. He is only 17, not yet graduated from high school. To involve him in today's operation, Captain Qin, is quite excessive. Yu Qian challenged. Mr. Yu, please remain calm. I have done nothing. This is entirely Lin Yi's own decision. Qin Shuriwei countered, feeling a touch of exasperation. She turned to Lin Yi. Perhaps you should clarify the situation. Lin Yi glanced at Yu Qian, letting out a sigh. Well, here comes a moment of revelation. Uncle Yu, come with me. Lin Yi poulet Yu Qian aside. So, what exactly is going on? Yu Qian's expression remained stern. Having regarded Lin Yi as his own child for over a decade, the thought of Lin Yi participating in such a perilous endeavor filled him with dread. Should anything happen, he would be unable to face Lin Yi's parents, let alone cope with his own conscience. Chapter 74. If we were to switch roles, I would show you what true cruelty is. Here is the situation. Lin Yi spent a few minutes explaining his presence at the gathering. Yu Qian still struggled to believe it. Are you saying all of this is true? Indeed, Lin Yi affirmed. And you are certain you killed that Lai Guangqing? Not at all. So your cultivation has reached above 25 in bone tempering? Perhaps even more. Lin Yi glanced at Song Ding, who stood beside Qin Shuriwei, and inquired. Uncle Yu, do you know that Officer Song? What do you think of his strength? Yu Qian observed Song Ding, who acknowledged him with a nod. His cultivation is commendable. He is quite capable. He couldn't withstand a single strike from me. Lin Yi's casual remark prompted Yu Qian to cough, unable to suppress his reaction. Are you all right, Uncle Yu? Lin Yi inquired, patting Yu Qian's back with concern. I'm fine, just finding it hard to accept. Yu Qian regarded Lin Yi with a complex expression, momentarily lost in thought. How had this child become so formidable in such a short span? Just a month ago, he had barely achieved the status of a martial arts apprentice. Is it truly Lin Yi? Yu Qian found it difficult to fathom that this familiar visage was not merely a guise for some ancient being. Undeniably so, Lin Yi replied, slightly exasperated. Uncle Yu, is this so hard to accept? What do you think? Yu Qian retorted, not mincing his words. In comparison to you, my 40 years have been in vain. A 17-year-old martial artist is already extraordinary. A 17-year-old with bone tempering at levels 80 or 90 would cause a sensation across the entire Xian nation. Xiao Yi, I will remind Captain Qin that your circumstances must remain confidential, Yu Qian advised. And you be cautious. He rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain. Youth, with its impetuousness, leaves no room for discretion, leading to such blatant exposure. While such actions may garner considerable attention and yield significant benefits, the absence of a solid foundation could potentially invite greater malice. However, with the endorsement of the Emergency Management Bureau, a semblance of safety is assured. Upon witnessing Lin Yi and Yu Qian's return, Qin Shuriwei turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi flashed him a smile, and Qin Shuriwei understood that Yu Qian had successfully handled the situation. Captain Qin, I hope you can keep Lin Yi's matters confidential, Yu Qian cautioned. Qin Shuriwei chuckled. Does Mr. Yu doubt my trustworthiness? He glanced at Lin Yi, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Lin Yi is an exceptionally rare talent. I would never allow him to come to any harm. Rest assured. With Qin Shuriwei's promise, Yu Qian finally felt at ease. He then turned to Lin Yi and instructed, during the operation, stay close to me and do not stray from my sight. Regardless of whether we find that person, you must return home safely. Understood. Lin Yi promptly replied. At that moment, He had no intention of arguing with Uncle Yu. Let us go. With a commanding shout from Qin Shuriwei, the teams and their respective warriors exited in an orderly fashion. Upon stepping out of the Emergency Management Bureau's doors, the various warriors hastily proceeded to their designated areas. Qin Shuriwei, Song Ding, Yu Qian, and Lin Qian made their way towards District D in the West City. Arriving at their destination, a fleet of SUVs adorned with the Emergency Management Bureau's dragon sword emblem halted outside a bustling market. According to plan, seal off the market. The rest of you, follow me inside. Remember, any sign of resistance will be met with lethal force. Qin Shuriwei declared, leaping from the vehicle before it had even come to a complete stop. Following his orders, the vehicles sped towards their designated location without pausing. Let us also enter and see who dares to harbor bloodthirsty disciples. Qin Shuriwei remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the market sign. Inside the market, Hu Yifan was gripping a bloodied figure, battered and bruised. Zhao Dali, are you going to tell me where Lin Qian has gone or not? Zhao Dali opened his swollen eyes and managed a grim smile. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I'm not his father. How am I supposed to know where that kid is? Hu Yifan wiped the blood from his face and struck Zhao Dali with a resounding slap. Damn it, I'll make you pay for this. After a prolonged exchange of blows, Hu Yifan finally ceased his assault, spitting on Zhao Dali's face as he gripped his collar, his voice icy. Zhao Dali, don't push your luck. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me where Lin Qian is. If you do, I'll let you and your brothers go. You can hold out, but your brothers won't last long. At Hu Yifan's words, Zhao Dali, who had been as motionless as a dead dog, suddenly began to thrash violently. You bastard, who? If you have a grudge, come at me. What kind of man attacks my brothers? He glared at Hu Yifan with bloodshot eyes, filled with fury. Yes, that's the look. Hu Yifan, far from intimidated, felt a surge of excitement. It's reminiscent of the look you had the other day. He sees Zhao Dali, his voice dripping with malice. When I extorted 6 million from you. You were so tough then, weren't you? Try being tough again now. I vowed that if our roles were ever reversed, I'd show you true cruelty. Enough. Hu Yifan threw Zhao Dali to the ground. Fine, you want to talk? Then I'll send your brothers on their way first and come back to you. Someone. Hu Yifan shouted, hang Zhao Dali up. I want him to witness his brother's demise. After shouting for some time without a response, Hu Yifan, infuriated, stood up to open the door himself. As he pulled it open, a figure tumbled inside. Gao, what the hell are you doing? Why are you so flustered? Hu Yifan exclaimed, recognizing his underling. Brother Yifan, run. The Emergency Management Bureau is here. The terrified man gasped. They've gone mad. They came in and started killing without a word. Hu Yifan's face turned pale, fully aware of the gravity of his actions. Had the Emergency Management Bureau come to investigate the earlier incident? Gao, how could this bunch be so unreliable? Hu Yifan seized the man and urged, quick, go to the backyard and find that esteemed person. Only that esteemed person can save us now. With them, we can escape the city and then join. Before he could finish, the previously shut door exploded open. Chapter 75, An Awkward Encounter, Brother Li is Rescued. The sturdy wooden door shattered into splinters as a figure clad in black light armor, sporting a fierce tiger mask, strode in with purpose. Damn it! Upon seeing the newcomer, Hu Yifan felt his legs weaken. The dragon sword emblem prominently displayed on the light armor of the Emergency Management Bureau was unmistakable. Being targeted by the Emergency Management Bureau truly meant there was no escape, no hope of survival. In a frenzy, Hu Yifan scrambled towards a window. But before he could make much progress, he noticed a figure moving even faster, his underling. Damn it! Who is the boss here? You or me? How dare you run ahead of me? Hu Yifan yanked his underling by the collar and flung him aside. The underling screamed as he was thrown towards Lin Qian. Thud! Lin Qian caught the flailing underling, swiftly knocking him unconscious and tossing him aside. In mere seconds, Hu Yifan had half of his body hanging out of the window. The second floor was only 3 to 4 meters from the ground. Even a jump from there would be negligible. Seeing an escape route so close. A smile of relief spread across Hu Yifan's face. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp sounds pierced the air, and as Hu Yifan leaped from the window, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His right hand was pinned to the window frame by 2 black daggers, with half of his body dangling outside. The excruciating pain radiating from his arm felt as though it was being torn apart. Lin Yi pulled down his earpiece and called out, "Captain Qian, I have identified a suspect target here. Capture him, and if he resists, show no mercy." Understood. Lin Yi strode towards Hu Yifan, who was still dangling from the window when he suddenly heard a voice. "Lin, brother Lin?" Lin Yi turned to see a pitiful figure sprawled on the ground, barely recognizable due to the swelling. Realizing the identity of the battered man, Lin Yi paused. "Is that really you, brother Lin?" Zhao Dali struggled to turn towards him, crawling painfully. "Brotherly? Lin Yi invited unjartaini." "Yes, yes, it's me," Zhao Dali exclaimed, nearly in tears. "At long last, I have been rescued." Lin Yi hastened forward, raising his long blade to sever the ropes and chains binding Zhao Dali, gently assisting him to lean against the chair. "Brotherly, what brings you here?" Lin Yi could hardly believe he would encounter Zhao Dali in this place. Given his current state, had Lin Yi not appeared, the consequences could have been dire. "It's that scoundrel Hu Yifan." Zhao Dali glared at Hu Yifan, who was impaled against the window, and seethed that Hu fellow somehow found a master, and Brother Luo didn't stand a chance against him. He was killed without even a fight. The thought of Brother Luo's demise sent a shiver through Zhao Dali's body. Moreover, we encountered a zombie, resulting in the death of several brothers. Zombie? Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Could this person be the blood servant they were searching for? Where is he? Lin Yi invited urgently. I don't know, but who certainly does. Upon hearing Zhao Dali's words, Lin Yi sprang to his feet and swiftly approached the window. "Help! Help me!" Hu Yifan was soaked in blood. Without hesitation, Lin Yi reached out and yanked Hu Yifan back, disregarding the dagger that had pierced his right arm. The roughness of his action resulted in a massive tear in Hu Yifan's arm. Hu Yifan let out a wail, his eyes rolling back in his head. Falling silent, Lin Yi's heart sank. If this man were to die, how would he uncover the whereabouts of the blood servant? "No, don't die on me," Lin Yi muttered, scouring the room for anything that could be used to bandage Hu Yifan's wounds. "Brother Lin, there's a medical box in that cabinet. After Hu Yifan attacked me, he used the supplies within to stop my bleeding." Zhao Dali hastily directed Lin Yi to the medical kit's location. Lin Yi rushed over, yanking the cabinet open to find a medical box indeed. He promptly applied the medicines to the unconscious Hu Yifan and bandaged him as best as he could, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Yi. At that moment, Qin Shuriwei and Song Ding entered the room in haste, asking, "Where is he?" "He is right here, but I'm not sure if he is alive," Lin Yi replied apologetically. "Notify the medical team, hurry," Qin Shuriwei instructed Song Ding. "I'm on it." Song Ding responded and exited the room. Qin Shuriwei quickly approached Hu Yifan, crouching beside him to check his pulse. Fortunately, he is still alive. She too breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Yi, asking, "Are you hurt?" "No," Lin Yi shook his head. Qin Shuriwei then noticed Zhao Dali leaning against the sofa. "Who is this?" "This is Zhao Dali." Lin Yi merely introduced her by name. He felt at a loss. How could he elaborate on Zhao Dali's background in front of Qin Shuriwei? It would be as absurd as explaining to a dignitary that Du Yuesheng was the leader of the Green Gang. "This is Captain Qian from the Emergency Management Bureau's Action Team 3. Lin Yi introduced Zhao Dali. "Hello, Captain Qian." Zhao Dali attempted to rise, eager to curry favor with such an important figure. "Stay still." Qin Shuriwei quickly restrained him, then looked back to Lin Yi. Lin Yi explained, "Brotherly holds a grudge against this Hu Yifan. He found a master for revenge, and according to Brotherly, they were also attacked by zombies. Thus, I suspect this master who found is the blood servant we are searching for." Qin Shuriwei clapped her hands together, declaring, "It must be him." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Hu Yifan. She then patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Lin Yi, you truly are my lucky star. We've searched for him for so long without a trace, and now, thanks to your arrival, we've effortlessly caught a big fish and discovered the whereabouts of the blood servant. Don't credit me, it's merely coincidence. If it weren't for your thorough searches lately, they wouldn't have slipped up today," Lin Yi humbly replied, eager to absolve himself of undue praise. "Well said." Captain Qian regarded Lin Yi with newfound respect. This young man, though not long in years, displayed a remarkable acumen in navigating social interactions. "You needn't be so modest in my presence. Today's achievement is undoubtedly yours," Qin Shuriwei insisted, determined not to let her own people suffer any disadvantage. Chapter 76, Another Confrontation. Captain, this individual has simply lost a significant amount of blood and is not in life-threatening danger. The medical team leader reported to Qin Shuriwei after directing the medical personnel in providing basic first aid to Hu Yifan. I wish to question this man about certain matters. Is that feasible? Qin Shuriwei inquired. The team leader pondered for a moment before responding. It is possible, but after administering the medication, his life may be at risk. That is not a concern for us. I only require results. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. Qin Shuriwei's tone was flat as she effortlessly decided the fate of another. Lin Qian observed from the sidelines, feeling unsettled. The Emergency Management Bureau truly had a bold demeanor. Then it settled, given that even Captain Qin was unconcerned about the consequences of this man's potential demise. The medical team leader felt no burden. After administering an unknown medication to the unconscious Hu Yifan, the medical team leader gestured for Qin Shuriwei to proceed. In the next moment, Hu Yifan, who had been in a stupor, suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for air like a fish out of water, his body taut with tension. After a while, he regained his senses, his face flushed with an unnatural hue. "Where's that person?" Qin Shuriwei demanded. "I don't know what you're talking about," Hu Yifan stammered, panic etched across his features. "Is that so?" Qin Shuriwei scoffed, the grip of her handgun's handle having somehow found its way to Hu Yifan's injured arm. Hu Yifan felt as though a searing iron rod had been thrust into his arm, twisting mercilessly. Agonizing pain crashed over him like a tidal wave, leaving him no room to feign ignorance. In the back street, Hu Yifan cried, tears and snot mingling in his distress. Why not say so sooner? Qin Shuriwei rose, flicking the blood off her gun's handle, and commanded everyone, alert all units to seal off the back street by teams. If you encounter resistance, remember to call for backup. Understood. The group responded promptly. Just as Lin Qian intended to follow, he was detained by Qian. You wait here. You cannot instructed Lin. Lin Qian cast a pleading glance at Qin Shuriwei, but upon meeting Qian's resolute gaze, Qin Shuriwei merely shrugged at Lin Qian before leaping out of the window. Wait, you're just leaving? Lin Qian hastened to the window, watching as Qin Shuriwei and the others vanished into the night. As Lin Qian glanced at the bustling medical team and the barely conscious Zhao Dali, he reluctantly decided to withdraw. I hope you can eliminate that blood-servant overseer, he sighed, then turned to the leader of the medical team and others, saying, Let's depart. This place is no longer safe. I will escort you out. Outside the market, Lin Qian perched atop an SUV, gazing intently at the alleyway. Suddenly, a rumble echoed in his ears, and he sprang to his feet. Something was afoot. Brandishing his long knife, he shouted down to the medical team, Captain Chun, consolidate your ranks and rally to my side. Captain Chun, not dismissing Lin Yi's youth, promptly gathered his comrades in response to the warning, moving towards Lin Qian. In the distance, a voice filled with fury rang out, cursing vehemently, You curs. Once I escape, I shall report to His Majesty, unleashing calamity upon you. Erasing Guangzhou from the map, a figure stumbled from the alley, only to be struck by a blinding silver light descending from the sky. With a muffled groan, the individual was sent flying, crashing into a parked car several meters away. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle was overturned. Blood spurted from Feng Yuxiang's mouth as he glared resentfully at the short gun embedded in the ground not far off. Damn it, that relentless cur. He spat, recalling how he had been grievously wounded by the weapon's owner last time. Despite days of recovery, he had not regained his former strength, and now this scoundrel had pursued him once more. Cursed be it. Wasn't it promised that with their intervention, the Emergency Management Bureau would not trace me? Feng Yuxiang seethed, wishing he could strangle the fool who made such lofty claims before him. Is this your so-called guarantee? I have been reduced to a dog. He resolved firmly. I must find a way to escape the city. There is no longer any reason to linger in Guangzhou. Upon surveying his surroundings, he spotted the clustered medical team, and a wave of elation washed over him. Heaven does not forsake the desperate. Your lives I shall claim. With a triumphant cry, he leapt forth, resembling a gigantic bat, charging towards the medical team. Not good. At that moment, Qin Shuriwei and the others arrived, their expressions shifting to alarm upon witnessing Feng Yuxiang's approach towards the medical team. Even though Feng Yuxiang had not fully regained his strength, he was still no match for this group of feeble individuals. I shall slay these Emergency Management Bureau lackeys first and reap some interest As he drew nearer, the terror on the faces of the medical staff became unmistakable. The more you fear, the more exhilarated I become. He grinned maniacally. However, in the next instant, a figure dawned and a tiger-headed mask obstructed his path. This road is closed, Lin declared, striking with a blow that sounded like thunder. Overreaching, Feng Yuxiang scoffed, unfazed, and struck back with a palm. Blood sprayed as severed fingers spiraled into the air. Ah! Feng Yuxiang cried out, clutching his hand as he staggered backward. Fear etched across his face as he beheld the masked figure before him. A sight that had once seemed comical now appeared as grim as death itself. Too weak, Lin stared in disbelief at the blood dripping from his blade. The exchange had been alarmingly effortless, almost to the point of incredulity, leaving him with a disorienting sensation akin to a sudden feast after enduring a long bout of hunger. A thunderous shout echoed, and before he knew it, Feng Yuxiang lunged at him once more. In his remaining left hand, a knife shimmering with a green hue aimed straight for Lin Yi's chest. With a sinister grin, Feng Yuxiang had thought himself doomed, yet the figure before him stood frozen after severing his fingers. If he failed to seize this opportunity, he feared His Majesty would flay him alive. Chapter 77. Aftermath and Return Home. In a flash, a chilling glimmer sliced through Feng Yuxiang's throat, the immense force propelling his body backward until he was pinned to the ground by the long knife. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning his very existence. Lin placed a foot upon Feng Yuxiang's head, extracting the blade from his neck. A spray of blood shot skyward. Did you truly think I would make such a novice error? Lin wiped the blood from his knife with a cold smirk. Lin Yi, Qin Shuriwei and the others approached, gazing at Feng Yuxiang's lifeless form with expressions of astonishment. Did he actually kill this man? Song Ding stared in disbelief. He had witnessed the exchange firsthand, and in merely 2 strikes, the very Feng Yuxiang who could easily overpower him had been effortlessly dispatched by Lin Yi. This is bad. I can't even measure up to a 17-year-old kid. Well done. Qin Shuriwei clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, her respect for his abilities growing. Song Ding, arrange for the aftermath. As for this individual, gather the body and notify the Bureau for processing. Understood. Song Ding signaled to Qin Shuriwei before commencing the arrangements. You really have no sense of danger, do you? That man was extremely perilous. And you charged in? Yukinan finally pulled Lin Yi aside for a reprimand. My apologies, Uncle Yu, for causing you worry, Lin Yi replied, his demeanor earnest. However, I had no choice. I was surrounded by medical personnel, and you know their capabilities. If I hadn't acted, none of them would have survived. Yukinan understood, unable to voice any suggestion to let Lin Yi stand by while the medical team was slaughtered, and could only sternly advise, in the future, do not act impulsively in such situations. Lin Yi recognized Yukinan's concern and replied promptly, I understand, Uncle Yu. Then, he heard Yukinan whisper, tell me honestly, what is your current level of cultivation? 133 bones tempered. How much? Yukinan's voice rose sharply before he quickly glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned in to ask quietly, you're not joking with me, are you? 132 bones. You're nearly catching up to me? Lin Yi nodded earnestly. I feel my progress has been somewhat slow lately. Are you out of your mind? Yukinan nearly lost his composure. At 17, you've tempered 132 bones, reaching the 2nd stage of bone refinement, and you still think your progress is slow? What Lin Yi said was indeed the truth. Without the benefit of the 300-fold settlement voucher, he had only refined 5 bones after last night's settlement. Just a few days prior, under the influence of that extraordinary voucher, he had been capable of refining 21 to 24 bones daily. Thus, it seemed evident that even without the 300-fold enhancement, he could still manage to refine 7 or 8 bones each day. Given that he had only refined 5 bones yesterday, he naturally felt it was rather slow. Yukinan observed Lin Yi's expression of dissatisfaction, his emotions exceedingly complex. He felt joy because this prodigious talent, akin to a genius, was a junior he had watched grow up since childhood. Yet he also felt a pang of sorrow, for after over 40 years of cultivation, his own efforts paled in comparison, akin to a dog's existence. Half an hour later, the concluding tasks of the market were progressing in an orderly fashion, and there was no further need for Lin Yi and his companions. Just before departing, Qin Shuriwei suddenly spoke to Lin Yi. By the way, Lin, tomorrow we shall visit the Emergency Management Bureau. I will accompany you to collect your reward. Reward? Lin Yi's eyes instantly sparkled. Qin Shuriwe smiled. Did you think that the blood servant steward had no bounty on his head? Money? Lin Yi inquired, his anticipation palpable. He hesitated, then added, Captain Qin, the death of this person cannot be solely credited to me. Had you not acted first, I would not have encountered him, since he met his demise at your hands. The bounty is undoubtedly yours. As for us, Qin Shuriwe replied with a smile, with the death of this blood servant, the previous cases can be resolved, and we shall also receive corresponding rewards. You should take your bounty. Well, if you put it that way, I shall not be modest. Lin Yu responded enthusiastically. I admire your forthrightness. Qin Shuriwe laughed heartily, appreciating Lin Yi's lack of pretense. Captain Qin, how much can this reward amount to? Lin Yi asked curiously. Approximately 120,000. Qin Shuriwe contemplated before answering. That much. Lin Yi recalled that the last time he had eliminated Lai Guanqing, the reward was merely several tens of thousands, and that had been with the Emergency Management Bureau temporarily increasing the bounty. However, compared to the Blood Servant Steward, it still paled in significance. The bounty for the Blood Servant Steward was already substantial, and given the considerable trouble he caused us in Guangzhou, an increase in the bounty was inevitable. Qin Shuriwe remarked with a smile. You, my young friend, are on the brink of a windfall. Don't you wish to express your gratitude? Express gratitude? Absolutely. Lin Yi immediately replied, Captain Qin, let me know when you're free, and I will treat everyone to a meal. Grand gesture. Song Ding gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. However, Qin Shuriwe waved his hand dismissively. I was merely jesting with you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let us defer this meal for now. Seeing Qin Shuriwe's response, Lin Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. He genuinely wished to treat Qin Shuriwe and the others from their team to a meal, as opportunities to forge connections with the Emergency Management Bureau were few and far between. After parting ways, Yu took Lin Yi back to the Lin Qian Martial Arts Hall. As the car came to a halt, Lin Yi, somewhat puzzled, asked, Uncle Yu, we haven't arrived yet. I am currently residing in Villa B7, and Aunt Yu and Lu Yu are there as well. I won't be going, Yu stated. Why not? Lin Yi noticed a peculiar expression on Yu Canon's face. Realizing his question was perhaps inappropriate, he quickly changed the subject. Aren't you going to check on Aunt Yu and Lu Yu? No need. The blood servants have been eradicated, and the city is safe now. Please inform them to return home tomorrow, Yu replied. All right then, Lin Yi said, watching as Yu drove away before entering the hall alone. You finally returned. Lu Yu whispered from the second-floor window, addressing Lin Yi, who was outside. Was it dangerous? Once Lin Yi entered the room, Lu Yu helped close the window. It was all right, not much danger. By the way, I took care of that blood servant steward, Lin Yi declared, discarding his battle armor onto the floor, which bore numerous bloodstains that had since dried, leaving a faint metallic odor. Chapter 78, The Tutor, Han Jing. Don't move. Lu Yu halted Lin Yi, gazing with fascination at the battle armor on the floor. When did you acquire this set of equipment, old Lin? Lin Yi pulled him aside, saying, I have no money to buy this. It all belongs to the Emergency Management Bureau. Can't you see the dragon sword emblem on it? Be sensible and help me clean it up. I need to return it to the Emergency Management Bureau first thing in the morning. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu scoffed. I thought it was yours. Didn't Captain Qin think highly of you? Why didn't he gift you a set? I'm not part of their Emergency Management Bureau, so how could they possibly gift me a set? This armor alone costs at least several hundred thousand. My face isn't that thick, Lin Yi explained. Now, stop chattering and help me clean this up. The two of them busied themselves for an hour before finally getting the armor cleaned. The once faint smell of blood had vanished entirely. During this time, the clock struck midnight. After finishing, Lin Yi bade Lu Yu good night before returning to his room to check his attributes. Host Lin Yi. Vitality, 13, 879. Cultivation, second stage of bone tempering, refined bones, 132. Martial technique, Dragon Tiger stance, rank, perfect 2000. Dragon Tiger fist, rank, perfect 2000. Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade, C rank, perfect 20,000, 20,000. Hundredfold Settlement Countdown, 2241. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Yi scratched his head. He had hardly practiced actively yesterday, thus refining only one bone. There was no helping it, as so much had transpired the previous day. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Lin Yi rose early. Are you really going to the Emergency Management Bureau? Lu Yu, savoring a fragrant bowl of soup, asked as Lin Yi quickly finished his meal. What's wrong? Do you want to tag along? Lin Yi inquired. If Liu Yu wanted to go, Lin Yi had no objections. It would be like bringing the kid along for fun. I'm not going. Liu Yu shook his head. My uncle called early this morning, telling me to return home with my mom. He said that the blood servant steward has been taken care of, and the blood servants in the city have been cleared out. He also mentioned I should focus on training, saying if I don't practice the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Blade 2,000 times today, I won't get any rest. Liu Yu's face was filled with dread as he exclaimed. 2,000 times? My arms will be ruined. If they are, I'll find a doctor to reattach them. Lin Yi quipped. I have the money. Get lost. Liu Yu tossed the spoon in his hand at Lin Yi. Lin Yi caught the spoon, flicked his fingers, and sent it flying back into Liu Yu's bowl. Enough of this nonsense. I need to leave. Lin Yi grabbed his bag containing the armor and hurriedly departed. All right, the money has already been transferred to your bank account. You can check it now, said Song Ding at the Task Settlement Center of the Emergency Management Bureau, handing Lin Yi the receipt. Thanks, Li Ge. Today, it was Song Ding attending to Lin Yi, as Qin Shuriwei had an urgent matter and could not be present. Lin Yi was unperturbed. After receiving the money, he promptly returned home without delay. Upon his arrival, he found Liu Yu and Aunt Yu already back, leaving only his parents and older sister at home. The trio was engrossed in a discussion. Wabble new villa. We already have one. This isn't truly ours. Can it be the same? What difference does it make? It's all for our son. Yang Lan and Lin Ruhai were embroiled in a heated debate, while Lin Huan occasionally interjected, albeit with an indecisive stance, alternating support between her father and mother. Eventually, both parents expressed their dissatisfaction. Girl, are you with your father or with me? Yang Lan glared at her daughter, visibly annoyed. What's going on? Lin Yi suddenly entered, inquiring. Your timing is impeccable. Lin Huan exhaled heavily upon seeing him. What is the matter? Mom and Dad are arguing about the house that burned down and how to rebuild it, Lin Huan explained. Dad wants to construct a villa or a Western-style house, while Mom insists that a simple 2-story building suffices. After all, isn't the current villa sufficient? Lin Ruhai interjected Xiao Yi. Although we are currently residing in Villa B7, which was gifted to you, it is still not truly ours. Now that the government's compensation has arrived, wouldn't it be better to build a more splendid villa at home? Such a waste of money. Yang Lan retorted dismissively. There's no need to worry about finances. Lin Yi interjected suddenly. No need to worry. Both Yang Lan and Lin Ruhai questioned, their brows furrowing in confusion. Look, Lin Yi revealed his phone, opening his banking app, displaying a series of numbers that left both his parents in a state of disbelief. How is there so much money? Yang Lan stammered, her fingers trembling as she counted one number after another. Over 1 million? She turned to Lin Yi, seeking a plausible explanation. I inadvertently received news that a steward of the blood sect was in a certain location in the city, so I called the Emergency Management Bureau. Little did I know, they actually used the information I provided to apprehend and execute the steward. Thus, I was awarded this substantial bonus. Lin Yi fabricated the story without a flicker of hesitation. He dared not divulge to his parents that he had avenged himself the previous night by personally eliminating the blood sect steward. Should he dare to utter such a confession, his mother's ensuing wrath would render his existence unbearable. Fearing that his parents might overthink the situation, Lin Yi hastily shifted the topic. Mom, Dad, you can use this money for whatever you wish to build. It's all for our family. However, I still believe Dad's perspective holds merit. Seeing Lin Yi support Lin Ruhai, Yang Lan had no choice but to concede. Well, it seems the one earning the money isn't you, is it? She chastised. I was planning to save this money for you, perhaps for nutritional supplements or the like. Your primary task now is to excel in the martial arts examination 3 months from now. By the way, I've even arranged for a tutor for you. At that moment, the doorbell rang. To Lin Yi's surprise, a familiar figure appeared before him. No way, Jingjia, what brings you here? Lin Yi turned to his smiling mother, unable to contain his curiosity. Mom, you don't mean to tell me that the tutor you mentioned is Jingjia, do you? Chapter 79, Refusal, Zhao Dali's Gratitude. I can assert that the appearance of Han Jing in the previous chapter was entirely unplanned. Last night, I was so exhausted while writing that the conclusion was a blur. I finished and promptly fell asleep, only to realize this morning that I had improvised. Nevertheless, this chapter serves to define the relationship between the two characters. What is wrong? Am I insufficient? Han Jing smiled brightly, and Lin Yi found her unexpectedly endearing. A siren. You dare disrupt my peace. Lin Yi wore a bemused expression. Jingjia, please, if I recall correctly, your body still requires further recuperation, does it not? Just a bit of rest. It won't hinder me from being your tutor. What do you think so little of me? Hon Ying teased, har smile enigmatic. What nonsense! You little rascal. Yang Lan playfully pinched Lin Yi before turning to Han Jing with a beaming smile. Xiao Jing, don't mind him. With your prowess as a top student from Guangzhou Martial Arts University, you'll be more than capable of tutoring him. I Asuryu, Auntyang. I will diligently guide Lin Yi, Han Jing replied, casting Lin Yi a triumphant glance. Mom, Jingjia and I are heading out. We want to be back for lunch. Lin Yi, anxious that Han Jing's presence might lead to further complications, quickly ushered her out of the house. Seriously, Jingjia, what is going on? Once outside, Lin Yi whispered to Han Ying. The way she conversed with his mother suggested a familiarity that belied their recent acquaintance. Nothing much. I happened to bump into Aunt Yang while taking a stroll, and we struck up a conversation. When she learned I was a student at Guangzhou Martial Arts University, she asked me to tutor you. I'm not charging a penny. Han Jing replied with a smile. Then I truly appreciate your kindness. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in response. No need for thanks, Han Jing chuckled. Lin Yi sighed, feeling somewhat resigned. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it. I'm going to practice. Care to join me? Why? Reluctant to accompany me on a stroll. Han Ying feigned displeasure. No, Ying Xie. You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Lin Yi asked in astonishment. Han Jing's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Lin Yi's directness. This question was one she had pondered herself in recent days, yet she found no answer. She simply knew that at certain moments, Lin Yi's image would invade her thoughts, often causing her to smile unconsciously. This realization left her perturbed. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for Lin Yi? Jingjia, don't scare me. You're 3 years older than I am. Do you wish to be a case of an old cow eating young grass? I'd be the one losing out. Lin Yi exclaimed, his face a mixture of terror and disbelief. Initially shy, Han Jing's demeanor shifted to irritation. Slap. Han Jing playfully smacked Lin Yi's shoulder, asserting, You're too full of yourself. I would never like you. That's good. I prefer younger partners. Lin Yi sighed in relief. You. Han Jing glared at Lin Yi, infuriated by his nonchalance. You better scram. She pointed ahead. Understood. I'll take my leave. Lin Yi saluted her with a mock gesture and dashed away. After a considerable time, Han Jing turned away, a sense of melancholy washing over her. She was struck by an inexplicable feeling akin to heartbreak. Inside the A-level training room, Lin Yi exhaled, reflecting on Han Jing's reaction, his mind swirling. In his 2 lifetimes, he had experienced love before and understood the complexities involved. However, he had no interest in Han Jing. He favored gentle girls like Lin, while Han Jing possessed a more assertive nature. Given his own forthright disposition, a relationship between them would likely lead to mutual harm rather than benefit. In summary, even if he were to marry 10 wives in the future, he would never choose a woman of Han Jing's assertive character. Today, he has essentially made his stance clear, hoping to dispel Han Jing's affections for him. What a fanciful thought. Cultivation. Lin Yi changed into a fresh set of attire, grasped his wooden sword, and commenced a day of rigorous training. Whoosh! With a piercing sound slicing through the air, the wooden sword descended forcefully, causing the air around him to emit a burnt scent from the friction. Standing still with the sword in hand, Lin Yi quietly contemplated. It was only after 2 minutes that he regained his senses. He returned the wooden sword to its rack and proceeded directly to the bathroom. After a day of relentless practice, his training garb was thoroughly soaked multiple times, with visible white salt stains left by evaporated sweat under his armpits and around his collar. After a refreshing shower, Lin Yi stepped back outside and checked his phone. Besides messages from his mother, Lu Yu, and Lin, there was a barrage of messages from Zhao Dali and several missed calls. Assuming something urgent had arisen, Lin Yi returned Zhao Dali's call. Brotherly? The phone barely rang twice before being answered. Zhao Dali's voice laced with excitement. Lin, you finally picked up? Brotherly, is something wrong? Lin Yi inweited. Not at all. My brothers and I have been discharged from the hospital, and I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention today. Zhao Dali exclaimed, Brother, if it weren't for you, my body would likely have already grown cold. You simply must accept my thanks. Furthermore, I have a splendid gift for you. Lin Yi was indifferent to the notion of gratitude, believing that his ability to save Zhao Dali the previous night was merely serendipity. However, under Zhao Dali's earnest invitation, he ultimately acquiesced. All right, I'll head over now. Lin Yi ended the call, informed his mother of his absence for dinner, and then drove to the hotel where Zhao Dali had made reservations, the Su Fuji restaurant. As he arrived at the parking lot of Su Fuji, Lin Yi spotted Zhao Dali and a few others waiting at the entrance from distance. What's this, Brother Li? You all look quite unique. Lin Yi chuckled at Zhao Dali and his companions, who were wearing hats, masks, and with collars turned up. Zhao Dali pulled down his mask, and behind him, Xiao Qi and the others mimicked him, revealing their bruised faces. Ah, it's that scoundrel Hu Yifan. Look at my face. I'm going to be unrecognizable for at least a month. Zhao Dali was still seething with anger at the recollection that Hu should consider himself fortunate to have been apprehended by the Emergency Management Bureau if he had fallen into my hands. Zhao Dali waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on that today. It's a downer. Come on, Brother Lin, eat to your heart's content. Anything less is unacceptable. The group entered a lavish private room at Su Fuji, where a grand round table was already laden with delectable dishes. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Dali raised a glass and addressed Lin Yi. Brother Lin, thank you for your life-saving grace. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. I'll drink to you, and you may drink as you wish. With that, Zhao Dali downed his drink in one go. Xiao Qi and the others followed suit, draining their cups in unison. After a hearty toast, they paused, having consumed 3 rounds. Lin Yi, having lived 2 lives, possessed a tolerable capacity for alcohol, though it wasn't remarkable. Fortunately, being only 17 in this life, Zhao Dali had shown consideration by preparing fruit wine for him, which was lower in alcohol content, akin to a soft drink. Once everyone settled back down, Zhao Dali retrieved a box from a nearby table and placed it before Lin Yi. Brother Lin, words cannot express my gratitude, and I, old Zhao, have nothing of great value to convey my appreciation, but I believe this item will be of greater use to you. So, I present it to you. As he spoke, Zhao Dali opened the box, revealing its contents.